Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Became the God King of the Wizarding World. So do 4 blue hearts comment, BS. You're to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione. Uncensored spicy version, link in description.
C. Chapter 1. The inheritance. The cupboard under the stairs was dark, but that didn't bother Harry Potter anymore. At 3 years old, he had grown accustomed to the shadows, to the way the light filtered through the slats in the small vent. What bothered him were the spiders that occasionally dropped onto his threadbare mattress, though even they seemed more afraid of him than he was of them. Harry curled his small fingers around the thin blanket, pulling it up to his chin despite the summer heat. His stomach growled, a painful reminder that he hadn't eaten since breakfast, a single piece of toast and a glass of water. Aunt Petunia had caught him looking too long at Dudley's birthday cake earlier that day, and Uncle Vernon had thrown him into the cupboard with a rough shove that left a bruise forming on his shoulder. "Freakish boy," his uncle had muttered, "looking at things that aren't for you." Harry didn't understand what made him different from Dudley, why his cousin deserved cake and presents and love while he deserved nothing. Sometimes strange things happened around him, a toy flying into his hand when Dudley had taken it away, a plant growing overnight after Aunt Petunia had mad him tend the garden without water, but he didn't know why these occurrences made his relatives hate him so much. The lock on the cupboard door clicked open. Harry tensed, wondering if Uncle Vernon had come to yell at him some more. Instead, Aunt Petunia's thin face appeared in the doorway. "Get up," she hissed. "Vernon's sister Marge is coming tomorrow, and I need this house spotless." Harry crawled out of the cupboard, blinking in the harsh kitchen light. Though only 3, he already knew what was expected of him. He would clean until his small hands were raw, and then he would be hidden away again before Aunt Marge arrived. She disliked him even more than his aunt and uncle did. "You'll start with the kitchen floor," Aunt Petunia said, thrusting a bucket and brush into his hands. The bucket was nearly as big as he was. "And mind you don't splash water on my clean counters." Harry nodded silently, dragging the bucket to the sink. He couldn't reach the faucet, but before he could ask for help, Aunt Petunia had already left the room, the sound of the television from the living room suggesting she had joined Uncle Vernon and Dudley for their evening programs. Climbing onto a chair, Harry managed to fill the bucket halfway before the weight became too much for his small arms. He carefully lowered it to the floor, spilling only a little water on the linoleum. He added soap as he'd been taught and began scrubbing. His mind wandered as he worked. Sometimes, in his dreams, he saw flashes of green light and heard a woman's voice calling his name. Aunt Petunia had told him his parents died in a car crash when he asked about them once, but something about the explanation felt wrong. The green light in his dreams didn't look like car headlights. The work was exhausting for a child so young. By the time he'd finished half the kitchen, his arms ached and his knees were red from kneeling on the hard floor. A chill ran through him despite the summer heat, the beginnings of illness from undernourishment and overwork. Uncle Vernon lumbered into the kitchen for another beer, his heavy footsteps making the floor vibrate. He didn't notice Harry until his foot caught the edge of the bucket, sending soapy water cascading across the clean portion of the floor. "You stupid boy." Vernon's face purpled instantly. "Look what you've done." "I'm sorry, Uncle Vernon," Harry whispered, already backing away. "I'll clean it up." "You'll do more than that," Vernon snarled, grabbing Harry's arm with bruising force. "Petunia's worked too hard getting ready for Marge to have you messing things up." Harry felt himself being dragged across the wet floor toward the back door. Uncle Vernon's grip tightened as he pushed the door open and hauled Harry into the backyard. "You'll sleep in the shed tonight," Vernon decided, marching toward the small garden shed in the corner of the yard. "Maybe that'll teach you to be more careful." The shed was dark and smelled of fertilizer and lawn chemicals. Unlike the cupboard, which at least had his mattress, the shed floor was bare except for a few empty bags that had once contained soil. Vernon pushed Harry inside with enough force that he stumbled and fell, his head knocking against a metal shelf. "And don't think about coming out until morning," Vernon warned, slamming the door and sliding the bolt closed from the outside. Harry sat up slowly, his head throbbing where it had hit the shelf. In the darkness, he could make out the shapes of garden tools hanging on the walls. The temperature was dropping rapidly now that the sun had set. His thin pajamas offered little protection from the chill. Huddling in the corner, Harry pulled an empty soil bag around his shoulders for warmth. His stomach cramped painfully with hunger, and the bump on his head pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Tears welled in his eyes but didn't fall. He'd learned early that crying made no difference. As the night deepened, so did the cold. Harry's shivers became more violent, his small body struggling to generate heat. His breathing grew labored, each inhale bringing the chemical smell of the shed's contents deeper into his lungs. His eyes stung, and his throat felt raw. Harry didn't know how dangerous it was to be locked in with lawn chemicals, or how quickly hypothermia could set in for a malnourished child, but he knew something was wrong. Very wrong. His chest hurt, and the edges of his vision were going dark. "Help," he whispered, though no one could hear him. "Please, someone help me." The darkness seemed to press in on him from all sides, suffocating in its intensity. Harry felt a strange pressure building inside him, something pushing against his skin from within. It wasn't painful, exactly, but it felt like he might burst if it continued. As his consciousness began to fade, the pressure suddenly released. A wave of pure energy erupted from him, blasting outward with such force that the shed walls splintered and collapsed. The night sky appeared above him, stars twinkling through a strange golden haze that surrounded his body. Harry lay on the ground amid the wreckage, too weak to move but somehow still awake. The golden light pulsed around him, keeping the worst of the cold at bay. In his delirium, he thought he could hear voices calling to him, though not from the house where the Dursleys were surely awakening from the noise. "He bears the mark," a woman's voice said, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Just as the prophecy foretold." "He is nearly lost to us," replied a man's deeper voice. "We must act now or all is forfeit." "So young," another woman murmured. "Too young for such a burden. Yet strong enough to survive thus far," a fourth voice countered, this one cold and calculating. "The blood of greatness flows in him." Dormant until now. The golden light intensified, and Harry felt himself rising from the ground, hovering inches above the broken wood and scattered tools. 4 figures began to coalesce in the air around him, their forms translucent yet somehow more real than anything he'd ever seen. To his right appeared a tall, broad-shouldered man with a magnificent red beard and hair streaked with gray. He wore robes of deep crimson and gold, a gleaming sword hanging at his side. His eyes were kind but fierce, like those of a lion. "Godric Gryffindor," the man announced, his voice the deep one Harry had heard. "I recognize the courage in your heart, young heir, even when you do not." To Harry's left, a slender woman with flowing blue robes and a diadem perched atop her dark hair smiled gently at him. Her eyes held wisdom beyond measure. "Rowena Ravenclaw," she said, her voice melodic. "Your mind is a garden yet to bloom, but I see the seeds of brilliance waiting for nourishment." At his feet stood a plump, friendly-looking woman with rosy cheeks and earth-stained hands. Her yellow robes seemed to radiate warmth, and plants appeared to grow wherever her feet touched the ground. "Helga Hufflepuff," she introduced herself, her voice the gentler of the two women. "Your capacity for love remains untainted despite the cruelty you've endured. That is rare and precious." Finally, at Harry's head, a tall, gaunt man with piercing green eyes and silver-streaked black hair regarded him with calculating interest. His green and silver robes seemed to shift like scales in the moonlight. And a locket gleamed at his throat. "Salazar Slytherin," he said with a slight incline of his head. "Your survival instinct and untapped ambition called to me across the centuries." Harry stared at the 4 figures, fever and confusion making it difficult to comprehend what was happening. "Am I dying?" he asked, his voice small and raspy. Godric Gryffindor laughed, the sound like distant thunder. "Quite the opposite, young heir. You are beginning to truly live. We are the 4 founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Rowena explained, leaning closer. "And you, Harry Potter, are a wizard, one with a destiny greater than any who have come before. The magic within you called to us in your moment of greatest need," Helga added, her expression softening with compassion. "It recognized that without intervention, your light would be extinguished before it could truly shine." Salazar circled Harry, his movements predatory yet protective. "For centuries, we have waited for one who could unite our 4 bloodlines, our 4 powers. The prophecies spoke of a child born as the 7th month dies, marked by darkness but filled with light. Harry's scar tingled as Salazar spoke, the lightning bolt on his forehead illuminating with the same golden glow that surrounded him. "I don't understand," Harry whispered. The concept of magic was not entirely foreign to him. The Dursleys had beaten the word out of his vocabulary, calling it freakishness instead, but the idea that he was special in any way contradicted everything he'd been taught about himself. "You will," Godric promised. "But first, we must ensure you survive this night." The 4 founders moved in perfect unison, their spectral forms drawing closer until they encircled Harry completely. They began to chant in a language Harry didn't recognize, their voices blending into a single harmonious tone that vibrated through his very bones. The golden light surrounding Harry intensified until it was almost blinding. He felt something flowing into him, knowledge, power, memories not his own, filling the empty spaces inside him he hadn't known existed. It was overwhelming, terrifying, and exhilarating all at once. Godric's essence brought courage and fire, the ability to stand tall against any foe and the power to call flame with a thought. Rowena's contribution was wisdom and air, access to Knoll, DGE long forgotten and the ability to understand languages never learned. From Helga came loyalty and earth, the power to heal with a touch and to make things grow even in the most barren soil. Salazar's gift was cunning and water, the ability to see beyond deception and to bend the will of serpents to his command. Together, they filled Harry with magic in its purest form, unfiltered by wands or incantations. The raw power threatened to tear him apart, but something in his own magic, perhaps the protection left by his mother's sacrifice, allowed him to absorb it, to make it his own. As suddenly as it had begun, the ritual ended. The 4 founders drifted back, their forms already beginning to fade. "We cannot remain in this realm for long," Rowena said, her voice growing fainter. "But we have left portions of ourselves within you. Harry Potter, seek out our portraits at Hogwarts when you are ready to learn more. Trust in yourself and the magic we have awakened," Helga advised. "Your power will grow as you do. But remember that the greatest magic comes from love. There are those who will fear what you have become," Salazar warned. "And others who will seek to control you. Trust no one completely until they have proven worthy. You are the heir to all 4 founders now," Godric concluded. "The first in a millennium with the potential to unite rather than divide. The wizarding world has grown stagnant in our absence. It is time for change." "Wait," Harry called as they began to disappear. "I don't know what to do." But the founders were gone, leaving only whispers of their presence in the golden light that still surrounded him. Harry felt different, stronger, more aware, his mind suddenly clear despite his physical weakness. Knowledge he couldn't possibly possess bubbled just beneath the surface of his thoughts. The sudden crack of apparition split the night air. Several robed figures appeared in the Dursleys' backyard, wands drawn and pointed toward the source of the magical disturbance. "Merlin's beard," one of them gasped, lowering his wand. "It's Harry Potter." Another figure pushed through the group, taller than the rest with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. Albus Dumbledore surveyed the scene with growing horror, the destroyed shed, the golden aura surrounding the small boy, and the unmistakable residue of ancient, powerful magic that no child should be capable of performing. "Harry," Dumbledore said gently, approaching slowly. "Can you hear me?" Harry turned to look at him, and Dumbledore nearly stepped back in shock. The boy's eyes, while still Lily's emerald green, now contained flecks of other colors: Gryffindor red, Ravenclaw blue, Hufflepuff yellow, and Slytherin silver, that shifted and swirled like galaxies in miniature. "I hear you," Harry replied, his voice steady despite his condition. "You're Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Order of Merlin, First Class. Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose nearly to his hairline. "You know who I am." "I know many things now," Harry said simply. He attempted to stand but swayed dangerously. The golden aura flickered. Dumbledore moved quickly, catching the boy before he could fall. "You need medical attention, Harry. Whatever has happened here has taken a great toll on your body." As Dumbledore lifted him, Harry caught sight of the Dursleys standing in the doorway of their house. Aunt Petunia was white with fear, Uncle Vernon purple with rage, and Dudley hiding behind them both. "They locked me in the shed," Harry said, loud enough for the other wizards to hear. "With the chemicals. I couldn't breathe." A murmur of rippled through the gathered magical law enforcement personnel. One witch stepped forward, her wand trained on Vernon. "Is this true, Dursley?" she demanded. Vernon spluttered. "The boy is lying. He's always making up stories. We can verify his claims easily enough." The witch cut him off. "Legilimens." Vernon's eyes glazed over as the witch sifted through his recent memories. After a moment, she withdrew. Her face contorted with disgust. "He's telling the truth," she reported. "This man locked a 3-year-old child in a shed full of toxic chemicals as punishment for an accident. And it's not the first time they've mistreated him. This is outrageous." Vernon bellowed. "We never asked to be saddled with the freak coming into our normal home and—" "Silence," Dumbledore commanded, his voice like ice. The yard grew suddenly colder, frost forming on the grass despite the summer night. "You were entrusted with Lily and James Potter's only child. Your own flesh and blood, Petunia. And this is how you honored that trust." Petunia shrank back, her bony hand clutching at her throat. "You don't understand. He's not natural. The things he can do. He is a wizard," Dumbledore stated firmly. "As was your sister. A fact you've always known but chosen to punish him for nonetheless." Harry, still in Dumbledore's arms, felt a strange calm despite the confrontation. "The Founders," Nold G.E. whispered to him that this was merely the first of many changes coming to his life. He turned his unusual eyes to his aunt and uncle. "I forgive you," he said, the words unexpected even to himself. "Not because you deserve it, but because holding on to hate would only hurt me more." Helga's influence, he realized. Her compassion tempering what could easily become bitterness. Dumbledore looked DWN at Harry with surprise and growing concern. This was not how a traumatized 3-year-old should speak or think. Something profound had happened here tonight, something beyond the accidental magic that had destroyed the shed. "We need to leave, Harry," Dumbledore said softly. "There's much to be done." Harry nodded, suddenly exhausted. The golden aura faded as he relaxed into Dumbledore's arms, his small body finally succumbing to the stress of the night's events. The last thing he heard before consciousness slipped away was Dumbledore instructing the Ministry officials to ensure the Dursleys would face consequences for their actions, and then the distinct sensation of being whisked away through space. Harry awoke to the sound of quiet conversation and the smell of medicinal potions. He kept his eyes closed, allowing his other senses to gather information first, a habit of self-preservation developed during his short life with the Dursleys. "Most extraordinary magical outburst I've ever documented in a child his age," a woman's voice was saying. "The readings are off the charts, Albus. His magical core should have burned out completely. And yet it's stronger than before," Dumbledore replied, his voice troubled. "What concerns me more is the nature of the magic. Did you detect the signatures?" "Yes," the woman answered hesitantly. "All 4 Founders. But that's impossible. No single wizard could possibly channel all 4 magical lineages. The contradictions alone would tear them apart. Apparently, Harry Potter defies impossibility," Dumbledore sighed. "The question remains. What triggered this awakening, and what does it mean for his future?" Harry decided it was time to join the conversation. He opened his eyes, immediately drawing the attention of both adults. They were in what appeared to be a hospital wing, with high windows allowing sunlight to stream across the stone floor. The woman beside Dumbledore wore the distinctive uniform of a healer. "It means I have work to do," Harry said clearly, pushing himself into a sitting position. His body felt stronger than it ever had before, the constant hunger and fatigue that had been his companions at the Dursleys nowhere to be found. Dumbledore and the healer exchanged alarmed glances. "Harry," Dumbledore began cautiously, "how are you feeling?" "Better," Harry replied honestly. "Hungry, though." The healer, Madame Pomfrey, Harry somehow knew, immediately summoned a house elf who appeared with a small tray of food appropriate for a recovering child. Harry thanked the creature by name, though he had never met Nipsey before, earning a squeak of surprise and a deep bow. "You seem to know things you shouldn't," Dumbledore observed as Harry ate with careful precision, his table manners suddenly those of someone far older. Harry considered how to explain. "The Founders," Knowledge advised caution. Dumbledore was powerful and well-intentioned but had his own ideas about how things should be. Yet Godric's influence pushed for honesty. The Founders came to me when I was dying, Harry said simply. They gave me their power and parts of their knowledge. They said I'm the heir to all 4 bloodlines. Dumbledore's expression remained neutral, but his eyes betrayed his shock. The Founders have been dead for nearly 1,000 years, Harry. Not dead. Just waiting, Harry corrected. They said the wizarding world has grown stagnant. That it's time for change. The healer made a small, distressed sound. Albus, this is beyond unusual. We should consult the Department of Mysteries. Perhaps the Unspeakables. No, Harry interrupted. His voice suddenly sharp. No Department of Mysteries. The knowledge from Salazar whispered warnings about the Unspeakables, their experiments, their disregard or individual rights in pursuit of greater understanding. Harry didn't fully comprehend all the memories he'd inherited, but he knew enough to be wary. Dumbledore studied Harry with increased intensity. What else did the Founders tell you, Harry? That I should seek out their portraits at Hogwarts when I'm ready to learn more, Harry replied. He looked around the room, confirming his suspicion. This is Hogwarts, isn't it? The hospital wing. Yes, Dumbledore acknowledged. I brought you here directly after we found you. It seemed the safest place until we understood what had happened. Harry nodded, finishing the last of his porridge. I can't go back to the Dursleys. It wasn't a question, but Dumbledore answered anyway. No, you cannot. The blood wards that protected you there have been compromised by what happened last night. And even if they hadn't, I would not return you to such an environment. Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Good. The question remains, Dumbledore continued, where you will go now. You are much too young to remain at Hogwarts as a student. But not too young to learn, Harry countered, Rowena's thirst for knowledge bubbling to the surface. I need to understand what I've become. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. There are protective families who would gladly take you in. The Weasleys, for instance, have a son just a year older than you. No, Harry said firmly. I need to be here. The Founders said so. Harry, Dumbledore said gently, while I do not doubt that you experienced something extraordinary, you must understand that you are still a child. Children need families, stability, I need training, Harry insisted. The power inside me, it's too much to contain without guidance. As if to emphasize his point, the water glass beside his bed began to vibrate, tiny ripples forming on its surface. See, I can feel it wanting to escape. Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey exchanged another worried glance. Harry could sense their concern. Their uncertainty about how to proceed with a 3-year-old who spoke and reasoned like an adult while demonstrating magical abilities that should be impossible. Perhaps, Dumbledore said slowly, a compromise is in order. You could remain at Hogwarts under my guardianship, with appropriate caretakers for your daily needs, while we determine the extent of what has happened to you. Harry considered this. It wasn't ideal. He could feel the Founders' knowledge pushing him toward independence, but it was a start. He was still physically a child, after all, regardless of ancient wisdom now residing in his mind. Acceptable, he agreed. For now. Madame Pomfrey looked scandalized at his tone, but Dumbledore merely smiled, though the expression didn't quite reach his eyes. Excellent, the headmaster said. Now, I believe a few more days of rest are in order before we begin any testing or training. Your body has undergone significant trauma, even if you feel improved. Harry wanted to argue but felt the wisdom in Dumbledore's words. His body was still that of a malnourished 3-year-old, regardless of the power now flowing through it. He needed time to adjust, to integrate the fragments of the Founders' knowledge and abilities. All right, he conceded, but I want books. I need to understand what's happening to me. I believe that can be arranged, Dumbledore agreed, rising from his chair. Rest now, Harry. We have time to sort everything else out. As Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey moved away to continue their discussion in private, Harry leaned back against his pillows. His mind was racing with half-formed ideas and fragmented memories, a chaotic whirlwind of information that would take years to process. One thing was clear, though. His life had changed irrevocably. The meek, frightened boy who had huddled in a cupboard under the stairs was gone, replaced by something new, a vessel for the combined might of the four most powerful witches and wizards in British magical history. Harry Potter, heir to the founders, closed his eyes and began the difficult work of organizing his thoughts. The first step toward controlling his new powers would be controlling his own mind. 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. At 7 years old, Harry Potter was unlike any child the wizarding world had ever seen. Standing in the center of the room of requirement, surrounded by training dummies in various states of destruction, he cut an unusual figure. Though still small for his age, the early malnutrition had left its mark despite the best efforts of magical healing. He moved with the precision and confidence of a seasoned duelist. His emerald eyes, still swirled with the founders' colors, narrowed in concentration as he faced the last remaining dummy. With a flick of his fingers, no wand required, he sent a concentrated burst of magic toward his target. The spell, a hybrid creation combining Gryffindor's offensive power with Ravenclaw's precision, reduced the dummy to a fine powder that drifted lazily to the floor. "Impressive," said a voice from the doorway. Though perhaps a bit excessive for a simple training exercise. Harry too, RNED to find Minerva McGonagall watching him, her expression a mixture of pride and concern. Over the years, she had become one of his most frequent instructors, her no-nonsense approach to magic resonating with the parts of him influenced by Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. "I was testing the limits of focused intent versus raw power," Harry explained, wiping sweat from his brow. "The Founders' memories suggest that the most effective magic finds balance between the two." McGonagall sighed, entering the room fully and conjuring 2 comfortable chairs with a wave of her wand. "Sit, Mr. Potter. The Headmaster sent me to fetch you for your meeting, but I think we have time for a brief conversation first." Harry took the offered seat, his legs dangling above the floor, a reminder of his true age despite his advanced abilities. "Is this about my request to access the restricted section again?" he asked. "I've already explained to Madame Pants that I need the grimoires on elemental transmutation too." "This is not about your academic pursuits," McGonagall interrupted gently. "It's about your social development." Harry frowned slightly. "I interact with the staff and the house elves regularly. I've even been corresponding with several children from magical families who will eventually become my classmates." "Letters are not the same as friendship, Harry," McGonagall said, her use of his first name indicating the seriousness of the conversation. "The headmaster and I are concerned that you're focusing so intently on your magical education that you're neglecting the equally important task of simply being a child." Harry's frown deepened. This was a recurring theme in his conversations with Dumbledore and the other staff members who had become his de facto family. They seemed unable to reconcile the reality of what he had become with their expectation of what a child should be. "Professor," he said carefully, "I understand your concern. But you must understand that I am not, and cannot be, a normal child. The knowledge and power of the Founders exists alongside my own consciousness. I cannot simply ignore it in favor of playing exploding snap." McGonagall's lips thinned, but her eyes softened. "No one is asking you to deny what you have become, Mr. Potter. But there is value in balanced development. Magical prowess without emotional maturity can lead to difficulties." Harry knew she was thinking of Tom Riddle, though she didn't say the name aloud. The parallels between them, orphans with extraordinary magical abilities raised in environments not of their choosing, had not escaped Dumbledore's notice. Nor McGonagall's. "I'm not him," Harry said quietly. "I never could be." "I know that," McGonagall assured him. "But isolation can twist even the purest intentions." The Founders themselves did not work alone. They built a school, a community. They understood the importance of connection. Harry considered her words, feeling the different aspects of his inherited wisdom respond. Helga's influence urged him to acknowledge the truth in McGonagall's concern, while Salazar's caution reminded him that few would ever truly understand what he had become. "What would you suggest?" he asked finally. McGonagall seemed relieved by his willingness to engage. "For a start, perhaps some supervised visits with children your own age. The Weasleys have expressed interest in meeting you, as have the Longbottoms. Augusta Longbottom's grandson Neville is just a day older than you, and Frank and Alice were friends of your parents before their unfortunate circumstances." Harry nodded slowly. He had read about Frank and Alice Longbottom in his studies of the war against Voldemort, driven to insanity by the Cruciatus curse at the hands of Bellatrix Lestrange and her accomplices. Their son, like Harry, had grown up without his parents due to Voldemort's influence. I would be willing to meet Neville Longbottom, he decided. And perhaps the Weasley children as well, though not all at once. I understand there are quite a few of them. McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. 7, in fact, but we could start with just Ronald, who is your age, and perhaps the twins. Who might appreciate your creative approach to magic. Very well, Harry agreed. We can arrange these meetings, but I must insist that my studies continue uninterrupted. There is still so much to learn. Of course, McGonagall said, rising from her chair. Now, we should proceed to the headmaster's office. He's expecting you, and I believe he has news regarding your guardianship situation. Harry stood as well, the chairs vanishing as they left the room of requirement. They walked in companionable silence through the corridors of Hogwarts, passing the occasional ghost or portrait that greeted Harry by name. After 4 years, he had become a fixture in the castle, his presence accepted if not entirely understood by its inhabitants. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office moved aside at their approach, recognizing both McGonagall and Harry without the need for a password. As they ascended the spiral staircase, Harry prepared himself for another discussion about his future. These conversations with Dumbledore had grown increasingly complex as Harry's abilities developed and the implications of his status as the Founder's heir became clearer. Ah, Minerva, Harry, right on time. Dumbledore greeted them as they entered the circular office. Please, have a seat. Lemon drop. Harry accepted the offered sweet, having developed a fondness for their tangy flavor over the years. McGonagall declined with a small shake of her head. I'll leave you to your discussion, she said, nodding to them both before departing. Once they were alone, Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. How are your studies progressing, Harry? Well, Harry replied, I've managed to isolate the distinct magical signatures of each Founder within my core. It makes channeling their specific abilities more efficient. Remarkable, Dumbledore murmured. Most adult wizards never achieve such awareness of their own magic, let alone the ability to differentiate between multiple magical signatures. Harry shrugged slightly. It was necessary. When the powers conflict, the results can be unpredictable. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes twinkling with scholarly interest. Over the years, his initial apprehension about Harry's transformation had gradually given way to cautious fascination. While he still worried about the long-term implications, he could not deny the extraordinary opportunity to witness the development of a wizard unlike any other. I've received a rather interesting communication, Dumbledore said, changing the subject. From an old acquaintance named Abraxas Flamel. Harry's head tilted slightly, the name triggering fragments of memory from the Founders. Flamel, like Nicholas Flamel, the alchemist. A distant relation, Dumbledore confirmed. Though Abraxas has pursued different magical disciplines, he specializes in ancient magic and the study of magical bloodlines. And he's interested in me, Harry surmised, reading between the lines. Indeed, Dumbledore's expression grew cautious. Word of your unique circumstances has spread further than I would have liked, despite our efforts at discretion. Abraxas has requested permission to meet with you. He believes he may have insights into your condition that could prove valuable. Harry considered this information carefully. The part of him influenced by Salazar immediately flagged this as potentially dangerous. Unknown outsiders expressing interest in his power rarely had benevolent intentions. Yet Rowena's curiosity was piqued by the possibility of new knowledge. What do you know about him? Harry asked. Less than I would like, Dumbledore admitted. Our paths crossed briefly during my own studies in alchemy, but that was many decades ago. He has since traveled extensively, particularly in regions known for their connections to ancient magical civilizations. His scholarship is respected, if somewhat controversial. Controversial how? Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Abraxas believes that magical power is not merely inherited but can be acquired through certain rituals and practices. Many in the magical community consider his theories dangerous, close to blood magic, a discipline with a troubling history. Harry nodded slowly. The Founders' memories contained references to blood magic. Salazar had dabbled in it, while Godric had opposed its use entirely. Rowena had studied it academically. and Helga had explored its healing applications while rejecting its darker aspects. Yet you're considering allowing him to meet me, Harry observed. With strict conditions, Dumbledore clarified. Any meeting would take place here at Hogwarts, with myself and other staff members present. No examinations or magical testing without prior approval. And you, of course, would Avenue the final say in whether the meeting occurs at all. Harry appreciated Dumbledore's respect for his autonomy. Their relationship had evolved significantly from the early days when the headmaster had attempted to direct Harry's development more forcefully. After several dramatic displays of magical ability, including one incident where Harry had unconsciously apparated through Hogwarts wards WHN feeling constrained, Dumbledore had adopted a more collaborative approach. I think, Harry said carefully, that I would like to meet him. Knowledge is valuable, even when its source is questionable. Dumbledore nodded, though Harry could sense his reservation. Very well, I shall arrange it for next week, after your scheduled visit with young Mr. Longbottom. Speaking of which, how do you feel about that meeting? Curious, Harry answered honestly. I've read about Neville's parents and their sacrifice. We have that in common, at least. Yes, though in very different circumstances, Dumbledore said softly. Augusta tells me that Neville is a gentle boy, somewhat shy but with a remarkable aptitude for herbology even at his young age. Harry smiled slightly. Helga would approve. Dumbledore returned the smile, though his remained tinged with the worry that never fully left his expression when discussing Harry's connection to the Founders. Indeed she would. Now, is there anything you wish to discuss before our time is up? I have a meeting with the Board of Governors in 30 minutes. Harry hesitated, then decided to broach a subject that had been on his mind recently. I've been having dreams about a chamber beneath the school. Salazar's secret place. Dumbledore's expression sharpened immediately. The Chamber of Secrets. It's believed to be a myth. It's real, Harry stated with certainty. I can feel it calling to me. Salazar's memories want me to find it. Harry, Dumbledore said gravely, if the chamber exists, legend says it contains a monster placed there by Salazar to purge the school of those he deemed unworthy. It was last opened 50 years ago, resulting in the death of a student. I know, Harry replied. By Tom Riddle, but he wasn't the true heir of Slytherin, not in the way I am. He could command the basilisk through Parseltongue, but he couldn't control the chamber itself. Dumbledore looked troubled. You believe you could control this creature? I believe, Harry said carefully, that the chamber is more than a hiding place for a monster. Salazar's memories suggest it was created as a sanctuary for learning the magics he felt couldn't be taught openly. The basilisk was meant as a guardian, not merely a weapon. Even so, a basilisk is an extraordinarily dangerous creature, Dumbledore pointed out. Its gaze kills instantly. Its venom has no cure except phoenix tears. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. I don't intend to rush in blindly. But eventually, I will need to address the chamber. It's part of my inheritance, just as the other founders' legacies are. Dumbledore sighed deeply. I would ask that you postpone any such exploration until we can establish proper safety measures. Perhaps after you've had more time to develop your abilities. I can agree to that, Harry said, seeing the genuine concern in the headmaster's eyes. But I wanted you to know. I don't intend to keep secrets from you, Professor. I appreciate that, Harry, Dumbledore said, his expression softening. Your candor is refreshing, particularly given the complexity of your situation. Harry rose from his chair, sensing that their time was drawing to a close. I'll continue my training in the Room of Requirement this afternoon. Professor Flitwick has offered to demonstrate advanced shield charms. Excellent, Dumbledore nodded. Filius was a dueling champion in his younger days. You would do well to heed his instruction. As Harry reached the door, Dumbledore called after him. And Harry, do try to enjoy your meeting with young Mr. Longbottom. Not everything must be about training and power. Harry paused, then nodded once before departing. As he made his way through the castle corridors toward his private quarters, a small suite near Ravenclaw Tower that combined a bedroom, study, and private bathroom, he reflected on Dumbledore's parting words. Enjoyment for its own sake was still a somewhat foreign concept to Harry. Between the neglect of his early years and the intensity of his magical development since, simple pleasures had rarely been a priority. Yet he recognized the wisdom in Dumbledore's gentle reminder. The founders themselves had been complex individuals with passions beyond magic. Godric's love of adventure, Rowena's appreciation for music, Helga's joy in growing things, and even Salazar's fascination with rare magical creatures. Perhaps meeting Neville Longbottom would offer an opportunity to explore that side of himself. The side that was still, despite everything, a 7-year-old boy. Augusta Longbottom. M was exactly as Harry had imagined her. Stern, formidable, and impeccably dressed in traditional witch's robes complete with a stuffed vulture hat. Her grandson, standing nervously at her side in the entrance hall of Hogwarts, was her opposite in every way, round-faced, soft-spoken, and clearly intimidated by his surroundings. "Mr. Potter," Augusta greeted him with a formal nod. "It is an honor to finally meet you. Your parents were well regarded by our family." "The honor is mine, Madam Longbottom," Harry replied with equal formality, offering a slight bow that seemed to surprise her. "Thank you for bringing Neville to visit." His gaze shifted to the boy, who was studying the floor with great interest. "Hello, Neville, I'm Harry." Neville glanced up briefly, then back down. Hello." Professor McGonagall, who had escorted the Longbottoms from the gates, intervened smooth L. "I've arranged for refreshments in the small courtyard garden. The weather is quite pleasant today." "Excellent," Augusta approved. "Lead on, Professor." As they walked, Harry fell into step beside Neville, giving the adults a slight lead. "Have you been to Hogwarts before?" he asked, keeping his voice gentle and free of the authority he often unconsciously projected. Neville shook his head. "Gran talks about it all the time, though. Says my dad was in Gryffindor, like her." "My parents were in Gryffindor too," Harry offered. "Though I haven't decided which house I'll be in when I start officially." Neville looked at him with surprise. "You get to choose." Harry smiled slightly. "Not exactly, but I have connections to all 4 houses now." Before Neville could ask what he meant, they arrived at the courtyard. It was one of the smaller gardens at Hogwarts, enclosed by stone walls covered in climbing roses and furnished with a wrought iron table and chairs. A house elf had already set out tea, finger sandwiches, and small cakes. "This is one of my favorite places in the castle," Harry told Neville as they sat down. "Professor Sprout lets me help tend the roses sometimes." Neville's face brightened immediately. "I like gardening too. Gran lets me have my own patch in our greenhouse. I'm growing Mimbulus Mimbletonia from seedlings." "Really?" Harry's interest was genuine. The founders' knowledge identified the plant as rare and notoriously difficult to cultivate. "That's impressive. They're supposed to be very temperamental." Neville blushed but looked pleased. "They're not so bad once you understand what they need. Just a bit sensitive, is all." As the boys continued to discuss herbology, Augusta observed them with barely concealed surprise. She leaned toward McGonagall, lowering her voice. "I must confess, Minerva, I had my doubts about this meeting. The stories about the boy are largely exaggerated." McGonagall finished for her, though they both knew this wasn't entirely true. The magical community buzzed with rumors about Harry Potter, the boy who had somehow absorbed the powers of the 4 founders and now lived at Hogwarts as a child prodigy. Few knew the full truth, but enough had leaked to create a near-mythical aura around the boy. "He seems remarkably normal," Augusta observed, watching as Harry listened intently to Neville's explanation of the proper soil composition for exotic succulents. "In many ways, he is," McGonagall replied. "In others," she trailed off as Harry absently lifted the teapot with a wordless spell, pouring himself and Neville fresh cups without interrupting their conversation. Augusta's eyebrows rose nearly to her vulture hat. "I see." The afternoon progressed pleasantly, with the conversation flowing more easily as Neville relaxed in Harry's company. When Neville mentioned his parents' condition, Harry responded with a compassion and understanding beyond his years, sharing his own thoughts about growing up as an orphan of the war. "Sometimes I talk to their pictures," Neville admitted quietly. "Gran says they can't really hear me. But it helps anyway." "I think they can hear you," Harry said. "Not the pictures themselves, but your parents. Magic connects us in ways we don't fully understand. Love is the deepest magic of all." Augusta, overhearing this, gave Harry a sharp look. "That's a rather philosophical perspective for a 7-year-old. Harry met her gaze steadily. I've had unusual teachers, Madame Longbottom. The old witch studied him for a long moment before nodding slowly. Indeed you have, Mr. Potter. Indeed you have. As the visit drew to a close, Harry walked with Neville back to the entrance hall while the adults followed at a discreet distance. You should come to Longbottom Manor sometime, Neville suggested, his earlier shyness mostly forgotten. I could show you the greenhouses. I'd like that, Harry replied sincerely, if Professor Dumbledore approves. Neville hesitated, then asked the question that had clearly been on his mind. Is it true you can do magic without a wand? Like what you did with the teapot? Harry nodded. Some types of magic, yes. It's complicated. Gran says I might be a squib, Neville confided, his voice dropping to a whisper. My gee, Reet Uncle Algie keeps trying to scare magic out of me. Dropped me off Blackpool Pier once. I nearly drowned. Harry felt a surge of indignation that was partly his own and partly Helga's influence. That's terrible. Magic doesn't work that way. It can't be frightened into existence. How does it work, then? Neville asked, genuine curiosity overriding his embarrassment. Harry considered the question carefully. Magic responds to need and emotion. Fear can trigger it, but so can joy, determination, love, any strong feeling, really. The problem with trying to scare it out of you is that fear makes you close yourself off, not open up. Neville's brow furrowed in concentration. So I should try to feel happy instead. Confident, Harry corrected gently. Trust that the magic is there, waiting. Don't try to force it. They had reached the entrance hall. Augusta was already saying her farewells to McGonagall and preparing to leave. Come, Neville, she called. We mustn't overstay our welcome. Neville turned to Harry with a shy smile. Thanks for today. It was nice having someone to talk to who doesn't think I'm hopeless. You're not hopeless, Neville, Harry said firmly. You just haven't found your moment yet. But you will. On impulse, Harry extended his hand. As Neville shook it, Harry allowed the tiniest tendril of Helga's magic to flow between them, not enough to alter Neville's magic or force anything, but just enough to help clear any blockages that might be hindering his natural development. Neville's eyes widened slightly, but before he could say anything, Augusta was ushering him toward the door. Until next time, Mr. Potter, Augusta said, her formal tone softened somewhat by the speculative look in her eyes. Thank you for your hospitality. The pleasure was mine, Harry replied. I look forward to seeing the Longbottom greenhouses someday. As the visitors departed, McGonagall turned to Harry with a questioning expression. Well, how did you find Mr. Longbottom? Kind, Harry said immediately, and stronger than he knows. His magic is there, just tangled. Like a garden that needs pruning. McGonagall's lips twitched, a surprisingly apt metaphor. Did you enjoy yourself? Harry considered the question, then nodded. I did. It was nice to talk about plants instead of power for a change. As I suspected it might be, McGonagall said, a hint of satisfaction in her voice. Now, I believe you have an appointment with Professor Flitwick for your shield charm lesson. Harry nodded, already turning toward the charms corridor. Thank you for arranging the visit, Professor. I'd be happy to meet with Neville again. I'll make note of that, McGonagall promised. And Harry, the Weasleys have expressed interest in visiting next week. Would that be acceptable? Harry hesitated only briefly before nodding. Yes, though perhaps just Ronald to start, as you suggested. The twins sound energetic. McGonagall's rare laugh followed him down the corridor. An understatement if ever I've heard one, Mr. Potter. An understatement indeed. The dungeons of Hogwarts had always called to Harry. While the other founders' influences drew him different parts of the castle. Godric to the towers, Rowena to the library, Helga to the kitchens and gardens. Salazar's presence in his mind pulled him inexorably downward, toward the dark, cool passages beneath the school. Late that night, unable to sleep after his busy day, Harry slipped from his quarters and made his way through the silent corridors. The castle knew him, accepted him, doors unlocked at his approach. Stairs shifted to create direct paths to his destination, and even the ever-vigilant Mrs. Norris merely watched him pass with unblinking yellow eyes. He hadn't planned to seek the chamber tonight. Had promised Dumbledore he would wait. But something was drawing him downward, a persistent call that grew stronger with each passing day. Not to open the chamber, Not yet, but to at least locate its entrance. The second-floor girls' bathroom was abandoned at this hour, the moonlight streaming through high windows creating pools of silver on the stone floor. Harry moved silently across the room, drawn to the row of sinks against the far wall. "I know you're here," he whispered, running his fingers along the copper pipes. "Show me." His fingers found it almost immediately, a T.N.Y. snake etched into the side of one tap, nearly invisible unless you knew to look for it. Harry traced the serpentine form with his fingertip, feeling Salazar's knowledge bubbling to the surface of his mind. "Open," he hissed in Parseltongue, the language coming to him as naturally as English. The sink began to move, sinking out of sight to reveal a large pipe wide enough for a man to slide into. Harry peered down into the darkness, feeling the cool, damp air rising from deep below. "So it is real," said a voice behind him. Harry turned sharply to find Albus Dumbledore standing in the doorway, his expression grave but not angry. The headmaster was dressed in midnight blue robes spangled with silver stars, suggesting he had not yet retired for the night. "I wasn't going to enter," Harry said, though they both knew that wasn't entirely true. "Just confirming its location." Dumbledore approached slowly, his gaze fixed on the gaping pipe. "After all these centuries, the Chamber of Secrets reveals itself to its rightful heir." "You're not surprised," Harry observed. "That it exists? No. That it would respond to you so readily." Dumbledore's eyes shifted to Harry's face. "That is somewhat unexpected. The castle recognizes you in a way I have never witnessed before, not even with its headmasters." Harry shrugged slightly. "I am the heir to all four founders. The castle was their greatest creation, their shared legacy. And now yours," Dumbledore said quietly. "Which brings me to a question I've been pondering since your transformation began. What do you intend to do with this inheritance, Harry? What is your purpose?" The question caught Harry off guard. He had been so focused on understanding and controlling his newfound abilities that he had given little thought to their ultimate application. "I don't know yet," he admitted. "The founders each had their own vision for the magical world. Sometimes those visions conflicted, as they must surely conflict within you," Dumbledore observed. "Godric's courage against Salazar's caution. Rowena's intellectual pursuit against Helga's practical compassion." Harry nodded slowly. "They do conflict sometimes, but they also complement each other, balance each other. I think that's why I was chosen. Not because I'm special, but because I can find the harmony between them." Dumbledore's expression softened, a remarkably wise perspective for one so young. "I'm not entirely young anymore," Harry said, a trace of sadness in his voice. "Not in mind, at least." "No," Dumbledore agreed, "but neither are you entirely old. You exist in a unique state between childhood and ancient wisdom. Perhaps that too is part of why you were chosen." Harry turned back to the open pipe, feeling the chamber's pull. "There are secrets down there. Knowledge that Salazar kept hidden, even from the other founders. Knowledge that may be dangerous," Dumbledore cautioned. "Knowledge is only as dangerous as the intent behind its use," Harry countered. Rowena's influence clear in his words. Dumbledore smiled slightly, as Rowena herself might have said. "Very well, Harry, I won't forbid you from exploring your inheritance. But I would ask that you wait until after your meeting with Abraxas Flamel. His insights might prove valuable before you venture into a place that has remained sealed for centuries." Harry considered this, then nodded. "That's reasonable. I'll wait." With a gesture of his hand, he commanded the entrance to close, the sink rising back into position as if it had never moved. "How did you know I was here?" Harry asked as they left the bathroom together. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "The castle may recognize you as the founder's heir, Harry, but it still acknowledges me as its headmaster. Hogwarts has many ways of communicating with those who know how to listen." As they walked through the moonlit corridors toward Harry's quarters, Harry found himself contemplating Dumbledore's earlier question more deeply. What was his purpose? What did the wizarding world need from the heir to the four founders? The answer, he suspected, would not be found in the Chamber of Secrets or in any book in the library. It would emerge gradually as he continued to grow, to learn, and to understand the world beyond Hogwarts' protective walls. For now, it was enough to know that he was not alone in his journey. He had Dumbledore's guidance, the staff's support, and now, perhaps, the beginnings of friendship with Neville Longbottom. And soon, he would meet this mysterious Abraxas Flamel, whose knowledge might shed further light on his extraordinary situation. Harry Potter, heir to the Founders, had taken his first steps toward whatever destiny awaited him. The path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, but for the first time in his young life, he felt prepared to face it. "Good night, Professor," Harry said as they reached his quarters. "Good night, Harry," Dumbledore replied. "Dreams guide when eyes fail to see." It was an old wizard's saying, one that Godric's memories recognized. Harry nodded in acknowledgement before disappearing through his door. That night, he dreamed not of chambers and basilisks, but of gardens and greenhouses. Of a round-faced boy gaining confidence, and of plants growing strong under careful tending. It was a simple dream, a child's dream, and Harry welcomed it as a reminder of he part of himself that remained untouched by ancient power and weighty purpose. For all his extraordinary abilities, he was still Harry Potter. And perhaps that, more than anything else, would determine in the wizard, and the leader, he would one day become. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2. The gathering morning sunlight streamed through the high windows of the great hall, casting long shadows across the empty house tables. At 8 years old, Harry Potter cut a solitary figure as he sat at what was traditionally the staff table, a stack of ancient texts to his left and a half-eaten breakfast to his right. His unusual eyes, emerald with swirling flecks of the Founders' colors, moved rapidly across the pages of a leather-bound tome written in a language few modern wizards could comprehend. Ancient Babylonian magical theory. Dumbledore's voice broke the silence as the headmaster approached, his own breakfast tray floating beside him. A challenging read, even for the most accomplished scholars. Harry looked up, a slight smile softening his serious expression. Ravenclaw's memories provide the translation, though some concepts don't have modern equivalents. He closed the book gently. Their understanding of magical resonance was far more advanced than ours. They didn't separate magic into light and dark, but into harmonious and dissonant frequencies. Dumbledore settled beside him, summoning a pot of tea. A fascinating perspective, perhaps one worth re-examining in our own time. It already has applications in my training, Harry said, accepting the cup Dumbledore offered. I've been experimenting with combining magical signatures that should theoretically conflict. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. With what results? Mixed, Harry admitted. Godric's offensive magic pie, read with Helga's nurturing approach, created an interesting shield yesterday, one that reflects harmful intent back as healing energy. Remarkable, Dumbledore murmured. Though I expect such combinations require exceptional control. Harry nodded, sipping his tea. In the year since his meeting with Neville Longbottom, his studies had intensified. While he maintained correspondence with Neville and had met several times with Ron Weasley, a friendship that developed slowly due to Ron's initial awe and Harry's intensity, most of his energy was devoted to understanding and integrating the Founders' knowledge. "Professor," Harry said after a moment, "I've been thinking about what you said regarding my purpose. Have you reached any conclusions?" Dumbledore asked, his eyes twinkling with interest. "Not entirely," Harry admitted. "But I believe the first step must be establishing a foundation. The Founders didn't begin with a school. They began with relationships, with people who shared their vision." "A wise observation," Dumbledore agreed. "And have you identified such individuals?" Harry set down his cup. "Some. Neville Longbottom has a natural affinity with Helga's approach to magic. Ron Weasley possesses Godric's courage, though he lacks confidence. And tomorrow's meeting with Luna Lovegood may prove interesting. Her father's letter suggested she has Ravenclaw's intuitive understanding of magical theory, if somewhat unconventionally expressed." "Xenophilius Lovegood is indeed unconventional," Dumbledore said diplomatically. "But his daughter is reportedly quite extraordinary in her own right." Harry nodded. "There are others I wish to meet as well, including Draco Malfoy." Dumbledore couldn't quite hide his surprise. The Malfoy heir, his family's allegiances during the war were problematic. "Salazar was pragmatic above all else," Harry replied. "He valued cunning and ambition, not prejudice, regardless of how his legacy has been twisted. If the wizarding world is to change, it can't be divided along the same old lines." Before Dumbledore could respond, the massive doors of the Great Hall swung open. Minerva McGonagall entered with purposeful strides, her expression suggesting unwelcome news. "Albus," she called, not yet noticing Harry. The ministry delegation has arrived early. Cornelius Fudge is with them. Dumbledore rose smoothly. I see. Please show them to my office. I'll join you momentarily. McGonagall's eyes shifted to Harry, concern evident in her tight expression. Mr. Potter, perhaps you should. I'll come with you, Harry said, closing his book and standing. This concerns me, after all. Harry, Dumbledore began cautiously, Minister Fudge can be rather political in his approach. This might not be the most productive introduction. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze steadily. I can't remain hidden forever, Professor. Abraxas Flamel's visit last year has already sparked discussions in the ministry. Better to address them directly than allow speculation to continue unchallenged. A silent communication passed between Dumbledore and McGonagall, concern mingled with resignation. Both had witnessed Harry's increasing assertiveness over the past year, his awareness that his unique position carried responsibilities beyond his training. Very well, Dumbledore conceded. But I would ask that you allow me to guide the conversation. Minister Fudge is easily unsettled. Harry inclined his head in agreement, though there was a glint in his multi-hued eyes that suggested he had his own ideas about how the meeting should proceed. Minister Cornelius Fudge cut a less imposing figure than his title suggested. Perched uncomfortably on the edge of his chair in Dumbledore's office, his lime-green bowler hat clutched in fidgeting hands. He projected nervous authority rather than confident leadership. Most irregular, Dumbledore, he was saying as Harry entered behind the headmaster. The Board of Governors has expressed concerns about housing a child at Hogwarts outside the normal academic structure. And the rumors circulating about young Potter's abilities have raised questions that demand answers. I believe I can address those questions directly. Minister Fudge, Harry said, stepping forward. Fudge startled, nearly dropping his hat as he turned to find the subject of his concerns standing before him. The TWO ministry officials flanking him, a square-jawed witch with a monocle and a toad-like woman in a pink cardigan, reacted with equal surprise. Good heavens, Fudge blustered. This is the boy, he's so small. Harry's expression remained neutral, though the slight tightening around his eyes betrayed his annoyance at the comment. My physical development was compromised by my time with the Dursleys. Magical healing can only correct so much. The square-jawed witch leaned forward with interest. I am Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Mr. Potter. Your case against your relatives was quite illuminating. Madam Bones, Harry acknowledged with a respectful nod. Your department handled the matter with admirable efficiency. The third visitor, who had been examining Harry with barely concealed distaste, gave a small, girlish cough. Hem. I am Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. I must say, it seems highly irregular for a child your age to be addressing adults in such a manner. Almost as irregular as the claims being made about your supposed special status. Harry turned to her, his multicolored eyes meeting her bulging ones without wavering. Would you prefer I behave in a manner more befitting my chronological age, Madam Undersecretary? Perhaps with tantrums and demands for sweets. McGonagall made a sound that might have been a hastily suppressed cough, or laugh. Now see here, Fudge interjected, puffing up importantly. We've come to discuss serious concerns about your situation, young man. The ministry has a responsibility to ensure all magical children receive proper care and education in accordance with established protocols. What Minister Fudge means, Amelia Bones clarified, is that your unique circumstances have created certain legal ambiguities. As you are neither a student nor a ward of the school in the traditional sense, questions have arisen regarding oversight and accountability. Harry considered this for a moment, then gestured to one of the empty chairs. May I sit, Headmaster? I believe this conversation may require some time. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes twinkling slightly as Harry took his seat with the composed dignity of a much older wizard. The headmaster conjured additional chairs for the adults, creating a rough semicircle. Minister, Harry began once everyone was seated, I understand your concerns. My situation is unprecedented, but so are my needs and abilities. So it would seem, Umbridge simpered, her voice honeyed but her eyes cold. Though one must wonder if these supposedly extraordinary abilities have been somewhat exaggerated. Children do have active imaginations, after all. Rather than respond verbally, Harry simply raised his hand, palm upward. A small flame appeared, dancing above his fingers. Not unusual magic in itself, except that it shifted colors in a precise sequence. Gryffindor red, Hufflepuff yellow, Ravenclaw blue, and Slytherin green. With his other hand, he made a subtle gesture, and the room's temperature dropped noticeably, frost patterns forming briefly on the windows before dissipating. Elemental manipulation without a wand, Harry stated calmly. A simple demonstration, but sufficient to establish that my abilities are not imaginary. Fudge's eyes had widened to saucer-like proportions. Good gracious. Impressive control, Madame Bones acknowledged, her monocle gleaming as she leaned forward with greater interest. Though I must ask, Mr. Potter, do you understand why such abilities might cause concern among those responsible for magical security? Harry extinguished the flame with a small closing of his fist. Of course, power without oversight raises legitimate questions about potential misuse. He turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster, perhaps you could explain the safeguards we've implemented. Dumbledore inclined his head, smoothly taking the opening Harry had provided. Mr. Potter's training follows a carefully structured progression. Madame Bones, each new ability is thoroughly documented and subject to appropriate limitations until he demonstrates both the magical control and ethical understanding required for its responsible use. Ethical understanding, Umbridge repeated with a small, skeptical laugh. In an 8-year-old. I may have 8 years of life experience, Harry countered, but I also carry the accumulated wisdom of the 4 founders. Their perspectives on magical ethics were quite developed, if occasionally contradictory. This is precisely what concerns us, Fudge said, setting his bowler hat on his knee. A child with the supposed knowledge of wizards who lived 1,000 years ago. It's unprecedented, potentially dangerous, and raises serious questions about mental stability. If I may, Madame Bones interjected before Harry could respond. Mr. Potter, would you be willing to submit to evaluation by department specialists? Nothing invasive, simply standard assessment. TS of magical capability and psychological well-being. Harry's expression grew cautious. That would depend on who conducts the evaluation and what methods they employ. The founders, knowledge includes awareness of certain questionable practices employed by ministry departments in the past. Are you refusing to cooperate with legitimate ministry oversight? Umbridge asked, her voice sharpening. I'm establishing reasonable conditions for cooperation, Harry corrected. Something the founders would have insisted upon in my position. Dumbledore cleared his throat gently. Perhaps a compromise is in order. I would suggest an evaluation committee composed of representatives chosen by both the Ministry and Hogwarts, operating under clearly defined parameters that protect Mr. Potter's well-being while addressing the Ministry's legitimate concerns. Fudge looked relieved at this suggestion, clearly eager for a solution that would satisfy his political requirements without further confrontation. Yes, that sounds sensible. I would be pleased to represent the Ministry's interests on such a committee, Madame Bones offered. With appropriate experts from St. Mungo's and the Department of Mysteries, of course. The Department of Mysteries, Harry questioned, a note of wariness entering his voice. Their methods tend toward the invasive. Limited involvement only, Madame Bones assured him. Observational rather than experimental. Umbridge's expression had soured further. Minister, I must protest. This arrangement places too much control in the hands of Hogwarts, Wick. H has already demonstrated questionable judgment in this matter. Madam Umbridge, Harry said, turning to face her directly. Your concern seems to stem more from a desire for control than from genuine interest in my welfare. The founders' memories suggest this is a recurring pattern in Ministry-Hogwarts relations throughout history. Umbridge's face flushed an ugly shade of pink. How dare you presume to, I believe. Dumbledore interrupted smoothly, that Mr. Potter is simply expressing his observation based on historical perspective. A perspective that, given his unique circumstances, carries particular insight. Fudge, clearly sensing the tension rising, stood abruptly. Well, I think we've made excellent progress today. Amelia, please work with Dumbledore to establish this evaluation committee. Proper protocols, all above board. He jammed his bowler hat back on his head. We should be going. Busy schedule, very busy. As the minister prepared to depart, Harry rose and extended his hand. "Thank you for your visit, Minister Fudge. I appreciate your willingness to find a cooperative solution." Fudge hesitated briefly before shaking the offered hand, appearing both unsettled and oddly flattered by the gesture. "Yes, well, extraordinary circumstances call for flexible approaches, I suppose." Madam Bones also shook Harry's hand, her grip firm and her gaze assessing. "I look forward to working with Hogwarts on the evaluation committee, Mr. Potter. Your situation presents fascinating questions about magical development and inheritance." Only Umbridge declined the handshake, giving Harry a tight smile instead. "Until next time, Mr. Potter, I'm sure we'll have many more illuminating conversations." The threat in her words was barely veiled, but Harry merely inclined his head politely. "I look forward to them, Madam Undersecretary." After the ministry officials had departed, escorted by Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore turned to Harry with a mixture of concern and pride. "That was well handled, particularly with Amelia Bones. She will be a valuable ally." Harry nodded, his young face serious once more. "And Umbridge a determined enemy. Salazar's instincts recognize her type. She craves power but lacks the talent to achieve it through ability alone, so she attaches herself to those with authority and whispers in their ears." A succinct and accurate assessment, Dumbledore agreed. "Though perhaps we should focus on the positive outcome. The evaluation committee provides a structured way to introduce your abilities to the wider magical community without rendering control over your development." Harry moved to the window, watching as the ministry delegation made their way down the path toward Hogwarts gates. "It's beginning, isn't it? The world Bayo. These walls can no longer be held at bay. It was inevitable," Dumbledore said gently. "Though perhaps accelerated by your meeting with Abraxas Flamel last year. His subsequent articles in international magical journals have drawn considerable attention." Harry's expression darkened slightly at the mention of Flamel. The ancient wizard had indeed provided valuable insights during his visit to Hogwarts. But Harry remained wary of his intense interest in the Founder's powers. Something about Flamel's seemingly benevolent curiosity had triggered Salazar's suspicion, a warning Harry had learned to heed. "All the more reason to establish my own foundation," Harry said, turning back to Dumbledore. "I need allies who understand what I'm becoming, not just observers who wish to study or control me." "Your meetings with young Mr. Longbottom and Mr. Weasley have been promising starts," Dumbledore observed. "And tomorrow brings Miss Lovegood." Harry nodded, his expression lightening somewhat. "And perhaps soon, others. The pieces are beginning to move, Professor. I need to be ready when they converge." Luna Lovegood arrived at Hogwarts in a swirl of buttercup yellow robes, her waistline NGTH blonde hair adorned with what appeared to be miniature radishes. At 7 years old, she moved with a dreamy grace that seemed to operate on a different rhythm than the world around her. Her wide, silvery eyes took in the entrance hall with fascination rather than the awe most children displayed on first seeing the castle. "The Nargles are quite active today," she announced to Professor Flitwick, who had escorted her from the gates. "They're drawn to concentrations of magical thinking. I suspect that's why they're so thick around Harry Potter." Flitwick, who had known Luna's mother before her tragic death and was therefore somewhat accustomed to Lovegood eccentricities, merely smiled. "Indeed, Miss Lovegood, most interesting. Ah, here comes Mr. Potter now." Harry descended the grand staircase, his expression curious. Unlike his first meeting with Neville, where he had been uncertain about relating to another child, he approached Luna with genuine interest. Her father's letters had described a girl with an unusual perspective on magic, one that might complement Ravenclaw's more structured approach. "Hello, Luna," he greeted her. "Thank you for coming to visit." Luna regarded him with her unblinking gaze. "Your aura has 4 distinct layers," she observed by way of greeting. "I've never seen that before. Most people just have 1, though Professor Dumbledore has 3. Harry's eyebrows rose slightly. "You can see magical auras." "Sometimes," Luna replied airily. "Mummy could see them all the time before the accident. She said it's a gift from the ancient seers of Atlantis." Flitwick cleared his throat. "Perhaps you two would like to continue your conversation in the gardens. It's a lovely day, and Professor Sprout has some interesting new specimens she's cultivating." "I'd like that," Luna said. Gardens often attract blibbering humdingers in the summer months. As they walked together toward the greenhouses, Harry found himself intrigued by Luna's unusual manner. Most children he met were either intimidated by him or tried to impress him. Luna seemed to accept his uniqueness as casually as she might note the weather. "Your father mentioned you have an interest in magical creatures," Harry said as they passed through a courtyard where several butterflies with iridescent wings fluttered among the flowers. "Oh yes," Luna nodded enthusiastically. "Particularly those most people don't believe in. Daddy says that skepticism is the greatest obstacle to magical discovery." Rowena would disagree, Harry found himself saying. She believed that uncritical acceptance was equally limiting. Luna looked at him with heightened interest. "You speak of her as if you know her personally." "In a way, I do," Harry admitted. "I carry her memories, her knowledge, a fragment of her magical essence." "That explains the blue layer in your aura," Luna said thoughtfully. "It sparkles like starlight when you mentioned her name." She tilted her head curiously. "Does she speak to you? Or do you simply know things she knew?" The question was surprisingly insightful, hitting upon something Harry had struggled to articulate even to Dumbledore. "It's somewhere in between. Her perspective exists within me, informing my thoughts but not controlling them. Sometimes her voice is clearer than others. Like the memory of a song you once heard," Luna suggested. "Present even in silence." Harry smiled, genuinely pleased by her understanding. Exactly like that. They had reached the gardens behind the greenhouses, where Professor Sprout had created a beautiful array of both magical and mundane plants. A small pond reflected the summer sky, surrounded by vibrant flowers that seemed to shift colors as they swayed in the gentle breeze. Luna immediately wandered toward a patch of luminous silver flowers that folded their petals when she approached. "Moon lilies," she identified them. "They only bloom at night, but they're shy even then. Mummy grew them in our garden." Harry joined her, kneeling beside the flower bed. With a gentle movement of his fingers, he coaxed a small tendril of Helga's magic toward the nearest lily. It unfurled slowly, its silvery petals opening to reveal a center that glowed with an inner light. Luna's eyes widened with delight. "You spoke to it in its own language." "Helga could communicate with all growing things," Harry explained. "It's different from human language, more intention and feeling than words." "May I try?" Luna asked, kneeling beside him. Harry nodded, carefully taking her small hand in his. He directed a minimum flow of Helga's magic through their connected fingers, just enough for Luna to feel the sensation. "It's like singing without sound," Luna whispered, her face rapt with concentration as another lily slowly opened. "Exactly," Harry agreed, impressed by her intuitive grasp of the concept. "Most wizards ignore this form of magic because it's subtle, not flashy like charms or transfiguration." He spent the next hour exploring the gardens, with Harry showing Luna different aspects of Helga's approach to herbology. She proved to be a quick student, her unconventional thinking allowing her to grasp concepts that often confused older, more traditionally educated wizards. As they sat beside the pond, watching magical fish with color-changing scales dart among the water lilies, Luna asked a question that caught Harry by surprise. "Are you lonely, Harry Potter?" He turned to her, momentarily startled by her directness. "What makes you ask that? Having 4 people inside you must be crowded," she observed. "But also lonely, since they're not really here, and you're not really them." Harry considered her words carefully. "I suppose I am, sometimes. The Founder's knowledge is vast, but it's not the same as having friends who know me as just Harry." Luna nodded sagely. "I understand lonely. After Mummy died, even when Daddy was right there, I felt alone. The world looks different when you see things others don't." In that moment, Harry recognized in Luna something essential, a natural ally who understood otherness, who walked a different path without apology or regret. Her perspective might be wrapped in talk of fantastic creatures, but her insight was genuine and valuable. "Luna," he said carefully, "would you like to visit again?" "Perhaps regularly. I think we could learn a lot from each other." Her smile was radiant. "I'd like that very much. Daddy says important changes are coming to the magical world. He thinks you'll be at the center of them. Your father is more perceptive than many give him credit for." Harry acknowledged. Change is indeed coming, though perhaps not in the way people expect. As they made their way back toward the castle, where Xenophilius Love Egood would soon arrive to collect his daughter, Harry felt a sense of satisfaction. In Luna, he had found someone who might embody Ravenclaw's creative brilliance without the limitations of rigid T.N. King that had sometimes constrained the founder herself. The gathering had begun. The Malfoy family arrived at Hogwarts with the pomp one might expect of visiting royalty. Lucius Malfoy, resplendent in tailored black robes with silver fastenings, strode through the entrance hall as if he owned it, his silver-topped cane tapping a precise rhythm on the stone floor. Beside him, Narcissa Malfoy maintained an elegant composure, her ice-blue robes and perfect posture projecting aristocratic refinement. Behind them, mimicking his father's haughty expression with childish intensity, came 9-year-old Draco. His white blonde hair was slicked back severely, and his miniature formal robes seemed designed to emphasize the Malfoy family resemblance. Headmaster Dumbledore, Lucius greeted with a slight inclination of his head. "How generous of you to accommodate our request to meet young Mr. Potter." "The pleasure is mine, Lord Malfoy," Dumbledore replied with perfect politeness, though his eyes lacked their usual twinkle. "Harry has expressed interest in meeting peers from all backgrounds of magical society." Lucius's lip curled slightly at the implication that his family represented merely one of many backgrounds, rather than the pinnacle of wizarding culture. Indeed, how democratic of him. Before Dumbledore could respond, Harry himself appeared at the top of the grand staircase. Unlike previous meetings where he had dressed simply, today he wore formal robes of deep purple with subtle silver embroidery, a deliberate choice that acknowledged pure blood formality while avoiding alignment with any house colors. "Lord and Lady Malfoy," Harry greeted them as he descended, his posture and diction impeccable. "Thank you for accepting my invitation." Narcissa's eyebrows rose, fractionally, the only indication of her surprise at being addressed with such composure by a child. "Mr. Potter, you are not what we expected." "I rarely am, Lady Malfoy," Harry replied with a small smile. His gaze shifted to Draco, who was studying him with poorly concealed curiosity. "And you must be Draco. I'm pleased to meet you." Draco glanced briefly at his father before responding with the practiced formality of a pure-blood heir. "The pleasure is mine, Heir Potter. Your invitation was unexpected. Perhaps we could continue this conversation in more comfortable surroundings," Dumbledore suggested, gesturing toward a side chamber. "Refreshments have been prepared." The elegantly appointed room contained a small table set with silver service and delicate pastries. As they seated themselves, Harry noted the careful calculation in Lucius Malfoy's eyes, the assessment of potential advantage or threat that Salazar's memories identified as the mark of a political mind. "I must admit to curiosity, Mr. Potter," Lucius began once they were settled. "Your unique situation has become a matter of some discussion in certain circles. Yet you've remained remarkably selective in your associations. I prefer to establish connections based on shared interests and compatible magic rather than political expediency," Harry replied, accepting a cup of tea from a house elf who had appeared silently at his elbow. "Though I recognize the value of both approaches." Lucius's eyes narrowed slightly at the implied criticism. "A luxury afforded by your unusual position, perhaps. Most of us must navigate the realities of wizarding society as it exists, not as we might wish it to be." "Reality can be changed," Harry stated simply. "The founders proved that when they created Hogwarts." An uncomfortable silence followed this pronouncement, broken only when Narcissa turned to Draco. "Perhaps you and Mr. Potter would like to become better acquainted while the adults discuss certain matters." The headmaster mentioned a private garden nearby. Draco looked uncertain, glancing between his parents and Harry. For a brief moment, the carefully constructed pure-blood mask slipped, revealing a normal 9-year-old boy uncomfortable with the undercurrents of adult conversation. "An excellent suggestion," Harry agreed, setting down his cup and standing. "There's a courtyard just through the door with some interesting magical plants Professor Sprout is cultivating." After a small nod from his father, Draco rose and followed Harry from the room, his posture stiff with suppressed tension. Once they were alone in the sun-dappled courtyard, Harry gestured to a stone bench beside a small fountain. "Would you prefer I call you Malfoy or Draco when it's just us?" The question seemed to catch Draco off guard. Draco is fine," I suppose, if we're to be acquaintances. I was hoping for friends, actually, Harry said candidly. Despite what your father may have told you about me. Draco's pale cheeks flushed slightly. He didn't say much, really. Just that you've somehow acquired unusual powers and that you're living at Hogwarts instead of with proper guardians. Both true, Harry acknowledged. Though there's rather more to the story. Draco studied him with undisguised curiosity. Is it true you can speak to snakes? Father mentioned something about you being connected to Salazar Slytherin. Rather than answer verbally, Harry turned toward a small decorative pond where several ornamental koi swam among the lily pads. He closed his eyes briefly, calling upon Salazar's gift, then opened them to find a small grass snake that had been sunning itself on a nearby rock. Hello, little one, Harry hissed in Parseltongue. Would you mind greeting my friend? The snake raised its head, tongue flicking out to taste the air. Speaker, it acknowledged before slithering toward them. Draco's eyes widened dramatically as the snake approached, coiling itself around Harry's offered wrist. You really are a Parselmouth, he whispered, temporarily replacing his practiced arrogance. Among other things, Harry confirmed, gently stroking the snake's scales. Would you like to touch him? He won't bite. After a moment's hesitation, Draco reached out tentatively. The snake permitted the contact, seemingly relaxed in Harry's presence. I always wanted a snake, Draco admitted, his voice losing some of its formality. Father says I must wait until I'm at Hogwarts to have a proper familiar. They make excellent companions, Harry agreed. Loyal and more intelligent than most wizards realize. As they continued talking, Draco gradually relaxed, his genuine personality emerging from beneath the veneer of pure blood etiquette. Harry discovered a boy who was knowledgeable about wizarding traditions, passionate about Quidditch, and surprisingly well-read for his age, albeit with a perspective heavily influenced by his family's prejudices. Father says Hogwarts has declined since they started accepting so many Muggle-borns, Draco stated at one point, clearly repeating a sentiment he'd heard many times. That they don't understand our ways and dilute our traditions. Harry considered his response carefully. Direct confrontation would only reinforce Draco's indoctrination, but silence would imply agreement. The founders themselves had different views on that issue, he said finally. Salazar believed in preserving magical traditions, but Rowena valued intelligence regardless of its source. Godric prioritized courage over bloodlines, and Helga. He smiled slightly. Helga believed everyone had something valuable to contribute. You talk about them like you knew them personally, Draco observed shrewdly. In a way, I do, Harry admitted. Their knowledge lives in me now. Their memories, their magic. Draco's expression turned skeptical. That's impossible. Even the greatest memory charms couldn't preserve consciousness for 1,000 years. Not through charms, Harry agreed. But through much older magic, blood and sacrifice and intention. He held Draco's gaze steadily. Magic far beyond what the Ministry classifies and regulates today. Something shifted in Draco's expression, a kindling of genuine interest beyond the practiced responses of his upbringing. What kind of magic? The kind your ancestors would have recognized, Harry said carefully. Before the Ministry imposed its classifications of dark and light. Magic based on will and power and purpose. Father has books about old magic, Draco said, lowering his voice conspiratorially. In the hidden library beneath the manor. He doesn't know I found the entrance. Harry smiled, recognizing the natural curiosity that might yet overcome years of prejudice. Perhaps someday you'll show me these books. And I can show you magic the founders practiced that has been forgotten for centuries. A glint of excitement flashed in Draco's gray eyes. I'd like that. Before they could continue, the door to the courtyard opened, and Lucius Malfoy appeared, his expression unreadable. Draco, it's time to leave. Say your farewells to Mr. Potter. Draco immediately straightened, the mask of pure blood formality sliding back into place. Thank you for your hospitality, Heir Potter. It was educational. The pleasure was mine, Heir Malfoy, Harry replied, matching Draco's faux RMAL tone while offering a small smile that acknowledged their private conversation. I hope we'll have the opportunity to continue our discussion another time. Lucius's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed this exchange, clearly noting the rapport that had developed between the boys. Perhaps. Good day, Mr. Potter. As the Malfoys departed, Dumbledore emerged from the side chamber, his expression thoughtful. An interesting meeting. Productive, Harry agreed. Draco is not his father. Not yet, Dumbledore cautioned. But the path of least resistance often leads children to adopt their parents' views. Unless they're offered compelling alternatives, Harry countered. Draco values power and knowledge, Slytherin traits that don't necessarily equate to prejudice. If he sees that true power comes from understanding all magic, not just that approved by pure blood doctrine, an ambitious undertaking, Dumbledore observed. Lucius will not appreciate attempts to influence his heir. Harry's expression hardened slightly. I'm not seeking Lucius Malfoy's approval. The wizarding world is changing, whether he accepts it or not. Better for Draco to be part of that change than left behind by it. As he spoke, Harry felt the different aspects of the Founders, knowledge aligning within him, Slytherin's strategic thinking, Ravenclaw's foresight, Gryffindor's bold vision, and Hufflepuff's inclusive philosophy. Each meeting, each new connection, was gradually shaping his understanding of how these inherited legacies might be applied to the modern wizarding world. The gathering continued. 2 months after the Malfoys' visit, Harry stood in the center of the Room of Requirement, which had transformed itself into a perfect training arena. Surrounding him were Neville Longbottom, Ron Weasley, and Luna Lovegood, the first members of what he had begun to think of as his inner circle. The key to wandless magic, Harry was explaining, isn't raw power but focused intent. Wands create a channel for magic to flow through, but they also limit it to predetermined patterns. But we're not supposed to do magic without wands, Ron pointed out, his freckled face scrunched in concentration. Mum says it's dangerous. It can be, Harry acknowledged. Without a wand's guidance, untrained magic can manifest in unpredictable ways. That's why we're starting with the simplest possible exercise. He gestured to the small feathers resting on pedestals before each child. Levitation is one of the first spells taught at Hogwarts because the magical intention is straightforward, up. 9-year-old Ron looked dubious, while Neville appeared nervous but determined. Luna, as always, seemed serenely confident despite the challenge. Focus on the feather, Harry instructed. Imagine it becoming lighter than air. Wanting to rise, feel the magic in your core, and direct it through your fingertip. He demonstrated, pointing at his own feather, which rose gracefully to hover at eye level. Unlike conventional levitation charms, there was no incantation, no wand movement, just pure magical intent flowing through his extended finger. Wicked, Ron breathed, eyes wide with admiration. Now you try, Harry encouraged. Don't be discouraged if nothing happens at first. This is advanced magic for your age. For the next hour, the children practiced with varying degrees of success. Luna's feather twitched and rose a few inches before fluttering back down. Ron managed to make his spin in place but not levitate. Neville, to everyone's surprise including his own, produced the most dramatique. See result. His feather shot toward the ceiling so forcefully it embedded itself in the stone. Sorry, Neville mumbled, face flushing. Don't apologize, Harry said firmly. That was impressive, Neville. You have more raw power than you realize. Neville's expression brightened slightly. Really, absolutely, Harry confirmed. Control will come with practice, but power itself can't be taught. As they continued their exercises, Harry observed each child carefully, noting how their magic manifested and guiding them accordingly. This informal training group had begun almost accidentally, a product of the children's fascination with Harry's abilities and their parents' growing trust in his unique guidance. Augusta Longbottom had been the first to formally request magical tutoring for Neville after noticing dramatic improvements in his confidence and accidental magic following his visits to Hogwarts. Molly Weasley had been more hesitant but eventually relented when Ron's enthusiasm proved unshakable. Xenophilius Lovegood had required no convincing whatsoever, declaring that Luna's education could only benefit from exposure to magical convergence incarnate. Harry, Luna said suddenly, looking up from her feather with her characteristic dreamy expression. Someone's coming. Someone angry. Harry had learned not to question Luna's unusual perceptions. Who? Luna. Before she could answer, the door to the Room of Requirement burst open. A tall, thin wizard with a face so haggard it appeared almost skull-like stalked into the room, dark robes billowing around him. His eyes, deep-set and burning with intensity, fixed immediately on Harry. "So," he snarled, "the rumors are true. The boy claims the Founder's legacy." Harry stepped forward, positioning himself between the intruder and the other children. "You're trespassing," he said calmly, though he felt all four Founders' magic stirring defensively within him. "This is a private session." The man laughed, a harsh sound devoid of humor. "Private? You flaunt powers you haven't earned, collect followers like a miniature Dark Lord, and claim privacy." He raised a gnarled wand. "I am Corvinus Gaunt, last true descendant of Salazar Slytherin, and I challenge your claim to his legacy." Harry felt Salazar's knowledge stir more strongly, providing immediate recognition. The Gaunt family, once noble, now fallen into madness, decay through generations of inbreeding and dark magic. They had indeed descended from Slytherin, though their bloodline had become so diluted and corrupted that little of the Founder's true legacy remained in them. "Lower your wand," Harry commanded, his voice carrying an authority beyond his years. "There are children present. Children you're corrupting with false teachings." Gaunt spat. "Longbottom, Weasley, Lovegood, mixing pure bloodlines with your tainted magic." His gaze fixed on Neville with particular contempt. "I knew your grandmother would fall for this charade. Always too impressed by power without understanding its source." Neville, who moments before had been celebrating his magical success, seemed to shrink under Gaunt's vicious gaze. "That's enough," Harry said, his voice dropping to a dangerous register as Gryffindor's protective instinct flared. "Leave now, or I will remove you." Gaunt's lip curled into a sneer. "You, a child playing at power." He raised his wand higher. "Show me these Founders' gifts you claim. Show me Slytherin's power, if you dare." Harry felt Salazar's caution warring with Godric's outrage within him. Engaging this clearly unstable wizard could endanger the children, but allowing him to continue his threats was equally unacceptable. "Ron," Harry said without taking his eyes off Gaunt, "take Luna and Neville to Professor McGonagall's office. Tell her Corvinus Gaunt has breached the castle's defenses." "We're not leaving you," Ron protested, his freckled face set in a stubborn expression that reminded Harry forcefully of the Gryffindor or traits that would eventually define him. "Yes, stay," Gaunt taunted. "Watch as I expose this pretender." Without warning, he slashed his wand through the air, sending a jet of sickly yellow light toward Harry. Harry reacted instinctively, drawing on Ravenclaw's precision to conjure a shield of shimmering blue energy that absorbed the curse entirely. The magic dissipated with a sound like breaking glass, its remnants scattering harmlessly around him. Analytical absorption shield, Harry identified calmly. Rowena's creation. It doesn't just block curses, it deconstructs them. Gaunt's eyes widened fractionally before narrowing in rage. "Parlor tricks," he snarled, though uncertainty had crept into his voice. He cast again, this time sending 3 spells in quick succession, each darker than the last. Harry moved with fluid grace, Godric's battle instincts guiding him. He sidestepped the first curse, deflected the second with a casual wave of his hand, and caught the third in his palm, where it compressed into a tiny ball of malevolent energy. "Curses are just concentrated intention," Harry explained, his tone almost educational as he examined the pulsing darkness in his hand. "The why can be redirected if you understand their fundamental structure." With a gentle toss, he sent the compressed curse toward the ceiling, where it exploded harmlessly against the enchanted stonework. Ant's face contorted with fury and disbelief. "Impossible." "No," Harry corrected, "just forgotten." He took a step forward, power visibly gathering around him. The air crackled with magical energy, and his eyes blazed with the swirling colors of all 4 Founders. Salazar Slytherin was not defined by darkness, Corvinus Gaunt. His true legacy was magical innovation, ambition in service of growth, not destruction. "Lies!" Gaunt screamed, spittle flying from his lips as he abandoned precision for raw destructive power. Crucio. The unforgivable curse streaked toward Harry, its malevolence palpable. The children gasped in horror. But Harry stood his ground. As the curse reached him, he drew on Helga's magic, the most neglected of the Founders' legacies but in many ways the most powerful. A golden glow surrounded him, and the curse simply dissolved, its energy transformed and absorbed. Helga Hufflepuff, Harry said softly, understood that intention shapes magic at its most fundamental level. Hatred cannot exist where there is only acceptance. Gaunt staggered backward, genuine fear replacing rage in his sunken eyes. What are you? I am what the founders intended, Harry replied simply. The heir to their combined legacy, not just one aspect of it. Before Gaunt could respond, the doors burst open again. Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape rushed in, wands drawn, followed by a squad of armored suits that Hogwarts itself had apparently animated for defense. Corvinus Gaunt, Dumbledore's voice rang with authority, all grandfatherly pretense gone. You have Viola, Ted the sanctuary of Hogwarts and attacked children under its protection. Surrender your wand immediately. Gaunt's eyes darted wildly between the assembled professors and Harry, who continued to radiate controlled power. For a moment, it seemed he might attempt to fight his way out. Then, with a snarl of frustration, he flung his wand to the floor. This isn't over, boy, he hissed at Harry as magical restraints wrapped around his wrists. The true heirs of Slytherin will not be supplanted by a half-blood pretender. As the professors secured Gaunt, Harry turned to check on his friends. Neville was pale but standing tall, his earlier confidence shaken but not destroyed. Ron looked equal parts terrified and awestruck. Luna alone seemed unperturbed, studying Harry with her dreamy, perceptive gaze. You didn't use Slytherin's power against him, she observed. Even though he claimed to be Slytherin's heir. Harry nodded, impressed by her insight. It would have validated his perception of what Slytherin's legacy should be. He wanted darkness, so I showed him light instead. That was bloody brilliant, Ron breathed, his language earning a sharp look from McGonagall despite the circumstances. It was necessary, Harry corrected gently, but not something I would have chosen to demonstrate in our first training session. Neville stepped forward, his voice quiet but steady. You protected us, like you said Godric would have. You all showed courage, Harry replied, including all three in his praise. Standing your ground against an adult wizard using dark magic. That's no small thing. Dumbledore approached, his expression grave despite the successful resolution. Mr. Potter, while your handling of this situation was indeed impressive, I must express concern about the security implications. How did Corvinus Gaunt breach the castle's defenses? Harry frowned, Salazar's strategic mind already analyzing the problem. He must have found one of the forgotten passages. The foe, Unders created several emergency exits that wouldn't appear on modern maps of the castle. I find it troubling that such vulnerabilities exist without the knowledge of the current headmaster, Dumbledore said. Though his tone held more curiosity than reproach. I can show you their locations, Harry offered. It would be prudent to secure them, especially given recent events. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems our peaceful interval has come to an end. He turned to the other children. You three demonstrated remarkable composure in a dangerous situation. 20 points each to your future houses, I think. Despite the gravity of the situation, Ron's face lit up at this unprecedented award of house points years before they would officially attend Hogwarts. As the professors escorted Gaunt from the room and led the other children away to contact their families, Dumbledore remained behind with Harry. This attack was not random, the headmaster observed quietly. Corvinus Gaunt has been in seclusion for decades. His sudden appearance suggests organization, perhaps even outside influence. Harry nodded, having reached the same conclusion. Someone guided him here, someone. Who knew about my training sessions with the others? The question is who, Dumbledore mused, and to what purpose? A test of your abilities, perhaps. Or an attempt to discredit me, Harry suggested. If I had failed to protect the others, or had responded with excessive force. Either outcome would have served certain interests, Dumbledore agreed. The Ministry remains divided on how to approach your situation. Today's events will only intensify that debate. Harry's expression grew determined. Then perhaps it's time to address them directly, rather than through intermediaries and evaluation committees. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. You wish to appear before the Wizengamot. Not wish, Professor, Harry corrected. Need. The shadows are useful for preparation, but not for implementation. Whatever is coming, I must be positioned to face it openly. After a thoughtful pause, Dumbledore nodded slowly. I will make the arrangements. Though I caution you, the Wizengamot is not merely a governing body but a complex political ecosystem with agendas that span generations. I know, Harry said simply. The founders helped create it, after all. The Chamber of Secrets lay silent and undisturbed. Its vast stone expanse illuminated only by the eerie green light that filtered through the underground lake above. The massive statue of Salazar Slytherin dominated the far wall, its mouth closed, concealing the basilisk that slumbered within. Harry stood alone in the center of the chamber, his small figure dwarfed by the monumental architecture around him. After the incident with Corvinus Gaunt and the subsequent increased security measures throughout the castle, he had finally convinced Dumbledore that exploring the chamber was a necessary step in his development. I know you're aware of me. Harry hissed in Parseltongue, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. I am not here to disturb your rest, but to reclaim this space as the true heir of Salazar Slytherin. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the mouth of the statue began to open. Harry closed his eyes immediately, drawing on Salazar's knowledge of basilisk control. Speak to me, but do not show your eyes. He commanded in Parseltongue. I am Harry Potter, heir to all 4 founders, including your master Salazar. A dry, sliding sound echoed through the chamber as something enormous emerged from the statue. Harry kept his eyes tightly shut, relying on his other senses to track the creature's movement. A speaker comes at last, hissed a voice far more ancient and powerful and the garden snake he had shown to Draco. But you claim to be more than Salazar's heir. Prove this claim, young human. Harry felt the basilisk's massive presence circling him, its scales rasping against the stone floor. Drawing on Godric's courage, Rowena's wisdom, Helga's compassion, and Salazar's cunning, he extended his magic outward in a visible manifestation of the founders' combined power. The chamber filled with light, red, blue, yellow, and green intertwining in a spectacular display that illuminated every corner of the vast space. The magic touched the basilisk, creating a ion that allowed Harry to sense the creature's thoughts and emotions without risking eye contact. I see truth in your claim, the basilisk acknowledged, its mental voice tinged with surprise. For where there should be only one. Interesting. What is your name? Harry asked, maintaining the magical connection. Thessalonica. The basilisk replied. Though none have asked in many centuries. Thessalonica. Harry repeated respectfully. I would restore this chamber to its original purpose, not as a weapon against those Salazar deemed unworthy, but as a sanctuary for learning the magics he believed should be preserved. The basilisk's surprise rippled through their connection. You know the truth of this place. Not the lies spread after the schism. I carry Salazar's own memories. Harry confirmed. His disagreement with the other founders was never about blood purity as it's understood today, but about magical security and the preservation of wizarding traditions. Yes. Thessalonica agreed. A note of satisfaction in her hiss. My purpose was to guard the knowledge stored here, not to purge the school of those with non-magical parentage. That corruption came later, when lesser heirs twisted Salazar's legacy to serve their own prejudice. With his eyes still closed, Harry extended his awareness through the chamber, drawing on Rowena's ability to perceive magical signatures. Beyond the central area with its imposing statue lay hidden doorways, concealed rooms that had remained sealed for centuries. Will you help me restore this place? Harry asked. Not as a secret weapon, but as a repository of forgotten knowledge, accessible to those worthy of learning regardless of their bloodline. The basilisk was silent for a long moment, its ancient mind considering this proposal. Finally, it lowered its massive head to the chamber floor, a gesture of submission that Harry sensed through their magical connection. I will serve the true heir as I was meant to, Thessalonica decided. But know this, young heir, some of what is hidden here was concealed for good reason. Magic that requires sacrifice, rituals that demand blood, knowledge that corrupts as it empowers. I understand. Harry assured her. With the combined wisdom of all 4 founders, I will judge what can be safely restored and what must remain sealed. Then open your eyes, heir of the founders. Thessalonica commanded. I grant you immunity to my killing gaze, as Salazar intended for his true descendants. Slowly, Harry opened his eyes. Before him coiled an enormous serpent. Its scales a deep emerald green that shimmered in the chamber's dim light. But most striking were its eyes, golden rather than the deadly yellow he had expected, with vertical pupils that studied him with ancient intelligence. You are small for one who carries such power, Thessalonica observed, a hint of amusement in her hiss. I am still growing, Harry replied with a small smile. In more ways than one. Over the next several hours, guided by Thessalonica and Salazar's memories, Harry explored the true extent of the Chamber of Secrets. Beyond the main chamber lay a network of smaller rooms, a private library containing texts written in languages long forgotten, a laboratory equipped with instruments whose purpose even Ravenclaw's knowledge could only partially identify, and a meditation chamber designed to focus and amplify magical energy. Most surprising was a comfortable living area, complete with furniture preserved by powerful stasis charms. This, Thessalonica explained, had been Salazar's private retreat during his final years at Hogwarts, when tensions with the other founders had made his position increasingly difficult. He never hated them, the Basilisk revealed as Harry examined a portrait showing all four founders together, their expressions depicting friendship rather than the division later histories would emphasize. He feared for the foot. They were creating a world where magic would be increasingly constrained by rules and classifications, where power would be measured by political influence rather than magical understanding. And he was right, in many ways. Harry acknowledged, thinking of the Ministry's rigid categorizations of magic and the bureaucracy that now governed what had once been the natural birthright of all magical people. As Harry prepared to leave, having spent far longer in the chamber than he had intended, he turned once more to Thessalonica. I will return regularly, he promised. This place should not remain abandoned any longer. What of the old wizard who leads the school? Thessalonica asked. Will you bring him here? Harry considered the question carefully. While he trusted Dumbledore in many respects, the headmaster's views on certain types of magic remained firmly aligned with modern ministry classifications. Some of what Salazar had preserved here would challenge those perspectives. In time, he decided. When I better understand everything this chamber contains. For now, this will be our secret, yours, mine, and the founders. The basilisk inclined her massive head in agreement. Until your return, heir of the founders. As Harry made his way back through the hidden entrance, emerging once more into the second-floor bathroom, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. The chamber's reclamation represented more than just access to forgotten knowledge. It symbolized his growing ability to integrate the sometimes contradictory legacies of all four founders into a coherent vision. The secret heart of Hogwarts was his now, and with it, another piece of the foundation he would need for whatever lay ahead. The Wizengamot chamber fell silent as Harry Potter entered, flanked by Albus Dumbledore and Amelia Bones. At 9 years old, he should have appeared diminutive and out of place among the purple-robed witches and wizards who comprised Britain's highest magical governing body. Instead, his presence commanded immediate attention, his unusual eyes scanning the tiered seating with calm assessment. Members of the Wizengamot, Dumbledore announced formally, I present Harry James Potter, heir of the four founders of Hogwarts, to address the concerns that have been raised regarding his unique status and abilities. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. For many present, this was their first direct encounter with the boy who had become the subject of such intense speculation over the past year. The evaluation committee established after Fudge's visit to Hogwarts had submitted their findings 3 months earlier, but the Wizengamot remained divided on how to respond. Harry stepped forward, his formal robes, a deep purple similar to the Wizengamot's own, but trimmed with bands of color representing each founder, emphasizing the gravity of the occasion. Honored members, he began, his voice clear and steady. Thank you for the opportunity to address you directly. I understand that my situation has created certain uncertainties within our government and wider magical community. That's putting it mildly, muttered Elphias Doge from the second tier. Though his comment was audible in the chamber's perfect acoustics, Harry inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Indeed, Lord Doge, when ancient magic manifests in unexpected ways, caution is entirely appropriate. This direct response, delivered without defensiveness, seemed to catch many members by surprise. Minister Fudge, presiding from the central podium, cleared his throat importantly. Mr. Potter, the evaluation committee has confirmed your extraordinary magical capabilities, which appear to indeed incorporate elements consistent with historical accounts of the founders' specialties. However, questions remain regarding the implications of such power concentrated in one so young. A reasonable concern, Minister, Harry agreed. Though I would suggest that my age is perhaps the least relevant factor in this discussion. How so? Challenged Dolores Umbridge from her seat beside Fudge, her girlish voice at odds with the sharpness of her gaze. Quote, because the magic I embody isn't temporary, Harry explained. It won't diminish as I age, nor is it likely to be replicated in others. The unique circumstances of my transformation, combining the founder's blood connection through my parents' lineage with the sacrificial protection my mother created, cannot be reproduced. Augusta Longbottom leaned forward in her seat. You claim, then, that you say no threat of others attempting to acquire similar powers through experimental means. The attempt would be possible, Harry acknowledged candidly. But success would be virtually impossible with the exact confluence of factors that occurred in my case. The Department of Mysteries representatives on the evaluation committee confirmed this assessment. An unspeakable seated in the observers section nodded almost imperceptibly, confirming Harry's statement. Be that as it may, Lucius Malfoy interjected smoothly from his position among the hereditary seats, the question remains, what do you intend to do with these abilities? Mr. Potter, power, whatever its source, requires purpose and direction. The question hung in the air, the chamber falling completely silent as all eyes turned to Harry. This, they all recognized, was the crux of the matter. Not what he could do, but what he would do. Harry paused, allowing the moment to settle before responding. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of conviction beyond his years. The founders of Hogwarts created more than just a school, he began. They established the foundation for magical Britain itself, a society where magic could be studied, preserved, and advanced for the benefit of all. But over the centuries, much of their vision has been compromised. Several members shifted uncomfortably at this implicit criticism. Magic has become increasingly regulated, categorized, restricted, Harry continued. Knowledge that was once the birthright of all magical people is now classified, hidden away, or forgotten entirely. The divisions between magical beings that the founders sought to heal have deepened instead. Are you suggesting, Umbridge interrupted with dangerous sweetness, that the Ministry's classification and regulation of dangerous magic is somehow misguided? I'm suggesting, Harry replied evenly, that the founders understood magic as a fundamental force to be respected and understood, not feared and constrained. They recognized that intention matters more than categorization, that the witch or wizard shapes the magic more than the reverse. Amelia Bones, who had remained silent until now, leaned forward. What specifically are you proposing, Mr. Potter? A gradual restoration of magical knowledge and practices that have been needlessly suppressed, Harry answered. Not unrestricted access to truly dangerous arts, but a more nuanced approach to magical education and research. A reevaluation of our relationships with other magical beings. A return to the principles that guided the founders when they created the institutions that still define our world. Principles that often conflicted, observed an elderly witch from the judicial section. The founders themselves ultimately divvied over fundamental disagreements about magical education. They did, Harry acknowledged. But I carry all four perspectives within me now, not in conflict, but in balance. Where Gryffindor and Slytherin disagreed, I can see both sides. Where Ravenclaw's intellectual pursuit diverged from Hufflepuff's practical inclusivity, I can find the middle path. You speak as though you intend to reshape our entire society, Fudge said. Nervousness evident in his voice. Not reshape, Minister, Harry corrected gently. Restore, remind, perhaps, in some areas, reform. But always with respect for the Ical traditions that have sustained us for centuries. And if the Wizengamot or Ministry opposes these restorations? Lucius Malfoy asked, his tone deceptively casual. Harry met his gaze directly. Then I would seek to persuade rather than compel. The founders believed in governance through wisdom and consent, not force. I share that belief. A subtle ripple of relief passed through the chamber at this assurance. Though many members still regarded Harry with wariness. You speak of restoration and balance, Augusta Longbottom observed, yet reports indicate you've begun gathering certain children around you, including my grandson, for specialized instruction outside ministry-approved curricula. I have, Harry confirmed without hesitation. With the full knowledge and consent of their guardians. These children represent diverse magical backgrounds and aptitudes. They are not followers but potential peers, young witches and wizards who may help bridge the divisions in our society as they mature. And the incident with Corvinus Gaunt pressed a wizard Harry recognized as part of the DMLE leadership. His claims about your recruitment methods were concerning. Corvinus Gaunt attacked children under Hogwarts protection, Harry stated firmly. His subsequent claims should be evaluated in that context. He represents a perspective that sees power only as a means of dominant. Ion. Precisely the distortion of Slytherin's legacy that I seek to correct. The debate continued for nearly 2 hours, with various members questioning Harry on subjects ranging from his educational plans to his position on specific magical regulations. Throughout, he maintained a composed demeanor, answering directly when possible and acknowledging the limits of his current understanding when necessary. Finally, as the session neared its conclusion, Dumbledore rose to address the chamber. Members of the Wizengamot, I believe we have thoroughly examined the questions before us today. While Mr. Potter's situation remains unprecedented, the Evaluation Committee's findings and his statements here demonstrate both extraordinary ability and commendable responsibility in its application. Fudge nodded, clearly relieved that the potentially volatile session had proceeded without incident. Yes, well said, Dumbledore. I propose that we formally acknowledge Mr. Potter's unique status and establish a continuing liaison committee to maintain open communication as his development progresses. Various members signaled their agreement, and after a brief procedural discussion, the motion passed with a comfortable majority. As the session adjourned, many members approached Harry personally, some with genuine curiosity, others clearly seeking to establish favorable connections with a potentially influential figure. Among them was Amelia Bones, who spoke quietly as the crowd thinned. That was well handled, Mr. Potter. You've given them enough reassurance to prevent immediate opposition without surrendering your independence. Thank you, Madam Bones, Harry replied. Though I suspect today's appearance is just the beginning of a longer conversation. Indeed, she agreed. Wizarding world doesn't embrace change readily. Even positive reforms meet resistance from those invested in the status quo. I'm counting on that resistance being rational rather than reactionary, Harry said. The founders believed in evolution, not revolution, gradual change guided by wisdom and experience. Amelia studied him thoughtfully, a mature perspective, especially for one so young. My niece Susan is about your age. Perhaps she might benefit from meeting you in your study group sometime. Harry smiled, recognizing the offer for what it was, both a personal connection and a political alignment. I'd welcome that, Madam Bones. Diverse perspectives strengthen understanding. As they left the ministry, Dumbledore walking beside him, Harry reflected on what had been accomplished. The Wizengamot appearance represented his first significant step beyond Hogwarts' protective walls, his formal introduction to the wider political landscape he would eventually need to navigate. They fear you, Dumbledore observed quietly as they reached the atrium. Not just your power, but the change you represent. Fear can be overcome through understanding, Harry replied. That's what O'Day was about. Beginning the conversation, establishing that I'm neither a threat to be contained nor a weapon to be wielded. And what comes next in this conversation? Dumbledore asked, genuine curiosity in his voice. Harry's expression grew determined as they stepped into the afternoon sunlight outside the ministry building. Implementation. Words matter, but actions define. It's time to show the wizarding world what the founders' legacy truly means for our future. The gathering had been acknowledged. Now the real work would begin. Hermione Granger had always known she was different. At 9 years old, she'd already read more books than most adults, memorized entire encyclopedias, and developed theories about the strange occurrences that happened around her when she was upset or excited. Still, nothing in her considerable reading had prepared her for the day Professor McGonagall arrived on her doorstep, explained to her stunned parents that their daughter was a witch, and invited her to meet another exceptional magical child who might help her understand her abilities. "But I thought children didn't attend Hogwarts until they were 11, Hermione said, clutching the book. About magical theory Professor McGonagall had brought her. "That's what Hogwarts, a history, says." "You're quite right, Miss Granger," McGonagall confirmed as they walked through the massive gates of Hogwarts Castle. "And you won't be formally enrolled until then. But your case is special. Because I made all the books in the library fly around when Bobby Collins said girls are too stupid to understand science." Hermione asked, still mortified by the incident that had apparently alerted the magical authorities to her unusually strong accidental magic. McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been a suppressed smile. "Partly. Your magical signature is exceptionally strong for your age. But primarily because Mr. Potter specifically requested to meet you after reviewing the incident report." "Harry Potter." Hermione's eyes widened. "The boy who survived the killing curse. He's mentioned in Modern Magical History and The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts. Mr. Potter is considerably more than what those books describe," McGonagall said carefully. "Which is something you'll discover for yourself momentarily." They had reached the castle's entrance hall, where a boy about Hermione's age stood waiting. His unruly black hair and the lightning bolt scar on his forehead identified him immediately, but it was his eyes that caught and held Hermione's attention, emerald green and swirled with other colors that seemed to shift as he moved. "Hello, Hermione," he greeted her with a smile. "I'm Harry. Thank you for coming to meet me." "Hello," she replied, momentarily overcome with uncharacteristic shyness. Despite being the same age, something about Harry Potter projected a maturity and presence that made him seem older. "Thank you for inviting me. I'll leave you two to get acquainted," Professor McGonagall said. "Mr. Potter, please remember that Miss Granger's parents will be returning at 4 o'clock." Harry nodded politely. "Of course, Professor. We'll be in the library if you need us." As McGonagall departed, Hermione clutched her books tighter to her chest. "Are we really going to the library?" Professor McGonagall said it has over 100,000 magical books. Harry smiled at her enthusiasm. "We are. I thought you might appreciate it more than the Quidditch pitch or the lake." "How did you know I like books?" Hermione asked, falling into step beside him as they ascended the grand staircase. "Your accidental magic manifested in a library," Harry pointed out reasonably. "And you've already read all the introductory texts Professor McGonagall provided. Judging by your reference to Hogwarts, a history." Hermione blushed slightly. "I like to be prepared." "Knowledge is power," Harry agreed. Rowena believed that understanding magic was the first step to wielding it effectively. "Rowena, you mean Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the founders?" Hermione asked, her curiosity overcoming her shyness. "You talk about her as if you knew her personally." Ari was quiet for a moment as they reached the library doors. "In a way, I do," he said finally. "That's part of what I wanted to talk to you about." The Hogwarts library was everything Hermione had imagined and more. Vast shelves stretching toward vaulted ceilings, ancient tomes secured with chains, comfortable reading nooks illuminated by magical light. She barely suppressed a gasp of delight as they entered. Harry led her to a secluded corner where a table had been prepared with refreshments and several books that definitely weren't standard first-year texts. "Hermione," he began once they were seated. "What Professor McGonagall probably didn't explain is that I'm not just Harry Potter, the boy who lived. 4 years ago, I underwent a magical transformation that connected me to the 4 founders of Hogwarts. I carry their knowledge, their magical abilities, and fragments of their consciousness." Hermione stared at him, her analytical mind immediately racing to process this information. That's impossible. Magical transference of consciousness isn't covered in any of the texts I've read, and the founders lived 1,000 years ago. Most modern texts wouldn't include it, Harry acknowledged. The magic involved predates current ministry classifications. It combines blood inheritance, sacrificial protection, and what the founders called essence imprinting, a process they developed but never documented publicly. Rather than dismissing his claim, Hermione leaned forward intently. Can you prove it? Not that I think you're lying, she added hastily, but extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. That's what my father always says. Harry smiled appreciatively at her scientific approach. A reasonable request. He glanced at the books on the table, and without touching them or drawing a wand, he caused them to rise and arrange themselves in a perfect circle in the air between them. Basic wandless levitation and orientation, a combination of Ravenclaw's precision and Gryffindor's intent. Hermione's eyes widened. That's impressive. But couldn't any powerful wizard learn wandless magic with enough practice? True, Harry acknowledged, though rarely at this age. Perhaps this will be more convincing. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them, he began speaking in a language Hermione had never heard, flowing, musical, with complex intonations that seemed to resonate with the castle itself. As he spoke, the air around them shimmered, and Hermione felt a strange sensation, as though the library itself was listening. That was ancient Atlantean, Harry explained. Returning to English, a magical language lost for millennia except in a few fragments. Rowena was one of the last to master it completely. What did you say? Hermione asked, thoroughly captivated now. I asked the castle to reveal one of its secrets to you, Harry replied. Look at the wall behind you. Hermione turned to find that what had appeared to be a solid stone wall now contained a small arched doorway that definitely hadn't been there before. A Founder's Passage, Harry explained. They created dozens throughout Hogwarts, accessible only to themselves and those they designated. This one leads to a private reading room Rowena established for her most promising students. Hermione stared at the doorway in wonder before turning back to Harry. Her practical nature reasserting itself. But why are you showing me this? Why did you ask to meet me specifically? Harry regarded her thoughtfully. Because you remind me of Rowena in many ways. Your thirst for knowledge, your analytical mind, your magical potential. But you also have qualities she sometimes lacked: empathy, adaptability, and understanding of both magical and non-magical perspectives. You still haven't answered my question, Hermione pointed out, though she blushed at the compliments. I'm gathering people, Harry said simply. Young witches and wizards with the potential to help bridge the divisions in the magical world. People who might understand the Founders' original vision and help restore it. Restore it how? Hermione asked, her curiosity thoroughly engaged. By challenging the artificial boundaries that limit magic today, Harry explained. By reconnecting with magical beings alienated by centuries of wizarding arrogance. By remembering that magic is about intention and understanding, not just wand movements and incantations. He paused, studying her reaction. It won't be easy. The magical world is deeply invested in maintaining its current structure. Change, even positive change, will meet resistance. Hermione considered this for a long moment. In the Muggle world, the non-magical world, she corrected herself, important changes often come from education. From people learning to think differently about problems. Harry nodded, pleased by her insight. Exactly. That's why I'm starting with education, informal now, but eventually more structured. Teaching magic as the Founders understood it, not just as the Ministry defines it. And you think I could be part of that? Hermione asked, both flattered and slightly overwhelmed. I think you could be essential to it. Harry replied seriously. Your perspective as someone raised outside magical traditions gives you insights pure-blood wizards lack. Your intellect allows you to question assumptions others accept without thought. Hermione bit her lip, processing everything she'd heard. This is a lot to take in. I only learned I was a witch 3 weeks ago, and now you're talking about Chong. Ing, an entire magical society I barely understand. I know, Harry acknowledged. And I don't expect you to decide anything today. This is just an introduction, an invitation to learn more, if you're interested. Oh, I'm definitely interested, Hermione assured him with characteristic decisiveness. I have about 1,000 questions. Harry's smile widened. I expected nothing less. That's why I thought we'd spend the rest of your visit exploring Rowena's reading room. It contains texts you won't find even in the main library. Hermione's eyes lit up at this prospect. Lead the way." As they stepped through the hidden doorway into a cozy chamber lined with ancient books and equipped with comfortable reading chairs, Harry felt a quiet satisfaction. In Hermione Granger, he had found perhaps the most important piece of his growing circle, a mind that could grasp the theoretical underpinnings of what he hoped to accomplish, coupled with the determination to see it through. The gathering was nearly complete. Soon, it would be time to move beyond Hogwarts walls and begin the real work of implementing the Founders' vision for a unified magical world, a vision long forgotten but never truly lost. As Hermione eagerly examined the bookshelves, already pulling out volumes with titles in languages she couldn't possibly read yet clearly intended to try, Harry reflected on how far he had come since that night in the Dursleys' garden shed. From a neglected, abused child to the heir of the Founders' legacy, a transformation as improbable as it was profound. Yet the greatest changes still lay ahead. The wizarding world stood at a crossroads, though few recognized it yet. Stagnation or renewal, division or unity, fear or understanding, the choice would shape magical Britain for centuries to come. And Harry Potter, the boy who had inherited the power of all four Founders, intended to ensure that choice led toward the light. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3. The Challenger. The Great Hall of Hogwarts buzzed with anticipation as students filled the long house tables. Enchanted candles floated beneath the ceiling, which mirrored the clear September night outside. At the head table, Professor S watched the returning students with varying degrees of interest, though many cast frequent glances toward the entrance, where this year's first years would soon appear. In a small antechamber off the Great Hall, Harry Potter stood apart from the other 11-year-olds awaiting their sorting. Though physically still smaller than most of his peers, his presence commanded the space in a way that did the other children instinctively give him room. His unusual eyes, emerald green with swirling flecks of the Founders' colors, surveyed his future classmates with calm interest. "It's really him," whispered a freckled boy to his friend. "Harry Potter. I heard he can do wandless magic," another child murmured. "My dad works at the Ministry, and he says Potter's practically running Hogwarts already." Harry pretended not to hear, instead focusing on the familiar faces among the group. Neville Longbottom offered a shy smile, his confidence having grown considerably over the past 2 years of private training. Ron Weasley nodded in greeting, his earlier awe having gradually transformed into genuine friendship. Hermione Granger stood with perfect posture, her expression a mixture of excitement and nervousness despite having visited Hogwarts numerous times in the past year. Draco Malfoy presented a more complex picture. Since their first meeting, the Malfoy heir had maintained contact with Harry through carefully worded letters and occasional visits, always walking a delicate line between his father's expectations and his own growing curiosity about Harry's alternative perspective on magic. Tonight, he maintained a carefully neutral expression, though his eyes betrayed interest as he assessed the other first years. Professor McGonagall entered the chamber, her emerald robe swishing softly against the stone floor. "We're ready for you now," she announced, her gaze lingering briefly on Harry before sweeping over the group. "Form a line and follow me." As they entered the Great Hall, whispers erupted throughout the chamber. While most first years inspired general interest, Harry's presence created a ripple of intense curiosity and speculation. Over the past 3 years, stories of the boy who lived and his extraordinary connection to the Founders had spread throughout magical Britain, evolving from rumors into semi-official acknowledgement following his appearance before the Wizengamot. The Sorting Hat sat on its stool at the front of the hall, looking as patched and frayed as it had for centuries. When Professor McGonagall placed it on the first student's head, Harry observed its magic with interest. Seeing beyond its shabby exterior to the complex enchantments that allowed it to evaluate each child's innate qualities. The sorting proceeded alphabetically. Hermione, predictably, went to Ravenclaw after only a brief deliberation. Neville, to some people's surprise but not Harry's, was sorted into Gryffindor, the Hat recognizing the courage that lay beneath his still developing confidence. Draco's sorting into Slytherin took barely a second, the Hat continuing the family tradition that stretched back generations. When McGonagall called, "Potter, Harry," the hall fell completely silent. Every eye watched as Harry approached the stool with measured steps and allowed the professor to place the hat on his head. Well, said a small voice in his ear. I've been looking forward to this encounter." The heir of all four founders. Unprecedented. Not entirely, Harry thought back. You've sorted descendants of multiple founders before. Descendants, yes, the Hat agreed. But never one with direct access to their knowledge and magic. I can sense them within you. Godric's courage, Rowena's wisdom, Helga's loyalty, Salazar's ambition. Each would claim you for their house. And what do you see beyond their influence? Harry asked. Who am I at my core? The Hat chuckled. That, young heir, is the question that matters most, isn't it? Your own identity amid the echoes of greatness. It paused, seeming to delve deeper into Harry's mind. I see determination to forge your own path while honoring their legacy. I see compassion tempered by pragmatism, courage guided by wisdom. Most importantly, I see balance where the founders found conflict. So where do I belong? Harry pressed. You belong everywhere and nowhere, the Hat replied cryptically. Each house would benefit from your presence, yet none could fully contain what you've become. It seemed to hesitate before continuing. There is a precedent, rarely invoked, a fifth option for those who transcend the traditional divisions. Harry's interest sharpened. What option? In the earliest days of Hogwarts, before the founders, disagreements deepened. They occasionally identified students with exceptional potential who they would teach collectively rather than assigning to a single house. These students wore the colors of all four houses and were known as exemplars. I've seen references to exemplars in the founders' memories, Harry acknowledged. But the practice was abandoned after Salazar left. Indeed, the Hat confirmed. The rivalries became too entrenched. But the enchantment remains within me. Dormant but not destroyed. Harry considered this possibility. While part of him had anticipated being declared independent of the house system entirely, the exemplar designation offered a more elegant solution, one with historical precedent that students and staff could understand. Reactivating this tradition would make a statement about my intentions for Hogwarts, Harry observed. A return to the founders' original vision of cooperation alongside healthy competition. Precisely, the Hat agreed, sounding pleased. It would also grant you certain privileges within the castle that even headmasters don't possess. Privileges you may need in the times ahead. Then let it be so, Harry decided. The Hat was silent for a moment, and Harry could sense ancient magic stirring as dormant enchantments reawakened. Then it spoke aloud to the waiting hall. Exemplar. Confusion rippled through the great hall. Students exchanged bewildered glances while professors leaned forward in their seats. Expressions ranging from surprise to concern. At the center of the high table, Dumbledore's eyes widened briefly before a small smile touched his lips, recognition, rather than shock. As Harry removed the hat and stood, McGonagall found her voice. Mr. Potter, the exemplar designation hasn't been used in nearly 1,000 years, Harry completed for her. Not since the founders taught together. As he spoke, his plain black robes transformed. Silver trim appeared at the cuffs and collar, and 4 vertical stripes ran down the front: Gryffindor red, Hufflepuff yellow, Ravenclaw blue, and Slytherin green. The Sorting Hat has reactivated a tradition from Hogwarts' earliest days, Harry explained, his voice carrying throughout the silent hall. Exemplars were students who embodied qualities valued by all 4 founders and studied under each of them directly. Dumbledore rose from his seat at the high table. Indeed, Mr. Potter speaks the truth. The exemplar tradition predates the house rivalries that have become so familiar to us. That the Sorting Hat has chosen to revive this designation is most significant. McGonagall seemed to recover her composure. Where should you sit, Mr. Potter? Harry glanced around the hall, noting the curious and sometimes wary expressions on students' faces. I believe exemplars traditionally rotated between house tables to promote unity. Perhaps I should begin with Gryffindor, in honor of my parents. This seemed to satisfy McGonagall, who gestured toward the red and gold table where excited whispers had already broken out. Harry moved to join the Gryffindors, settling beside Neville and across from the Weasley twins, who regarded him with undisguised fascination. Exemplar, said one twin, Fred. Harry identified from their magical signatures, which were similar but distinctly different to his trained perception. Planning to shake things up, Potter? Added George with a grin. Change is overdue, Harry replied simply. As the sorting concluded and the feast appeared, Conversation throughout the hall centered on the unprecedented designation and what it might mean for the coming year. Harry ate quietly, answering questions when asked directly but mostly observing the interactions around him, the established patterns of house loyalty, the subtle hierarchies based on age and status, boundaries that had calcified over centuries of tradition. All of it would need to change if Hogwarts was to become what the founders had originally intended, not four competing schools under one roof, but a unified institution where different strengths complemented rather than conflicted with each other. As the feast concluded, Dumbledore rose for his traditional announcements. After covering his standard rules and introducing a new defense against the dark arts professor, he cleared his throat. One final note before we retire for the evening. In light of Mr. Potter's unique designation, certain adjustments to our traditional arrangements will be necessary. As an exemplar, he will have access to all house common rooms and will participate in classes with each house on a rotating basis. I ask that all students and staff extend him every courtesy as we rediscover this ancient tradition together. Murmurs broke out again, some excited, others concerned. Harry caught Draco's calculating gaze from the Slytherin table and Hermione's thoughtful expression from Ravenclaw. The pieces were moving into position. The true work was about to begin. The first month of term passed in a whirlwind of activity. As promised, Harry rotated between houses, spending each week immersed in a different common room and building connections with students from all backgrounds. While some initially viewed his presence with suspicion, particularly certain Slytherins who echoed their parents' pure blood ideology, many were simply curious about the boy whose magical abilities had become legendary even before he officially joined Hogwarts. Classes presented a different kind of challenge. Having already mastered most of the first-year curriculum years ago, Harry used formal lessons as opportunities to help other students rather than showcase his own abilities. This approach initially confused professors who expected either showing off or boredom, but soon proved its value as student performance improved across all houses. "Your tutoring sessions have become quite popular," Professor Flitwick commented one evening, finding Harry in the library surrounded by a mixed group of first years from all four houses. "Miss Granger tells me you've developed a rather innovative approach to teaching levitation charms." Harry looked up from where he was demonstrating wand movements to a struggling Hufflepuff boy. "Just a different perspective, Professor. When you understand magic as energy responding to intention rather than words forcing objects to move, the results come more naturally." Flitwick's eyebrows rose slightly, a remarkably sophisticated understanding for a first year, Mr. Potter. "Though I suppose first year is something of a misnomer in your case. Labels rarely capture full reality, Professor," Harry replied with a smile. "Though I appreciate Hogwarts accommodating my unusual situation. Speaking of which," Flitwick said, lowering his voice slightly, "the headmaster has asked me to remind you about tomorrow's meeting regarding your additional projects." Harry nodded in acknowledgement. While he attended regular classes and maintained the appearance of a student, albeit an exceptional one, his agreement with Dumbledore included provisions for continuing his more advanced studies and certain initiatives that extended beyond the standard curriculum. The following afternoon found Harry in Dumbledore's office, joined by Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape, the four heads of house whose cooperation would be essential for what he proposed. "Thank you all for coming," Harry began once everyone was seated. "As you know, my position as exemplar provides a unique opportunity to address certain structural issues that have developed at Hogwarts over the centuries." Snape's expression soured further, if that was possible. "And what issues has an 11-year-old identified that have escaped the notice of educators with decades of experience?" "Severus," McGonagall warned, but Harry raised a hand. "It's a fair question, Professor McGonagall." He turned to Snape. "I don't claim superior wisdom to any of you in your respective fields. What I offer is perspective, specifically the perspective of the founders themselves on how Hogwarts was intended to function." "The founders lived in a different time," Sprout pointed out gently. "Modern educational approaches have evolved for good reason. In some ways, certainly," Harry acknowledged. "But the core principle of Hogwarts, bringing diverse magical talents together to create something greater than the sum of its parts, has been increasingly undermined by house rivalries that the founders never intended to become antagonistic." The house system provides structure and healthy competition, McGonagall argued. Though without much conviction. As deputy headmistress, she had witnessed firsthand how house rivalries sometimes created lasting divisions among students. Competition can be valuable, Harry agreed. But when it becomes the primary framework for student interaction, it limits collaboration and reinforces prejudices that FL graduates into the wider wizarding world. He leaned forward slightly. How many ministry departments are dominated by former members of a particular house? How many careers become effectively closed to students based on where the Sorting Hat placed them at 11? The professors exchanged uncomfortable glances, unable to deny the pattern he described. What exactly are you proposing, Mr. Potter? Flitwick asked, his scholarly interest evidently piqued. A gradual rebalancing, Harry replied, beginning with cross-house study groups that receive official recognition and support. Joint common room events to build social connections across house lines. Eventually, a partial restructuring of the house system itself to preserve its strengths while mitigating its divisive effects. You want to dismantle 1,000 years of tradition, Snape stated flatly. I want to restore the founders' original intention, Harry corrected. They created houses to group students by learning style and personality, not to segregate them into competing factions. He turned to Dumbledore, who had been listening silently. The headmaster has already approved a trial program. I'm here to ask for your support in implementing it effectively. Dumbledore nodded confirmation. Mr. Potter has presented a compelling case, supported by insights from the founders, knowledge that he carries. While I understand your reservations, I believe the experiment is worth undertaking. What followed was a detailed discussion of logistics, schedules, and potential obstacles. By the end of the meeting, even Snape had grudgingly acknowledged that certain aspects of the proposal had merit. Though he insisted on oversight to prevent Gryffindor favoritism from dominating the new arrangements. As the professors filed out, Dumbledore gestured for Harry to remain behind. That went rather well, I think. The headmaster observed once they were alone. Better than expected with Professor Snape, Harry agreed. Though he'll likely resist in subtle ways. Severus has complex reasons for his attitudes. Dumbledore said mildly. His experiences as a student here were difficult. I know, Harry replied simply. The founders' knowledge, combined with his own investigations over the years, had revealed much about Snape's history, including his complicated relationship with Harry's parents and his subsequent role as a double agent during the war. Dumbledore regarded Harry thoughtfully. There is another matter we should discuss. The Ministry Liaison Committee has requested a progress report on your first month as an official Hogwarts student. Madam Umbridge, E in particular seems most interested in how you're adapting to normal educational structures, as she puts it. Harry's expression cooled slightly at the mention of Umbridge. Since their first encounter during Fudge's visit years ago, the senior undersecretary had established herself as his most persistent antagonist within the ministry, constantly seeking ways to limit his autonomy and influence. I assume she's hoping for evidence that I'm struggling to function within established systems, Harry observed. Indeed, Dumbledore confirmed, which makes your house reorganization proposal somewhat politically delicate. It could be framed as an attempt to circumvent traditional authority rather than enhance educational outcomes. I'm aware of the risks, Harry acknowledged. But proceed. Incautiously for political reasons will only delay necessary changes. The wizarding world has grown too comfortable with stagnation disguised as tradition. Dumbledore sighed, removing his half-moon spectacles to polish them absently. You sound remarkably like another exceptional student I once knew, though your intentions are quite different. Tom Riddle, Harry stated rather than asked. The comparison is inevitable, I suppose. We both represented departures from the expected order. Yet your vision is fundamentally constructive rather than destructive, Dumbledore noted. Where Tom Sue, GHT to tear down and rebuild in his own image, you seek to restore and enhance what already exists. The founders created something worth preserving, Harry said simply. Their vision was corrupted over time, not flawed in its conception. Dumbledore replaced his glasses, studying Harry with renewed intensity. And what of your other project? Have you made progress? Harry knew he was referring to the Chamber of Secrets, which Harry had revealed to Dumbledore shortly after beginning his formal education at Hogwarts. While the headmaster had been initially alarmed about the basilisk, Harry had demonstrated his control over Thessalonica and begun the process of properly documenting the chamber's contents under Dumbledore's cautious supervision. Significant progress, Harry confirmed. The library section has been fully catalogued, and Professor Babbling has begun translating the more obscure texts. The artifacts room remains challenging. Many items carry complex enchantments that resist standard identification methods. And the central chamber itself. You mentioned plans to repurpose it. Harry nodded. It's almost ready. Once the final modifications are complete, it could serve as a meeting place for what we've discussed. A council representing all aspects of Hogwarts, not just the traditional leadership structure. A founders' council, Dumbledore mused. Quite ambitious for your first term as a student. Harry met the headmaster's gaze steadily. I may carry a student status for administrative convenience, Professor, but we both know my role here transcends conventional categories. The founders, knowledge doesn't grant me leisure to proceed at a normal pace. No, Dumbledore agreed, a hint of sadness touching his features. I suppose it doesn't. Childhood is a luxury few prophesied children enjoy. He rose, signaling the end of their conversation. Keep me informed of your progress, Harry. And do try to remember that building alliances requires patience as well as vision. I'll remember, Harry promised as he left, though inwardly he questioned whether the wizarding world's deeply entrenched resistance to change would respond to patience alone. Sometimes, transformation required a catalyst, or a challenger. By late October, Harry's cross-house study groups had evolved from a novel experiment into an established feature of Hogwarts life. 4 evenings a week, the Great Hall transformed after dinner, the house tables rearranging themselves into smaller workstations where students from different houses collaborated on assignments and projects. Professors rotated through, offering guidance where needed, many expressing surprise at the improved quality of work that emerged from these collaborative sessions. It's the application of Ravenclaw's principle of knowledge exchange, Harry explained to Hermione as they observed a particularly successful group tackling a complex transfiguration problem. She believed that explaining a concept to Auth. Was the surest way to master it yourself. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. I've noticed that teaching the first-year charms material to Hannah Abbott helped me understand the theory at a deeper level. She glanced at Harry with a mixture of admiration and curiosity. You've changed so much here in just a few weeks. The house rivalries aren't gone, but they're different somehow. Less fundamental to identity, Harry suggested. When people work together regularly, artificial divisions become harder to maintain. Not everyone's happy about it, Hermione pointed out, nodding discreetly to a group of older Slytherins who remained aloof from the mixed study groups, watching the proceedings with evident disdain. Change never achieves universal support, Harry acknowledged. Particularly when it challenges power structures that benefit certain groups. Before Hermione could respond, their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Professor Quirrell, the nervous, stuttering defense against the dark arts teacher who had joined the faculty that year. Harry had maintained a careful distance from Quirrell since the term began, something about the professor's magical signature triggering warnings from all 4 founders, instincts simultaneously. Mr. P. Potter, Quirrell stammered, his perpetual tremor seeming to intensify in Harry's presence. The headmaster asked me to inform you that Avers's visitor has arrived. You're to meet them in his office immediately. Thank you, Professor, Harry replied, politely but without warmth. I'll go right away. As he left the Great Hall, Harry extended his magical senses, a technique he had refined over years of training. Quirrell's magic felt wrong somehow. Fractured, as if 2 distinct signatures occupied the same space. He filed this observation away for later investigation. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office moved aside without requiring a password, recognizing Harry's unique magical signature. As he ascended the spiral staircase, he sensed an unfamiliar presence in the office above, powerful, disciplined, and decidedly foreign. When he entered, Dumbledore was engaged in conversation with a tall, imperious-looking woman in her late 50s. Her silver-streaked black hair was pulled back in a severe bun, and her midnight blue robes bore the insignia of Durmstrang Institute. Beside her stood a girl approximately Harry's age, though considerably taller. with the same striking bone structure and intense dark eyes, her posture projecting confidence bordering on arrogance. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him. "Thank you for joining us. May I present Headmistress Ravenscliffe of Durmstrang Institute and her granddaughter, Helena. Headmaster Dumbledore has told me much about you, Mr. Potter," Headmistress Ravenscliffe said, her English perfect though marked by a subtle Eastern European accent. "Your unique circumstances have attracted attention well beyond Britain's borders." Harry inclined his head in acknowledgement. "Headmistress Ravenscliffe, it's an honor to welcome you to Hogwarts." His gaze shifted to the girl, who was studying him with undisguised scrutiny. "And you, Helena?" "The honor is questionable," Helena replied coolly, her accent less pronounced than her grandmother's. "I see no evidence yet that justifies the extraordinary claims made about you." "Helena," her grandmother admonished, though without much force. To Dumbledore and Harry, she added, "My granddaughter prefers direct assessment to diplomatic niceties. A family trait, I'm afraid." "Healthy skepticism is a valuable quality," Harry responded, unfazed by the girl's challenge. "I've found that demonstrations are more convincing than explanations in any case." Helena's eyebrows rose fractionally, the first hint of genuine interest breaking through her composed exterior. "You offer to prove your abilities. If that would satisfy your curiosity," Harry replied with a small smile. Dumbledore cleared his throat gently. "Perhaps we should establish the purpose of this visit first. Headmistress Ravenscliffe has proposed an exchange program between our schools, the first in nearly a century. Helena would die at Hogwarts for the remainder of this term while one of our students would attend Durmstrang." An intriguing proposal, Harry observed, though he immediately recognized the political maneuvering behind it. Durmstrang, with its reputation for teaching darker aspects of magic and its traditionally pure blood values, had historically maintained a cool distance from Hogwarts. That its headmistress would suddenly propose cooperation suggested ulterior motives. "The magical community grows too isolated in its separate enclaves," Headmistress Ravenscliffe stated. "With rumors of ancient powers awakening and traditional boundaries shifting, it seems prudent to establish stronger connections between the great magical schools." And Helena was selected as Durmstrang's representative because Harry left the question hanging. "Because I am the top student in my year," Helena answered before her grandmother could respond. "And because I have specialized in comparative magical theory, specifically the divergent approaches to core magic developed by the founders of Europe's magical institutions." The political calculation became clearer. Helena wasn't just a student, she was an investigator, sent to assess Harry's abilities and their implications for the wider magical world. Durmstrang wanted information, and they had sent their most promising young scholar to obtain it. A fascinating specialization, Harry acknowledged, particularly for someone so young. Helena's eyes narrowed at what she clearly perceived as condescension. "Age is irrelevant compared to aptitude. I mastered university-level magical theory by 9. As did I," Harry replied mildly, "though with the advantage of the founders' knowledge to guide my understanding." He turned to Dumbledore. "I assume you've already approved this exchange." "Pending your input," Dumbledore confirmed. "Given your unique position, I thought it appropriate to consult you before finalizing arrangements." Harry appreciated the consideration, recognizing it as Dumbledore's way of acknowledging his role beyond that of an ordinary student. "I see no objection. In fact, I believe Helena's presence could provide valuable perspective for our house reorganization project." "House reorganization?" Headmistress Ravenscliffe inquired, her interest visibly piqued. Dumbledore explained the initiative briefly, presenting it as an educational innovation rather than the fundamental restructuring Harry envisioned. Throughout his explanation, Helena's expression shifted from polite attention to genuine curiosity. "You're attempting to dismantle the competitive house structure that has defined Hogwarts for centuries," she observed when Dumbledore finished. "Ambitious, if somewhat idealistic. Social hierarchies inevitably reassert themselves, regardless of institutional frameworks. They do when the alternatives lack substance," Harry acknowledged. "But we're not eliminating structure, we're replacing an artificial division with more meaningful connections based on complementary abilities rather than segregated traits." "Theory without evidence," Helena challenged, though her tone held more intellectual interest than dismissal now. Perhaps you'd like to observe our study groups this evening, Harry suggested. They provide a practical demonstration of the principles in action. Helena glanced at her grandmother, who nodded permission. I would find that informative, the girl conceded. As arrangements were finalized for Helena's stay, she would be housed in guest quarters but participate fully in classes and act. Ivedies, Harry found himself intrigued by the dynamic she would bring to Hogwarts. Unlike his existing circle of allies, who had gradually accepted his leadership based on demonstrated abilities and shared goals, Helena Ravenscliffe clearly considered herself an equal, possibly even a superior. A challenger, in the truest sense of the word. And sometimes, challenge was exactly what was needed to refine ideas and strengthen resolve. Helena Ravenscliffe's integration into Hogwarts life proved both illuminating and disruptive. Officially designated as an international observer, rather than sorted into a house, she moved freely between classes, her penetrating questions and occasional corrections earning her the nickname, the Durmstrang Inquisitor, among students and faculty alike. Unlike Harry, who tempered his advanced knowledge with diplomatic restraint in regular classes, Helena displayed no such compunction. She challenged professors openly when she disagreed with their methods, cit. Ed obscure magical texts to support her arguments, and demonstrated alternative techniques with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. Your approach to potions instruction is unnecessarily rigid, she informed Professor Snape during her first week, after he had criticized a Hufflepuff student's technique. Clockwise versus counterclockwise stirring is a British fixation. The Russian school of ocean making emphasizes intention over mechanical precision, with demonstrably superior results in adaptive viewing. The stunned silence that followed this pronouncement, no student challenged Severus Snape so directly, broke only when the potion's master replied with dangerous softness, perhaps at Durmstrang, Miss Ravenscliffe, instructors tolerate such interruptions. At Hogwarts, you will observe Roper classroom protocol or not attend at all. To everyone's surprise, Helena merely inclined her head in acknowledgement. A fair condition, Professor. I apologize for the disruption. She then proceeded to brew her potion flawlessly. Though Harry, observing closely, noted that she incorporated her alternative technique without drawing attention to it. She's brilliant but insufferable, Ron complained after Helena had publicly corrected his wand grip in charms. Worse than Hermione was at the beginning of term, no offense, he added hastily to Hermione, who had gradually softened her own know-it-all tendencies as she found acceptance among her peers. None taken, Hermione replied thoughtfully. Though I think there's more to her approach than just showing off knowledge. She's testing boundaries, figuring out which rules are flexible and which are firm. A very Ravenclaw observation, Harry noted with approval. You're right, Helena is mapping Hogwarts' power structures, both formal and informal. It's what I would do in her position. Well, I wish she'd do it less loudly, Ron grumbled. Some of us are trying to learn without being reminded how thick we are every 5 minutes. Despite such complaints, Helena's presence catalyzed exactly the kind of cross-house interactions Harry had been working to promote. Students from different houses found common ground in their reactions to the Durmstrang girl. Whether admiration, irritation, or simple curiosity. When she joined the evening study groups, her expertise created natural learning opportunities that transcended house affiliations. You've created a convenient external factor, Harry observed to Dumbledore during one of their weekly meetings. Someone who makes house differences seem less significant by providing a common other to react against. I had considered that potential benefit, Dumbledore acknowledged with a twinkle in his eye. Though I admit, Miss Ravenscliffe has embraced the role with more enthusiasm than I anticipated. She's gathering information, Harry said, about Hogwarts, about our educational approach, and most specifically about me. He had noticed Helena watching him during his tutoring sessions, her dark eyes missing nothing as he demonstrated techniques or explained concepts. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Headmistress Ravenscliffe made little effort to disguise that aspect of the exchange. The question remains, to what end? Durmstrang has always aligned itself with traditional magical values, Harry noted. My emergence as the founders' heir represents either a th. read or an opportunity from their perspective. They're trying to determine which. And what is your assessment of young Miss Ravenscliffe herself? Dumbledore inquired, his casual tone not quite masking genuine interest. Harry considered the question carefully. Exceptional magical talent, formidable intellect, deeply committed to understanding magic's fundamental nature rather than just its applications. He paused, but also isolated by her abilities. Used to being the most capable person in any room. Suspicious of authority figures who haven't earned her respect through demonstrated competence. Not unlike yourself in many ways, Dumbledore observed. With one critical difference, Harry countered. Helena has been trained to value power and knowledge as ends in themselves. I've had The Founder's wisdom to provide broader perspective. Their conversation was interrupted by a soft chime from one of Dumbledore's silver instruments. Ah, the headmaster said, rising from his desk. It seems we have another visitor. One I believe you'll want to greet personally. The office door opened to admit Professor McGonagall, accompanied by a tall, distinguished wizard with silver-streaked burn hair and keen eyes that immediately fixed on Harry with undisguised interest. Harry, Dumbledore said, allow me to introduce Nicholas Flamel. He's come quite a distance to meet with you. Harry felt a jolt of surprise and wariness. While Nicholas Flamel was indeed a legendary alchemist known for creating the Philosopher's Stone, it was his distant relative Abraxas Flamel who had visited Hogwarts years earlier and subsequently published papers analyzing the theoretical implications of Harry's connection to the Founders. That Nicholas himself would now appear suggested matters had escalated to a new level of significance. Mr. Flamel, Harry greeted him with respectful caution. This is unexpected. Young Mr. Potter, Flamel replied, his voice surprisingly vibrant for a man reportedly over 600 years old. The privilege is mine. Few developments in my long existence have intrigued me as much as your emergence as the Founder's heir. I'm sure you and Mr. Potter will have much to discuss, Dumbledore said. Perhaps over tea. Minerva and I have matters to attend to regarding the upcoming governor's visit. As Dumbledore and McGonagall departed, Harry found himself alone with the ancient alchemist, whose magical signature radiated power in controlled, measured waves, the mark of centuries of disciplined practice. You're cautious, Flamel observed as they settled into comfortable chairs. Good. Your connection with my kinsman Abraxas left you with questions, I suspect. His interest seemed driven by more than academic curiosity, Harry acknowledged. Though his GHTS proved valuable in understanding certain aspects of the Founder's magic. Flamel nodded, accepting a cup of tea that appeared without apparent summons. Abraxas has always been selective in revealing his motivations. A family trait, though one I've tried to temper with age. He studied Harry over his cup. He believes your emergence represents the fulfillment of a prophecy far older than the one that linked you to Voldemort. Harry's interest sharpened. What prophecy? One recorded by Merlin himself, concerning the eventual reunion of magical traditions that diverged after the Founders' time. Flamel set down his cup. But prophecies are treacherous guides, often revealing themselves clearly only in retrospect. I'm more interested in practical matters, specifically, your progress in integrating the Founders' knowledge. It's ongoing, Harry replied carefully. Their perspectives sometimes conflict, requiring reconciliation through direct experience. As one would expect, Flamel agreed. The Founders were products of their time, just as we are of ours. Their greatness lay not in perfection but in vision, seeing possibilities beyond the constraints of their era. A vision that became distorted over time, Harry noted, the house system being the most obvious example. Ah yes, your reorganization initiative. Flamel smiled slightly. News travels quickly in certain circles. An admirable starting point, though I imagine you have more substantial reforms in mind for the wider wizarding world. Harry studied the ancient alchemist, trying to discern his position in the complex political landscape taking shape around Harry's emergence as the Founder's heir. Flamel had maintained a careful distance from wizarding politics for centuries, focusing on research rather than influence. His sudden interest suggested shifting calculations. The Founders created more than Hogwarts, Harry said finally. They established the framework for magical Britain itself, the Wizengamot, the early ministry. The classification systems for magical beings. All were meant to evolve with time and experience. Instead, many have calcified into rigid structures that preserve power rather than enhance magical development. A diplomatic assessment, Flamel acknowledged with a knowing smile. You speak like one aware his words may be reported beyond these walls. Aren't they likely to be? Harry countered. Your appearance at Hogwarts coinciding with Headmistress Arvinscliff's visit hardly seems coincidental. Flamel's smile widened. Perceptive. Yes, the magical world is reality. Ning itself in response to your emergence, Mr. Potter. Traditional powers are assessing implications, forming tentative alliances, positioning themselves to either benefit from or constrain the changes you represent. And where do you stand in this realignment? Harry asked directly. I stand with knowledge, Flamel replied, equally direct. With the pursuit of magic's deeper truths rather than its superficial applications. The founders understood this pursuit. It guided their creation of Hogwarts and the institutions that followed. He leaned forward slightly. What concerns me is whether your fragmented consciousness within you can maintain that perspective amid the political pressures now converging on your young shoulders. The conversation continued for over an hour, ranging from theoretical discussions of magical integration to more practical questions about Harry's experiences with the founders' knowledge. Throughout, Harry maintained careful boundaries, sharing enough to engage meaningfully while withholding details that might prove sensitive if misused. As Flamel prepared to depart, he paused at the door. One final observation, if I may. You've begun gathering your own circle, talented young witches and wizards who share aspects of your vision. A wise approach, though not without historical precedent that some might find concerning. You're referring to Tom Riddle, Harry stated rather than asked. The comparison is superficial at best. My circle forms through mutual respect and shared purpose, not intimidation or promises of power. True, Flamel acknowledged. Yet perception often matters more than reality in political calculations. Be mindful of how your gathering appears to those predisposed to fear concentrated influence, especially in one so young. After Flamel had gone, Harry remained in Dumbledore's office, reflecting on the conversation and its implications. The alchemist had provided valuable insights while carefully avoiding definitive positions on key questions. A calculated neutrality that preserved flexibility while establishing connection, exactly the approach Harry would expect from someone who had navigated centuries of magical politics. One thing was clear, the scope of interest in his activities had expanded beyond Britain's borders. International magical authorities were now actively monitoring his development, positioning themselves to respond to whatever changes his emergence might herald. The stakes were rising, and with Helena Ravenscliff's calculating gaze tracking his every move at Hogwarts while figures like Flamel assessed him from afar. The pressure to define and implement his vision would only intensify. It was time to accelerate his plans. The Chamber of Secrets had transformed dramatically under Harry's direction. What had once been a dank, forbidding space designed to intimidate now served a different purpose entirely. The central chamber had been reconfigured with a circular table of polished stone at its center. Surrounded by 12 high-backed chairs carved with intricate magical symbols. Enchanted torches cast warm light throughout the space, and the floor had been refinished with smooth marble inlaid with the crests of all 4 houses, artfully interwoven rather than separated. Salazar's imposing statue remained, but its stern countenance had been modified to reflect thoughtfulness rather than severity. Most importantly, additional entrances had been created, accessible without Parseltongue, though heavily warded to admit only those specifically authorized by Harry. Today, those entrances would admit the first members of what Harry had come to call the Founders' Council, a deliberately chosen group representing diverse perspectives within Hogwarts, united by their willingness to envision a different future for the magical world. This is incredible, Hermione breathed as she entered the chamber, her eyes wide as she took in the dramatic transformation. I've read about the Chamber of Secrets, but the descriptions never mentioned anything like this. That's because it didn't exist until recently, Harry explained, guiding her toward one of the chairs. The chamber's original purpose was preservation of knowledge, not the housing of monsters. I've simply restored Salazar's true intention while incorporating elements the other founders would have contributed had they been involved in its creation. As the others arrived, Neville Longbottom, Ron Weasley, Luna Lovegood, and several other students Harry had identified as potential allies, similar exclamations of wonder echoed through the chamber. Even Draco Malfoy, who had maintained a careful public distance from Harry while gradually aligning himself with the Cross-House initiatives, appeared impressed despite his efforts to seem nonchalant. "Where's the basilisk?" Ron asked, glancing nervously toward the statue. Fred and George said it was 50 feet long with fangs like daggers. "Thessalonica is restin'. In a specially prepared chamber beyond that passage," Harry assured him, pointing to a shadowed archway. "She only emerges when called, and she's been instructed to keep her killing gaze deactivated in the presence of council members." "Thessalonica," Neville repeated uncertainly. "You named the basilisk." "She already had a name," Luna corrected dreamily. Harry just asked her what it was. "Most magical creatures have names, you know. We just don't bother learning them." Before the conversation could continue, the final invitee arrived, Helena Ravenscliffe, whose imperious expression faltered momentarily as she took in the chamber's magnificence. "So this is the famous Chamber of Secrets," she observed, quickly regaining her composure. "Impressive, though I question the wisdom of repurposing a space with such controversial associations." "Reclaiming narrative is an essential part of transformation," Harry replied. "The chamber's reputation stems from misuse by Tom Riddle, not its original purpose." Helena studied him with renewed intensity. "You continue to surprise me, Potter. When you invited me to this gathering, I expected something less ambitious than a literal underground council chamber." "The symbolism is intentional," Harry acknowledged. "What we discuss here forms the foundation for changes that will eventually reach far beyond Hogwarts walls." Once everyone was seated, each chair adjusting itself subtly to perfectly accommodate its occupant, Harry took his place at what might be considered the head of the circular table, though the design deliberately avoided hierarchy. "Thank you all for coming," he began, his voice carrying easily in the chamber's perfect acoustics. "Each of you represents a unique perspective essential to what we're building. You're here not as followers but as collaborators, each contributing something the others lack." "And what exactly are we building, Potter?" Draco asked, his tone carefully balanced between skepticism and curiosity. "Your invitations were intriguingly vague." "A new approach to magical society," Harry replied simply. "One that preserves tradition while eliminating the artificial boundaries that have limited magical development for centuries." "That's rather ambitious," Hermione observed, though her expression showed excitement rather than doubt. "The founders were nothing if not ambitious," Harry acknowledged with a small smile. "They created institutions that have lasted a millennium. But institutions must evolve or stagnate, and magical Britain has been stagnating for generations." What Fall Ode was a wide-ranging discussion of the issues facing the wizarding world, from the house rivalries that divided students from their first day at Hogwarts to the deeper problems of magical creature rights, knowledge restriction, and political structures that concentrated power in pure-blood families while marginalizing new magical talent. Throughout, Harry guided rather than dominated the conversation, drawing out perspectives from each participant. Hermione spoke passionately about house elf rights and the arbitrary classification of beings. Neville, finding courage in the supportive environment, offered insights into how traditional families might be persuaded to accept gradual reforms. Luna contributed seemingly tangential observations that often revealed unexpected connections between disparate issues. Most surprising was the dynamic between Draco and Helena, who discovered a shared interest in magical theory unfettered by ministry classifications, leading to a spirited debate about whether certain magics were inherently dark or simply powerful enough to require special precautions. "The Scandinavian approach makes more sense," Helena argued. "Magic is classified by control requirements rather than arbitrary moral designations. Intent matters more than categorization." "Try explaining that to the ministry," Draco countered, though he clearly agreed with her fundamental point. "They're so terrified of anything resembling dark magic that they've restricted research in entire branches of magical theory." "Which brings us to a crucial question," Harry interjected, guiding the conversation back to its central purpose. "How do we begin implementing meaningful change without triggering the defensive reactions that have stalled previous reform efforts?" "Start with the uncontroversial," Hermione suggested immediately. "Educational reforms at Hogwarts demonstrate the benefits of integration before challenging more entrenched prejudices." "Build alliances with magical beings," Luna added. "Goblins, centaurs, merpeople, all have knowledge and perspectives wizards have ignored for centuries. Identify sympathetic voices in existing power structures, Draco contributed after a thoughtful pause. My father represents traditional views, but there are others in the Wizengamot who might support gradual reforms if presented correctly. As the discussion continued, a framework began to emerge, a multi-layered approach that would begin with educational innovations at Hogwarts while simultaneously establishing connections with magical communities long marginalized by wizard-centric policies. These initial steps would create momentum for larger reforms targeting the Ministry's more problematic structures. This won't happen quickly, Harry cautioned as the session drew to a close. The founders spent decades building the foundations of magical Britain. We're attempting to redirect institutions that have developed over a millennium. But we have advantages they lacked, Helena observed unexpectedly. Her earlier skepticism had gradually shifted to engaged participation. Modern communication, established international connections, and historical perspective on what has and hasn't worked. Precisely. Harry agreed, pleased by her insight. We learn from both their successes and their failures. The founders' greatest mistake was allowing their individual differences to override their shared vision. That's why this council exists, to ensure diverse perspectives strengthen rather than fragment our efforts. As the meeting concluded and the young witches and wizards prepared to return to their respective dormitories, Harry had arranged for the chamber's entrances to deposit them near their houses without arousing suspicion. Helena lingered behind. You've surprised me, Potter, she said once they were alone. When my grandmother sent me here, I expected to find either a fraud using the founders' legacy for personal aggrandizement or a genuine anomaly unable to translate ancient knowledge into meaningful application. You appear to be neither. I'm still determining what I am, Harry replied honestly. The founders' knowledge provides direction but not definition. I'm more than their heir but not quite my own person yet. Helena studied him with an intensity that might have been uncomfortable from anyone else. That's the most genuine thing you've said since I arrived. The others follow you because you project certainty. Why show doubt to me? Because you're not looking for a leader, Harry answered. You're looking for an equal, someone who challenges your understanding rather than simply confirming or opposing it. Something shifted in Helena's expression. Surprise, perhaps, or reluctant recognition. My grandmother believes you represent either the greatest opportunity or the greatest threat to the international magical order in centuries. She sent me to determine which. And what have you concluded? Harry asked. That the question itself is flawed, Helena replied. You're neither opportunity nor threat in isolation. You're a catalyst, an agent of transformation whose ultimate impact depends on how the existing order responds to your presence. She moved closer, her dark eyes locked with his unusual ones. The interesting question is whether that transformation follows the path you've envisioned or one you haven't anticipated. All meaningful change involves uncertainty, Harry acknowledged. The founders themselves couldn't predict how their creation would evolve over centuries. No, Helena agreed, but they established guiding principles that survived their personal disagreements. She paused at the chamber entrance. Your council has potential, Potter. I'll participate, though I make no promises about supporting every initiative. I wouldn't want unquestioning support, Harry assured her. The founders valued intelligent challenge above passive agreement. As do I. After Helena departed, Harry remained in the chamber, reflecting on the evening's developments. The founders' council represented a significant step forward, the first concrete implementation of his vision beyond Hogwarts' educational structures. That it had formed so smoothly, with even skeptics like Draco and Helena engaging productively, suggested his approach had merit. Yet challenges loomed on the horizon. The Ministry, particularly Dolores Umbridge's faction, would resist any perceived threat to established authority. International magical bodies were mobilizing to assess and potentially contain whatever changes his emergence might herald. And somewhere, though dormant for now, the fragmented consciousness of Voldemort awaited its opportunity to re-emerge. Harry approached Salazar's statue, speaking the Parseltongue command. That caused a hidden compartment to open in its base. From within, he removed a small journal bound in basilisk hide, one of the most valuable artifacts he had discovered in the chamber's library. Its pages contained Salazar's personal reflections on the founding of Hogwarts, including his growing concerns about the direction his colleagues were taking. The others believe institutions alone will sustain our vision, one passage read. They create rules and structures as if these can replace wisdom and judgment. But magic resists such constraints. It flows according to intention and understanding, not regulations. When we are gone, who will guard against the inevitable calcification of what we have built? The answer, though Salazar couldn't have known it, was now Harry himself, heir to all four founders. Tasked with balancing their competing perspectives while guiding magical society toward renewal rather than continued stagnation. A formidable challenge for anyone, let alone a child still technically in his first year at Hogwarts. But as the founders, knowledge reminded him, true age was measured in understanding, not years. And he had understanding beyond any wizard since the founders themselves. The path forward was becoming clearer. Now he needed to gather the strength to walk it. Winter descended on Hogwarts, transforming the castle grounds into a glistening wonderland of snow and ice. Inside, warm fires blazed in common rooms and classrooms, creating pockets of comfort against the seasonal chill. For most students, the approaching holidays brought thoughts of home and family, presents and festivities. For Harry, however, the season marked an important milestone in his ongoing initiatives. The cross-house study groups had evolved into a comprehensive alternative to the traditional How-based education system, with students increasingly identifying with interest-based cohorts that transcended their sorted designations. The Founders' Council had expanded to include representatives from every year level, functioning as a shadow student government that gradually assumed responsibilities previously held by prefects and head students. Most significantly, negotiations had begun with the House Elves of Hogwarts regarding their status and treatment, the first step in Harry's broader plan to redefine relationships with magical beings throughout Britain. The elves are divided, Harry explained to Dumbledore during one of their weekly meetings. Some view any change to their traditional service as threatening, while others cautiously welcome the opportunity for greater agency. A division that mirrors the likely reaction among wizards to your proposed reforms, Dumbledore observed, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Change, even beneficial change, creates resistance when it challenges established identity. Which is why we're proceeding gradually, Harry agreed. The contract I've developed with Hermione's help maintains the elves' essential connection to Hogwarts while recognizing their right to reasonable working conditions and personal dignity. Dumbledore examined the document Harry had presented, a carefully worded agreement that would replace the ancient binding magic that currently governed House Elf service with a more equitable arrangement based on mutual benefit rather than servitude. Most interesting, the headmaster murmured as he read. You've incorporated elements of goblin contractual magic alongside traditional wizarding bonds. A novel approach. Combining traditions often yields stronger results than either alone, Harry noted. The Founders understood this, though their successors increasingly isolated wizarding magic from other magical traditions. And you believe the elves will accept these terms? Dumbledore asked, setting the document aside. Most will, eventually, Harry confirmed. I've been working with Tolby, the kitchen head, to explain the benefits. The younger elves are particularly receptive. He paused, considering his next words carefully. What concerns me more is the Ministry's likely reaction when news of this arrangement reaches them. Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. Indeed, Dolores Umbridge in particular has been most attentive to your activities here. The evaluation committee continues to request increasingly detailed reports on your progress and initiatives. Reports you've provided with diplomatic vagueness, Harry noted with a small smile. Though that strategy has its limits. Sooner or later, direct confrontation becomes inevitable. Before Dumbledore could respond, a silver instrument on his desk emitted a soft chime. The headmaster's eyebrows rose in surprise. It seems we have an unexpected visitor. One who bypassed the normal notification protocols. The office door opened to reveal Dolores Umbridge herself, resplendent in a revolting shade of pink and wearing an expression of artificial sweetness that did nothing to mask the calculation in her eyes. Behind her stood two wizards in the formal robes of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Forgive the intrusion, Headmaster, Umbridge simpered, not sounding remotely apologetic. Menaced, wry business simply couldn't wait for the usual pleasantries. Madam Umbridge, Dumbledore acknowledged, rising from his desk with perfect composure despite the breach of protocol. This is indeed unexpected. I don't recall receiving notice of an official ministry visit today. Emergency powers, Dumbledore, Umbridge replied, producing an official-looking scroll sealed with the minister's insignia. In response to concerning reports about unauthorized activities occurring at Hogwarts under your supervision. Harry remained seated, observing the interaction with outward calm while intern. Ally analyzing the political maneuvering at play. Umbridge's timing was too perfect to be coincidental. She had known he would be meeting with Dumbledore, suggesting either surveillance or an informant within the castle. I assume these unauthorized activities relate to Mr. Potter's educational initiatives. Dumbledore inquired mildly, though Harry detected the subtle tensing of magical energy. That indicated the headmaster was preparing for potential conflict. Among other concerns, Umbridge confirmed, her gaze shifting to Harry with poorly concealed dislike. Interfering with the binding magic of magical creatures. Establishing unauthorized governing bodies. Modifying ancient magical structures without ministry approval. The list is quite extensive. Fascinating, Harry commented, speaking for the first time. I wasn't aware that the ministry claimed authority over how Hogwarts organizes its educational approach or manages its internal affairs. The school charter specifically grants autonomy in such matters. Umbridge's saccharine smile tightened. Mr. Potter, still exceeding the proper boundaries of a first-year student, I see. Though, student, hardly seems the appropriate designation for your unusual status here. Perhaps, exemplar, would be more accurate, Harry suggested pleasantly. A designation with historical precedent recognized by the Sorting Hat itself. Yes, this exemplar business. Umbridge sniffed dismissively. Another example of undermining established traditions to accommodate your exceptional circumstances. The ministry has serious concerns about the precedent this creates. I'm sure the Department of Magical Education would be happy to review the historical record, Dumbledore interjected smoothly. The exemplar designation predates the ministry itself, as I believe Madam Marchbanks confirmed during Mr. Potter's evaluation. Umbridge's expression soured further at this reminder that not all ministry departments shared her antagonism toward Harry's unusual status. The immediate concern, headmaster, is not historical precedents but current activities. Specifically, we have received intelligence about unauthorized gatherings in A.L. Acation known as the Chamber of Secrets, a facility with documented connections to dangerous creatures and dark magic. Harry felt a flash of genuine surprise. The chamber's location and new purpose had been carefully guarded information, shared only with trusted members of the Founders' Council. That Umbridge had learned of it suggested either magical surveillance of unprecedented sophistication or a breach within his inner circle. The Chamber of Secrets is part of Hogwarts' original architecture, Harry stated, deciding that direct address was preferable to evasion. As the recognized heir of all four founders, I have legitimate access to all areas of the castle they created. Heir by what authority? Umbridge challenged, her girlish voice hardening. The ministry recognizes no such inheritance claim outside established magical law. Your connection to the founders, while unusual, grants no legal standing to modify magical structures or establish unauthorized governing bodies. The authority predates your ministry, Harry replied evenly. The founders established Hogwarts as an independent institution specifically to ensure educational matters remain separate from political influences. One of the DMLE wizards shifted uncomfortably at this exchange, clearly unprepared for the constitutional debate unfolding before him. Umbridge, however, pressed forward with evident determination. Regardless of historical technicalities, Mr. Potter, the minister has authorized an immediate inspection of this chamber and all activities being conducted therein. She turned to Dumbledore. As headmaster, you are required to facilitate this inspection or face potential suspension pending a full investigation. Dumbledore's expression remained serene, though Harry detected the subtle hardening of his magical aura, a warning sign familiar to those who had witnessed the great wizard in conflict. I would be remiss in my duties if I failed to point out that such an inspection requires formal authorization from the Board of Governors, not merely the minister's office. Which is why I've taken the liberty of securing this, Umbridge countered triumphantly, producing a second document bearing the seal of the Hogwarts Board. Emergency authorization signed by Chairman Parkinson himself. Harry and Dumbledore exchanged a brief glance, silent communication passing between them. The escalation to board level suggested Umbridge had been planning this confrontation for some time, methodically securing the necessary authorizations to override Hogwarts' traditional autonomy. "It seems you've been quite thorough, Madam Umbridge," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Though I wonder if Chairman Parkinson fully understood the magical complexities involved in accessing Founder-created spaces within Hogwarts. Complexities that conveniently require Mr. Potter's cooperation, no doubt," Umbridge said with transparent skepticism. "How fortunate that he happens to be present for this discussion." Harry considered his options carefully. Direct refusal would validate Umbridge's narrative that he operated outside proper authority. Compliance would expose the Chamber and the Founders Co.-UNCIL to Ministry interference before they were sufficiently established to withstand such scrutiny. A third approach was needed. "I would be happy to provide access to the Chamber of Secrets," he said finally, causing both Umbridge and Dumbledore to regard him with surprise. "With one condition that has nothing to do with politics and everything to do with safety. The Ministry does not negotiate conditions for legally authorized inspections," Umbridge began, but Harry continued as if she hadn't spoken. "The chamber houses a basilisk, Thessalonica, who serves as its guardian. While she's under my control through Parseltongue commands, unexpected visitors could trigger defensive reactions. I would need to accompany the inspection team to ensure everyone's safety." Umbridge's expression flickered between triumph at securing access and alarm at the mention of a basilisk. "A basilisk? You've been harboring a Class XXXXX deadly creature beneath a school filled with children. This is precisely the kind of reckless endangerment that justifies Ministry intervention. Thessalonica has been beneath Hogwarts for nearly 1,000 years, Harry pointed out reasonably. Far longer than the Ministry's classification system has existed. And under proper control, basilisks were historically considered guardians rather than threats, a perspective documented in Newt Scamander's unpublished research on Founder-era magical creatures. The reference to Scamander, whose authority on magical creatures was virtually unquestioned, temporarily stalled Umbridge's building tirade. She regrouped quickly, however. "The creature's presence only underscores the urgency of our inspection. We'll proceed immediately, with appropriate safety measures. As Mr. Potter will be accompanying you to ensure those safety measures. Perhaps it would be appropriate for me to join the inspection as well," Dumbledore suggested mildly. "As headmaster, I should be familiar with all areas of the castle under my care." Umbridge looked as though she wanted to object but couldn't find a reasonable basis to do so. "Very well," she conceded with poor grace. "Lead the way, Mr. Potter." As they departed Dumbledore's office and made their way through the castle corridors, Harry maintained outward composure while rapidly adjusting his strategy. The chamber would need to be seen, but perhaps not in its full capacity. With subtle wandless magic, he sent a warning ahead, a Founder's ability to communicate with the castle itself, alerting the room to modify its appearance before their arrival. "The main entrance is through Moaning Myrtle's bathroom," Harry explained as they approached the second floor. "Though I've created additional access points for council members." "Council members?" Umbridge seized on the term immediately. "And what exactly is the purpose of this council you've established without Ministry oversight?" "Educational enrichment," Harry replied smoothly. "A cross-house study group focused on integrating the Founders' approaches to magic. Professor Flitwick has been supervising our theoretical discussions." It wasn't entirely untrue. Flitwick had indeed attended several council sessions focused on educational theory. That the council's actual scope extended far beyond such discussions was a detail Harry saw no need to volunteer. When they reached the bathroom entrance, Harry approached the sink with its small snake engraving. "Open, he commanded in Parseltongue, causing Umbridge and the DMLE wizards to flinch at the inhuman sounds. The sink receded, revealing the cleaned and large pipe that now resembled a proper staircase descending into the depths beneath the castle. Harry led the way, wandlessly activating the enchanted torches that illuminated the passage with warm light. The chamber was originally designed as a secure repository for knowledge and artifacts the Founders, particularly Salazar Slytherin, believed required special protection, Harry explained as they descended. Its reputation as a house of horrors stems primarily from Tom Riddle's misuse of it 50 years ago. Convenient historical revisionism, Umbridge muttered, though loudly enough to be heard. Slytherin's chamber has been associated with dark magic and blood purism throughout recorded history. Actually, Dumbledore interjected with scholarly precision, the chamber's earliest mentio. NS in historical texts describe it as Slytherin's sanctuary, rather than a weapon against Muggle-borns. The evolution of that narrative coincides with the rise of blood purity movements in the 15th century. Well after Slytherin's time, Umbridge didn't bother responding to this historical correction, her attention captured by their arrival at the main chamber entrance, a circular door embed D with serpents that parted at Harry's Parseltongue command. As they entered the chamber, Harry noted with satisfaction that the castle had responded to his warning. The space still featured the circular table and chairs, but the founders, symbols and house crests had receded into more subtle background elements. The multiple additional entrances had sealed themselves, appearing as decorative alcoves rather than passages. Most importantly, the documents and artifacts that normally lined the walls of the repurposed chamber had been concealed behind illusionary stone. "This is the main chamber," Harry stated unnecessarily, his voice echoing in the vast space. "As you can see, we've repurposed it as a meeting area for cross-house collaboration." Umbridge moved forward suspiciously, her wand drawn as if expecting traps or hidden threats. The DMLE wizards followed her lead, though with more professional caution than paranoia. "And the basilisk?" one of them asked, eyes darting nervously toward the still imposing statue of Salazar Slytherin. "Thessalonica resides in a specially designed habitat beyond the statue," Harry explained. "Would you like me to call her? She's quite magnificent, though I would need to instruct everyone on proper safety protocols first." "That won't be necessary," Umbridge said hastily, clearly having no desire to encounter a basilisk regardless of safety assurances. She circled the central table, examining the chairs with their subtle engravings. "These symbols, they're not standard Hogwarts insignia. They represent magical disciplines rather than houses," Harry confirmed. "Arithmancy, ancient runes, charms, transfiguration, and so forth. Our discussions focus on integrating these approaches rather than treating them as separate subjects." "And who attends these discussions?" Umbridge pressed, running her stubby fingers along the polished stone table. "Students with aptitude and interest from all 4 houses," Harry replied. "Usually around 12 at a time, though the composition varies depending on the topic." "Names, Mr. Potter," Umbridge demanded. "I require a complete list of participants in these unauthorized atherings." "I don't bell. That falls within the scope of your inspection authorization," Dumbledore interjected smoothly. "The board's emergency measure permits examination of facilities, not surveillance of individual students' educational activities." Umbridge's face flushed an ugly shade of pink. "Obstruction of a ministry investigation is a serious offense, Headmaster. Clarification of legal parameters hardly constitutes obstruction," Dumbledore countered mildly. "Though if you wish to petition the Wizengamot for expanded investigative authority, I'm sure Chief Warlock Greengrass would give such a request appropriate consideration." The mention of Greengrass, a traditionalist but notably independent from Minister Fudge's influence, clearly frustrated Umbridge. She changed tactics, turning her attention to the chamber's architectural features. "These modifications to an historical magical structure were made without ministry approval," she declared, gesturing toward the obvious renovations. "The Department of Magical Heritage will need to conduct a full assessment of potential damage to the original construction." "The chamber responds to the heir's intentions," Harry explained. "The modifications occurred through founder-established magic, not conventional renovation. The original structure remains intact beneath the current configuration." To demonstrate, he placed his hand on a section of wall, channeling a small measure of Founder's magic through his palm. The stone rippled like water, briefly revealing the original rough-hewn surface before returning to its current polished state. "Impossible," one of the DMLE wizards muttered, clearly impressed despite himself. "The Founders incorporated remarkable adaptability into Hogwarts' core structures," Dumbledore observed. "A feature largely forgotten in modern magical architecture, which tends toward permanence rather than responsiveness." Umbridge's inspection continued for another hour, growing increasingly frustrated as she failed to O. Discover anything that clearly violated existing magical regulations. The chamber, stripped of its more controversial elements by Harry's forewarning, presented as exactly what he had claimed, an educational space for cross-house collaboration. This accomplishes nothing, she finally declared, abandoning all pretense of official dispassion. Mr. Potter's activities extend well beyond this chamber. The Ministry has received concerning reports about unauthorized communication with magical creatures, attempts to modify house elf binding magic, and the formation of what amounts to an alternative governing structure within Hogwarts. All educational initiatives falling within Hogwarts' chartered autonomy, Dumbledore replied. Unless you're suggesting the Ministry now claims authority over how professors organize study groups or how the castle manages its own magical servants. The constitutional standoff was interrupted by the arrival of an ethereal silver lynx, a Patronus that Harry recognized as belonging to Kingsley Shacklebolt, a senior Auror known for his integrity. Urgent situation at the Ministry, the lynx announced in Shacklebolt's deep voice. All DMLE personnel required immediately. Coordination meeting in Auror headquarters in 30 minutes. The DMLE wizards exchanged alarmed glances. We need to go, the senior officer told Umbridge. Emergency protocols require a LL available personnel during level 2 alerts. Umbridge looked furious at this interruption of her inspection. This isn't finished, she warned, glaring at Harry and Dumbledore. A full report will be filed with the minister. Expect formal ministry action regarding these unauthorized activities. After they departed, hastily escorted to the castle boundaries by Professor McGonagall to allow for apparition, Harry and Dumbledore remained in the chamber. Convenient timing, Harry observed. Was that your doing, Professor? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I maintain connections with various minis. Tri-departments concerned about Madame Umbridge's expanding influence. Whether today's urgent situation warranted immediate response or simply provided a timely diplomatic extraction is perhaps best left unexamined. Harry nodded, appreciating the headmaster's subtle approach. She'll be back with more comprehensive authorization. Today was reconnaissance, not the main assault. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Dolores Umbridge has built her career on identifying and eliminating perceived threats to Ministry authority. Your activities here represent the most significant challenge to that authority in decades. Not because I seek political power, Harry noted, but because I question the artificial boundaries that constrain magical development. A distinction that makes you more rather than less threatening in her eyes. Dumbledore pointed out, political ambition follows familiar patterns, fundamental reconceptualization of magical society does not. Harry surveyed the chamber thoughtfully. We need to accelerate our plans. The House Elf contract should be implemented immediately, before the Ministry can develop countermeasures. And the Founders' Council needs to establish formal communication with magical beings beyond Hogwarts, particularly the Goblin Nation. Direct engagement with goblins will trigger significant Ministry resistance, Dumbledore cautioned. The treaties governing wizard-goblin relations are foundational to our economic system. Treaties written entirely by wizards, with terms that have become increasingly restrictive over centuries, Harry countered. The Founders established more equitable arrangements I intend to restore in modified form. Dumbledore studied Harry with a mixture of admiration and concern. You're preparing for open confrontation with the Ministry. Not confrontation, Harry corrected. Transformation. The Ministry serves an essential purpose in coordinating magical governance. But its current structure preserves inequities and restrictions that limit magical development for all beings, humans included. He moved to the chamber's center, placing his hand on the circular table. In response, the polished stone surface shimmered, revealing a detailed map of magical Britain with glowing points indicating various communities and institutions. The Founders created more than Hogwarts, Harry said quietly. The Y established the framework for an integrated magical society, one where different traditions and species contributed their unique perspectives to a greater whole. That vision was gradually dismantled by those who feared difference and valued control over collaboration. A vision you seek to restore, Dumbledore observed, though against considerably more entrenched opposition than the Founders faced in their time. With considerably more resources as well, Harry countered. The Founders worked largely in isolation, creating new institutions from nothing. We have existing structures that can be reformed rather than replaced. And global connections they could only dream of. As they left the chamber, Harry reflecting on the confrontation with Umbridge and its implications. The Ministry's direct intervention represented a significant escalation, one that would necessitate adjustments to his timeline for implementing broader changes. Most concerning was the question of how Umbridge had earned about the chamber and council in the first place. The possibility of a traitor within his inner circle couldn't be dismissed, though Harry considered it more likely that the Ministry had employed magical surveillance methods targeting Hogwarts specifically. Either way, the coming conflict had moved from theoretical to immediate. Umbridge would return with greater authority and specific objectives. The Ministry would seek to contain what they perceived as a threat to established order. And Harry would need to navigate these challenges while continuing to implement the Founders' vision for a reunified magical world. The time for preparation was ending. The real test was about to begin. Spring brought renewed energy to Hogwarts, the rounds bursting with life as winter's grip finally released. For most students, the changing season meant outdoor activities, Quidditch finals, and the looming pressure of end-of-year examinations. For Harry and the Founders' Council, however, it marked the implementation of their most ambitious initiatives yet. The House Elf contract had been successfully introduced, with nearly 80% of Hogwarts elves accepting the new arrangement. While the transition caused initial disruption in castle operations, the long-term benefits quickly became apparent: more efficient service, increased elf satisfaction, and innovative magical applicatio. As elves brought their own perspectives to tasks previously defined entirely by wizard expectations. More controversially, formal communication had been established with the Goblin Nation through an unlikely channel: Bill Weasley, Ron's eldest brother, who worked as a curse breaker for Gringotts. Through this connection, Harry had arranged a meeting with Ragnarok, a senior Goblin director with authority to engage in preliminary discussions about revising wizard-goblin relations. The goblins are cautiously intrigued, Harry reported to the assembled Founders' Council in their chamber beneath the castle. Centuries of broken promises and treaty restrictions have made them deeply skeptical of wizard initiatives, but the Founders' approach to interspecies collaboration offers a historical precedent they respect. My brother says Ragnarok hasn't stopped researching you since their meeting, Ron added. Apparently, the Goblin historical archives contain references to the Founders that don't appear in any wizard texts. Not surprising, Hermione observed. Wizarding histories tend to minimize non-human contributions to magical development. The Founders likely worked much more closely with goblins and other magical beings than our textbooks acknowledge. The question, Draco interjected, is how the Ministry will respond when they discover you're negotiating directly with goblins. The Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures holds exclusive authority over such communications under current law. Laws established specifically to prevent genuine collaboration, Harry pointed out. The original treaties signed during the Founders' era recognized Goblin sovereignty and established mutually beneficial exchanges rather than restrictive regulations. Luna, who had been unusually quiet during the meeting, suddenly spoke up. The Heliopaths are gathering at the Ministry. Fudge's army is preparing to move. The other council members had learned to take Luna's cryptic pronouncements seriously. Despite their often metaphorical nature, Harry turned to her with focused attention. What do you see, Luna? Pink spreading throughout the castle, she replied dreamily. Rules upon rules, closing all the windows until no fresh air remains. They're coming to restore order, but really to prevent change. Before anyone could request clarification, the chamber's RNING system activated, a subtle vibration in the stone floor indicating unauthorized individuals approaching one of the concealed entrances. Harry immediately initiated security protocols, causing the chamber's most sensitive materials to fade from view as the space reconfigured itself into its more innocuous study group configuration. Council meeting adjourned, he announced calmly. Use the secondary exits and return to your common rooms. Normal student activities only if questioned. The young witches and wizards moved with practiced efficiency, having drilled for precisely this scenario since Umbridge's initial inspection. Within moments, most had departed through concealed passages that would deposit them near their respective houses. Harry, however, remained in the chamber, joined by Helena Ravenscliffe, who had shown no inclination to leave despite the warning. Her exchange period had been extended twice at Durmstrang's request, her reports to Headmistress Ravenscliffe apparently warranting continued observation of Hogwarts developments. "You should go," Harry told her, though without much conviction. Helena had proven herself a valuable ally despite her initial skepticism, her analytical mind and international perspective providing insights the British-educated students sometimes missed. "And miss witnessing whatever political maneuver Umbridge has orchestrated?" Helena replied with a raised eyebrow. "I think not. My diplomatic status provides certain immunities your British ministry cannot easily circumvent." Before Harry could respond, the main chamber entrance SW. Ung opened to reveal not just Dolores Umbridge but an entire delegation, Minister Fudge himself, flanked by two Aurors, Lucius Malfoy representing the Board of Governors, and Percy Weasley clutching an official-looking portfolio of documents. "Mr. Potter," Fudge announced importantly, bowler hat clutched in his hands. "By authority of Emergency Educational Decree No. 23, signed this morning, I am hereby establishing a High Inquisitor position at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to address the concerning developments that have occurred under Headmaster Dumbledore's permissive administration." Harry remained outwardly calm despite the significant escalation this represented. "Minister Fudge, this is an unexpected honor. Though I'm curious why such an announcement would be made to a student rather than the headmaster himself." "Dumbledore has been temporarily detained by Wizengamot business," Umbridge simpered, stepping forward in her revolting pink cardigan. "How fortunate that we found you here in this chamber, conducting more of your unauthorized activities. Educational research and cross-house collaboration," Harry corrected mildly. "Fully documented and approved as part of Hogwarts curriculum development initiatives." Fudge looked momentarily uncertain, but Umbridge pressed forward. "As newly appointed High Inquisitor, I have been granted authority to evaluate and, where necessary, modify all non-standard educational practices at Hogwarts. This includes disbanding unauthorized student organizations and returning house elves to their proper binding arrangements." "Interesting interpretation of the Hogwarts Charter," Helena observed, speaking for the first time. The Durmstrang students' presence clearly caught the ministry delegation by surprise. "As I understand British magical law, even emergency educational decrees cannot override the founding documents that establish Hogwarts' autonomous status." "And you are?" Fudge asked, frowning at this unexpected complication. Helena Ravenscliffe, exchange student from Durmstrang Institute and diplomatic observer under International Confederation of Wizards Educational Exchange Protocols, she replied with perfect composure. "My reports on the educational innovations occurring at Hogwarts have been received with great interest by the ICW's Educational Standards Committee." Percy Weasley looked up sharply from his documents. "Minister, the ICW protocols do complicate jurisdictional." "That's quite enough, Weasley," Umbridge cut him off. "International observers have no standing to interfere with domestic educational policy." She turned to Harry, her expression hardening. "Mr. Potter, as High Inquisitor, my first official act is to dissolve all unauthorized student organizations, specifically including this so-called Founders Council that has been operating outside approved Hogwarts governance structures. The Founders Council is a study group focused on integrated magical theory," Harry replied, deciding that selective truth served better than direct confrontation at this stage. Its educational purpose falls well within established Hogwarts traditions of student-led academic societies. "A convenient description that obscures its actual activities," Umbridge countered. "We have reliable intelligence that this study group has been engaging in unauthorized communication with magical creatures, attempting to modify legally established binding arrangements, and promoting revisionist interpretation of magical history that undermine ministry authority." Harry note. The phrase, "reliable intelligence," with interest. The specificity of Umbridge's accusations confirmed his suspicion that someone with direct knowledge of the Council's activities had been reporting to the Ministry. "Historical accuracy isn't revisionism, Madam Umbridge," he pointed out. "The Founders' original approaches to magical education and governance are documented in their own writings, which I've made available to Professors Binns and Babbling for scholarly verification." Regardless of historical technicalities, Fudge interjected, clearly uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. The ministry has a responsibility to ensure that Hogwarts adheres to established educational standards and administrative protocols. These experimental arrangements must be properly evaluated before implementation. A reasonable position, Harry acknowledged, shifting to a more conciliatory tone. Perhaps we could establish a joint evaluation committee composed of ministry representatives and Hogwarts faculty to review the educational benefits of the Cross-House initiatives. The preliminary data shows significant improvements in student performance across all houses. This P.P. Roach visibly caught Fudge's interest. The minister had always responded well to opportunities for positive publicity, but Umbridge wasn't so easily diverted. The immediate concern is not academic performance but structural authority, she insisted. Hogwarts operates under ministry oversight, regardless of historical arrangements. The establishment of alternative governance structures, whether CA/LLED, councils, or study groups, represents a direct challenge to that oversight. I believe that mischaracterizes both the legal relationship between Hogwarts and the ministry and the nature of our educational initiatives. Harry responded, his tone cooling slightly. The Founders' Council makes no claim to governance authority. It simply provides a forum for integrated learning that transcends the limitations of the house system. Lucius Malfoy, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward with the smooth confidence of a man accustomed to political maneuvering. Perhaps we're approaching this from an unnecessarily adversarial perspective. Mr. Potter's initiatives, while unorthodox, appear to have produced positive educational outcomes that the Board of Governors finds intriguing. Harry maintained a neutral expression, though inwardly he noted this unexpected development with interest. Lucius Malfoy had historically aligned himself with traditional pure-blood positions, W.H. It typically favored ministry authority over educational autonomy. His apparent support suggested either a genuine reassessment based on Draco's reports or, more likely, a calculated political repositioning. The board's interest is noted. Lord Malfoy, Umbridge replied with poorly concealed annoyance. However, the minister's emergency decree grants the High Inquisitor independent authority to address educational irregularities. Within the scope of established law, Malfoy countered smoothly. The Hogwarts Charter, which predates the ministry itself, establishes clear boundaries regarding external intervention in the school's educational approach. The board would be remiss in its fiduciary responsibilities if it failed to ensure those boundaries are respected. The subtle power struggle, playing out before him confirmed Harry's assessment of the shifting political landscape. The ministry, or more precisely, Umbridge's faction within it, sought direct control over Hogwarts as a means of containing the changes Harry's emergence had catalyzed. The Board of Governors, representing traditional magical families, recognized potential advantages in the Founders-based approach that might benefit their own interests. A reasonable compromise seems indicated, Harry suggested, deliberately adopting the formal language of Wizengamot proceedings. The Founders' Council could continue its educational function under joint oversight from Hogwarts faculty and ministry educational specialists, with regular reports to both the headmaster and the High Inquisitor. Fudge seized on this suggestion with evident relief. Yes, proper oversight and documentation, regular reports, transparency in all activities. That would address our primary concerns while allowing valuable educational innovation to continue. Umbridge's expression suggested she found this compromise entirely inadequate, but with both Fudge and Malfoy tacitly supporting it, her options for immediate opposition were limited. I would insist on comprehensive oversight, she said finally, including attendance at all council meetings, review of all materials used, and approval of any communication with entities outside Hogwarts. Observation rather than participation would be more appropriate, Helena interjected. Educational development requires open dialogue that might be inhibited by administrative presence. This is standard practice in ICW-monitored educational programs. The invocation of ICW standards clearly frustrated Umbridge, who understood the political complications of openly defying international educational protocols. Particularly with a Durmstrang observer present to document any such defiance. After further negotiation, a compromise was established. The Founders' Council could continue as an educational initiative under the nominal supervision of both Hogwarts faculty and the High Inquisitor's office. Umbridge would receive reports on activities but would not attend meetings directly. preserving the academic independence Dumbledore had consistently defended. As the Ministry delegation departed to continue their tour of inspection throughout the castle, Harry and Helena remained in the chamber, both recognizing that this confrontation represented only the opening move in a longer strategic game. "Your ministry is surprisingly direct in its methods," Helena observed once they were alone. At Durmstrang, such intervention would occur through more subtle channels: curriculum adjustments, staffing changes, resource allocation. "Subtlety requires patience," Harry replied. "Umbridge, DGE believes time works against her, that each day my initiatives continue strengthens their foundation and makes them harder to dismantle." "She's not wrong," Helena acknowledged. "Though her heavy NDED approach may accelerate rather than impede the very changes she opposes." She studied Harry with renewed interest. "You manipulated that confrontation remarkably well for someone your age." Fudge, left believing he'd established control while actually conceding the fundamental point. Harry shrugged slightly. Salazar was a political strategist before such things had formal names. He understood that perceived victory often satisfies opponents more effectively than actual concessions. And Lucius Malfoy's unexpected support, was that arranged through his son? "Not directly," Harry replied. "Though Draco has likely shared enough about our initiatives to pique his father's interest. Lucius recognizes shifting currents in the magical world. He's positioning himself to benefit regardless of which way power ultimately flows." Helena nodded thoughtfully. "My grandmother will find this development particularly interesting. Durmstrang's leadership has been divided regarding your emergence. Some viewing you as a threat to traditional magical hierarchies, others as a potential ally against increasing international regulation of magical education." "And which perspective do you share?" Harry asked, genuinely curious about her assessment after months of observation. Helena considered the question seriously. "Neither," she said finally. "I believe you represent something more fundamental than a mere shift in political alignment. The Founders' knowledge you carry suggests possibilities for magical development that transcend current regulatory frameworks entirely." Her dark eyes met his with unexpected intensity. "The question isn't whether you'll change the magical world, Potter. It's whether that change follows controlled evolution or chaotic revolution. Today's compromise suggests you favor the former, but circumstances may yet force the latter." Harry recognized the insight in her assessment. The controlled implementation of founder-based reforms remained his preferred approach, but Umbridge's aggressive intervention demonstrated the establishment's growing alarm. If formal channels became sufficiently obstructed, more direct methods might become necessary. Controlled evolution requires good faith participation from existing institutions, he acknowledged. Something Umbridge seems determined to prevent. "Then perhaps," Helena suggested with a slight smile, "it's time to expand your council's influence beyond Hogwarts walls. My grandmother has expressed interest in hosting a delegation from your group during the summer holidays, an educational exchange that WOU/LD coincidentally place your key supporters beyond the ministry's immediate reach while you establish the next phase of implementation." The offer was both generous and strategically valuable. Durmstrang's involvement would internationalize what had been a primarily British initiative, making ministry containment efforts significantly more complicated. "An intriguing proposal," Harry acknowledged. "Though I suspect Umbridge would oppose student travel to an institution with Durmstrang's particular reputation. Which is why the invitation would come through official ICW educational exchange protocols," Helena explained. "Protocols that supersede national restrictions in cases of recognized academic merit. My grandmother has already discussed the possibility with the ICW's Educational Standards Committee, where she holds considerable influence." This revelation confirmed what Harry had suspected for some time. Helena's extended stay at Hogwarts represented more than simple observation. Durmstrang, or at least its headmistress, had been actively positioning itself to align with the changes Harry's emergence had catalyzed. "I appreciate the offer," he said sincerely. "And I believe Errol Council members would benefit greatly from exposure to Durmstrang's approach to magical theory." He hesitated briefly before adding, "though I would need to remain at Hogwarts to address the more immediate challenges Umbridge's appointment will create." Helena studied him with that penetrating gaze that seemed to see beyond his careful composure. "You anticipate direct confrontation. I anticipate escalation," Harry corrected. Umbridge will use her position to systematically undermine the changes we've implemented. When administrative obstruction proves insufficient, she'll seek more aggressive measures, probably targeting the chamber itself or the house elf contracts, which represent the most visible departures from traditional structures. And you intend to face this escalation alone? Helena asked, a note of skepticism in her voice. Not alone, Harry assured her. Dumbledore remains headmaster despite the High Inquisitor appointment. McGonagall, Flitwick, and most of the faculty support our educational reforms. And the castle itself responds to Founder's magic in ways Umbridge cannot counter through conventional means. Helena seemed unconvinced but didn't press the point. Instead, she moved closer, her expression shifting to something more personal than their usual academic discussions. We leave for the Easter holiday tomorrow, she said. I'll be returning to Durham Strang to report on my observations here before returning for the final term. I hope your report will reflect the educational benefits of our initiatives, Harry replied, though he suspected her grandmother's interests extended well beyond pedagogical techniques. It will reflect what I've seen, Helena said simply. Then, with uncharacteristic hesitation, she added, there's a traditional farewell among Durmstrang scholars when parting after significant collaborative work. A sharing of magical essence that symbolizes continued connection across distance. Harry recognized the reference from his studies of European magical traditions. The practice she described was ancient, predating even Hogwarts' founding, a ritual exchange of magical signatures that created a temporary bond allowing limited communication between the participants. I'm familiar with the tradition, he acknowledged. Though I'm surprised you'd suggest it, given your initial skepticism about my abilities. A faint smile touched Helena's normally serious features. My assessment has evolved with observation. Your connection to the Founders is genuine, as are your efforts to implement their integrated approach to magic. She extended her hand, palm upward. The exchange would benefit us both, providing you with a connection beyond ministry surveillance while giving me deeper insight into the Founders' knowledge you carry. The proposal made strategic sense, though Harry recognized it also represented something more personal, an acknowledgement of the complex relationship that had developed between them over months of intellectual challenge and grudging mutual respect. What had begun as observation had evolved into genuine collaboration, though neither would have called it friendship exactly. After brief consideration, Harry placed his palm against hers. The traditional words are in Old Norse, I believe. Helena nodded, then began to recite an ancient incantation in the guttural language of early Nordic wizards. Harry joined her. The Founders' knowledge providing perfect pronunciation of words few modern wizards could master. As they spoke in unison, a warm golden light emerged where their palms met, spreading up their arms in intricate patterns that resembled both runes and constellations. The magic was subtle but profound, not a binding or oath, but a consensual connection that would allow limited communication and awareness across any distance. Harry could feel Helena's magical signature intertwining briefly with his own, her disciplined mind and formidable power creating a distinctive pattern he would recognize anywhere. When the incantation concluded and the light faded, they remained connected for a moment longer than strictly necessary before Helena withdrew her hand. Until summer, then, she said, her usual composure returning though her eyes retained an unusual warmth. Try not to start a magical revolution before the educational exchange can be arranged. I make no promises, Harry replied with a small smile. Umbridge may leave me no alternative. After Helena departed, Harry remained in the chamber, reflecting on the rapidly evolving situation. The Ministry's direct intervention through Umbridge's appointment as High Inquisitor represented a significant escalation, one that would require careful navigation to prevent premature confrontation before his initiatives were sufficiently established to withstand concentrated opposition. The unexpected support from Lucius Malfoy suggested potential allies in traditionalist circles who recognized the Founders' approach as potentially beneficial to their own interests. Helena's revelation about Durmstrang's active interest indicated international dimensions to what had begun as an internal Hogwarts reform movement. Most importantly, the compromise regarding the Founders' Council preserved the core vehicle for implementing broader changes while creating the appearance of ministry oversight, a strategic concession that would buy valuable time. As Harry prepared to leave the chamber, he noticed a subtle magical disturbance near one of the sealed secondary entrances, a trace of foreign magic that didn't belong to any authorized council member. Examining it more closely, he recognized the signature of a sophisticated monitoring charm, likely placed during Umbridge's previous inspection and designed to record conversations within the chamber. Rather than dispelling it immediately, Harry modified the charm with a careful application of Ravenclaw's precision magic, ensuring it would transmit only the educational discussions that aligned with their public description of the council's purpose. The spy, whether spell or person, would report exactly what Umbridge expected to hear, while the council's more significant work continued beneath the surface. The game was becoming more complex, the stakes higher with each passing day. But Harry Potter, heir to the Founders' legacy, had been preparing for this moment. Since the night their power had awakened within him, the path forward might involve compromise and strategic retreat at times, but the ultimate destination remained clear, a magical world rebuilt according to the Founders' original vision, where artificial boundaries no longer constrained the development of magic itself. Umbridge and her Ministry allies had made their move. Now it was time for Harry to advance his own pieces on the board. The final confrontation came sooner than even Harry had anticipated. Just 3 weeks after Umbridge's appointment as High Inquisitor, the delicate Balin CE established by their compromise shattered in spectacular fashion. It began with the House Elves, using her newly granted authority to inspect and regulate all aspects of Hogwarts operations, UMBR. It attempted to forcibly reinstate the traditional binding magic that had governed House Elf service for centuries. The elves, now accustomed to their reformed contracts and enhanced status, resist collectively, not through direct defiance, but through a perfectly synchronized work slowdown that brought castle operations to a virtual standstill. The kitchens are in chaos, Ron reported during an emergency council meeting, having just returned from an attempt to secure additional food for Gryffindor Tower. The elves aren't exactly refusing to work, but they're following every instruction with such literal precision that nothing actually gets done. It's brilliant, really, Hermione observed with undisguised admiration. They're using the very nature of elf magic, absolute adherence to instructions, as a form of resistance. Umbridge can't punish them for following her orders exactly as stated. Nevertheless, she's threatening to bring in Ministry specialists to forcibly rebind them, Harry noted grimly, which would effectively enslave them again under the old system. The council members exchanged concerned glances. What had begun as an educational reform initiative had evolved into something with much broader implications, a direct challenge to the Ministry's authority over magical beings and, by extension, its entire regulatory approach. "We can't let that happen," Neville stated with uncharacteristic firmness. His confidence had grown tremendously over the past year, his natural affinity for Hufflepuff's approach to magic blossoming under Harry's guidance. "The elves trusted us when we offered the new contracts. We can't abandon them now." "Agreed," Harry said, but direct confrontation with Umbridge risks accelerating a conflict we're not yet fully prepared for. The House Elf situation is just the beginning. She's systematically targeting all our initiatives, looking for vulnerabilities. She's also restricting communication, Luna added dreamily. The Nargles can barely get through all the barriers she's placing around the castle. Letters are being read, flow connections monitored. She's creating a closed system. This matched Harry's own observations. Since becoming High Inquisitor, Umbridge had implemented increasingly restrictive policies, limiting student gatherings, monitoring correspondence, even placing certain areas of the castle off limits without special permission. The educational environment was rapidly transforming into something resembling a tightly controlled ministry department rather than a school. "We need Dumbledore," Hermione said, expressing what many were thinking. As headmaster, he has the authority to override Umbridge's directives regarding the elves. Dumbledore has been summoned to an emergency session of the International Confederation of Wizards. Harry informed them, conveniently timed to coincide with Umbridge's escalation here. "I suspect it's not coincidental." Draco, who had been unusually quiet during the meeting, finally spoke up. "My father warned me this was coming. The Ministry's concerned about more than just educational reforms now. They've connected your activities with the goblins to the Say elf contracts and see it as part of a larger effort to undermine wizard authority over magical creatures. Which it is, in a sense, Harry acknowledged. Though, authority over, isn't how the founders framed these relationships. They envisioned partnership with appropriate boundaries, not dominance enforced through binding magic. Semantics won't matter to Umbridge, Draco pointed out. She's convinced the minister that you're establishing an alternative power structure that threatens ministry control. The House Elves are just the beginning. She's planning comprehensive intervention throughout Hogwarts. The urgency of the situation was underscored when the Chamber's warning system activated again, indicating multiple unauthorized individuals approaching the main entrance. This time, however, the magic carried additional information. These weren't merely inspectors but potentially hostile forces with active offensive magic signatures. Everyone out through the emergency exits, Harry ordered immediately. Return to your houses and maintain normal student activities. The Founders' Passage will deposit you safely away from whoever's coming. What about you? Hermione asked, concern evident in her voice. I need to secure certain items in the chamber, Harry replied. Things that shouldn't fall into ministry hands. I'll join you shortly. The council members departed quickly, though several cast worried glances back as they disappeared through concealed exits that would transport them instantly to secure locations throughout the castle. Harry moved swiftly to the chamber's library section, retrieving several critical artifacts and texts that contained founder-level magic beyond ministry classification systems. He had just secured the last item when the main entrance BU RST opened with considerably less ceremony than previous visits. Umbridge entered first, but not in her usual pompous manner. She moved with the practiced efficiency of someone executing a planned operation. Flanked by 6 wizards in the distinctive robes of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's Special Operations Unit. Mr. Potter, she announced with evident satisfaction. By authority of EAM, Argent-C Educational Decree No. 24, signed by Minister Fudge this morning, you are hereby removed from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry pending investigation into unauthorized magical activities, interference with ministry-regulated binding contracts, and establishment of unauthorized governing structures. Harry remained outwardly calm despite the unprecedented nature of this development. Direct removal of a student, particularly one with his unique status, represented a dramatic escalation beyond anything he had anticipated at this stage. On what specific charges? He asked, buying time to assess the situation. The DMLE operatives had positioned themselves strategically around the chamber, their wands not quite pointed at him but certainly ready for immediate action. Quote, the full list of violations is extensive, Umbridge replied, producing an official-looking document. The most serious include tampering with House Elf binding magic, unauthorized communication with G. Oblin representatives regarding treaty modifications, and creation of unsanctioned magical contracts involving minors. Harry recognized the charges as deliberately constructed to appear threatening to wizard authority while avoiding mention of the educational reforms that had actually triggered ministry concern. By framing the issue around magical creatures and binding contracts, Umbridge was issuing her intervention as protection of established magical order rather than political suppression. These activities fall within Hogwarts' chartered autonomy, Harry pointed out, though he knew Egal arguments would hold little weight in his confrontation. And as the recognized heir of the Founders, I have legitimate authority to restore their original approaches to magical relationships. Heir by what recognized legal process? Umbridge countered. The Ministry acknowledges no such inheritance claim outside established magical law. Your connection to the Founders, while magically unusual, grants no legal standing to modify binding arrangements established by Ministry decree. The DMLE operatives shifted slightly, their magical signatures indicating activation of anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards around the chamber. They were taking no chances with his potential escape, suggesting they had been thoroughly briefed on his unusual abilities. This chamber and everything in it will be secured for Ministry examination, Umbridge continued. You will be escorted to the Ministry for formal questioning regarding your activities. Your wand will be temporarily confiscated as a standard security measure. Harry assessed his options quickly. Direct magical resistance would play into Umbridge's narrative that he represented a threat requiring containment. Compliance would surrender initiative and place him under Ministry control before his support network could mobilize. A third approach was needed, one that neither confirmed Umbridge's accusations nor placed him in immediate ministry custody. "I understand your concerns, Madam Umbridge," he said carefully, "and I'm willing to address them through appropriate channels. However, removal from Hogwarts requires specific procedural steps, including notification of magical guardians and approval from the Board of Governors, neither of which appears to have occurred. Emergency educational decrees supersede standard proct. Yours in cases involving potential magical security threats," Umbridge replied smoothly, clearly having anticipated this objection. "The Minister has designated your activities as such a threat, grantee ing me extraordinary authority to act without the usual constraints." One of the DMLE operatives stepped forward. "Mr. Potter, please surrender your wand and accompany us without resistance. This doesn't need to become more difficult than it already is." Harry recognized the man as Auror Dawlish, competent but known for rigid adherence to ministry directives regardless of their ethical implications. The other operatives maintained their positions, their collective magical power creating a formidable containment field. "I don't actually have a wand," Harry informed them calmly. This was technical. True. While he possessed several wands for specific applications, he rarely carried one, having developed his wandless abilities to the point where external focusing tools were largely unnecessary. Dawlish frowned. "All Hogwarts students are required to carry their wands." "I'm not a conventional student," Harry reminded him. "As an exemplar, different protocols apply to my magical education." Umbridge's expression soured further at this reminder of his special status. "Enough delays. Secure the subject and prepare for transport to ministry holding facilities." The confrontational terminologue, subject, rather than student, confirmed Harry's assessment that this was not merely an educational intervention but essentially an arrest, regardless of how Umbridge framed it. As the DMLE operatives moved to surround him, Harry made his decision. Direct conflict would serve no one's interests, but neither would passive surrender. Instead, he would invoke one of the Founders, most closely Gwar dead abilities, one that even Dumbledore didn't fully understand. "I recognize the Ministry's authority in appropriate domains," Harry stated formally, his voice carrying the subtle resonance of Founder's magic. "However, as heir to Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, I claim sanctuary within Hogwarts until proper adjudication of these charges can be arranged. Through appropriate magical authorities." As he spoke, he channeled the Founder's combined magic into the chamber floor beneath his feet. In response, the stone itself seemed to liquefy, creating a perfect circle of swirling energy around him. "What is this?" Umbridge demanded, her voice rising an octave in alarm. "Cease this unauthorized magic immediately." "Not unauthorized," Harry corrected as the circle of energy intensified. "Founder's right of sanctuary, established in Hogwarts' original charter and never rescinded. The castle recognizes my claim." The DMLE operatives exchanged uncertain glances, clearly unprepared for this development. Dawlish stepped forward cautiously, his wand extended toward the energy circle. "Ministry protocols don't recognize," he began, but was interrupted by a tremendous rumbling that shook the entire chamber. The walls themselves seemed to vibrate with magical energy as the castle responded to Harry's invocation. Throughout Hogwarts, similar vibrations would be occurring, alerting staff and students that a Founder's privilege had been activated for the first time in centuries. The sanctuary claim initiates formal review by all legitimate authorities with jurisdiction over Hogwarts. Harry explained as the circle of energy stabilized around him. The Board of Governors, the Wizengamot Educational Committee, and the ICW Educational Standards Division will automatically receive notification. Until they render judgment, I remain under Hogwarts protection rather than ministry custody. Umbridge's face contorted with fury. "This is absurd. Iron ceremonial magic cannot override ministry emergency decrees." "Actually," came a new voice from the chamber entrance, "Founder's magic predates and supersedes ministry authority within Hogwarts itself. A fact established in no fewer than 17 Wizengamot rulings over the past 8 centuries." All eyes turned to find Minerva McGonagall standing in the doorway, her wand casually held at her side, though her posture suggested readiness for immediate action if necessary. Behind her stood Professors Flitwick and Sprout, presenting a united front of house heads. Professor McGonagall, Umbridge snapped. This ministry operation does not concern Hogwarts staff. Please remove yourself and your colleagues immediately. As deputy headmistress during the headmaster's absence, I am responsible for all aspects of Hogwarts operations, McGonagall replied with icy precision, including the proper application of Founder's privileges when legitimately invoked. Flitwick stepped forward, his D.I. minute of stature belying the power evident in his magical signature. The sanctuary claim appears properly executed according to charter provisions. My own research into Founder's magic confirms the castle's recognition response. This is obstruction of ministry authority. Umbridge sputtered, her carefully planned operation disintegrating before her eyes. It is proper adherence to established magical law. McGonagall corrected firmly. Mr. Potter has invoked a legitimate procedural protection. If you believe his claim invalid, you may present evidence to that effect before the appropriate review bodies. Until then, he remains under Hogwarts protection. The standoff continued for several tense moments, with the DMLE operatives looking increasingly uncomfortable as they awaited clear direction. Finally, Dawlish lowered his wand slightly. Madam Umbridge, he said carefully, standard DMLE protocols require us to respect historical magical claims when properly invoked, pending legal review. If this is indeed a legitimate Founder's privilege as Professor Flitwick suggests, we should proceed through formal challenge rather than direct intervention. Umbridge looked as though she might explode with frustration. Your instructions come from the minister himself. This boy has been systematically undermining ministry authority throughout the magical world. He cannot be allowed to hide behind obscure historical technicalities. Not obscure at all, Flitwick countered pleasantly. The Founder's right of sanctuary is documented in Hogwarts, a History, Chapter 12, Paragraph 4. Standard educational reading for all magical children. This scholarly correction, delivered with Flitwick's characteristic precision, seemed to finally penetrate Umbridge's rage. She recognized that forcing the issue now would only strengthen the legal challenge later, particularly with multiple credible witnesses present. This is temporary at best, she warned, glaring at Harry within his circle of protective energy. The ministry will not allow a child, regardless of his supposed heir status, to disrupt established magical governance. When the Wizengamot reviews this situation, you'll find your supposed privileges carry far less weight than you imagine. I welcome proper legal review, Harry replied calmly. As I've stated repeatedly, my goal is restoration of the Founder's vision, not disruption for its own sake. With a final venomous glare, Umbridge gestured for the DMLE operatives to withdraw. As they departed, she turned back at the entrance. This chamber remains sealed pending ministry investigation. Any attempt to remove materials or continue unauthorized activities will result in immediate criminal charges. After Umbridge and her team had gone, McGonagall approached the energy circle, studying it with professional interest. Impressive invocation, Mr. Potter, though perhaps more dramatic than strictly necessary. Calculated effect, Harry explained as he gradually reduced the circle's intensity. The visible manifestation ensures all witnesses recognize the formal nature of the claim. It also triggers automatic notification to all relevant authorities, preventing Umbridge from controlling the narrative. Clever, Flitwick acknowledged, though you realize you've dramatically escalated the situation. The sanctuary claim places your status direct L.Y. before the Wizengamot and ICW for formal determination, which was inevitable regardless, Harry pointed out. Umbridge has been building toward this confrontation since her appointment. Better to engage on favorable terrain than allow her to dictate the terms. As the protective circle finally dissipated, Harry stepped forward to join the professors. How bad is the situation throughout the castle? Deteriorating rapidly, McGonagall reported grimly. Umbridge has posted educational decrees restricting student gatherings, limiting faculty autonomy, and authorizing inspection of all correspondence. The House Elves' resistance has created logistical challenges that she's using to justify increasingly severe measures. And Dumbledore remains conveniently absent, Harry noted, suggesting coordination between Umbridge's actions here and his summons to the ICW. The timing does appear suspicious, Flitwick agreed, though one wonders if removing you from Hogwarts was wise from the ministry's perspective. Your influence extends well beyond these walls now. Harry nodded thoughtfully, which is precisely why Umbridge is acting now, before that influence becomes too entrenched to contain. The question is what happens next. The sanctuary claim buys time, but it doesn't resolve the underlying conflict. The Board of Governors will convene within 48 hours to address the situation, McGonagall informed him. Lucius Malfoy has already requested an emergency session. His position remains ambiguous. And the House Elves? Harry asked. Their situation is my immediate concern. Umbridge can't be allowed to forcibly rebind them. They've withdrawn to areas of the castle that respond primarily to Founder's magic, Sprout reported. The kitchens, laundry, and Maintaina NCE areas all function through ancient enchantments that predate Ministry regulatory frameworks. They're continuing essential services but resisting Umbridge's direct control. This represented a temporary solution at best. Without formal resolution of their status, the elves remained vulnerable to Ministry intervention once Umbridge gathered sufficient magical resources to overcome the castle's protective enchantments. We need to accelerate implementation of the House Elf contracts, Harry decided. Not just at Hogwarts but throughout magical Britain. If enough families and institutions adopt the new arrangement before the Ministry can prevent it, the change becomes effectively irreversible. An ambitious timeline, Flitwick observed. Though perhaps necessary given current developments. What about the Founders' Council? McGonagall asked. Umbridge will certainly target its members next, particularly those most closely associated with your initiatives. The International Educati Onal exchange with Durmstrang becomes our contingency, Harry replied. Helena Ravenscliffe has already arranged preliminary approval through ICW channels. If the situation here becomes untenable, Council members can continue their work beyond Ministry jurisdiction. The professors exchanged meaningful glances, clearly recognizing that the conflict had progressed beyond educational reform to mething approaching constitutional crisis. The Ministry's attempt to forcibly remove Harry from Hogwarts represented a fundamental challenge to the school's traditional autonomy established by the Founders themselves and maintained through centuries of careful balance between educational independence and governmental oversight. You should know, McGonagall said after a moment, that the student body has responded quite definitively to news of Umbridge's actions. Spontaneous protests have erupted in all four houses. Even Slytherin students have expressed concerns about Ministry overreach in educational matters. Harry wasn't surprised. The cross-house initiatives had transformed Hogwarts' internal dynamics, creating connections that transcended traditional rivalries. Students who had directly benefited from the reformed approach naturally resisted attempts to dismantle it. The coming days will determine whether we proceed through institutional reform or face more direct confrontation, he acknowledged. My preference remains the former, but Umbridge seems determined to force the latter. And if she succeeds? Sprout asked quietly. If the Ministry formally invalidates your status and attempts to remove you from Hogwarts by force. Harry's expression grew more serious. Then they'll discover why the Founders were respected and feared in equal measure. I've been careful to work within existing structures wherever possible, but that restraint isn't limitless. The implications of this statement hung in the air between them. The professors, who had witnessed Harry's abilities develop over years, understood better than most what he was truly capable of if pushed beyond diplomatic solutions. Let us hope it doesn't come to that, McGonagall said finally. Revolutionary change, however justified, rarely unfolds without unexpected consequences. Indeed, Harry agreed, which is why I've tried to follow evolutionary paths wherever possible. But evolution requires adaptation on both sides, something Umbridge seems unwilling to understand. As they left the chamber, Harry activated additional protective enchantments, Founder-level security that would prevent unauthorized access without triggering alarms that might provoke immediate Ministry response. The Sanctuary claim would provide temporary protection, but he harbored no illusions about Umbridge's determination to overcome any obstacle between her and the power she sought. The confrontation had begun in earnest. The next moves would determine whether the wizarding world embraced the Founders' EWED vision or clung to the increasingly rigid structures that had calcified around it over centuries of gradual distortion. Harry Potter, heir to the Founders' legacy, had never sought conflict. But if conflict became unavoidable, he would meet it with the full measure of the power entrusted to him on that transformative night so many years ago. The time for preparation had ended. The challenge had arrived. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4. The Conqueror. The Great Hall of Hogwarts had never witnessed such a gathering. At the elevated head table sat not only the traditional faculty, but representae. Vase from groups long excluded from wizarding governance. A regal centaur whose human torso bore intricate astronomical tattoos, a sharp-eyed goblin in formal banking attire, 2 house elves wearing C.M.P.L.E. but dignified uniforms bearing the Hogwarts crest, and a mermaid sustained in a gracefully hovering sphere of enchanted water. Below them, the house tables had been replaced by a semicircular arrangement facing a central podium, where 14-year-old Harry Potter stood addressing the assembled delegates. Despite his youth, there was nothing childlike about his bearing or the authority that radiated from him as he spoke. The Concordat represents more than just a treaty, he said, his unusual eyes, emerald swirled with the Founder's colors, sweeping across the diverse audience. It she's a framework for magical cooperation based on mutual respect rather than dominance. Each signatory acknowledges the unique contributions and inherent rights of all magical beings, while committing to collaborative solutions for challenges that affect our shared world. In the front row, Minister Amelia Bones nodded thoughtfully. Her ascension to leadership following Fudge's spectacular fall Fr. Own power had marked a turning point in the ministry's approach to Harry's initiatives. Unlike her predecessor, she recognized the inevitability of change and sought to guide it through institutional channels rather than feudal resistance. The practical implications are significant, Harry continued. Goblin financial expertise will be integrated into economic policy making. Centaur astronomical insights will inform magical research and education. House elf welfare will be protected through standardized contracts rather than binding enchantments. And merpeople will gain consultation rights regarding magical activities affecting aquatic environments. Across the hall, reporters scribbled furiously, their self-writing quills scratching across parchment as they documented what many were already calling the most significant development in magical governance since the International Statute of Secrecy. International observers from magical governments worldwide watched with expressions ranging from fascination to barely concealed alarm. We cannot undo centuries of inequality overnight, Harry acknowledged, his tone measured. But today we establish the foundation for a more equitable ICAL society, one that honors the Founder's original vision while adapting to modern realities. As he concluded his address, Amelia Bones rose to join him at the podium. Together, they used their wands to unseal an ornate wooden box containing multiple copies of the Concordat document. One by one, representatives approached to add their signatures, each using methods appropriate to their traditions, wands, blood marks, claw imprints, and other magical bindings that ensured the commitments were not merely symbolic but magically enforceable. From the back of the hall, Helena Ravenscliffe observed the proceedings with the analytical precision that had defined her since her arrival at Hogwarts 2 years earlier. Now 16, she had grown into a striking young woman whose intelligence and magica talent had earned her respect even from those who found her direct manner challenging. The formal Durmstrang uniform she wore, midnight blue with silver trim, stood out among the more colorful attire of the British magical community. Her dark eyes met Harry's across the distance, and she offered the slightest nod of acknowledgement. It had been her grandmother, Headmistress Ravenscliffe, who had secure international recognition for the Concordat through her influence in the ICW, transforming what might have remained a British innovation into a global template for magical cooperation. As he signing ceremony concluded and the assembled dignitaries broke into smaller discussion groups, Hermione Granger approached Helena with the confidence of someone who had earned her place in magical society through merit rather than birthright. Historical, isn't it? Hermione observed, gesturing toward where Harry was now engaged in conversation with the Centaur representative. 2 years ago, the ministry was trying to arrest him. Now they're implementing his vision for magical governance. Helena's expression remained composed, though a hint of amusement touched her eyes. The ministry had little choice after the Umbridge debacle. Political survival requires adaptation when public opinion shifts so dramatically. Still, Hermione persisted, you have to admit it's remarkable progress. The Concordat establishes legal frameworks that magical theorists have advocated for centuries but never implemented. Implementation remains the challenge, Helena pointed out. Signing ceremonies generate favorable press. Changing entrenched behaviors requires sustained effort and enforcement mechanisms that haven't yet been tested. This pragmatic assessment was characteristic of the Durmstrang approach, acknowledging achievements while maintaining focus on practical challenges rather than idealistic celebration. It was this perspective that had made Helena an essential counterbalance within Harry's inner circle. Tempering optimism with strategic caution. The enforcement provisions are quite robust, Hermione countered. The combination of magical binding, economic incentives, and public transparency creates multiple layers of accountability. Before Helena could respond, they were joined by Neville Longbottom, whose transformation from timid child to confident young wizard remained one of the most visible testaments to Harry's influence. As liaison to the traditional pure-blood families, Neville had played a crucial role in securing their reluctant support for the Concordat. The Greengrass and Zabini representatives are requesting a private meeting, he informed them. They have concerns about the Centaur territory provisions that weren't addressed in the final document. Predictable, Helena observed. Both families own extensive forested properties adjacent to traditional Centaur lands. They fear expanded recognition of Centaur territorial rights will restrict their usage. I'll alert Harry, Hermione said, though I suspect he anticipated this concern. The supplementary protocols include specific grandfather clauses for existing magical properties. As Hermione departed to locate Harry, Neville regarded Helena with thoughtful consideration. You don't seem entirely convinced by today's achievements. I recognize their significance, Helena replied carefully. But signing documents is the beginning, not the conclusion. The real test comes when competing interests collide despite the Concordat's provisions. You're worried about the hardliners, Neville surmised. The pure-blood traditionalists who see any concession to magical beings as diminishment of wizard authority. Helena nodded slightly. They're temporarily sidelined but not converted. Backlash will come once the celebratory atmosphere fades. Harry needs to be prepared for more subtle opposition than Umbridge's frontal assault. Neville's expression grew more serious. He is. We all are. That's why the Founders Council has expanded beyond Hogwarts students to include representatives from all major magical communities. The network is much broader than most people realize. This was indeed true. What had begun as a small group of students in the Chamber of Secrets had evolved into a sophisticated organization with branches throughout magical Britain and growing international connections. While publicly presented as an educational and cultural initiative, the Council functioned increasingly as a shadow governance structure, implementing Harry's vision through both official and unofficial channels. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Luna Lovegood, whose dreamy expression belied her crucial role as the Council's intelligence coordinator. Her network of contacts among magical creatures provided insights that conventional wizard sources routinely missed. The Merpeople delegate mentioned unusual disturbances in the Black Lock, she reported without preamble. Something affecting the water's magical resonance. The giant squid has retreated to the deepest section and won't emerge. Both Neville and Helena immediately recognized this wasn't merely casual conversation. Luna's seemingly random observations had proven repeatedly to contain critical information that others overlooked. When did this begin? Helena asked sharply. 3 days ago, Luna replied. Around the same time the Thestrals started avoiding the western forest boundary. The two events might seem unrelated to most observers, but those familiar with magical convergence RNS understood the significance. Magical creatures often detected disturbances in underlying magical fields long before they manifested in ways wizards could measure. We should inform Harry, Neville suggested. Already scanning the crowd for their leader. He's aware, Luna assured them. That's why he accelerated the Concordat signing. The Centaurs have seen troubling patterns in the stars, alignments that preceded the last great magical plague in 1602. Helena's expression darkened. As a student of magical history, particularly its darker chapters, she recognized the reference immediately. Mage fever of 1602 had devastated European magical communities, killing thousands before being contained through desperate measures that violated numerous magical laws and treaties. Have the Minis, Tri's detection systems registered anything unusual? She asked. Luna shook her head. The Department of Mysteries reports normal magical background levels. But their instruments are calibrated for known threats, not novel manifestations. This conversation, conducted quietly amid the celebratory atmosphere of the Great Hall, exemplified how Harry's inner circle operated, addressing emerging threats while maintaining public focus on positive developments. The Concordat signing wasn't merely a political achievement but a strategic preparation for challenges they already anticipated. Across the hall, Harry concluded his discussion with the Centaur representative and made his way toward his friends, pausing briefly to exchange pleasantries with various dignitaries. Though only 14, he navigated these social complexities with the assurance of someone far older, a combination of the founders, accumulated wisdom and his own hard-won experience. The Centaurs have confirmed Luna's information, he said without preamble once he joined them, his voice pitched low to avoid being overheard. Something is disturbing the underlying magical currents. They've been tracking it through astronomy. Correlations for several months but only recently determined it's not a natural fluctuation. Deliberate interference? Helena asked, immediately focusing on the strategic implications. Almost certainly, Harry confirmed. The pattern is too precise, too targeted to be accidental. Someone is manipulating fundamental magical fields in a way that hasn't been attempted since the Atlantean dissolution, Helena finished for him. Her academic knowledge aligning with the founders' memories he carried. When an attempt to enhance magical conductivity instead created a cascading disruption that sank an entire civilization. Harry nodded grimly. The parallels are concerning, which is why today's Concordat was so crucial. We need unified response capabilities across all magical communities. If this develops as the Centaurs fear it might, should we inform Minister Bones? Neville asked, glancing toward where Amelia was engaged in conversation with several international representatives. Not yet, Harry decided after brief consideration. The Ministry's response protocols would trigger immediate public notification, potentially causing panic before we've confirmed the actual threat. For now, we implement enhanced monitoring through the Council network while maintaining normal public operations. The calculated nature of this decision, weighing transparency against potential harm Rom premature alarm, demonstrated how far Harry had evolved from the idealistic child who had first embraced the founders' legacy. Experience had taught him that responsible leadership sometimes requires managing information as carefully as magical power itself. I'll coordinate with Durmstrang's detection networks, Helena offered. Our monitoring systems use different calibration methods than the British Ministry. They might detect patterns your instruments miss. Perfect, Harry agreed. Neville, work with Luna to expand creature monitoring. The more species we have reporting anomalies, the better we can triangulate the source. I'll consult with the Centaurs directly about historical precedents in their records. As they dispersed to implement these precautionary measures, none of them noticed the tall, distinguished wizard observing their interaction from a shadowed alcove, Abraxas Flammel, whose initial assessment of Harry years earlier had evolved into something more complex than mere academic interest. His keen eyes missed nothing of the private conference amid the public celebration, his expression revealing neither approval nor concern but calculating assessment. The Concordat signing continued late into the evening, its historical significance ensuring extensive coverage in magical media worldwide. For most participants, it represented the culmination of years of negotiation and a new chapter in magical cooperation. For Harry and his inner circle, however, it was merely one component of a much larger strategy, securing unified response capabilities before a threat ONL. Why they fully recognized manifested beyond containment. As the official ceremony concluded and guests began departing, Harry found himself momentarily alone on the dais overlooking the Great Hall. The weight of responsibility, not just for the Concordat's implementation but for protecting against threats most couldn't yet perceive, settled heavily on shoulders that, despite everything, still belonged to a 14-year-old boy. Bearing the burden alone, Potter. Helena's voice broke into his thoughts as she approached from behind. Not very consistent with your collaborative principles. Harry turned, a small smile softening his expression. Just taking a moment to appreciate what's been accomplished before focusing on what remains to be done. A rare indulgence for you, she observed, moving to stand beside him. The formal distance that had characterized their early interactions had gradually evolved into something closer to companionship, though neither would have described it as friendship exactly. Their relationship remained too complex, too defined by intellectual challenge and philosophical differences for such a simple designation. The Concordat exceeds even my grandmother's expectations, Helena continued. She believed wizard resistance would force more significant compromises on the creature rights provisions. Minister Bones deserves substantial credit, Harry acknowledged. Her willingness to stake her political capital on reform rather than preservation made genuine change possible. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, surveying the nearly empty hall where magical maintenance staff were already restoring the normal arrangement of house tables. "You're concerned about the magical disturbances," Helena said finally, not a question but an observation. "Yes," Harry admitted, seeing no point in pretense with someone who read him so accurately. "The pattern matches theoretical models I've been studying in Salazar's private texts, deliberate manipulation of underlying magical currents to create targeted effects." "What kind of effects?" Harry hesitated briefly before answering. "If my analysis is correct, someone is attempting to create a mag-ical pathogen that affects only specific types of wizards." Helena's eyes narrowed as she processed the implications. "A magical plague that discriminates based on, what? Blood status, magical affinity, geographical origin, genetic markers associated with Muggle ancestry," Harry specified, revealing the true nature of his concern. "A magcal virus targeting Muggle-borns and half-bloods specifically, while leaving pure bloods unaffected." The coldness that settled over Helena's features reflected not just alarm but personal implication. While Durmstrang maintained a reputation for pure blood favoritism, its student population included many half-bloods, Helena among them. Her father had been a Muggle academic whose scientific brilliance had attracted her witch mother despite traditional prejudices. "This is why you accelerated the Concordat," she realized. "You're preparing for a public health crisis that would require coordinated response across all magical communities." Harry nodded. "The patterns the centaurs have detected suggest we have weeks, possibly months before manifestation, enough time to establish detection and containment protocols if we work quickly." "Who would attempt something so catastrophic?" Helena demanded, her usual composure cracking slightly. "Even the most radical pure-blood supremacists must recognize that magical society couldn't function with half its population incapacitated or worse." "Unless functioning isn't the objective," Harry replied grimly. "Unless the goal is precisely to shatter existing structures to make way for something new." The implication hung between them, that someone might view devastating plague as creative destruction rather than mere tragedy. It was a perspective so fundamentally at odds with normal ethical frameworks that most would dismiss it as impossible. But both Harry and Helena had studied enough magical history to recognize the pattern. Throughout the centuries, certain visionaries had embraced catastrophe as necessary catalyst for magical evolution. "We should expand monitoring beyond Britain," Helena decided, her mind already shifting to practical response. "Durmstrang's network extends throughout Eastern Europe. If we coordinate with Beauxbatons and the American institutes, we could establish near-global detection coverage." "Already in progress," Harry confirmed. Though quietly, to avoid premature alarm. "Fleur Delacour is our liaison with Beauxbatons, and Ilvermorny has agreed to implement enhanced monitoring protocols under the guise of standard security upgrades." This level of coordination, implemented without official ministry oversight, demonstrated how extensively Harry's influence had expanded beyond Britain's borders. The network he had built through personal connections and demonstrated magical insight now extended throughout the global magical community, operating parallel to but distinct from established governmental structures. "There's something else," Harry added after a moment. "Something I haven't shared with the others yet. The magical signature underlying these disturbances, it resembles patterns I've encountered before." Helena's analytical mind immediately made the connection. "Flamel," she stated rather than asked. "Abraxas, not Nicholas." "Yes," Harry confirmed, impressed but not surprised by her perception. "The manipulation techniques match theoretical approaches he described in his published works, though what we're detecting goes far beyond anything he's acknowledged publicly." "He was here today," Helena noted, "observing from the periphery rather than participating directly. My grandmother considers him brilliant but fundamentally amoral, pursuing magical knowledge without regard for consequences." This assessment aligned with Ari's own impressions from his interactions with the enigmatic wizard. Abraxas Flamel had always maintained careful distance while demonstrating uncommon interest in Harry's development, neither ally nor adversary but observer with his own inscrutable agenda. If he is responsible, Harry said thoughtfully, the question becomes whether he's testing theoretical principles or implementing a deliberate attack. The former might be contained through negotiation, the latter would require more direct intervention. The clinical way they discussed potentially catastrophic threats reflected how both had been shaped by their unusual educations, Harry through the Founders' knowledge and Helena through Durmstrang's pragmatic approach to dark magic. Neither panic nor moral outrage would serve their purpose. Only clear analysis and strategic response. We should continue this discussion with your full counsel, Helena suggested. If we're facing a deliberate attack on the magical population, we need coordinated preparedness across all affiliated groups. Harry agreed, though something in his expression suggested he wasn't sharing all his concerns. Helena, who had become increasingly attuned to these subtle cues, raised a questioning eyebrow. There's another aspect, he admitted. One that concerns me even more than the immediate threat. If someone can manipulate fundamental magical fields with this level of precision, they could potentially affect more than just health. They could alter how magic itself functions within defined areas. The implications were staggering. Control over the basic rules governing magical expression would represent power beyond anything in recorded history. It would transcend conventional magical combat, rendering traditional defenses potentially meaningless. All the more reason for immediate action, Helena said decisively. Starting with confirming whether Flamel is directly involved or merely provided theoretical foundations others are implementing. As they left the Great Hall together, their conversation shifting to specific monitoring strategies, neither noticed that the alcove where Abraxas Flamel had been observing was now empty, the enigmatic wizard having departed silently while they discussed his potential involvement in the emerging threat. The emergency meeting of the expanded Founders' Council took place not in the Chamber of Secrets but in the Room of Requirement, which had configured itself into a sophisticated command center complete with magical monitoring displays, communication systems, and enough seating for the TIE Plus members now comprising the Council's core leadership. Harry stood at the center, directing the assembled witches and wizards with the calm authority that had become his hallmark. Representatives from each magical community affected by the Concordat were present, along with key ministry officials sympathetic to Harry's initiatives and international delegates from magical institutions worldwide. The detection network has confirmed what we feared, he announced, gesturing toward a complex magical projection hovering above the central table. Localized disruptions in fundamental magical fields have been identified in 17 locations across Europe, all following the same pattern of resonance manipulation. The projection displayed a map with pulsing points of light indicating the disturbance locations. Lines of magical energy connected these points, forming a complex geometric pattern that those with advanced magical theory training immediately recognized as significant. A ritual configuration, Helena observed from her position near the map. These aren't random placement points but precisely calculated nodes in a continent-wide working. Exactly, Harry confirmed. When activated simultaneously, these nodes would create a cascading effect through underlying magical currents, potentially affecting every magical being within the configured area. Bill Weasley, whose earth-breaking expertise made him invaluable for analyzing complex magical structures, studied the pattern with professional interest. This is beyond anything I've encountered in Egypt or Greece. The scale alone would require magical power comparable to what created Hogwarts itself. Not necessarily power, Harry corrected, but precision and patience. Each node has been established gradually, building resonance over months rather than forcing immediate effect. It's why detection systems didn't register the pattern until recently. The changes were incremental enough to appear as background fluctuation. Minister Bones, who had been briefed on the situation only hours earlier, addressed the group with characteristic directness. The ministry's official position is that we're conducting precautionary monitoring of unusual magical phenomena. Public notification will be withheld until we can provide specific information about effects and appropriate responses. A wise approach, Fleur Delacour agreed, her French accent still pronounced despite years working in Britain. Beauxbatons has implemented similar protocols. Our detection teams are monitoring 3 nodes within French territory, but maintaining normal school operations. Similar reports followed from representatives of other magical institutions and communities, each confirming detection activities while emphasizing containment of potential panic. Throughout, Harry coordinated these reports with remarkable efficiency, integrating diverse information sources into a coherent strategic assessment. Based on the progression rate of the resonance buildup, he concluded after all reports were complete, we estimate 3 to 4 weeks before the pattern reaches activation potential. Our primary objectives are threefold. First, identify the source directing these manipulations. Second, develop countermeasures to disrupt the pattern if necessary. And third, prepare containment and treatment protocols in case partial or full activation occurs. The assignments that followed demonstrated how effectively the Founders' Council had evolved from student study group to sophisticated operational network. Teams were designated for each objective, combining expertise across traditional boundaries, goblins working alongside wizard financial analysts to trace suspicious resource movements, centaur astronomers collaborating with Department of Mysteries researchers to project pattern developments, healing specialists from diverse traditions developing integrated response protocols. One final matter requires immediate attention, Harry said as the formal assignments concluded. We have strong evidence suggesting Abraxas Flammel's involvement in this pattern creation. His theoretical work on resonance manipulation aligns too precisely with what we're detecting to be coincidental. Murmurs spread through the assembled council members. Flammel's reputation varied dramatically depending on magical community, respected scholar to some, dangerous radical to others, enigmatic recluse to most. Direct confrontation would be premature without confirmation, Harry continued. Therefore, I propose a small team approach him on academic pretenses to assess his knowledge and potential involvement. I will lead this team personally. This announcement prompted immediate concern from several council members, most vocally from those who had known Harry longest. Too risky, Hermione objected. If Flammel is behind this and recognizes your true purpose, you'd be exposing yourself to someone potentially manipulating fundamental magic. Which is precisely why it must be me, Harry countered calmly. The Founders' knowledge provides protection against conventional magical attacks. More importantly, Flammel has demonstrated consistent interest in my development. That interest creates an opening other investigators wouldn't have. The debate continued briefly before Minister Bones intervened. While I share concerns about risk, I recognize the strategic logic. However, I insist on ministry involvement in this approach. Or Shacklebolt will accompany your team in an observer capacity, with emergency response capabilities if needed. Harry accepted this condition without argument, recognizing both its practical value and the political necessity of maintaining ministry integration with council operations. Helena Ravenscliffe will complete the team, he added. Her academic credentials provide additional cover for the approach, and her Durmstrang training offers complementary protective capabilities. Helena nodded agreement from across the room, her expression revealing nothing of whatever personal thoughts she might have about this assignment. Their private conversation following the Concordat signing had established her commitment to addressing the emerging threat, regardless of personal risk. As the meeting concluded and council members departed to implement their assignments, Neville approached Harry with the directness that had replaced his childhood hesitancy. You're not telling us everything, he said quietly. About Flammel or the pattern. There's something more you've recognized. Harry regarded his friend thoughtfully, appreciating both his perception and his discretion in raising the concern privately rather than before the full council. You're right, he acknowledged after ensuring they wouldn't be overheard. The pattern isn't just designed for plague distribution. Its configuration suggests capability for something far more fundamental, a restructuring of how magic manifests within the affected area. Neville's expression grew more serious. Restructuring how, exactly? Potentially allowing the controller to establish preferential access, Harry explained. Magic would still exist for everyone, but would respond more readily to those the pattern recognizes as preferred users, likely pure bloods, given the plague aspect targeting Muggle-born magical signatures. The implications were staggering. Not merely illness affecting certain wizards, but a fundamental advantage encoded into magic itself, permanently altering the balance of power throughout the affected region. That would change everything, Neville said softly. Pure blood families would gain enormous advantages beyond anything blood status currently provides. Exactly, Harry confirmed, which is why confirmation of Flamel's involvement and intent is so crucial. If I'm right about the pattern's full potential, we're facing not just a health crisis but an attempted fundamental restructuring of magical society itself. Be careful with him, Neville warned. Gran says the Flamel family has always operated outside normal magical constraints. They pursue knowledge others consider forbidden, without traditional ethical limitations. I will, Harry promised. And while I'm investigating Flamel, continue the Horcrux location efforts with Ron and Hermione. If someone is attempting to reshape magic on this scale, it might accelerate Voldemort's efforts to restore himself. We need to eliminate his remaining soul anchors before that happens. This reference to their ongoing secret project, Lacati. Ingen destroying the Horcruxes that maintained Voldemort's tenuous existence, reminded both of them that despite all they had accomplished, the threat that had first marked Harry remained unresolved. The Dark Lord's Wraith form had been confirmed in Albania the previous year, still seeking a permanent restoration method. As Harry departed to prepare for the Flamel investigation, he felt the family weight of multiple responsibilities settling on him, not just addressing the immediate threat pattern, but coordinating Horcrux hunting, implementing the newly signed Concordat, and maintaining the complex network of alliances he had built across the magical world. At 14, he carried burdens that would have crushed most adult wizards. Yet the Founder's knowledge within him provided perspective that transcended his chronological age. Godric's courage faced challenges directly. Rowena's wisdom identified strategic approaches. Helga's compassion maintained focus on those he sought to protect. And Salazar's cunning recognized that sometimes apparent defeat concealed the seeds of greater victory. Balancing these aspects had become second nature after years of integration. The scared chill, Dee and the Dursleys, Shed had evolved into something unprecedented in magical history, not merely a powerful wizard, but a nexus of transformative influence reshaping the magical world according to the Founder's original vision. As he entered his private quarters to prepare for the confrontation with Flamel, Harry allowed himself a rare moment of reflection on this transformation. The path had not been what he expected when the Founders first appeared to him. The challenges had proved greater, the resistance more determined, the complexity more demanding than his younger self could have imagined. Yet the progress was undeniable. The Concordat signing represented achievement that would have seemed impossible just years earlier. The Founders' Council had evolved from student study group to sophisticated network influencing policy throughout magical Britain and beyond. And his own abilities had developed far beyond conventional magical education, integrating the Founders' knowledge into capabilities that few contemporary wizards could comprehend, let alone match. The immediate threat, however, demanded his full attention. If his analysis was correct, Abraxas Flamel was attempting something that had not been tried since Atlantean times, a fundamental restructuring of magical expression itself. Confirming this theory and developing appropriate countermeasures would require all the resources he had assembled over years of careful preparation. The conqueror phase of his journey had begun. Not conquest through force, but through transformation of systems that had calcified over centuries of increasing restriction. The Founders' vision of an integrated magical world was gradually taking shape, despite resistance from those invested in existing power structures. Now that vision faced its greatest test, not merely political opposition but attempted magical restructuring at the most fundamental level. How he responded would determine not just his own future, but the nature of magic itself for generations to come. Abraxas Flamel's estate occupied a curious position in magical geography, technically located in southern France but existing in a folded space that connected to multiple locations throughout Europe. Visitors arrived not through conventional magical transportation but via a complex series of translocation points, each requiring specific knowledge to navigate successfully. Harry, Helena, and Kingsley Shacklebolt materialized on a stone platform overlooking gardens of impossible beauty, plants from different climatic regions thriving side by side, magical species that should have been incompatible growing in harmonious proximity. The air itself seemed charged with potentiality, as if normal magical constraints operated differently within this carefully constructed environment. Remarkable, Helena observed, her academic interest momentarily overriding tactical concerns. He's created microclimatic convergence zones throughout the property. The magical engineering required would be substantial, Harry agreed, though his attention was focused beyond the gardens toward the main structure, a building that seemed to shift subtly as they observed it, architectural styles blending and transforming in fluid progression. Though primarily for research purposes rather than aesthetics, each zone allows observation of different magical interactions. Kingsley maintained professional alertness, his wand not drawn but readily accessible. As one of the few Aurors fully briefed on Harry's unique status and capabilities, he understood his role was support rather than protection, a ministry presence ensuring official protocols were technically observed while allowing Harry to lead the actual investigation. "Mr. Flamel is expecting us," he asked as they began walking along a path that materialized before them through the gardens. After a fashion, Harry replied, "I requested an academic consultation regarding theoretical approaches to magical field manipulation." Given his published interest in my connection to the founders, acceptance was predictable. What he didn't add was that the request had been carefully crafted to suggest Harry was seeking guidance for his own experimental work, a subtle implication that might encourage Flamel to reveal more about his methods than he would to perceived opponents. The approach balanced truth and misdirect in proportions calculated to elicit maximum information with minimum suspicion. As they approached the main building, its appearance stabilized into a Mediterranean villa of classical design, though certain architectural elements seemed to defy normal physical constraints, angles that shouldn't connect, spaces that appeared larger from within than without, windows overlooking landscapes that couldn't possibly exist in proximity to each other. A tall, slender man awaited them on a marble terrace, his silver-streaked auburn hair tied back in a scholarly fashion, his robes neither ostentatious, formal nor casually simple but perfectly calibrated to suggest refined intellectual purpose. His keen eyes assessed them with undisguised interest as they approached, lingering particularly on Harry. "Young Mr. Potter," he greeted with a slight bow. "Your request for consultation was most intriguing. Few wizards your age, indeed, few wizards of any age, recognize the significance of resonance manipulation in fundamental magical fields." His gaze shifted to Harry's companions. "Miss Ravenscliffe, your grandmother speaks highly of your theoretical work at Durmstrang. And Auror Shacklebolt, an unexpected addition to an academic delegation, though perhaps unsurprising given recent developments in Britain." This acknowledgement of Kingsley's role suggested Flamel was neither surprised nor concerned by the ministry's involvement, either because he had nothing to hide or because he believed himself beyond conventional authority. Which interpretation proved correct would significantly influence their approach. "My interest is more than academic, Mr. Flamel," Harry replied directly, deciding that limited transparency would serve better than elaborate pretense with someone of Flamel's perception. "Recent detection systems have identified resonance pattern formation across Europe consistent with theoretical models you've published. I'm seeking insight into potential implications and containment approaches." If Flamel was startled by this directness, he showed no sign of it. Instead, a hint of appreciation touched his expression, as if Harry's forthright approach confirmed some private assessment. "Fascinating," he remarked. "Detection systems sensitive enough to identify distributed resonance patterns would represent significant advancement beyond ministry standard equipment. Perhaps a product of Founder's knowledge integration." The question probed Harry's capabilities while neither confirming nor denying involvement in the pattern formation. A skillful deflection that maintained conversational equilibrium while yielding no substantive information. "Collaborative development," Harry replied, matching Flamel's carefully measured disclosure. "Integrating diverse magical traditions often produces capabilities beyond any single approach. The Concordat has accelerated such integration." Flamel's smile suggested genuine pleasure at this exchange, intellectual sparring conducted with precision and restraint. "Indeed. Please, join me inside. Academic discussion benefits from appropriate surroundings." He led them into a circular chamber whose walls were lined with books and artifacts from civilizations spanning thousands of years. The ceiling displayed a moving astronomical map similar to Hogwarts' Great Hall but with additional layers of information. Ley line configurations, magical density distributions, temporal fluctuation patterns. At the room's center stood what appeared to be a scale model of Europe, though as they approached, Harry recognized it was actually a real-time magical field visualization, showing energy flows, concentration points, and interference patterns across the continent. The pulsing nodes they had detected in their own monitoring were clearly visible, their geometric configuration unmistakable. "You're monitoring the pattern," Helena observed, her tone carefully neutral despite the significant implications of this confirmation. "Of course," Flamel acknowledged without hesitation. Any serious magical theorist would track such a remarkable manifestation. The precision of node placement demonstrates unprecedented understanding of cascading resonance principles. His casual admission redirected the conversation from accusation of creation to shared observation of an existing phenomenon, another skillful conversational maneuver that neither confirmed nor denied responsibility while establishing common intellectual ground. Harry studied both the display and Flamel himself, integrating the founders' perspectives to assess the situation. Rowena's analytical precision noted the display's sophistication exceeded mere observation. It showed predictive modeling of pattern development. Salazar's strategic awareness recognized Flamel's careful positioning to maintain information advantage. Godric's directness suggested cutting through the intellectual fencing with straightforward confrontation. And Helga's empathic insight detected genuine curiosity beneath Flamel's controlled exterior. He was evaluating Harry as much as Harry was evaluating him. The pattern configuration suggests capabilities beyond simple energy manipulation, Harry said. Deciding on a hybrid approach, direct regarding the pattern while indirect regarding Flamel's involvement. Specifically, selective influence over how magic manifests within the affected region. Flamel's eyebrows rose slightly, the first indication that Harry had said something he hadn't anticipated. An insightful observation. Most analysts would focus on immediate effects rather than fundamental restructuring potential. The founders. Knowledge serves you well, Mr. Potter. Not just the founders, Harry countered, maintaining eye contact. Your own published works on resonance theory contain the foundations for such analysis, though the practical applications are only implied rather than explicitly stated. This acknowledgement of Flamel's contribution served multiple purposes. Demonstrating Harry's familiarity with his work, establishing intellectual respect, and indirectly raising the question of how theoretical principles had manifested in practical implementation. The theory and application often develop in parallel through different contributors, Flamel replied smoothly. One proposes possibilities, another implements experimental verification. The history of Magica advancement is built on such complementary efforts. Helena, who had been examining the display with careful attention, joined the conversation. This monitoring system shows more than current configuration. It's modeling developmental trajectories and activation thresholds. You've analyzed the pattern's completion parameters. Her observation shifted the discussion from theoretical generalities to specific capabilities of Flamel's monitoring system, implicitly questioning how such detailed analysis was possible without prior knowledge of the pattern's design parameters. Predictive modeling is essential for understanding complex magical phenomena, Flamel acknowledged, particularly those with potentially significant implications for magical expression. Kingsley, who had remained silent but attentive, finally spoke. Mr. Flamel, speaking officially as ministry representative, I must ask directly, are you involved in creating the resonance pattern currently forming across Europe? Blunt question hung in the air between them. Flamel regarded the aura with something between amusement and appreciation before responding. Involved, certainly, as an observer, analyst, and theoretical contributor through my published work. Responsible, that's a more complex question. Magical theory, once published, influences subsequent development in ways its creator cannot fully control or claim exclusive responsibility for. It was a masterful non-answer that acknowledged connection while avoiding legal culpability. From a ministry prosecution perspective, it provided nothing actionable while seeming cooperative. Harry, however, recognized the underlying implication. Flamel was neither denying influence nor claiming ignorance, he was establishing a position of academic detachment maintaining knowledge of the pattern's purpose and development. The pattern's configuration suggests targeting capability based on blood status markers, Harry stated, moving the conversation to its central concern. Specifically, Differential effects for Muggle-born versus pure-blood magical signatures. Combined with restructuring potential, this implies not merely temporary effect but permanent advantage encoding. This direct articulation of the pattern's most concerning implications was calculated to prompt substantive response. By demonstrating comprehensive understanding rather than speculative concern, Harry shifted the conversational dynamic from investigation to collegial assessment between knowledgeable parties. Flamel studied Harry with increased intensity, seemingly reassessing his capabilities based on this analysis. After a measured silence, he responded with greater candor than he had shown previously. Perceptive and precise, he acknowledged. The pattern indeed incorporates selective resonance attunement calibrated to bloodline magical signatures. Though perhaps targeting carries unnecessarily negative connotations for what might better be described as preferential optimization. Semantics don't alter functional impact, Helena countered sharply. Preferential treatment of certain magical bloodlines at others' expense represents fundamental disruption of magical equality. Equality, Flamel repeated, a hint of genuine curiosity in his tone. An interesting concept to apply to magic, which has never distributed its gifts equally. Some are born with greater natural power, affinity for particular disciplines, unique abilities like metamorphogous traits or Parseltongue. Magic itself recognizes and responds to bloodline inheritance. The pattern Ely extends this natural principle to its logical conclusion. This philosophical justification revealed more about Flamel's perspective than his previous careful statements. He viewed the pattern not as unjust manipulation but as alignment with what he perceived as natural magical principles, an acceleration of inherent tendencies rather than artificial imposition. Natural magical variation occurs within an equilibrium system. Harry pointed out, individual differences balance across populations and generations. The pattern would create artificial systematic advantage, potentially destabilizing that equilibrium permanently. Flamel inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the point without conceding it. Perhaps it would catalyze magical evolution that current stagnant structures prevent. The founders themselves sought to reshape magical society according to their vision of optimal development. Your own efforts continue that tradition, do they not? The comparison was skillfully calculated to create ethical ambiguity, suggesting parallel between Harry's reforms and the pattern's restructuring, both representing intentional intervention in existing magical order based on particular vision of improvement. The founders created institutions that expanded magical opportunity, Harry countered. They established educational access regardless of birth status and integrated diverse magical traditions. The pattern would reverse that integration, creating hierarchical advantage based solely on bloodline. A perspective shaped by your particular interpretation of founders' intent, Flamel observed. Historical analysis suggests more complex motivations, particularly regarding Salazar Slytherin's approach to magical bloodlines. The knowledge you carry may represent selective aspects rather than comprehensive understanding. This suggestion that Harry's founders' knowledge might be incomplete or biased represented a new direction in their intellectual engagement, challenging not just his interpretation but the fundamental basis of his authority and perspective. Before Harry could respond, the display at the room's center pulsed with sudden intensity, one of pattern nodes flaring with brilliant light. Flamel turned toward it with evident interest, monitoring adjustments occurring automatically throughout the visualization. Fascinating, he murmured. Ode 7 has achieved resonance synchronization ahead of projected timeline. The pattern development is accelerating. The casual way he noted this development, as detached observer rather than concern. Participant, confirmed what Harry had increasingly suspected throughout their conversation. Flamel was indeed connected to the pattern creation, but in a capacity more complex than simple implementation. He was monitoring an experiment whose outcomes interested him professionally while maintaining sufficient distance to avoid direct responsibility. If the pattern reaches activation threshold, Harry said quietly, millions of wizards and witches with Muggle ancestry would be affected. Beyond the immediate health impact, the magical restructuring would fundamentally alter power balances throughout Europe and potentially worldwide. Indeed, Flamel agreed, his tone remaining that of academic assessment rather than moral concern. A remarkable opportunity to observe magical adaptation at population scale, though I suspect containment efforts are already being implemented through your Founders Council network, are they not? This direct reference to council activities, information not publicly available, confirmed Flamel had intelligence sources within or adjacent to Harry's organization. More importantly, his phrasing suggested he anticipated containment rather than fearing it, as the response itself represented another interesting variable in his grand experiment. We've established multinational monitoring and response protocols, Harry acknowledged, seeing no benefit in denying what Flamel clearly already knew. Including pattern disruption capabilities if necessary. As one would expect, Flamel replied with apparent approval. The founders valued preparedness. Though disruption without understanding risks unintended consequences potentially more damaging than the pattern itself. Magical resonance, once destabilized, can cascade in unpredictable ways. This warning, or threat, was delivered with the same pleasant academic tone as his earlier observations, yet its implications were profound. Interfering with the pattern without comprehensive understanding of its structure could trigger wider magical disruption beyond the original design parameters. Harry recognized the conversational juncture they had reached. Flamel had essentially confirmed connection to He pattern while establishing both intellectual justification and deniability. He had demonstrated knowledge of council activities while implying potential consequences for interference. And he had the entire situation as academic experiment rather than malicious attack, positioning himself as observer rather than aggressor. What outcome do you actually seek, Mr. Flamel? Harry asked directly, abandoning the increasingly circular intellectual exchange for straightforward inquiry. Beyond academic observation of magical adaptation, what specific change are you attempting to catalyze? He question's directness seemed to please rather than offend Flamel. His expression suggested appreciation for Harry's willingness to cut through diplomatic and intellectual layers to the core issue. Evolution requires periodic disruption, he replied after thoughtful consideration. Magical society has stagnated behind artificial constraints, ministry classifications, wand-dependent practice, segregation from non-magical development. The pattern creates necessary destabilization from which more advanced magical integration can emerge. At devastating human cost, Helena interjected, her rolled academic demeanor finally breaking. You speak of evolution while implementing what amounts to magical eugenics, privileging certain bloodlines while handicapping others. A transitional phase, Flamel countered calmly. The pattern's immediate effects would indeed disadvantage certain magical populations. But subsequent adaptation would produce capabilities beyond current limitations. Sure, term disruption enabling long-term advancement, the historical pattern of all significant magical development. You're conducting experimental magical restructuring without consent of those affected, Kingsley stated. The Auror's professional restraint giving way to genuine moral concern. Whatever your theoretical justification, the practical implementation violates fundamental magical law and ethics. Flamel regarded him with something approaching pity. Laws created by those invested in maintaining current limitations. The truly significant magical advancements throughout history, including Hogwarts' founding, required transcending contemporary constraints rather than adhering to them. Throughout this exchange, Harry had been carefully assessing not just Flamel's words but his magical signature and the estate's defensive configurations. The founders' knowledge provided perception beyond conventional magical detection, allowing him to recognize sophisticated protection systems rated throughout the property, some active, others dormant but ready for immediate activation. More importantly, he had confirmed a critical hypothesis. Flamel was not merely implementing theoretical principles but was personally directing the pattern development. The connection between the visualization display and Flamel's own magical signature revealed direct ongoing influence rather than detached observation. You've made your position clear, Harry said finally. And I appreciate your willingness to discuss it openly. However, regardless of theoretical justification, the pattern represents immediate threat to millions of magical beings who haven't consented to participate in your evolutionary experiment. The Founders, Council, in cooperation with legitimate magical authorities worldwide, will implement containment protocols to prevent activation. His tone remained respectful but firm, acknowledging Flamel's perspective while establishing unequivocal opposition to his methods. It was the stance of someone seeking resolution without unnecessary conflict, while remaining prepared for more direct confrontation if required. Flamel studied him with renewed intensity, seemingly SSING based on this clear declaration of intent. "You've developed remarkably since our first meeting," he observed. "The Founders' knowledge has integrated more fully than I anticipated, though perhaps with greater emphasis on Gryffindor and Hufflepuff's perspectives than Slytherin's pragmatism or Ravenclaw's intellectual detachment. This assessment, delivered as professional observation rather than criticism, revealed Flamel had been monitoring Harry's development with specific interest in how the Founders' different approaches balanced within him. More tellingly, it suggested preference for the more calculating aspects of the Founders' legacy over compassionate or courage-driven components. Integration rather than dominance by any single perspective was always the objective, Harry replied. The Founders were strongest together, their different approaches complementing rather than conflicting. That principle guides the Council's approach to magical development, collaborative advancement rather than imposed vision. A philosophical difference between us, then, Flamel concluded with apparent regret. You seek consensus-driven evolution. I recognize that transformative advancement rarely emerges from committee deliberation. History favors bold vision implemented decisively. The implication was clear. Flamel considered his approach not merely academically justified but historically validated. He saw himself continuing a tradition of visionary magical development transcending contemporary limitations, regardless of immediate disruption caused. "We should depart," Harry said to his companions, recognizing that further discussion would yield diminishing returns. They had confirmed Flamel's involvement and understood his perspective more clearly, which would inform containment strategies. Of course, Flamel agreed cordially, as if they had merely concluded an academic debate rather than confrontation over potentially catastrophic magical manipulation. "Though I hope you'll consider what I've shared about unintended consequences before implementing disruption protocols. Magical resonance patterns, once destabilized, can manifest in ways even Founders' knowledge might not anticipate." This parting caution, or warning, was delivered with the same pleasant scholarly tone as his earlier observations, yet carried unmistakable implication. Interfering with the pattern read risks beyond those of allowing it to develop as designed. As they prepared to depart through the complex translocation sequence that had brought them to the estate, Flamel addressed Harry one final time. "Mr. Potter, regardless of our differing approaches, I recognize the remarkable development you represent. The Founders chose well when they selected you as vessel for their legacy. Perhaps, when current circumstances resolve, we might explore theoretical aspects of resonance manipulation in less contentious context." The invitation, simultaneously collegial and presumptuous, reflected Florida Mel's consistent positioning throughout their interaction. He maintained perspective of senior scholar addressing promising junior colleague, despite the fundamental opposition between their positions regarding the resonance pattern. "Perhaps," Harry replied diplomatically, though all present recognized the unlikelihood of such future collaboration given current circumstances. As they departed Florida Mel's estate and reappeared at their designated arrival point in southern France, Helena was the first to speak. "He's not merely involved, he's the primary architect. The pattern's development correlates directly with his magical signature." "Yes," Harry agreed grimly. "And he has no intention of suspending the experiment regardless of potential consequences. He genuinely believes he's catalyzing necessary magical evolution, with affected populations as acceptable sacrifice for theoretical advancement. His perspective aligns with historical patterns among certain magical researchers," Kingsley observed. "Particularly those with extended lifespans. They begin viewing contemporary magical populations as instruments for long-term development rather than communities deserving protection." His assessment aligned with what Harry had perceived through the Founders' knowledge. Flamel's detached perspective reflected not just academic arrogance but fundamentally altered timeframe. He evaluated magical development across centuries rather than human lifespans, rendering immediate disruption insignificant against theoretical long-term advancement. "We need to accelerate containment preparations," Harry decided. Flamel indicated the pattern as developing faster than initially projected. More importantly, his warning about disruption consequences suggests he's implemented safeguards again. Saint interference, possibly secondary effects triggered by attempted containment. The Council's distributed response network becomes even more critical, Helena agreed. Simultaneous intervention at L pattern nodes would be necessary to prevent cascading destabilization. As they discussed immediate next steps while traveling toward their international portkey connection, none of them noticed the small, silvery monitoring charm that had attached itself to Harry's robes during their visit, a sophisticated tracking device keyed specifically to Founder's magical signatures, designed to observe High's subsequent activities without detection by conventional security measures. Abraxas Flamel, watching their departure through his visualization system, smiled with genuine appreciation. The Conversatee On had confirmed his assessment of Harry's development while providing valuable insight into the Founder's Council's response capabilities. Whatever the immediate outcome regarding the resonance pattern, the longer experiment, observing how Founder's knowledge manifested through a modern vessel, continued to yield fascinating results. The confrontation had been merely opening moves in a much more complex game than either side fully recognized, one whose resolution would shape magical development for centuries to come. The subsequent weeks unfolded with increasing intensity as the resonance pattern approached activation threshold. The Founders' Council implemented a comprehensive response strategy coordinating magical communities throughout Europe and beyond, establishing containment teams at each pattern node and developing synchronized disruption protocols designed to neutralize the pattern without triggering cascading instability. Harry directed these efforts from the Chamber of Secrets, which had been transformed into an advanced command center integrating magical monitoring systems from diverse traditions. Representatives from each affected community maintained continuous presence, ensuring coordinated response across traditional boundaries that would have been unimaginable before the Concordat. Node 12 has reached 90% synchronization, Hermione reported, monitoring a complex magical display similar to but less sophisticated than the one they had observed at Flamel's estate. Acceleration continues at increasing rate. Current projections indicate potential activation within 72 hours. This timeline represented significant compression from earlier estimates, evidence that Flamel had increased pattern development following their confrontation. Whether this acceleration represented concern about potential interference or simply advancement of experimental parameters remained unclear. Containment teams are positioned at all 17 nodes, Neville confirmed from his station coordinating field operations. The disruption sequence has been distributed with appropriate security measures. We're prepared for synchronized implementation on your command. Harry studied the pattern visualization with the integrated perspective the Founders' knowledge provided. Rowena's analytical precision identified subtle connections between nodes that conventional magical theory missed. Salazar's strategic assessment recognized potential countermeasures Flamel might have implemented. Godric's battlefield experience suggested optimal timing for intervention. And Helga's holistic understanding anticipated how magical communities would be affected by different resolution scenarios. The disruption must be precisely synchronized, he emphasized. Quote, Flamel implied secondary effects if the pattern destabilizes asymmetrically. We can't risk cascading magical disruption beyond the original configuration. This concern had guided their containment approach. Rather than simply attempting to disable individual nodes, they had developed a comprehensive disruption sequence that would neutralize the entire pattern simultaneously, preserving underlying magical stability while preventing the selective effects Flamel intended. International magical authorities have implemented preparedness protocols in all potentially affected regions, Luna reported from her communication station. Medical facilities are prepared for various manifestation scenarios. Magical creature communities have established safe zones with independent magical sustainability. These precautions reflected lessons learned from historical magical catastrophes, where inadequate preparation had often magnified initial effects through subsequent panic and disorganized response. The Concordat's framework had enabled unprecedented coordination across traditionally separated communities, each contributing unique capabilities to the collective effort. As preparations continued throughout the chamber, Helena approached Harry at the central monitoring station, her expression conveying concern too significant for public discussion. Something's changed, she said quietly when they had moved to a more private area. The pattern's acceleration doesn't match natural development parameters. Flamel has modified the underlying resonance structure. Harry nodded grimly. I've noticed. The synchronization sequence has been altered, specifically to complicate our disruption approach. He anticipated our response methodology. This tactical adjustment confirmed what they had suspected following their meeting with Flamel. He viewed their containment efforts as merely another variable in his experiment, one he had prepared for and was actively countering through pattern modifications. There's more, Helena continued, her voice dropping further. Durmstrang's deep field monitoring has detected secondary pattern formation outside the primary configuration. Subtle enough to evade standard detection but potentially significant if the primary pattern is disrupted. This revelation aligned with Flamel's warning about unintended consequences. He had apparently established backup systems designed to activate if the main pattern was neutralized, potentially triggering effects different from but possibly equally concerning as the original design. We need to adjust our approach, Harry decided after careful consideration. Rather than attempting complete neutralization, we implement partial reconfiguration, preserving the pattern's basic structure while altering its selective parameters. Helena's eyes widened slightly as she grasped the implications. Converting it from discriminatory to universal resonance. Technically challenging but potentially more stable than complete disruption. Exactly, Harry confirmed. If Flamel has indeed established secondary triggers based on pattern dissolution, reconfiguration might bypass those while preventing the selective effects he intended. This strategy represented significant risk. Modifying a complex magical pattern in real time required precision beyond conventional magical capability. But it also offered potential advantage beyond mere containment, potentially redirecting Flamel's experimental structure toward more beneficial applications. I'll need your assistance with the reconfiguration parameters, Harry continued. Durmstrang's approach to resonance manipulation differs from Hogwarts tradition in ways that might be crucial for this adjustment. Helena nodded, professional focus overriding any personal reaction to this request. I'll begin modifications to the disruption sequence immediately. Though successful implementation will require direct involvement from practitioners with exceptional precision control. The unspoken implication was clear. Harry himself would need to participate directly in the field operation rather than coordinating from the command center. His unique capabilities, combining G-Founder's knowledge with years of dedicated development, provided manipulation precision beyond what conventional magical training could achieve. As they rejoined the main command area to implement these adjustments, an urgent communication arrived from one of the field team's monitoring pattern nodes in eastern France. Magical manifestation detected at Node 5, reported Bill Weasley, his voice tense despite professional control. Localized effect approximately 2 kilometers diameter. Initial assessment indicates selective impact based on magical signature, Muggle-born witches and wizards. Experiencing moderate magical suppression while pure bloods report enhanced casting efficiency. This premature activation, well before the pattern's full synchronization, suggested either miscalculati on in their projection models or deliberate tactical implementation by Flamel. Either possibility carried concerning implications for their containment strategy. Establish containment perimeter and implement magical stabilization protocols, Harry directed. Medical response teams to provide support for affected individuals. Detailed magical signature analysis to confirm exact selection parameters. As these instructions were relayed and implemented, additional reports arrived from monitoring teams throughout Europe, similar localized manifestations occurring at other pattern nodes, each demonstrating the same selective impact based on blood status magical markers. He's implementing progressive activation, Harry realized, integrating these reports with the pattern visualization. Rather than waiting for full synchronization, he's triggering localized effects to observe immediate responses while the complete pattern continues developing. This approach represented both experimental CA-tion and tactical advantage, allowing observation of effects at manageable scale while complicating containment efforts by creating multiple active sites requiring simultaneous response. The reconfiguration approach becomes even more critical, Helena observed. Complete neutralization of already activated nodes risks unpredictable cascade effects. Harry agreed, quickly adjusting their response strategy to address this new development. Field teams were redirected to prioritize containment of active manifestation zones while specialized practitioners prepared for the more complex reconfigured ion approach at nodes approaching activation threshold. I need to join the field operation at the primary node, he decided, identifying the central connection point where reconfiguration would have maximum effect throughout the pattern. The precision required exceeds what can be achieved through remote direction. This announcement prompted immediate concern from council members who had worked most closely with Harry over the years. Too exposed, Ron objected from his security coordination position. Flamel will anticipate your direct involvement and may have prepared specific countermeasures targeting Founder's magic. Which is precisely why it must be me, Harry countered calmly. The Founder's knowledge provides protection against conventional magical attacks. More importantly, I see and implement reconfiguration adjustments with precision others can't match. The logic was undeniable, though concern remained evident among those who recognized both Harry's unique capabilities and his irreplaceable importance to the broader magical reformation efforts they had built together. His direct field involvement carried significant personal risk, yet the alternatives presented even greater danger to magical communities throughout Europe. I'll accompany you, Helena stated rather than offered. Durmstrang's approach to resonance manipulation complements Founder's techniques in ways that could prove crucial for successful reconfiguration. This was not merely professional assistance but personal commitment, placing herself at equal risk despite having compelling reasons to maintain safer position coordinating Durmstrang's containment contributions. The significance of this decision was not lost on Harry or the other council members. Prepare the reconfiguration sequence, Har. Y directed the technical team led by Hermione and Bill Weasley. Distribute updated parameters to all field teams. Implementation will commence in 6 hours, synchronized across all pattern nodes. As preparations accelerated throughout the command center, Harry took a moment to consult privately with Minister Bones, who had maintained direct involvement throughout the crisis response. The Ministry should prepare for potential widespread effects, he advised. Even with successful reconfiguration, magical disruption is likely throughout affected areas. Public notification protocols should be implemented, though carefully framed to prevent panic. Bones nodded, her expression reflecting both concern and resolution. Already in progress, the Wizengamot has authorized emergency response measures across all departments. International magical authorities have implemented similar protocols. If the reconfiguration fails, Harry continued more quietly, or if Flamel has implemented more extensive secondary systems than we've detected, the effects could extend beyond selective magical suppression to fundamental disruption of magical stability throughout the region. This stark assessment, delivered without dramatic emphasis but with clear recognition of potential consequences, demonstrated how completely Harry had integrated the Founder's balanced perspective. He acknowledged worst-case scenarios without allowing their possibility to paralyze necessary action. The magical world has faced existential challenges before, Bones replied with similar pragmatism. Though perhaps not at this scale since the Founder's time. Whatever the outcome, your efforts to prepare our communities for collaborative response have strengthened our position considerably. This acknowledgement of the broader impact of Harry's initiatives, beyond the immediate crisis response, reflected how completely the magical governance landscape had transformed in recent years. The Concordat Framework, Founders Council Network, and reformed approach to interspecies cooperation had created resilience that would have been impossible under previous fragmented structures. As preparations continued and departure time approached, Harry took a rare moment of solitude in the Chamber's library section, consulting specific Founder texts regarding magical resonance manipulation. The knowledge he carried provided general principles, but specific implementation often benefited from reviewing original documentation. You should rest before the operation, Helena observed, finding him surrounded by ancient tomes written in languages few modern wizards could comprehend. Magical precision requires optimal condition. Harry looked up, a small smile acknowledging her concern without accepting its premise. The Enders often worked days without rest during Hogwarts creation. Their knowledge includes techniques for maintaining focus despite physical limitations. Helena settled into a chair across from him, her expression suggesting she recognized the deflection but chose not to challenge it directly. You've confirmed what we suspected, then. The pattern's configuration indicates more than Flamel revealed during our meeting. Yes, Harry confirmed, closing the text he had been consulting. It's not merely experimental implementation of resonance theory. The pattern incorporates elements of Founder-era magic, specifically techniques documented in Salazar's private journals but never publicly shared. This connection to Founder's magic explained both the pattern's unusual stability and its resistance to conventional containment approaches. It also raised more profound questions about Flamel himself and his knowledge of magical traditions predating modern practice. You think he has access to under sources beyond what's publicly known, Helena surmised, her analytical mind quickly identifying the implication. More than that, Harry replied after brief consideration. The implementation details suggest first-hand knowledge rather than theoretical study. The pattern incorporates nuances that aren't documented even in Salazar's most detailed writings, adaptations that reflect practical experience with the underlying principles. The conclusion remained unspoken but mutually understood. Flamel's connection to Founder's magic might be more direct than merely academic study of ancient texts. His understanding suggested either access to sources thought lost to history or more personal connection to the magical traditions the Founders had established. Which makes our reconfiguration approach both more feasible and more challenging, Helena noted, focusing on practical implications rather than historical mysteries. If the pattern incorporates Founder techniques, your knowledge provides crucial advantage for manipulation. But it also means Flamel likely anticipated this approach and prepared specific countermeasures. Harry nodded, appreciating her ability to extract strategic assessment from theoretical revelation. Precisely. The reconfiguration sequence incorporates elements from all four Founders' approaches rather than relying solely on Salazar's techniques. The balance. De-implementation should bypass defenses calibrated for specific Founder signatures. This strategy reflected Harry's unique contribution to magical development, not merely preserving Founder knowledge, but integrating their diverse approaches into more comprehensive methodology than any individual Founder had achieved alone. Where Salazar might have focused on subtle manipulation, Godric on powerful disruption, Rowena on precise realignment, or Helga on harmonic stabilization, Harry could implement balanced approach incorporating strengths from each tradition. It's time, Helena said softly aft, consulting a delicate silver timepiece. The field teams are in final position. Synchronized implementation begins in 90 minutes. Harry closed the ancient texts, returning them to their protected shelving with careful reverence. These repositories of Founder knowledge, recovered from the Chamber's original library and supplemented through years of dedicated research, represented connection to magical traditions largely forgotten by contemporary practitioners. Yet their principles would prove crucial for addressing the very modern threat Flamel's experiment presented. As they prepared to depart for the primary node location in central Germany, Harry addressed the assembled council members with characteristic balanced perspective, acknowledging danger without dwelling on it, expressing confidence without dismissing challenges. The reconfiguration approach offers our best opportunity for containing this threat while minimizing collateral effects, he explained to the gathered magical representatives. Field teams will implement synchronized adjustments to convert the pattern from selective to universal resonance, neutralizing its discriminatory effects while preserving stable magical structure. His tone shifted to more personal register as he continued, whatever happens, remember that we've already achieved the most important objective, unifying magical communities that have remained separated for centuries. The Concordat framework and council network will continue that mission regardless of today's specific outcome. This acknowledgement of broader context beyond immediate crisis reflected the Founders' historical perspective, recognizing that individual challenges, however significant, represented merely chapters in longer development of magical society. The structure they had built together would endure beyond any specific threat, continuing the transformation of magical world according to Founder principles of integration and cooperation. As Harry and Helena departed for the field operation, those remaining in the command center felt the weight of the moment, not merely addressing immediate magical threat but participating in historical inflection point that would shape magical development for generations to come. The legacy the Founders had entrusted to Harry was fulfilling its purpose, not through individual heroics but through collaborative transformation of magical society itself. The confrontation with Flamel's pattern represented more than tactical challenge or immediate threat. It embodied fundamental choice between competing visions of Cal development, Imposed transformation benefiting select populations versus collaborative evolution integrating diverse traditions and communities. The outcome would determine not just who controlled magic's expression but how magic itself would manifest in the modern world. The primary node of Flamel's resonance pattern occupied a seemingly unremarkable location, a small clearing in the black forest where several ancient ley lines intersected beneath the visible landscape. To conventional perception, nothing distinguished this site from countless similar woodland settings throughout the region. To those with trained magical sensitivity, however, the location pulsed with concentrated energy like a heartbeat beneath the forest floor. Harry and Helena arrived via secure translocation meth. OD developed specifically for the containment operation, a modified portkey enchantment incorporating protective elements from multiple magical traditions. The moment they materialized, both performed immediate magical assessment, their wands moving in complementary patterns that revealed different aspects of the site's magical configuration. The resonance concentration has increased approximately 30% since our last monitoring, Helena observed, studying the complex magical signature revealed by her detection spell. Acceleration continues at increasing rate. Harry nodded, his own assessment focusing on deeper structural elements. The underlying configuration has shifted as well. Flamel has implemented additional stability matrices, likely in anticipation of our reconfiguration attempt. Their field team, composed of specialized practitioners from diverse magical traditions, established operational perimeter with practiced efficiency. Goblin warders created boundary protection, incorporating metals sensitive to magical fluctuation. Centaur astronomers positioned specialized instruments calibrated to monitor celestial alignments affecting magical resonance. Human wizards own various magical institutes established communication links with teams at other node locations. All field teams report ready position, confirmed Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had insisted on accompanying the primary operation despite his senior ministry position. Synchronization countdown initiated. Implementation in 47 minutes. This precise timing had been calculated based on multiple factors: magical tide patterns, ley line energy fluctuations, team positioning requirements, and optimal interference points within the pattern's development cycle. The narrow implementation window required perfect coordination across 17 locations spanning thousands of kilometers. As final preparations continued around them, Harry and Helena focused on the reconfiguration sequence they would personally implement at this primary node. Unlike conventional magical casting, which typically involved specific incantations and wand movements, this operation required multilayered energy manipulation, guided by comprehensive understanding of underlying magical principles. The modified approach integrates elements from all four founders, Harry explained to the specialized practitioners who would support their central working. Godric's directed power creates initial breach in Flamel's stability matrix. Rowena's precision reconfigures selection parameters from bloodline specific to universal resonance. Helga's harmonization stabilizes the adjusted pattern. And Salazar's binding ensures permanent integration of the modifications. This technical explanation provided necessary context for the support team while concealing certain aspects of the implementation, particularly the personal risk involved in directly manipulating magical resonance of this magnitude. The founders' knowledge included sobering historical examples of practitioners who had attempted similar operations with catastrophic personal consequences despite technical success. The primary challenge will be maintaining control during the transitional phase, Helena added, addressing the practical aspects their team needed to understand. As the pattern shifts from selective to universal configuration, energy displacement will create temporary instability. Containment barriers must adjust continuously to compensate. Their matter-of-fact discussion of extremely advanced magical theory demonstrated how Completel why both had integrated knowledge typically requiring decades of specialized study. Harry through the founders' direct influence, Helena through Durmstrang's intensive theoretical training supplemented by her own remarkable intellectual capabilities. As implementation time approached, Harry conducted final communication with other node teams through specialized magical connection that allowed simultaneous conversation across multiple locations. Synchronized reconfiguration remains our primary approach, he confirmed to the assembled field leaders. However, if unexpected resistance is encountered at any node, Default to containment protocol rather than forcing reconfiguration. Pattern stability takes priority over complete neutralization. This instruction reflected lessons from historical magical catastrophes, where well-intentioned but rigid intervention had sometimes amplified rather than mitigated developing crises. Flexibility within structured response had been central to Harry's approach throughout the containment operation, a balance between necessary coordination and adaptation to emerging conditions. With minutes remaining before implementation, Harry and Helena positioned themselves at the precise center of the node's energy concentration. Support practitioners arranged in concentric circles around them, each responsible for specific aspects of the multilayered magical operation they would collectively perform. "Ready?" Harry asked quietly, meeting Helena's eyes as they prepared to begin the complex magical working. "Of course," she replied with characteristic composure, though something in her expression suggested deeper awareness of the operation's personal risk than her professional demeanor acknowledged. Durmstrang's approach may prove crucial if Flamel Hawk's implemented protections against founder techniques. This reference to their complementary magical training emphasized how their different backgrounds strengthened their collaborative capability. Harry's founder-based approach balanced by Helena's more contemporary theoretical framework. Neither alone possessed complete solution, but together they created integrated methodology addressing the pattern's complexity. As the synchronized countdown reached final stage, Harry initiated the founder-based protection sequence that would shield them during the intense magical manipulation to follow. Go. Elden light surrounded both practitioners, creating visible manifestation of multilayered magical barriers incorporating elements from all four founders' defensive techniques. Begin primary sequence, he directed as the countdown reached 0, all 17 teams across Europe initiating precisely coordinated magical operations simultaneously. The complexity of what followed would have been incomprehensible to most wizards, even those with advanced magical training. Harry and Helena moved in perfect synchronization, their wands creating intricate patterns while wandless magic flowed from their free hands in complementary configurations. They spoke no conventional incantations but instead produced multilayered tonal sequences incorporating elements from magical languages long forgotten by modern practitioners. The node's energy responded immediately, pulsing with increased intensity as its established pattern encountered intentional disruption. Visible manifestation appeared above the rest floor, swirling colors representing magical frequencies being manipulated through their combined working. Resistance at initial breach point, Helena reported calmly, though perspiration had appeared on her forehead as she maintained precise magical control. Adaptive protection responding to founder signatures specifically. This confirmed their suspicion that Flamel had anticipated their approach and implemented targeted countermeasures. The pattern contained defensive elements calibrated to resist magical techniques derived from founder knowledge, particularly those Harry would most naturally employ. Shifting to Durmstrang primary sequence, Harry acknowledged, adjusting his magical implementation to support Helena's lead rather than directing the operation himself. This tactical flexibility, immediately adapting approach based on encountered conditions, demonstrated the advanced integration they had developed through years of collaborative training. Helena's expression intensified as she implemented Durmstrang's distinctive approach to resonance manipulation, a methodology developed in isolation from British magical traditions and therefore less likely to trigger Flamel's specific countermeasures. Her wand movements became more angular, her tonal patterns incorporating harmonic elements rarely employed in Western European magical practice. The node's resistance fluctuated. As it encountered this unexpected approach, its defensive systems optimized for founder-based techniques rather than Durmstrang's alternative methodology. This temporary advantage allowed them to establish initial breach the pattern's protective matrix, creating access point for the more complex reconfiguration to follow. Breach established, Helena confirmed, magical displays around them showing penetration into the pattern's core structure. Transitioning to reconfiguration phase. Founder integration required for parameter modification. Harry immediately stepped forward magically, his founder-based techniques now focused on the pattern's selection parameters rather than its protective elements. This represented the operation's most delicate phase, adjusting the fundamental targeting criteria from bloodline specific to universal configuration without destabilizing the overall resonance structure. As they worked together, Helena maintaining the breach while Harry implemented the RICO configuration, communication arrived from other node teams reporting variable progress. Some encountered minimal resistance, successfully implementing the modified sequence without significant opposition. Others faced substantial challenges. Their approaches partially or completely blocked by adaptive countermeasures similar to those at the primary node. Pattern integration destabilizing at nodes 7 and 12, reported Kingsley. Monitoring the network-wide operation. Defaulting to containment protocol at those locations per contingency plan. This mixed implementation created additional MPL exit. The pattern would need to accommodate partial reconfiguration rather than complete systematic modification. Harry adjusted his approach in real time, incorporating compensation elements that would maintain overall stability despite asymmetrical changes across the network. Selection parameters successfully modified, he announced as that phase completed. Transitioning to stabilization sequence. Helga's harmonization principles primary. This shift to stabilization-focused approach represented crucial transition from disruption to reconstruction, ensuring the modified pattern would maintain structural integrity despite fundamental changes to its targeting parameters. Helga's magical tradition, often underestimated compared to more dramatic approaches, provided essential methodology for this delicate integration phase. As Harry implemented these stabilization techniques, Helena maintained the breach access while simultaneously monitoring broader pattern response across the network. Her expression revealed growing concern as she processed incoming data from other node teams. Secondary manifestation detected, she reported tensely. Underlying structure beyond the primary pattern is activating in response to our modifications. This confirmed their earlier concern about Flammel's contingency measures, secondary systems designed to activate if the primary pattern was significantly altered. The nature and purpose of this secondary manifestation remained unclear, but its timing suggested deliberate trigger response rather than accidental consequence. Complete current stabilization sequence, Harry directed, maintaining focus on the immediate operation while assessing implications of this new development. We need the primary reconfiguration secured before addressing secondary manifestations. Their disciplined adherence to operational sequence despite emerging complications demonstrated the professional focus both had developed through years of intensive magical training. Where less experienced practitioners might have abandoned established protocol in response to unexpected developments, they recognized the critical importance of completing each phase properly before addressing new challenges. As the stabilization sequence neared completion, the visible manifestation above the forest floor transformed, shifting from swirling chaos to more ordered configura. Tion with balanced color distribution representing successfully modified resonance parameters. The pattern now pulsed with steady rhythm rather than erratic fluctuation, indicating transition toward stable integration. Primary reconfiguration successful at this node, Harry confirmed as they completed the final elements of the stabilization sequence. Pattern now configured for universal resonance rather than selective targeting. Bloodline discrimination neutralized. This represented significant achievement. The node's fundamental purpose had been altered from Flammel's original discriminatory design to more balanced configuration that would affect all magical practitioners equally rather than privileging specific bloodlines. However, the secondary manifestation Helena had detected present. New challenge requiring immediate assessment. Secondary pattern establishing connection points between nodes where reconfiguration was successful, she reported, analyzing magical data from across the network. Creating alternative resonance structure parallel to the primary pattern. Harry immediately recognized the implications. Flammel had indeed implemented sophisticated contingency design rather than merely defensive countermeasures. The secondary pattern appeared to be establishing new configuration using successfully reconfigured nodes as foundation, potentially creating alternative implementation of his original concept. We need to extend our modification to include the secondary structure, he decided after rapidly assessing available options. The stabilization sequence we've implemented provides access framework we can leverage for additional adjustment. This approach represented significant expansion of their original operational parameters, addressing emerging secondary threat while maintaining stability of the primary pattern they had successfully reconfigured. The magical complexity involved exceeded anything they had specifically prepared for, requiring real-time adaptation of advanced magical theory. Durmstrang's secondary containment protocols might provide framework, Helena suggested, already adjusting her magical approach to address this new challenge. Though implementation without preparation carries substantial risk, the unspoken aspect of that risk assessment was personal rather than operational, the magical demands of extended manipulation at T. His level could potentially exceed safe thresholds for the practitioners involved, regardless of their exceptional capabilities. Both recognized this reality without explicitly acknowledging it, prioritizing effective response over personal safety considerations. Proceed with secondary containment integration, Harry confirmed, adjusting his own magical approach to complement Helena's methodology. I'll maintain stabilization of the primary reconfiguration while you establish containment framework for the secondary manifestation. This division of magical responsibility represented optimal utilization of their complementary capabilities, Harry's founder-based knowledge providing unmatched stability management for the primary pattern while Helena's Durmstrang training offered specialized containment techniques for the emerging secondary structure. As they implemented this expanded approach, communication from other node teams indicated similar secondary manifestations appearing throughout the network. Those teams lacked capability for the advanced response Harry and Helena were attempting, instead focusing on maintaining stability of their successfully reconfigured primary nodes while monitoring secondary development. The magical demands intensified as they extended their working to encompass both primary stabilization and secondary containment. Visible manifestation above the forest floor grew more complex, the stable primary pattern now surrounded by tendrils of newer energy formation representing the secondary structure they sought to contain. Secondary containment framework established, Helena reported. Though strain was evident in her voice despite professional control, requiring significant power for maintenance while integration protocols initialize. The unspoken implication was clear. Maintaining this dual-layer magical working exceeded sustainable thresholds for even exceptionally trained practitioners. They were operating beyond safe magical limits in order to address the comprehensive threat Flammel's experiment presented. Redirecting Founder Stability Matrix to support containment framework, Harry responded, adjusting his magical implementation to provide additional support for Helena's containment structure. This represented calculated risk, reducing resources dedicated to primary stabilization in order to ensure secondary containment remained viable. Their combined working reached unprecedented complexity as they maintained this dual-layer magical operation, stabilizing the reconfigured primary pattern while simultaneously containing and modifying the emerging secondary structure. Support practitioners around them maintained protective barriers and power augmentation, but the central magical manipulation remained exclusively their responsibility due to the specialized knowledge required. Secondary structure exhibiting adaptive response, Helena warned as their containment framework encountered resistance. Pattern appears to incorporate self-modification capabilities beyond normal magical constructs. This represented concerning escalation. The secondary structure demonstrated characteristics more commonly associated with semi-sentient magical entities than standard magical constructs. Whether this represented deliberate design element or emergent property of the complex magical energies involved remained unclear, but its implications for containment were immediately significant. Transitioning to integrated approach, Harry decided, recognizing standard containment would prove inadequate against adaptive response. And Durmstrang methodologies implemented simultaneously rather than sequentially. This represented final escalation of their magical approach, attempting true integration of their distinct magical traditions rather than complementary application. Such integration normally required extensive preparation and controlled implementation. Attempting it during already complex operation carried significant risk of magical instability affecting the practitioners themselves. As they initiated this integrated approach, the visible manifestation above them intensified dramatically, swirling energy RNS representing direct interaction between founder-based magic and Durmstrang methodology in unprecedented combination. The forest around them responded to this magical concentration, trees bending away from the central working as if pushed by powerful wind, though no physical air movement occurred. The secondary pattern's resistance increased proportionally, its adaptive capabilities responding to their integrated approach with increasingly sophisticated countermeasures. The magical confrontation escalated beyond conventional parameters, approaching theoretical limits of controlled magical manipulation by human practitioners. Pattern reaching critical adaptive threshold, Helena reported, visible strain now evident despite her exceptional control. Conventional containment becoming non-viable regardless of power application. This assessment confirmed what Harry had already recognized: they had reached fundamental limitation of their prepared methodologies. The secondary pattern's adaptive capabilities exceeded what they could effectively counter through planned magical techniques, regardless of power or precision applied. In this critical moment, Harry made decisions that reflect both the founder's wisdom and his own developed judgment. Rather than escalating power application against increasing resistance, the conventional approach that risked catastrophic magical backlash, he shifted to fundamentally different strategy. Transitioning to harmonization rather than containment, he announced, immediately adjusting his magical implementation. Helga's principle of integration rather than opposition. This approach represented radical departure from standard magical response to threat patterns. Instead of attempting to contain or suppress the secondary structure, he initiated sequence designed to harmonize with its fundamental resonance while subtly guiding its development toward benign rather than harmful expression. Helena immediately recognized the strategic shift, her analytical mind quickly processing its implications. Adaptive counter-control rather than suppression, she confirmed, adjusting her own magical approach to complement this new strategy. Strang has theoretical framework for this, though rarely implemented practically. Their coordinated transition demonstrated exceptional magical flexibility, immediately adapting complex working to entirely different methodological approach without disrupting the ongoing operation. This capability reflected not merely technical training but deeper understanding of magical principles that transcended specific traditions or techniques. The visible manifestation transformed as they implemented this harmonization approach, the oppositional energy patterns shifting toward more balanced configuration, where primary and secondary structures began integrating rather than conflicting. The forest responded accordingly, the unnatural pressure diminishing as magical forces rebalanced into more sustainable relationship. Secondary pattern responding to harmonization influence, Helena confirmed as initial results appeared promising. Adaptive capabilities now focusing on integration parameters rather than resistance mechanisms. This represented crucial transition point, redirecting the secondary pattern's sophisticated adaptive capabilities toward constructive rather than defensive functioning. Rather than fighting increasingly powerful resistance, they were now guiding self-modification toward harmonic rather than disruptive development. As this harmonization approach progressed, communication from other node teams indicated similar transition occurring throughout the network. The secondary manifestations, initially appearing as threat, gradually transformed into extensions of the reconfigured primary pattern, creating more comprehensive integration than their original approach could have achieved alone. Network-wide harmonization establishing across all nodes, reported Kingsley, monitoring the broader operation. Secondary structures integrating with reconfigured primary patterns in consistent formation. This unexpected development suggested possibility that had not appeared in their theoretical models. The secondary structure Flamel had established might actually enhance rather than undermine their reconfiguration objective when properly integrated rather than opposed. The adaptive capabilities they had perceived as threat could potentially serve constructive purpose within harmonized configuration. As the harmonization sequence neared completion, Harry and Helena maintained precise magical control despite mounting personal cost. Both exhibited signs of severe magical exertion, perspiration, slight tremors in casting precision, or a fluctuation visible to magically sensitive observers. Yet neither reduced their commitment to the operation as they guided final integration phases toward completion. Harmonization reaching stable threshold, Harry announced as the INTE-graded pattern achieved self-sustaining balance. Transition to maintenance protocol appropriate. This indicated they had reached critical milestone. The reconfigured and harmonized pattern had achieved sufficient stability to maintain itself without continuous external control. Support practitioners could now implement standard maintenance protocols while Harry and Helena gradually disengaged from direct manipulation of the complex magical structures. As they carefully withdrew from the active magical working, transferring control to the support team's maintenance protocols, the full impact Of their extended magical exertion became apparent. Helena swayed slightly before catching herself, while Harry's normally vibrant magical aura showed visible fluctuation patterns indicating severe depletion. You should both receive immediate magical stabilization, Kingsley advised, concern evident beneath his professional demeanor. The level of exertion exceeded safe thresholds by significant margin. This assessment was undoubtedly accurate, yet neither immediately complied, instead focusing on confirming successful transition to maintenance protocols and verifying network-wide integration status. Their prioritization of operational completion over personal well-being reflected shared commitment to addressing the threat comprehensively before attending to individual needs. Preliminar. Y assessment indicates successful reconfiguration across approximately 85% of the pattern network, Helena reported after reviewing incoming data from all node teams. Remaining nodes, contained but not fully reconfigured due to enhanced resistance at those locations. This represented substantial achievement. The pattern's fundamental purpose had been redirected from Flamel Select IV targeting to universal resonance throughout most of its structure. The remaining nodes presented ongoing challenge but no longer posed immediate discriminatory threat to Muggle-born magical practitioners. The secondary structure appears fully integrated within the harmonization framework, Harry added, completing his own assessment. Adaptive capabilities now supporting stability rather than resistance. Overall pattern approaching self-sustaining equilibrium. This outcome exceeded their most optimistic projections, not merely neutralizing Flamel's intended selective effects but establishing more robust beneficial configuration through integration of the secondary structure he had implemented as contingency measure. The very adaptive capabilities designed to counter their intervention had ultimately contributed to more comprehensive solution. As field teams implemented final stabilization protocols and prepared for transition to long-term monitoring, Harry and Helena finally accept magical medical assessment from specialists accompanying the operation. The diagnosis confirmed what both had already recognized: they had sustained significant magical depletion requiring extended recovery period. Core resonance disruption in both subjects, reported the senior magical healer after comprehensive examination. Temporary reduction in casting efficiency approximately 40%. Recommend minimum 72 hours magical rest protocol with graduated return to normal function. Such diagnosis would alarm most wizards. Magical core disruption represented serious condition with potential long-term implications if not properly addressed. Yet both received this assessment with calm acceptance, recognizing it as expected consequence of the extraordinary magical working they had performed rather than unanticipated complication. Implementation of containment, reconfiguration, and harmonization protocols by 2 practitioners would typically require a team of at least 8 specialized wizards, the healer added. Professional assessment mixed with poorly concealed amazement. The magical synchronization you achieved exceeded documented parameters for human magical cooperation. This observation highlighted what those familiar with their capabilities already recognized: their complementary magical approaches had created implementation efficiency beyond conventional magical parameters. Harry's founder-based knowledge combined with Helena's Durmstrang methodology had enabled operation that would have been impossible through either tradition alone. As they prepared for return transport to the Central Command Center, preliminary reports arrived from areas where Flamel's pattern had briefly activated before reconfiguration. Affected magical communities reported ration of normal function for Muggle-born practitioners who had experienced temporary suppression, while pure-blood wizards who had briefly enjoyed enhanced casting efficiency returned to standard magical parameters. No permanent effects detected in either population, confirmed Hermione through the communication network. Medical monitoring indicates complete return to baseline magical function following pattern reconfiguration. This represented optimal outcome regarding immediate health impacts. Flamel's experiment had been contained before causing lasting damage to magical populations. The longer-term implications of the reconfigured pattern remained to be fully assessed, but initial indicators suggested neutral or potentially beneficial effects on overall magical stability throughout the affected region. As Harry and Helena were transported back to Hogwarts for medical recovery, neither fully appreciated the significance of what they had collectively achieved. Their focus remained on practical completion of necessary response protocols rather than broader implications of their unprecedented magical working. Others, however, recognized the historical importance of what had transpired. The coordinated multinational response, implementing sophisticated magical intervention across 17 locations simultaneously with precise synchronization, represented capability beyond anything previously demonstrated in modern magical governance. The Concordat framework and Founders Council network had proven their value beyond theoretical cooperation, successfully addressing continent-wide magical threat through truly integrated approach. More significantly, the magical methodology Harry and Helena had implemented, harmonization rather than mere containment or opposition, represent a fundamental shift in approach to magical threats. Where traditional responses focused on suppression of perceived dangers, they had demonstrated viable alternative through integration and redirection. This philosophical as well as practical innovation would influence magical crisis response for generations to come. As they received medical treatment in Hogwarts Hospital wing under Madame Pomfrey's expert care, neither discussed these broader implications. Their conversation instead focused on technical assessment of the operation, analyzing what had worked effectively, identifying aspects requiring refinement, and developing improved approaches for potential future application. The secondary structure's adaptive capabilities exceeded our predictive models, Helena observed, reviewing data from their magical working despite medical instructions to rest. Conventional containment would have ultimately failed regardless of power application. Yes, Harry agreed, similarly engaged in analysis rather than recovery. The harmonization approach succeeded precisely because it redirected those adaptive capabilities rather than opposing them. Helga's principles proved more applicable than we anticipated in preliminary planning. This technical discussion, conducted while both experienced significant magical depletion effects, demonstrated their shared intellectual commitment beyond personal comfort or conventional priorities. Where most wizards would focus on recovery following such exertion, they instinctively prioritized comprehensive understanding to inform future improvements. Their conversation was interrupted by arrival of Minister Bones, who had coordinated governmental response throughout the crisis and now sought first-hand report from the operation's central participants. The Wizengamot has been briefed on preliminary outcomes, she informed them after confirming their medical condition was stabilizing. International magical authorities are implementing coordinate monitoring protocols across all affected regions. The immediate crisis appears effectively contained. Her professional report contains subtle undertone of more personal assessment, recognition their direct intervention had proven crucial for successful resolution of potentially catastrophic threat. Though neither sought nor expected acknowledgement, her expression conveyed appreciation beyond formal ministerial capacity. Flamel himself, Harry inquired, addressing the question both had been considering since completing the field operation. No confirmation of location, Bones replied with evident frustration. International magical authorities attempted contact at his known residences immediately following pattern reconfiguration. All properties appear abandoned, with sophisticated misdirection enchantments preventing magical tracking. This development, while concerning, wasn't entirely unexpected. Flamel's historical pattern suggested strategic withdrawal following major magical implementations. Regardless of outcome, his apparent disappearance likely represented tactical repositioning rather than permanent absence from magical affairs. The reconfigured pattern should be monitored for at least 6 months, Helena advised, focusing on practical requirements rather than Flamel's whereabouts. While current stability indicators are positive, complex magical structures this nature can demonstrate delayed response characteristics. Bones nodded, having already implemented such monitoring through international magical cooperation frameworks. Continuous assessment protocols are operational at all node locations. Any significant variation will trigger immediate notification through the Concordat communication network. This reference to the Concordat framework, functioning is intended for coordinated magical governance across traditional boundaries, highlighted how completely the structures Harry had helped establish had transformed magical society's operational capabilities. The response to Flamel's pattern would have been impossible under previous fragmented governance approaches. As Minister Bones departed to continue coordination of international response efforts, Harry and Helena were left to continue their recovery under Madame Pomfrey's strict medical protocols. Though both would have preferred immediate return to operational responsibilities, They recognized the necessity of proper magical restoration before resuming normal activities. Your reckless disregard for magical exertion limitations nearly caused permanent core damage, Pomfrey scolded as she administered specialized restorative potions. Founders' knowledge or not, Durmstrang training regardless, human magical cores have established safety thresholds for good reason. Her professional concern, expressed through characteristic directness, concealed deeper emotional response. She had watched Harry grow from abused child to remarkable young wizard, and Helena had become par. T of Hogwarts, extended community through her prolonged exchange presence. Their willingness to risk permanent magical damage addressing Flamel's threat troubled her beyond professional medical assessment. The harmonization approach reduced risk compared to continued opposition, Harry pointed out mildly, though he accepted the restorative potion without further argument. Extended resistance WOU. LD have created greater instability with potentially catastrophic cascading effects. This technical justification, while accurate, deliberately avoided addressing the personal risk aspect Pomfrey had highlighted. Both had indeed exceeded safe magical exertion thresholds by significant margin, accepting potential long-term consequences as necessary cost for addressing immediate threat to broader magical community. As they complied with medical recovery protocols over subsequent days, reports continued arriving from throughout Europe regarding the reconfigured pattern's effects. The Harmonizati on approach had created unexpected beneficial outcomes beyond merely neutralizing Flamel's discriminatory targeting. Magical communities reported subtle improvements in spell stability, reduced interference patterns in densely populated magical areas, and more efficient integration between different magical traditions implemented within the same vicinity. The pattern appears to be enhancing Magicka L compatibility rather than simply returning to neutral baseline, Hermione reported during visit to the hospital wing, bringing latest assessment data for their review. Regional variations in Magicka L expression are harmonizing without losing their distinctive characteristics. This development suggested possibility neither had fully anticipated during their field operation. The reconfigured and harmonized pattern might actually represent improvement over pre-existing magical conditions rather than mere return to status quo. The very structure Flamel had implemented for discriminatory purpose had been redirected toward more comprehensive beneficial function. The adaptive capabilities we integrated rather than opposed appear to be facilitating this enhancement effect, Helena observed, analyzing the reported data with characteristic precision. Rather than simply neutralizing the pattern, we effectively repurposed it toward constructive application. This assessment highlighted the philosophical significance of their approach beyond immediate tactical success. By choosing harmonization rather than opposition, they had transformed potential threat into actual benefit, a methodology WITH implications far beyond this specific incident. As their recovery progressed and they gradually resumed limited magical activities, international developments reflected growing recognition of what their intervention represented. Magical governments throughout Europe acknowledged the Concordat framework's crucial role in coordinating effective response, with many previously hesitant nations now requesting formal participation in the cooperative structure. More significantly, the Ministry of Magic underwent fundamental transformation in response to these events. Having observed the Founders' Council network's effectiveness in crisis response, Minister Bones implemented comprehensive restructuring of traditional ministry departments to better align with integrated approach Harry had advocated through Founders' principles. The Wizengamot has approved establishment of Integrated Magical Cooperation Department, she announced during official visit 3 weeks after the crisis resolution. With authority transcending traditional boundaries between magical beings previously relegated to separate regulatory divisions. This represented unprecedented structural reform. Creatures previously classified under regulation and control frameworks would now participate directly in governance processes affecting their communities. The House Elf contracts Harry had pioneered at Hogwarts Becca-Me standardized option throughout magical Britain. Goblin representatives joined financial policy committees with voting authority rather than merely advisory capacity. Centaur Astronomical Insights Air integrated into magical research and education programs. The transformation extended beyond Britain's borders as similar reforms implemented throughout European magical governments, catalyzed by direct experience with the pattern crisis and subsequent recognition of integrated response advantages. The international magical community, traditionally resistant to structural change, underwent more significant evolution in months following Flamel's pattern incident than in previous century of gradual diplomatic initiatives. Throughout this period, Harry maintained characteristic balance between acknowledging progress and recognizing remaining challenges. While others celebrated transformative outcomes, he continued focusing on practical implementation details, potential resistance points, and necessary adaptations to address emerging complications. The structural reforms represent important progress, he acknowledged during Founders' Council assessment meeting once cleared for regular activities. But institutional change alone doesn't guarantee practical implementation. Cultural evolution requires sustained engagement beyond formal reorganization. This perspective reflected the Founders' historical wisdom, particularly Salazar's understanding that formal structures often masked continuing informal resistance from those whose influence diminished through institutional reform. He transformative moment following crisis resolution provided unique opportunity for implementing meaningful change, but that window would gradually narrow as immediate impact faded from collective awareness. Helena, who had similarly resumed normal activities following medical recovery, provided complementary assessment from international perspective. Durmstrang reports significant internal debate regarding integration versus tradition. Progressive factions cite pattern response effectiveness while traditionalists emphasize sovereignty concerns. Similar divisions appear throughout European magical institutions. This nuanced analysis highlighted the complex reality beneath apparent transformative consensus. Reform momentum remained contested despite formal institutional changes, with traditional power centers recalibrating their approaches rather than simply accepting diminished influence. The progress achieved required continuing reinforcement rather than representing permanent irreversible transformation. As autumn progressed into early winter, Harry's 14th year marked by unprecedented developments both personal and societal, the immediate crisis effects gradually transitio. Ned toward longer-term implementation challenges. The Concordat framework expanded beyond its original signatories to include previously hesitant magical communities. The reconfigured pattern maintained stable beneficial function across its operational region, and the Founders' Council evolved from emergency response network to established governance consultation structure recognized by magical authorities worldwide. Throughout these developments, Harry and Helena maintained their characteristic focus on substantive implementation rather than ceremonial acknowledgement. While international Cal publications celebrated the harmonizers, who had redirected catastrophic threat toward beneficial outcome, they concentrated on refining methodologies, improving coordination protocols, and developing enhanced detection systems for potential future threats. Their working relationship, forged through intellectual challenge and tempered through crisis response, had evolved into partnership transcending conventional categorization. Neither romantic involvement nor merely professional collaboration, their connection incorporated elements of both while maintaining distinctive characteristics defined by shared commitment to magical development beyond personal considerations. This evolution became particularly evident during private conversation as they reviewed latest pattern monitoring data from Central European nodes. Their discussion of technical magical details shifted gradually toward broader philosophical implications neither would have engaged with most others. Flamel's approach wasn't entirely wrong. Helena observed unexpectedly as they completed review of stability parameters. Not his discriminatory implementation, obviously, but his recognition that magical society requires periodic catalytic disruption to overcome institutional stagnation. This represented significant acknowledgement from someone whose rigorous Durmstrang training typically emphasized controlled development rather than transformative disruption. Her willingness to consider constructive aspects of Flamel's philosophy despite its problematic implementation demonstrated intellectual honesty transcending convenient categorical judgment. The Founders understood similar principle, Harry agreed after thoughtful consideration. Their creation of Hogwarts represented deliberate disruption of established apprenticeship systems. Institutional transformation requiring breaking existing patterns to establish new frameworks. This philosophical exchange represented deeper level of their partnership. Engagement with fundamental questions regarding magical development that transcended immediate operational considerations. Their shared experience implementing the harmonization approach had catalyzed De-evolution in their own thinking about transformative change versus gradual reform. The crucial distinction lies in methodology rather than objective, Helena continued, developing the analysis further. Flamel's implementation prioritized outcome over process, justifying discriminatory effects as necessary transition cost. Our approach demonstrated viable alternative through integrated transformation preserving ethical foundations. Harry nodded, appreciating the precision of her assessment. The founders faced similar choice when establishing Magical Britain's governance structure. Godric and Helga insisted on inclusive framework despite Salazar's concern about efficiency limitations. The tension between transformative vision and implementation ethics remains central to magical development. This conversation, conducted privately while both continued recovery from their magical exertion during the crisis response, demonstrated how their partnership had evolved beyond tactical collaboration toward shared exploration of fundamental magical philosophy. Their different backgrounds and training approaches provided complementary perspectives on these essential questions without requiring artificial consensus. As winter approached and Hogwarts prepared for traditional holiday period, international magical affairs entered relative stability following months of dramatic transformation. The ministry's restructured departments implemented reformed approaches to magical governance with increasing effectiveness. The Concordat framework expanded its operational protocols beyond emergent response toward ongoing coordination across traditional boundaries, and the reconfigured pattern maintained beneficial function throughout its operational region without requiring further intervention. This period of relative calm provided opportunity for addressing another crucial project that had necessarily received reduced attention during the pattern crisis, the continued search for destruction of Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes. Though the Dark Lord's Wraith form remained inactive according to latest intelligence, the elimination of his soul anchors represented essential preparation for potential future confrontation. Hermione and Ron have confirmed location of the Hufflepuff Cup, Harry informed select council members during secure meeting in the Chamber of Secrets. Conceal D within Lestrange Vault at Gringotts through complicated ownership transfer following Bellatrix's imprisonment. This discovery represented significant breakthrough in their ongoing Horcrux hunt, identifying specific location for artifact they had suspected but not confirmed as containing soul fragment. The Goblin banking system's exceptional security presented substantial challenge for retrieval, but diplomatic relationships established through the Concordat provided potential approach not available under previous adversarial framework. The Goblin representatives on the Concordat Implementat Ion Committee have indicated willingness to discuss secured artifact review protocol, Neville reported, having managed that diplomatic relationship through his role as pure blood family liaison. Not direct retrieval authorization, but potential supervised examination procedure that could enable Horcrux confirmation and controlled neutralization. This represented remarkable evolution in Wizard G. Oblin relations. The traditional absolute prohibition against external interference with vault contents had moderated toward potential collaborative procedure for addressing specific magical threat. Concordat's framework had created diplomatic space for conversation previously impossible under ministry regulatory approach. The diary and ring have been destroyed, Luna reminded them, referencing G. Horcruxes previously eliminated through carefully planned operations. The locket is secured but awaiting appropriate destruction method given its resistance to conventional approaches. The Cup Wool DB 4th of 6 confirmed soul containers. This methodical assessment reflected the systematic approach they had developed for addressing Voldemort's soul anchors, each requiring specific location, containment, and destruction methodologies appropriate to their particular magical characteristics. Unlike the dramatic confrontation with Flamel's pattern, the Horcrux project required patient, precise operations extended over months and years. I believe I've identified viable approach for the secured locket, Helena contributed, her Durmstrang background providing alternative perspective on magic containment beyond traditional British methodology, combining founder purification techniques with specific Norse entrapment principles used for similar corrupted artifacts in Scandinavian magical history. This integration of diverse magical traditions exemplified the collaborative approach they had developed, drawing from multiple magical lineages rather than restricting methodology to single cultural framework. The founders' knowledge provided core techniques while international magical traditions contributed complementary approaches enhancing overall effectiveness. As they continue, planning next steps in the Horcrux elimination project, warning chimes activated throughout the chamber, notification that the castle's perimeter detection system had registered significant magical disturbance. Such alert during period of relative calm indicated potential development requiring immediate attention. Northern Boundary Detection Grid reports unknown magical signature attempting transit, confirmed Hermione. Accessing the monitoring system they had established following previous security incidents. Pattern suggests deliberate probing rather than accidental interaction. Harry immediately activated the chamber's enhanced visualization system, displaying three-dimensional representation of Hogwarts grounds with particular focus on the northern boundary where the alert had originated. The magical disturbance appeared as pulsing energy concentration moving systematically along the protective barriers, its signature unlike standard magical presence. "That's not conventional wizard magic," Helena observed, studying the display with focused attention. The resonance pattern resembles certain Eastern European possession manifestations, magical entity utilizing host rather than independent practitioner. This assessment aligned with concerning intelligence they had received through international monitoring networks, reports suggesting Voldemort's wraith form had potentially found temporary host in Eastern Europe. Though previously unconfirmed, the magical signature at Hogwarts boundary presented characteristics consistent with such possession scenario. Defensive protocols activated, Harry confirmed, implementing security measures they had developed specifically for potential Voldemort manifestation. Alert transmitted to Ministry and Concordat Response Network. Hogwarts lockdown procedures initiating for student protection. The calm efficiency with which these protective measures implemented reflected years of systematic preparation, contingency planning for threats they hoped would never materialize but recognized as potential developments requiring immediate response capability. The Founders Council Network, having demonstrated effectiveness during pattern crisis, activated with similar coordination for this potential security situation. Preliminary identification suggests alignment with reported Eastern European possession case, confirmed Kingsley through emergency communication link. International Monitoring Network tracked similar signature through Bulgaria and Germany within past week. Aura response teams deploying to containment positions. This coordinated response, integrating Hogwarts security, ministry resources, and international monitoring capabilities, demonstrated how completely magical security approaches had transformed CE Harry's implementation of founder-based cooperative frameworks. Rather than fragmented reactions from separate authorities, the situation triggered immediate integrated response across traditional jurisdictional boundaries. As defensive preparations continued, the visualization system tracked the unidentified magical presence continuing its systematic assessment of Hogwarts' protective barriers. Its behavior suggested intelligence-guided exploration rather than random magical disturbance, deliberate testing of potential vulnerabilities through methodical approach. The signature's core characteristics match Voldemort's magical pattern, Harry confirmed after careful analysis using founder detection techniques. Though substantially modified through integration with host capabilities. Preliminary assessment suggests temporary possession rather than permanent embodiment. This represented concerning development despite its limited nature, confirmation that Voldemort's consciousness remained active and capable of utilizing host bodies for specific purposes. Though full resurrection had apparently not been achieved, this intermediate manifestation demonstrated continuing threat requiring comprehensive response. Containment rather than engagement remains primary objective, Harry directed as response teams positioned throughout Hogwarts grounds. We need identification of the host and assessment of possession characteristics before considering direct confrontation. This cautious approach reflected lessons from historical encounters with possession manifestations, direct magicka. Opposition often endangered the host while potentially allowing the possessing entity to escape. Effective response required comprehensive understanding of the specific implementation before appropriate IATE countermeasures could be determined. The detection system suddenly indicated change in the unidentified presence's behavior. Rather than continuing perimeter assessment, it had withdrawn from the boundary and appeared to be departing the vicinity entirely. This unexpected disengagement suggested either detection of the coordinated response mobilizing against it or completion of whatever assessment it had been conducting. Maintaining alert status while implementing tracking protocols, Harry decided, recognizing the withdrawal likely represented tactical repositioning rather than abandonment. NT of whatever objective had brought the possessed entity to Hogwarts initially. All security enhancements remain active until confirmation of departure beyond monitoring range. The visualization continued tracking the presence as it moved rapidly away from Hogwarts grounds, its magical signature gradually diminishing as it exceeded detection parameters. Within minutes, monitoring systems indicate complete withdrawal beyond their observation capability, though international tracking networks would continue attempting to maintain awareness of its movements. Preliminary assessment suggests reconnaissance operation rather than direct infiltration attempt, Helena observed once immediate alert conditions stabilized. The systematic boundary testing indicates intelligence gathering rather than immediate attack objective. This analysis aligned with Harry's own assessment. Voldemort's partial manifestation appeared to be collecting information rather than attempting immediate confrontation. This strategic approach suggested concerning level of rational function despite the compromised nature of possession-based existence. The timing cannot be coincidental, he noted, considering broader context beyond immediate security incident. Following Flamel's pattern crisis and subsequent magical restructuring, Voldemort appears to be assessing current defensive capabilities and potential opportunity frameworks. This strategic assessment reflected integration of Founder's historical perspective with contemporary threat analysis, recognizing patterns in Voldemort's operational approach that suggested calculated preparation rather than desperate improvisation. Despite his compromised existence, the Dark Lord appeared to maintain strategic capability focused on identifying potential advantages in changing magical environment. The Horcrux elimination becomes even more urgent, Hermione emphasized, connecting this development with their earlier planning discussion. If he's active why preparing for potential full manifestation, removing his soul anchors before completion becomes critical priority. This assessment reflected shared understanding among core council members regarding the interconnected nature of seemingly separate threats, Flamel's pattern experiment, Voldemort's continued existence, and ongoing magical governance reformation represented aspects of broader transit. Ional period in magical development rather than isolated challenges. Their response required integrated approach addressing these connections rather than compartmentalized treatment of each issue separately. As they implemented appropriate follow-up protocols for the security incident while returning to modified alert status, Harry considered the implications of this development within broader context of his developing role in magical society. At 14, he had already faced challenges exceeding what most wizards encountered in lifetimes: magical plague threat, fundamental pattern restructuring, international governance reformation, and now confirmation of Voldemort's continued strategic activity. The Founder's knowledge provided historical perspective that helped contextualize these developments within longer magical evolutionary framework. Current challenges, however unprecedented in modern experience, represented latest manifestation of recurring patterns throughout magical history. Periods of accelerated change following extended stability, resistance from traditional power structures, and emergence of transformative threats requiring innovative response. The Conqueror phase of his journey continued unfolding, not through military dominance or political subjugation, but through transformation of fundamental magical relationships and governance structures according to Founder principles. The Concordat framework, integrated magical cooperation department, reconfigured resonance pattern, and international response network represented concrete manifestations of that transfer. Mative vision gradually becoming operational reality. Yet significant challenges remained, as Voldemort's appearance at Hogwarts boundaries starkly reminded them. The Horcrux elimination project required completion before direct confrontation became viable option. Flamel's disappearance suggested potential for future experimental implementation requiring vigilant monitoring, and the institutional reforms, however promising, remained vulnerable to gradual erosion through bureaucratic resistance and cultural inertia. As winter settled over Hogwarts and the magical world continued adapting to recent transformative developments, Harry recognized both remarkable progress and substantial remaining challenges. The Founder's vision of integrated magical society transcending artificial boundaries had begun manifesting through concrete institutional reforms, yet full implementation would require sustained effort beyond crisis response and initial structural changes. The path forward remained complex. requiring balanced approach integrating multiple perspectives rather than simplistic solutions. Godric's courage provided determination to face emerging threats directly. Rowena's wisdom offered analytical framework for understanding complex interdependencies. Helga's compassion maintained focus on those most vulnerable within transitioning systems. And Salazar's strategic insight identified potential resistance points requiring preemptive attention. Integrating these complementary approaches had become second nature after years of development, not merely carrying founders' knowledge but emphasizing their diverse perspectives into comprehensive understanding transcending any individual founder's approach. This integrated perspective represented Harry's unique contribution to magical development, beyond specific policy initiatives or institutional reforms. As he considered these developments while monitoring the security system for any indication of Voldemort's return, Helena joined him at the visualization display, her expression reflecting similar strategic assessment. The converging challenges aren't coincidental, she observed, giving voice to thoughts similar to his own. Flamel's experiment, Voldemort's re-emergence, and the governance transformations represent interconnected aspects of fundamental magical transition period. Harry nodded, appreciating her perception without requiring elaborate explanation. The founders experienced similar convergence during Hogwarts' establishment, multiple catalytic factors manifesting simultaneously rather than sequentially. Historical inflection points typically involve compressed developmental sequences rather than isolated changes. This shared understanding of historical patterns and current implications demonstrated their partnership had evolved beyond tactical collaboration toward integrated strategic perspective. Where others might perceive separate challenges requiring compartmentalized responses, they recognized underlying connections necessitating comprehensive approach addressing fundamental dynamics rather than merely surface manifestations. The Council network provides framework for coordinated response, Helena noted, her typical pragmatism focusing on operational capabilities rather than abstract assessment. But effective implementation requires personal leadership beyond institutional structures. The implication was clear though diplomatically expressed. Harry's role transcended the organizations and frameworks he had helped establish. While the Concordat, Council, and Reformed Ministry provided essential operational infrastructure, the integration of founders' knowledge with contemporary implementation required his direct involvement in ways institutional structures alone couldn't replicate. "We've established foundation for collaborative approach rather than centralized authority," Harry replied, acknowledging her point while emphasizing important distinction. The founders initially attempted operating through Hogwarts' institutional structure alone, but eventually recognized necessity of personal exemplar roles beyond formal governance frameworks. This reference to historical precedent highlighted consistent pattern throughout magical development. Institutional structures provided necessary operational infrastructure, but transformative periods required personal embodiment of core principles beyond what formal organizations alone could manifest. The founders had eventually established the original exemplar designation precisely to address this implementation requirement. As they continued monitoring security systems while discussing strategic implications of recent developments, Harry recognized how completely his path had evolved from initial awakening of Under's knowledge toward current leadership role within transforming magical society. The scared child in the Dursleys' shed had become nexus of fundamental magical reformation, not through personal ambition or power accumulation, but through commitment to founder principles of integrated magical development transcending artificial boundaries. The Conqueror phase continued unfolding, not through dominance but through transformation. Not through subjugation but through liberation of magical potential long constrained by artificial limitations. The path forward remained challenging, with Voldemort's re-emergence representing immediate threat while institutional resistance presented longer-term implementation obstacles. Yet the foundation established through years of careful development provided framework for addressing these challenges through collaborative approach transcending traditional magical limitations. As winter deepened and the magical world continued adapting to recent transformative developments, Harry Potter, heir to the founders' legacy, continued balancing immediate security concerns with longer-term implementation vision. The Conqueror's journey progressed not toward personal glory but toward realization of founder principles in contemporary magical society, integration rather than division, collaboration rather than dominance, and harmonization rather than opposition. The challenges ahead remained substantial, but the path forward had been established. The magical world would never return to its previous fragmented state, regardless of resistance from traditional power structures or emerging threats from those seeking to exploit transitional disruption. The transformation had achieved critical momentum, evolving beyond any individual's control toward comprehensive reformation of magical society according to principles established a millennium earlier by four visionary founders whose legacy had found new expression through their chosen heir. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5. The Emperor. Dawn broke over the highlands of Scotland, painting Hogwarts in hues of gold and amber. From the highest tower of the castle, 17-year-old Harry Potter observed the sprawling grounds with eyes that saw beyond physical landscape to the intricate magical tapestry beneath. The wards he had reinforced with founder magic pulsed with harmonious energy, layers of protection far more sophisticated than the original enchantments that had guarded the school for centuries. 7 years had passed since he'd first stood in this same spot as a frightened child, overwhelmed by He founder's knowledge suddenly awakened within him. Now, that knowledge had been fully integrated, refined through experience and tempered by his own developing wisdom. The multicolored flecks in High's emerald eyes, representing the four founders' influences, no longer shifted chaotically but instead moved in balanced harmony, reflecting the internal equilibrium he had achieved. The eastern boundary still shows resonance fluctuation, observed Helena Ravenscliffe, who stood beside him at the parapet. At 17, she had grown into a formidable witch whose Durmstrang training complemented Harry's founder-based abilities in ways neither had initially anticipated. Her dark hair was pulled back in a practical braid, and her midnight blue robes bore subtle insignia representing her role as international magical cooperation liaison. Residual effect from the last incursion, Harry agreed, extending his awareness toward the area she had indicated. The detection grid recorded 3 separate probing attempts last night. Increasing frequency suggests accelerated timeline. This clinical discussion of potential threats reflected their typical working dynamic, analytical assessment unaffected by the deeper personal connection that had gradually developed between them. After years of collaboration through increasingly complex magical challenges, they had achieved partnership transcending conventional definitions, communicating with the effortless precision of long-established cognitive alignment. The Horcrux elimination is nearly complete, Helena noted, shifting topics with characteristic efficiency. Longbottom confirmed successful retrieval operation at Lestrange Vault yesterday. The cup is secured in the chamber's containment section awaiting your return. Harry nodded, satisfaction briefly visible in his otherwise composed expression. 5 confirmed, 1 remaining. The snake represents the final anchor before direct confrontation becomes viable. The methodical eliminatio of Voldemort's soul anchors had been priority focus throughout the past year, complex operations requiring precise coordination between Founders Council operatives and reformed ministry departments. Each successful destruction brought them closer to the inevitable confrontation with the Dark Lord himself, whose wraith form had recently achieved partial embodiment through Eastern European host possession. The International Confederation Assembly begins in 3 hours, Helena reminded him, though they both maintained perfect awareness of scheduling details. Minister Bones requested pre-conf. Aaron's strategic alignment regarding the Concordat expansion proposal. Harry turned from the parapet, his expression shifting to reflect political rather than tactical focus. The American delegation remains ambivalent despite diplomatic outreach. Their isolation policies conflict with the Concordat's integration framework. Their official position masks internal division, Helena countered, demonstrating the political insight that made her invaluable in international negotiations. The traditional faction maintains public opposition while progressive elements privately support modified implementation. Personalized approach may prove effective where institutional engagement has stalled. This assessment reflected the sophisticated political understanding they had developed through years of diplomatic engagement, recognizing the complex interplay between official positions and underlying factional dynamics within magical governance structures. The Concordat's expansion beyond Europe required navigating these nuanced political landscapes rather than relying on formal diplomatic channels alone. As they descended the tower staircase toward the Great Hall, evidence of Hogwarts transfo. Machine under Harry's influence surrounded them. Students from all four houses conversed in mixed groups, their robes bearing traditional colors but with integrated elements reflecting cross-house study affiliations. Portraits of the founders, restored through Harry's guidance, observed the passing students with approval rather than the rigid house-specific expectations they had once projected. Most significantly, magical beings previously restricted from educational participation now moved freely through the corridors, house elves wearing dignified uniforms rather than tea towels, a young centaur are discussing astronomical calculations with a Ravenclaw study group, and two goblin youths participating in advanced arithmancy research under Professor Vector's supervision. Emperor, acknowledged a passing ghost with formal bow, Sir Nicholas, the Gryffindor house spirit whose relationship with Harry had evolved from casual interaction to formal recognition of his unique status. Harry inclined his head in acknowledgement but did not correct the title as he once might have. The designation had emerged organically within the magical community over the past year, not through self-proclamation or formal coronation, but through recognition of his functional role transcending traditional governance categories. He neither encouraged nor discouraged the terminology, recognizing its symbolic value while focusing on practical implementation rather than titular recognition. In the Great Hall, the morning meal reflected similar transformation. The house tables remained but with permeable boundaries, allowing students to sit according to social and academic affiliations rather than sorted identity alone. The head table had expanded to include representatives from magical beings previously excluded. From educational governance, Tolby representing the house elves, Firemane from the centaur herd, and Gornick advising on goblin educational integration. Hermione approached as they entered, her express Ion reflecting the focused intensity that had made her Concordat implementation director despite her relatively young age. Like many in Harry's inner circle, she had developed capabilities far beyond traditional educational expectations through specialized training aligned with individual aptitudes rather than standardized curricula. The Horcrux containment team reports successful preliminary analysis. She informed them without preamble. The cup's protective enchantments include Egyptian curse variants similar to those on the locket. Modified neutralization protocol is in development. Harry nodded, immediately integrating this information with existing strategic planning. Coordinate with Bill Weasley's team regarding approach adaptation. The destruction sequence must align with broader confrontation timing. This brief exchange exemplified the operational efficiency the Founders' Council had developed. Complex information conveyed precisely, strategic implications immediately assessed, and implementation direction provided without unnecessary elaboration. Years of collaborative crisis response had created organizational methodology transcending traditional magical bureaucracy's procedural limitations. As they settled at the head table, Headmistress McGonagall joined them with the dignity that had characterized her leadership since assuming the position following Dumbledore's semi-retirement to International Confederation advisory role. Her formal robes incorporated subtle elements from all four houses, symbolizing the integrated approach she had helped implement throughout Hogwarts. The Board of Governors has unanimously approved the curriculum expansion, she reported with satisfaction, including the controversial magical being historical perspective requirement for all students. This represented significant victory for educational reform, ensuring future generations would study magical history through diverse perspectives rather than the wizard-centric approach that had dominated for centuries. Such structural changes, though less dramatically visible than crisis response operations, formed essential foundation for sustainable transformation of magical society. Excellent progress, Harry acknowledged, genuine appreciation evident despite his typically restrained expression. Professor Binns presented unexpected resistance. McGonagall's lips twitched in rare display of humor. The professor's traditional objections were overcome through rather unconventional approach. Miss Lovegood somehow convinced him that incorporating goblin perspectives will protect against Rotfang conspiracy infiltration. This creative solution typified Luna's unique contribution to their reform efforts, her unconventional perspective often identifying effective approaches overlooked by more conventional thinkers. Throughout their years together, her seemingly tangential observations had repeatedly provided crucial insights that conventional analytical methods missed entirely. Their breakfast was interrupted by arrival of Kingsley Shacklebolt, whose imposing presence commanded immediate attention despite his deliberately understated entrance. As director of Mag. Ical Security, Position created through ministry restructuring to replace outdated OR framework. He coordinated defense operations through integrated approach combining traditional wizard methods with techniques developed by other magical communities. Perimeter detection grid recorded significant anomaly at northern boundary. He reported quietly, ensuring their conversation remained private despite the crowded hall. Signature analysis confirms previous assessment. Possessed vessel attempting systematic evaluation of defensive enchantments. Harry immediately shifted to tactical focus, his awareness extending toward the detection systems he had helped establish throughout Hogwarts grounds. Temporal pattern, 3-minute engagement, precise testing methodology, immediate withdrawal upon counter-detection activation. Kingsley detailed with professional precision. Behavior consistent with strategic reconnaissance rather than immediate infiltration attempt. This pattern confirmed T.'s previous assessment. Voldemort's partially embodied form was methodically gathering intelligence about Hogwarts' enhanced defenses, likely preparing for more significant confrontation once sufficient information had been obtained. The accelerating frequency of these probing attempts suggested narrowing preparation timeline. Implement enhanced monitoring protocols, Harry directed after brief consideration. Maintain detection parameters but suppress active response indicators. We need comprehensive understanding of testing methodology before revealing counter-capability awareness. This P.P. Roach represented sophisticated tactical calculation, allowing limited information gathering to continue while concealing their full defensive capabilities, thereby ensuring potential future confrontation would occur under conditions advantageous to their prepared response rather than according to Voldemort's strategic assessment. Helena, who had been silently evaluating this exchange, contributed additional perspective. The International Confederation security advisors should be briefed regarding potential expansion beyond Hogwarts boundaries. If these reconnaissance operations follow historical pattern, wider targeting framework will develop once primary objective assessment completes. This strategic extrapolation reflected her characteristically broader analytical approach, identifying potential development patterns beyond immediate tactical situation. Their complementary perspectives had proven invaluable throughout increasingly complex challenges, each contributing dimensions the other might otherwise overlook. As breakfast concluded and the Great Hall gradually emptied, Harry and Helena separated to address different operational responsibilities before reconvening for the International Confederation Assembly. Their seamless coordination reflected years of refined collaboration, each understanding their complementary roles within broader strategic framework without requiring explicit assignment or detailed explanation. Harry proceeded toward the Chamber of Secrets, which had been transformed from historical curiosity to operational headquarters for the Founders' Council. The ominous entrance had been reconfigured to reflect its current purpose, Founder insignia replacing serpentine imagery, multiple access points accommodating diverse council members, and enhanced security measures ensuring controlled access while eliminating intimidating aspects of the original design. Within the chamber, the central area bore little resemblance to the imposing hall Salazar had created centuries earlier. A circular table dominated the space, its surface displaying interactive magical projections showing real-time status updates from operations worldwide. 12 chairs surrounded this table, each bearing insignia representing different magical traditions rather than founder-specific affiliations. Neville Longbottom and Ron Weasley were already present, examining the Sec. Horcrux contained within specialized magical field at the chamber's far end. Both had developed into formidable wizards through years of focused training aligned with their natural aptitudes rather than generalized educational approach. Preliminary containment analysis confirms similar protection methodology to previous artifacts, Neville reported as Harry joined them. Though with significant adaptation suggesting learning pattern based on previous neutralization approaches. This assessment reflected Neville's developed expertise in magical object analysis, specialization building upon his natural affinity for understanding how magic manifested through physical items. His confidence had grown exponentially over the years, transforming the once timid boy into respected authority within his specialized domain. The destruction sequence requires precise magical counterbalance, Ron added, demonstrating the strategic thinking that had made him operational coordination specialist. Despite his initially limited academic inclination, standard approach risks magical backlash affecting broader containment protocols. Harry studied the contained artifact through multiple magical perception layers. Founder enhanced vision revealing protection complexities invisible to conventional magical detection. The cup pulsed with malevolent energy, layers of dark enchantments surrounding the central soul fragment with defensive capabilities designed to prevent precisely the destruction they intended to implement. We'll utilize integrated neutralization approach, he decided after comprehensive assessment. Founder purification methodology providing primary framework with modified curse-breaking techniques addressing specific Egyptian variants. This integrated approach typified Harry's operational methodology, combining founder knowledge with contemporary magical techniques to create implementation strategies transcending limitations of either tradition alone. Years of experience had refined his ability to identify optimal integration points between seemingly disparate magical approaches. As they discussed specific implementation details, Luna arrived with characteristic dream-like entrance that belied her crucial intelligence coordination role. Her apparently casual movement through the chamber contrasted with the precision of her subsequent report. The unspeakable monitoring network detected magical convergence patterns matching previous possession manifestations, she informed them, her dreamy voice delivering critical tactical intelligence without conventional urgency. 3 separate locations within 24 hours, each progressively closer to Scottish border. This information confirmed their assessment of accelerating timeline. Voldemort's partially embodied form was systematically approaching Hogwarts through patterns suggesting strategic rather than opportunistic movement. The methodical progression indicated planned operation rather than reactive response to their Horcrux elimination efforts. The remaining soul anchor becomes priority target, Harry concluded, integrating this intelligence with existing operational planning. We proceed with cup destruction immediately while accelerating location efforts for the snake. The timing had significant strategic implications. Eliminating the cup would leave only the snake as remaining Horcrux, potentially triggering more aggressive action from Voldemort as his immortality anchors diminished. Yet delaying destruction to maintain status quo risked allowing him to implement whatever operation his reconnaissance activities were preparing to support. Hermione's research team believes they've identified viable tracking methodology for the snake, Neville informed them. Utilizing connection between Horcrux resonance patterns to establish detection parameters capable of penetrating conventional concealment enchantments. This represented potentially crucial breakthrough in their efforts to locate the final Horcrux. Nagini had proven exceptionally difficult to track through conventional methods due to sophisticated concealment enchantments Voldemort had implemented to protect his final soul anchor. Implement immediately, Harry directed. Coordinate with Kingsley's security teams regarding rapid response capability once location is confirmed. As they proceeded with preparation for the cup's destruction, Harry maintained simultaneous awareness of multiple operational dimensions: the immediate Horcrux neutralization, the snake tracking initiative, perimeter security monitoring, and U.P. coming International Confederation Assembly. This multi-layered focus had become natural through years of integrating the Founder's consciousness fragments with his own developing cognitive capabilities. The destruction sequence itself represented culmination of methodologies refined through previous Horcrux eliminations. Harry led the complex magical working with Ron and Neville providing support. Elements precisely calibrated to address specific aspects of the cup's protection enchantments. The procedure combined Founder purification techniques with contemporary curse-breaking methodology, in seamless integration that would have been impossible without years of collaborative development. As the cup's defenses finally collapsed and the contained soul fragment dissipated with characteristic shriek of otherworldly agony, Harry monitored broader magical environment for response indicators. Previous destructions had triggered detection through the connection between Voldemort's primary consciousness and his fragmented soul pieces, awareness they had utilized to assess his responsiveness while carefully concealing specific destruction methodology. Magical disturbance detected at northern boundary, confirmed Luna. Monitoring specialized detection equipment they had developed specifically for tracking Voldemort's magical signature. Pattern suggests immediate awareness followed by strategic withdrawal rather than reactive approach. This response aligned with their assessment of his current operational approach, gathering information and preparing comprehensive strategy rather Han responding impulsively to individual developments. The calculated nature of this behavior indicated sophisticated tactical thinking despite the compromised nature of his partially embodied existence. 5 down, 1 remaining. Ron summarized with characteristic directness. Once the snake is eliminated, he becomes mortal again. Vulnerable. The implications hung unspoken between them, after years of methodical preparation. They approached final confrontation with the Dark Lord whose shadow had influenced magical Britain for decades. The elimination of Horcruxes represented necessary preparation rather than conclusion, setting stage for direct engagement with Voldemort himself. The International Confederation Assembly begins in 30 minutes, Harry noted, shifting focus toward immediate diplomatic responsibilities while maintaining awareness of operational developments. Continue monitoring response patterns and implement accelerated tracking protocols for the snake. As he departed the chamber to prepare for the assembly, Harry reflected on the converging timelines now approaching critical intersection: the Concordat expansion negotiations, Horcrux elimination sequence, Voldemort's accelerating reconnaissance activities, and broader magical society transformation efforts. These seemingly separate dimensions represented interconnected aspects of the fundamental magical reformation the Founder's knowledge had guided him to implement. The International Confederation of Wizards headquarters occupied magnificent building in Geneva, Switzerland, its architecture blending classical magical design with modern functional elements. Originally established as diplomatic forum for preventing conflict between magical governments, the organization had evolved under Concordat influence toward more integrated governance approach transcending traditional national boundaries. Harry arrived via specialized international transport system developed through Concordat Research India. TIVES, more efficient than conventional apparition or portkey methodology while maintaining enhanced security protocols necessary for his travel given unique status. Helena awaited him in the private reparation chamber allocated for British delegation, her formal diplomatic robes reflecting her official role as international magical cooperation liaison. Minister Bones has completed preliminary discussions with European representatives, she reported as they reviewed final preparation materials. Consolidated support confirmed for primary Concordat expansion provisions, though specific implementation details remain subject to negotiation. This represented solid diplomatic foundation for the upcoming presentation. The European magical governments had experienced direct benefits from initial Concordat implementation during Flamel's pattern crisis 3 years earlier. Their support provided crucial momentum for expanding the framework beyond original signatories toward truly global magical cooperation structure. The American and Asian delegations remain key variables, Harry noted, reviewing intelligence summaries regarding their positions. Traditional sovereignty concerns versus Practical cooperation benefits creating factional division within their governance structures. This assessment reflected sophisticated understanding of international magical politics, recognizing that a P-parent unified opposition often masked internal divisions that could be strategically engaged through targeted diplomatic approach. The Concordat expansion strategy had been carefully designed to add res-specific concerns while emphasizing practical benefits transcending ideological objections. The Supreme Mugwump has requested private consultation before the General Assembly, Helena added, referencing the Confederation's highest official position currently held by African magical leader whose support could prove crucial for achieving necessary approval thresholds. Harry nodded, appreciating the strategic opportunity this private meeting represented. The personal approach often proves more effective than formal presentation alone. Specific implementation concerns, traditional authority, tie preservation within expanded cooperation framework, Helena specified, demonstrating her detailed understanding of individual leaders' priorities. Ensuring Concordat expansion respects existing governance structures while enabling enhanced coordination capabilities. This concern reflected common theme throughout their international negotiations. Magical governments recognized practical benefits of improved cooperation while maintaining understandable caution regarding potential authority diminishment. Addressing this balance had been central to the Concordat's design from its inception, emphasizing enhanced capability through cooperation rather than centralized control through hierarchical authority. Their discussion was interrupted by arrival of Minister Bones, whose formal diplomatic Robes reflected her official leadership position while the subtle founder insignia indicated her alignment with broader transformation initiatives. Her expression conveyed measured optimism regarding the upcoming proceedings. The preliminary vote projections suggest narrow approval margin, she informed them after exchanging formal greetings. Though several key delegations remain officially uncleared despite private indications of potential support. This reflected typical diplomatic positioning, maintaining public neutrality while establishing private conditions for potential support, allowing flexibility until final negotiation stages determined specific implementation details. The approach required sophisticated response balancing firm foundational principles with pragmatic adaptation addressing legitimate concerns. The American delegation requested specific implementation clarification regarding magical creature participation provisions, Bones continued, referencing the most controversial aspect of the expanded Concordat framework. Their historical approach to magical being classification conflicts significantly with the integrated governance model. This represented core philosophical challenge within international magical cooperation efforts, reconciling fundamentally different approaches to non-human magical beings that had evolved through distinct cultural and historical contexts. The British magical community had experienced dramatic transformation in this domain under Harry's influence, but other magical governments maintained traditional hierarchical classifications resistant to integration-based reforms. We maintain foundational principle while offering implementation flexibility, Harry decided after brief consideration. The Concordat framework requires recognizing essential rights and participation capabilities for all magical beings, though specific implementation timelines and methodologies may adapt to regional contexts. This balanced approach reflected the sophisticated political understanding he had developed through years of Reformation leadership, recognizing when fundamental principles required firm maintenance versus where implementation flexibility could accommodate legitimate transitional challenges without compromising essential objectives. As they proceeded toward the Confederation's Grand Assembly chamber, Harry maintained calm exterior despite awareness of the session's historical significance. The expanded Concordat represented most comprehensive international magical cooperation framework since the International Statute of Secrecy, addressing not merely wizard relations but fundamentally restructuring how magical society functioned across traditional boundaries of species, nationality, and governance traditions. The chamber itself reflected the Confederation's long history, magnificent magical architecture creating perfect acoustics and visual accessibility while ancient enchantments ensured translation capability. Ties and diplomatic protection protocols. Representatives from magical governments worldwide occupied tiered seating arranged in geographical groupings, their diverse robes and ceremonial attire creating visual representation of magical diversity within formal diplomatic structure. The private consultation with Supreme Mugwump Nkosi proceeded according to traditional diplomatic protocol, though the substance of their discussion reflected the unprecedented nature of the Concordat expansion proposal. The elderly African wizard maintained formal diplomatic composure while engaging substantively specific implementation questions regarding magical being integration and governance structure adaptations. Your vision extends beyond conventional diplomatic frameworks, Nkosi observed after RRY had addressed his specific concerns regarding traditional authority preservation. Yet implementation methodology demonstrates pragmatic recognition of necessary transitional adaptations. This assessment reflected the balanced approach Harry had developed through years of practical Reformation experience, maintaining transformative vision while recognizing practical implementation realities requiring gradual adaptation rather than immediate revolutionary change. This balance had proven essential for achieving sustainable transformation rather than provoking defensive resistance from traditional authority structures. The founders' vision always emphasized harmonious integration rather than imposed uniformity, Harry explained, referencing the historical foundation underlying contemporary implementation. Effective cooperation requires respecting distinct traditions while establishing common fundamental principles enabling collaborative capability development. This philosophical foundation, drawing from founder wisdom while adapting to contemporary context, had characterized Harry's approach throughout magical Reformation efforts. The Concordat expansion represented international Manifestation of principles initially implemented within British magical society through carefully calibrated reforms respecting legitimate traditional values while addressing artificial limitations preventing magical development. As the General Assembly commenced and formal presentations began, Harry observed the diplomatic proceedings with multi-layered awareness developed through years of similar negotiations. The surface formality, procedural protocols, official position statements, structured debate formats, masked underlying relational dynamics representing actual determinative factors in final outcome. Minister Bones presented the official British position with diplomatic precision, outlining practical benefits experienced through initial Concordat implementation while addressing on concerns regarding sovereignty preservation and implementation flexibility. Her presentation balanced technical detail with compelling narrative examples demonstrating concrete improvements achieved through enhanced cooperation frameworks. When Harry's turn came to address the Assembly, he approached the central podium with the quiet confidence that had become his characteristic demeanor. His formal robes incorporated subtle elements representing the four founders while avoiding ostentatious display that might trigger reflexive resistance from traditional authority representatives. Distinguished delegates, he began, his voice carrying effortlessly through the chamber without magical amplification. The expanded Concordat framework represents not revolutionary disruption but evolutionary development of cooperation capabilities our diverse magical communities require to address increasingly complex challenges transcending traditional boundaries. This framing, emphasizing evolution rather than revolution, reflected careful strategic positioning developed through years of diplomatic experience. By presenting the Concordat as natural progression rather than radical departure, he addressed implicit concerns regarding disruptive transformation while maintaining focus on practical capability enhancement rather than ideological considerations. Our recent experiences, from Flamel's P. A Turn Crisis to emerging magical convergence challenges, demonstrate conclusively that isolated response methodologies cannot effectively address threats operating beyond traditional jurisdictional limitations, he continued, referencing shared experience that transcended political divisions. Enhanced cooperation represents practical necessity rather than merely ideological preference. Throughout his presentation, Harry maintained precise balance between visionary framework and practical implementation detail, addressing specific concerns raised during preliminary negotiations while connecting immediate proposals to broader principles underlying magical society's sustainable development. His approach reflected integrated perspective combining founder wisdom with contemporary diplomatic methodology, creating compelling case transcending conventional political divisions. The subsequent discussion period revealed expected factional positioning, European delegations expressing strong RT based on direct experience with initial implementation benefits, American and Asian representatives maintaining cautious positioning while exploring specific implementation conditions, and smaller magical communities evaluating potential advantages against sovereignty concerns. Throughout these exchanges, Harry demonstrated the diplomatic skill he had developed through years of similar negotiations, responding to concerns with substantive engagement rather than defensive reaction, identifying underlying interests beyond stated positions, and building collaborative solution frameworks addressing legitimate considerations while maintaining essential principles. As procedural formalities concluded and the Assembly prepared for preliminary voting sequence, Helena provided final assessment Rough their private communication methodology, specialized magical connection allowing discrete information exchange without observable interaction. Preliminary alignment indicates sufficient support for general framework approval, she conveyed, her precise analytical assessment reflecting careful monitoring of diplomatic signals throughout the proceedings. Though implementation protocol appendi, CES will require subsequent negotiation through specialized committees. This outcome represented optimal realistic achievement, establishing foundational agreement regarding essential principles while allowing necessary flexibility for addressing legitimate implementation variations through appropriate specialized processes. The approach balanced transformation momentum with practical governance realities, ensuring sustainable progress rather than symbolic victory vulnerable to subsequent erosion through implementation complications. The formal vote proceeded according to established Confederation protocols. Magical tallying system recording each delegation's position while calculating weighted results based on represented magical population proportions. The final result confirmed Helena's assessment. General framework approval with implementation committee establishment for addressing specific adaptation protocols through subsequent specialized negotiation processes. This diplomatic achievement represented significant advancement of the international magical cooperation framework Harry had envisioned years earlier when initially establishing the British Concordat. The expansion by original European signatories toward truly global participation created foundation for addressing magical challenges transcending traditional boundaries through collaborative methodology rather than fragmented national responses. As the assembly concluded and delegates dispersed toward specialized committee sessions, Harry maintained awareness of this diplomatic achievement's significance while simultaneously monitoring security updates regarding Voldemort's movements and Horcrux tracking operations. This multi-layered focus had become natural through years of balancing immediate operational responsibilities with longer-term strategic implementation. Remarkable achievement, observed Dumbledore, approaching with the measured pace his advanced age now required. Though semi-retired from direct leadership positions, the former Hogwarts headmaster maintained advisory role within international magical governance while providing occasional strategic counsel based on his extensive historical perspective. Preliminary framework only, Harry replied with characteristic modesty regarding diplomatic accomplishments. Implementation challenges remain substantial, particularly regarding ICAL being integration provisions within traditional classification systems. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with familiar expression combining wisdom and gentle amusement. Your balanced assessment refill, CTS how completely you've integrated the Founders' diverse perspectives. Godric would celebrate victory achieved, while Salazar would immediately identify implementation vulnerabilities requiring strategic attention. This observation accurately captured the complementary influences Harry had gradually integrated through years of development, combining Gryffindor's bold vision with Slytherin's strategic pragmatism. Ravenclaw's analytical precision with Hufflepuff's inclusive implementation methodology. The balanced perspective enabled simultaneous appreciation of achievements while maintaining focus on continuing challenges requiring attention. Their conversation was interrupted by Helena's approach, her expression conveying urgency despite maintained professional composure. Priority communication from Hogwarts, she informed them quietly. The snake tracking methodology has produced confirmed location parameters. Operational response team awaiting your return. This development represented potential crucial breakthrough in their Horcrux elimination sequence. Locating Nagini had proven exceptionally challenging despite sophisticated magical tracking methodologies, the snake's movement. NTS concealed through complex enchantments specifically designed to prevent conventional detection approaches. The diplomatic proceedings appear concluded for today, Dumbledore observed with characteristic perceptiveness regarding Harry's divided attention. Perhaps operational matters require your immediate focus while implementation committees address procedural details. Harry nodded appreciation for this understanding, immediately shifting focus toward operational planning while maintaining diplomatic awareness necessary for appropriate departure protocols. This balanced attention across multiple responsibility domains had become characteristic of his leadership approach, addressing immediate tactical requirements while preserving strategic relationship frameworks essential for longer-term implementation success. Their return to Hogwarts utilized secure transportation methodology developed specifically for high-priority operational requirements, modified apparition techniques incorporating Founder-enhanced protection layers ensuring both efficiency and security despite conventional anti-transportation barriers. The approach delivered them directly to the Chamber of Secrets. The Founders' Council operational team had assembled to address the Horcrux tracking breakthrough. Confirmed location parameters established through modified resonance tracking, Hermione reported immediately. Magical displays showing geographical coordinates with precision indicators reflecting detection confidence levels. The snake's magical signature registered through specialized detection grid 30 minutes ago. Location stability suggesting temporary containment rather than active movement. Ron expanded the tactical assessment, his strategic expertise evident through comprehensive operational analysis. Location corresponds with abandoned magical property in northern Scotland. former research facility utilized by Department of Mysteries before establishment of centralized operations. Remote positioning suggests deliberate isolation from conventional magical detection networks. This information aligned with broader assessment regarding Voldemort's methodical approach. Select ing location combining magical infrastructure capabilities with isolation characteristics preventing conventional monitoring. The strategic selection further confirms sophisticated tactical thinking. Despite his compromised embodiment status. Detection confidence parameters. Harry inquired, immediately focusing on operational planning requirements rather than theoretical confirmation. 87% confidence based on specialized Horcrux resonance methodology, Hermione specified with characteristic precision. Multiple confirmation indicators through independent detection approaches. False positive probability below acceptable operational threshold. This assessment provided sufficient verification for implementing response operations. The confidence parameters exceeded minimum requirements for committing resources to direct intervention, while time sensitivity precluded extended confirmation processes that might allow target relocation before operational engagement. Preliminary security assessment indicates moderate protection enchantments consistent with temporary operational location rather than permanent stronghold, added Kingsley, who had joined the briefing via specialized communication network from Ministry Security Headquarters. Response team assembled with specialized capabilities aligned with expected resistance parameters. Harry rapidly integrated this in formation with existing strategic framework, developing comprehensive operational approach addressing immediate Horcrux elimination requirements while maintaining awareness of broader implications. Regarding potential confrontation with Voldemort himself. We implement coordinated approach with dual objectives, he decided after brief consideration. Primary team focuses on Horcrux elimination with maximum efficiency priority. Secondary team establishes perimeter containment addressing potential Voldemort presence while maintaining sufficient operational distance to prevent premature direct confrontation. This balanced approach reflected sophisticated tactical understanding. Prioritizing Horcrux destruction is essential prerequisite for effective confrontation with Voldemort himself, while establishing containment capabilities addressing potential immediate engagement without prematurely forcing direct confrontation under potentially disadvantageous conditions. I'll lead the primary team, Harry continued, assigning operational responsibilities based on specialized capabilities rather than formal positions. Helena, Neville and Bill Weasley providing complementary expertise addressing anticipated protection enchantments. Ron coordinates perimeter security with Kingsley's specialized units maintaining containment parameters without direct engagement unless specifically indicated. These assignments reflected years of operational development, team compositions based on proven capability combinations rather than arbitrary structural considerations. Each individual's specialized expertise had been cultivated through focused development programs aligning natural aptitudes with operational requirements, creating integrated capability transcending conventional magical training limitations. Departure in 15 minutes, Harry concluded, establishing clear operational timeline. Complete equipment preparation and final briefing synchronization before transport sequence initiation. As team members dispersed to address specific preparation requirements, Helena remained behind, her expression conveying assessment beyond operational parameters. The timing appears deliberately accelerated. She observed once they had privacy. Multiple convergence indicators suggesting coordinated rather than reactive development sequence. This strategic assessment aligned with Harry's own evaluation. The sudden breakthrough in Horcrux tracking methodology combined with Voldemort's increased reconnaissance activities and international diplomatic developments created patterns suggest coordinated convergence rather than coincidental timing. Whether orchestrated through unknown external influence or representing natural culmination of multiple development sequences remained unclear. But the pattern itself indicated approaching inflection point requiring comprehensive response capability. We maintain balanced approach, Harry agreed, acknowledging the strategic assessment WH. Focusing on immediate operational requirements. Horcrux elimination remains priority objective regardless of broader convergence patterns. Without complete anchor neutralization, any direct confrontation remains fundamentally compromised. This focus on sequential priority despite awareness of converging timelines reflected the disciplined strategic approach he had developed through years of Complex operations. Addressing fundamental prerequisites systematically rather than allowing pattern recognition to disrupt operational methodology through premature adaptation. The founders, Historica, L perspective provided valuable context recognizing similar convergence patterns throughout magical history, where maintaining methodical approach despite apparent acceleration often proved crucial for successful resolution. As operational preparations concluded and the response teams assembled for deployment, Harry conducted final capability assessment with characteristic thoroughness, verifying equipment functionality, confirming communication protocols, and ensuring team members maintained optimal condition for the complex magical operations anticipated during the mission. This methodical approach reflected years of operational experience demonstrating how preliminary verification often prevented significant complications during critical implementation phases. The deployment itself UDL-Z specialized transportation methodology developed through Concordat research initiatives, modified group apparition techniques incorporating enhanced precision parameters and penetration capability. Addressing potential anti-transportation enchantments. The approach delivered both operational teams to predetermined positions relative to the target location, establishing immediate tactical positioning without alerting potential opposition through conventional transportation signatures. The abandoned research facility matched intelligence assessments, remote stone structure combining architect Ural elements from different magical periods, suggesting multiple modification sequences throughout its operational history. Preliminary magical detection confirmed presence of protection enchantments, consistent with temporary security protocols rather than permanent defensive infrastructure, though with sophisticated implementation indicating advanced magical capability beyond conventional security measures. Protection parameter analysis confirms multiple layered enchantments, Helena reported after completing specialized detection sequence. Primary boundary utilizing modified Fidelius Vari, and with secondary defense layers incorporating detection disruption and targeted counter-transportation elements. Bill Weasley expanded this assessment with his curse-breaking expertise. The implementation methodology suggests Eastern European influence, particularly Russian variation techniques developed during magical isolation period. Sophisticated application but with identifiable vulnerability patterns consistent with accelerated implementation timeline. This detailed analysis provided crucial operational information beyond simple confirmation of protective measures, identifying magical traditions and implementation methodologies enabled targeted counter approaches utilizing appropriate specialized techniques rather than generalized neutralization attempts vulnerable to specific defense mechanisms. We'll implement sequential penetration approach, Harry decided, integrating this analysis with operational planning. Modified revelation sequence addressing Fidelius Varia, NT followed by targeted counter-enchantment application rather than general neutralization attempt. This methodical approach reflected years of operational refinement, addressing complex magical processions through precise sequential methodology rather than brute force approaches vulnerable to sophisticated countermeasures. The founders' knowledge provided historical context regarding rotection evolution patterns while contemporary curse-breaking techniques contributed specialized implementation methodologies developed through practical field experience. The operation proceeded with practiced precision, each team member implementing specialized techniques within coordinated sequence ensuring comprehensive approach addressing multiple protection layers simultaneously. Harry led the complex magical working with founder-enhanced capabilities providing framework for integrating diverse counter-enchantment methodologies into cohesive penetration sequence. As the protection boundaries gradually yielded to their sophisticated approach, preliminary magical detection confirmed the snake's presence within the facility's central chamber, distinct magical signature combining Horcrux resonance patterns with specialized concealment enchantments characteristic of Voldemort's protection methodology. Primary target confirmed, Neville reported through secure communication channel connecting both operational teams. Signature analysis indicates isolation within specialized containment structure rather than free movement capability. This information had significant tactical implications, suggesting the snake was maintained within controlled environment rather than serving as active guardian or mobile asset. The arrangement indicated potential ceremonial purpose beyond mere Horcrux functionality. possibly relating to whatever larger operation Voldemort appeared to be preparing through his systematic reconnaissance activities. Perimeter containment established with specialized detection grid active, confirmed Ron from his coordination position with the secondary team. No indication of additional magical signatures beyond target parameters, though residual energy patterns suggest recent presence of significant magical entity distinct from Horcrux signature. This assessment aligned with their pre-operation intelligence. Voldemort likely utilized the location temporarily rather than establishing permanent operational base, his partially embodied form requiring specialized magical environment maintained through complex enchantments difficult to implement in mobile configuration. The recent departure suggested tactical repositioning rather than abandonment, potentially relating to whatever operation his reconnaissance activities were preparing to support. As they penetrate the final protection layers and approached the central chamber, Harry maintained comprehensive magical awareness extending beyond conventional detection parameters, Founder-enhanced perception reveal ing subtle magical patterns invisible to standard detection methodologies. This enhanced awareness provided crucial advantage when addressing Voldemort's sophisticated enchantments, which often incorporated obscure magical traditions specifically selected to circumvent conventional countermeasures. The central chamber confirmed their assessment regarding ceremonial functionality, ritual configurate ion dominating the space with specialized containment structure at its center housing Nagini within suspended animation field. The arrangement suggested preparation for complex magical working rather than merely secure Horcrux storage, potentially relating to embodiment enhancement or similar transformative operation. Containment structure incorporates multiple protection layers, Helena observed after preliminary analysis. Primary barrier utilizing soul magic principles similar to previous Horcrux protection methodologies, though with significant adaptation suggesting learning pattern based on prior neutralization approaches. This assessment confirmed pattern they had observed throughout the Horcrux elimination sequence, each successive soul container implementing enhanced protection mechanisms apparently informed by previous destruction methodologies. This adaptation indicated sophisticated magical awareness beyond mere reflexive response, suggesting Voldemort maintained comprehensive understanding of their operations despite his compromised embodiment status. We'll implement modified neutralization approach, Harry decided after analyzing the specific protection configuration. Founder purification methodology providing primary framework with specialized counter enchantments addressing specific soul magic variants detected within the containment structure. This integrate approach typified their developed operational methodology, combining founder-based techniques with specialized contemporary magical approaches to create comprehensive implementation strategy addressing complex magical challenges through multidimensional approach rather than linear methodology vulnerable to specific countermeasures. The neutralization sequence represented culmination of techniques refined through previous Horcrux destructions. Complex magical working combining purification elements with precise counter-enchantment application in carefully calibrated sequence addressing multiple protection layers simultaneously. Harry led the operation with Helena, Neville and Bill providing specialized support elements precisely synchronized with the primary magical working. As the containment structure's protections gradually yielded to their sophisticated approach, the suspended animation field surrounding Nagini began destabilizing, magical stasis enchantments degrading as supporting protection layers collapsed under their coordinated neutralization sequence. The snake's physical form remained motionless despite these containment failures, suggesting deeper enchantment layers maintaining control beyond mere physical restriction. The snake itself incorporates additional protection enchantments beyond the containment structure, Helena warned as they prepared for final neutralization phase. Specialized animation control maintained through independent magical binding separate from external containment parameters. This represented concerning development beyond anticipated protection methodology, suggesting Voldemort had implemented redundant security measures specifically designed to prevent straightforward neutralization even after external protections were successfully bypassed. The approach demonstrated sophisticated magical engineering consistent with comprehensive strategic planning rather than reactive security implementation. Modified approach required, Harry acknowledged, immediately adapting their operational methodology to address this unexpected protection layer. Implement sequential binding neutralization before attempting direct Horcrux destruction. This tactical flexibility reflected years of operational experience addressing complex magical challenges, immediately adapting planned methodology when encountering unexpected developments rather than rigidly adhering to predetermined approach vulnerable to unanticipated protection mechanisms. The founders' comprehensive magical knowledge provided crucial framework for identifying appropriate adaptation techniques addressing specific binding enchantments detected within the snake itself. As they implemented this modified approach and gradually neutralized the specialized animation controls maintaining Nagini in suspended state, the physical form began showing signs of independent magical activity, subtle movement patterns indicating restoration of autonomous function as control enchant ments degraded under their sophisticated countermeasures. Accelerated neutralization recommended, Bill advised as these indicators became more pronounced. The binding degradation appears to be G-gearing secondary animation sequence potentially designed as defense mechanism. This assessment prompted immediate tactical adjustment, shifting from methodical sequential approach to accelerated implementation prioritizing final destruction before potential defensive activation could manifest fully. Harry rapidly reconfigured their magical working to concentrate neutralization energy toward core Horcrux destruction rather than continuing systematic protection layer reduction. The founder-based destruction sequence, refined through previous Horcrux eliminations and enhanced with specialized elements addressing soul magic variants, penetrated the remaining protection layers with concentrated magical force focused through Harry's unique capabilities. The snake's physical form convulsed violent Why is the contained soul fragment destabilized, dark energy manifesting visibly before dissipating with characteristic otherworldly shriek indicating successful destruction. Horcrux neutralization confirmed. Helena verified through specialized detection methodology specifically designed for soul fragment verification. No residual soul magic signature detected within physical remains or surrounding magical environment. This confirmation represented crucial milestone in their years-long strategic campaign. The final Horcrux eliminated, rendering Voldemort mortal once again despite whatever EMB Odiment enhancements he had achieved through Eastern European possession techniques. The development fundamentally altered strategic parameters regarding potential direct confrontation, transforming previously compromised engagement scenario into viable resolution opportunity. All teams maintain current operational status, Harry directed through communication network connecting both field units. Complete comprehensive magical verification and environmental assessment before implementing withdrawal sequence. This methodical approach despite significant achievement reflected disciplined operational methodology, ensuring complete mission objectives were properly verified before concluding operations rather than allowing momentary success to compromise thorough implementation protocols. RS of complex magical operations had demonstrated how apparently successful outcomes could conceal subtle complications requiring comprehensive verification before operational conclusion. As they completed these verification procedures and prepared for withdrawal, the communication network activated with urgent priority signal from Hogwarts Command Center. Luna's characteristically calm voice conveyed information contradicting her message's urgency classification. Multiple boundary penetration attempts detected simultaneously at Hogwarts perimeter, she reported without conventional alarm indicators despite the situation's obvious significance. Pattern analysis indicates coordinated approach utilizing systematically identified vulnerability parameters from previous reconnaissance operations. This development confirmed their strategic assessment regarding Voldemort's methodical information gathering. The systematic boundary testing conducted over previous weeks had apparently identified specific approach vectors for coordinated penetration attempt. The timing suggested either awareness of their current operation or predetermined schedule unrelated to the Horcrux destruction, though the former seemed more probable given the specific temporal alignment. Maintain established operational protocols, Harry directed after rapid strategic assessment. We'll implement immediate return while perimeter security continues monitoring current location through passive observation methodology. This decision reflected balanced tactical approach, prioritizing Hogwarts defense given med penetration attempts while maintaining awareness of potential connection between current operation and coordinated boundary testing. The established response protocols ensured appropriate security. Measures would activate automatically while leadership elements repositioned to address primary threat parameters. Their return to Hogwarts utilized emergency transportation methodology developed specifically for critical response scenarios, enhanced apparition techniques incorporating founder-based protection elements ensuring successful penetration of potential anti-transportation enchantments while maintaining necessary security protocols. The approach delivered them directly to the castle's central command center established within modified Chamber of Secrets configuration. Coordinated penetration attempts at 7 distinct boundary locations, reported McGonagall immediately, magical displays showing detailed representation of Hogwarts' defensive perimeter with identified incursion points highlighted through specialized visualization enchantments. Pattern analysis indicates systematic exploitation of theoretically optimal approach vectors rather than opportunistic testing. Kingsley, who had returned directly from the field operation through separate transportation channel, expanded this tactical assessment. The approach methodology demonstrates sophisticated understanding of enhanced defensive enchantments implemented since original boundary establishment. Specialized countermeasures addressing specific protection layers rather than general neutralization attempts. His analysis confirmed concerning implications regarding Voldemort's reconnaissance operations. His systematic boundary testing had apparently yielded comprehensive understanding of Hogwarts' enhanced defensive measures, enabling coordinated penetration approach specifically designed to address identified protection methodologies. The sophisticated implementation suggested carefully planned operative on rather than desperate infiltration attempt, indicating strategic objective beyond mere access to the castle grounds. Current containment status, Harry inquired, immediately focusing on tactical response requirements rather than strategic implications. Enhanced defensive protocols automatically activated upon initial penetration detection, McGonagall confirmed. Secondary protection layers maintaining effective containment at all identified incursion points, though with indications of progressive neutralization attempts demonstrating adaptive countermeasure capabilities. This represent expected response given their defensive preparation, layered protection systems designed to implement progressive containment protocols even without direct leadership intervention. The approach read immediate response capability while providing necessary operational time for strategic assessment and coordinated countermeasure implementation. The penetration methodology incorporates Speciale Z magical signature consistent with Eastern European possession techniques, added Hermione, who had been analyzing detailed detection data through enhanced monitoring systems. Primary incursion int demonstrates particularly concentrated implementation suggesting direct presence rather than proxy operation. This information provided crucial tactical intelligence beyond mere confirmation of boundary penetration, identifying Voldemort's likely personal presence rather than delegated operation significantly altered appropriate response protocols given the unique magical capabilities his ally embodied form demonstrated during previous encounters. Harry rapidly integrated this information with updated strategic parameters resulting from successful Horcrux elimination. The fundamental situation had transformed dramatically. Voldemort, now mortal though still extraordinarily powerful, directly engaging Hogwarts defenses through sophisticated penetration methodology rather than continued reconnaissance operations. The convergence suggested either awareness of the Horcrux destruction or predetermined operational timeline coincidentally aligning with their elimination sequence. We implement coordinated containment response, he decided after comprehensive assessment. Primary defensive focus addressing northern boundary incursion point where direct presence indicators are strongest. Secondary teams maintaining enhanced containment protocols at remaining penetration locations while monitoring for potential diversionary tactical patterns. This balanced approach reflected sophisticated strategic understanding, allocating resources based on identified priority parameters while maintaining comprehensive coverage addressing potential tactical deception. The Founders' military experience provided historical context regarding similar engagement patterns, while contemporary security methodology contributed specialized implementation techniques addressing modern magical capabilities. All students secured within enhanced protection zones, McGonagall confirmed as operational preparations commenced. Faculty implementing established emergency protocols with specialized NSIVE teams positioned according to predetermined response parameters. This information reflected years of comprehensive preparation, Detailed emergency procedures developed through collaborative plan. Ning processes and regularly reinforced through practical implementation exercises. The approach ensured efficient response capability without requiring extensive real-time coordination during actual crisis situations. As Harry prepared to lead the primary response team addressing Voldemort's apparent direct presence, Helena provided final intelligence assessment based on specialized monitoring data. The penetration methodology demonstrates sophisticated adaptation to our specific defensive enchantments. The approach precision suggests either internal information source or magical detection app abilities exceeding conventional parameters. This concerning assessment highlighted potential vulnerability beyond physical defensive measures, either compromised operational security through unknown internal source or magical detection capabilities enabling direct analysis of protection enchantments without conventional information access. Either possibility required careful consideration. Rigor. Ding appropriate response methodology given potential for tactical advantage exploitation through specialized knowledge. We implement modified engagement approach, Harry decided, adapting operational planning to address this intelligence assessment. Primary response utilizing unconventional methodology rather than established defensive protocols potentially compromised through information exposure or direct magical analysis. This adaptive approach reflected the tactical flexibility that had characterized their operations throughout increasingly complex challenges, immediately modifying plan. NED methodology when facing potential vulnerability rather than rigidly adhering to predetermined protocols that might prove compromised under specific threat conditions. As they deployed toward the Orthern boundary where Voldemort's direct presence had been detected, Harry maintained comprehensive magical awareness extending beyond conventional perception parameters, founder-enhanced capabilities. Revealing subtle magical patterns invisible to standard detection methodologies. This enhanced awareness had proven crucial during previous encounters with Voldemort, whose sophisticated magical implementations often incorporated obscure traditions specifically selected to circumvent conventional countermeasures. The scene at the northern boundary confirmed their tactical assessment, sophisticate. Magical working penetrating the enhanced protective enchantments through coordinated approach addressing specific defensive layers simultaneously. At the working center stood figure immediately recognizable despite physical transformation. Tall, skeletally thin form combining human characteristics with serpentine elements, crimson eyes gleaming with unnatural intensity as complex wandwork maintained the boundary penetration sequence. Lord Voldemort had achieved partial physical embodiment far more substantial than previous possession manifestations, though still bearing characteristics indicating incomplete restoration rather than full physical rebirth. The magical signature radiating from this form confirmed their assessment regarding Eastern European possession techniques, specialized methodology enabling enhanced embodiment through willing host rather than merely temporary animation of unwilling vessel. Harry Potter, he acknowledged, voice maintaining characteristic cold timbre despite the modified physical form. Your interference with my soul anchors was predictable, though your timing remains inconveniently precise. This greeting confirmed their assessment regarding his awareness of the Horcrux destruction, somehow perceiving their elimination operations despite sophisticated operational security measures. Whether through direct magical connection to the soul fragment or external monitoring methodologies remained unclear, but the awareness itself represented significant tactical consideration regarding his current operational objectives. Your return was equally predictable, Harry replied calmly. Maintaining position just beyond the partially breached boundary while assessing specific magical techniques being employed in the penetration working. Though our approach demonstrates admirable adaptation since our last encounter. This measured response served multiple tactical purposes, establishing communication channel potentially yielding valuable intelligence while providing additional assessment time regarding the specific magical methodologies being employed. The Founders' conflict experience emphasized information gathering importance during initial engagement phases, particularly when facing opponent demonstrating unfamiliar tactical approaches. Adaptation represents necessary evolutionary response to changing environmental parameters, Voldemort replied. His formal speech patterns contrasting with increasingly inhuman physical appearance. A principle you've demonstrated quite effectively through your interesting magical society reformation initiatives. This unexpected reference to Harry's broader magical transformation efforts rather than merely personal opposition suggested sophisticated awareness beyond immediate tactic. Considerations. Strategic perception regarding fundamental magical developments rather than merely personal conflict dynamics. The perspective indicated concerning level of comprehensive understanding. Despite apparent isolation during his partial embodiment development. Though perhaps with fundamentally different underlying objectives, Harry noted, continuing measured engagement while completing. Assessment of the boundary penetration methodology. Your approach consistently prioritizes personal power accumulation rather than collective magical capability enhancement. This philosophical distinction, highlighting fundamental difference between their respective approaches despite superficial implementation similarities, served both diplomatic and tactical purposes. The engagement maintain useful information exchange channel while providing necessary time for comprehensive response preparation as secondary teams established optimal tactical positioning around the penetration site. Perspective reflecting your peculiarly sentimental interpretation of the Founder's legacy. Voldemort countered, continuing sophisticated magical working maintaining the boundary penetration despite ongoing conversation. Their historical achievements resulted from exceptional individual capability rather than collective mediocrity elevation, a reality your integration-focused reforms conveniently obscure. This interpretation, presenting fundamentally different understanding of the Founder's historical significance, highlighted the philosophical gulf separating their respective magical development approaches. Where Harry emphasized Founder collaboration creating capabilities transcending individual contributions, Voldemort perceived primarily exceptional individual achievement temporarily ignited through circumstantial necessity rather than fundamental cooperative advantage. Historical evidence suggests more complex reality than either simplistic interpretation, Harry responded, subtly. Shifting magical focus toward countermeasure preparation while maintaining engagement dialogue. Though immediate tactical considerations perhaps deserve priority over historical debate given current circumstances. This deliberate refocusing, acknowledging philosophical disagreement while emphasizing immediate practical situation, served both diplomatic and tactical purposes. The approach maintained useful engagement while establishing clear boundaries regarding productive discussion parameters given the fundamentally adversarial relationship and immediate security concerns. Indeed, Voldemort acknowledged with cold smile revealing unnaturally pointed teeth within the partially transformed face. Your successful elimination of my anchors represents inconvenient development requiring strategic adaptation. Though perhaps with timing advantages beyond your apparent awareness. This cryptic reference suggested coordinated operational planning beyond mere reaction to the Horcrux destruction, indicating predetermined strategic framework potentially explaining the specific timing alignment between their elimination sequence and his coordinated boundary penetration attempt. The implication raised concerning possibilities regarding broader tactical objectives beyond simple infiltration or direct confrontation. Before Harry could pursue this reference further, Voldemort suddenly intensified his magical working, the boundary penetration methodology shifting from progressive neutralization to concentrated force application at specific vulnerability point. The approach demonstrated sophisticated tactical adaptation, abandoning methodical sequential penetration for focused breakthrough attempt at identified weakness potentially enabling rapid access beyond the defensive perimeter. Harry responded immediately. Founder enhanced magical capabilities enabling direct countermeasure application addressing the specific breakthrough methodology without requiring conventional casting techniques. The approach demonstrated the integrated magical capability he had developed through years of focused training, combining Founder knowledge with contemporary implementation techniques creating response capability transcending traditional magical limitations. The resulting magical confrontation manifested visibly as concentrated energy exchange at the boundary intersection, Voldemort's sophisticated penetration working encountering Harry's equally advanced countermeasure implementation in direct opposition. The engagement represented magical conflict at level rarely witnessed in modern era. Two exceptionally powerful practitioners employing advanced techniques drawing from diverse traditions in sophisticated application transcending conventional dueling parameters. Your capability development continues impressive progression, Voldemort acknowledged, genuine assessment evident despite adversarial context. The Founder's knowledge integration demonstrates remarkable implementation efficiency beyond theoretical projection models. This professional evaluation, tactical assessment transcending personal animosity, reflected the complex relationship developed through their multiple encounters. Despite fundamental opposition, each recognized the other's exceptional magical capability with professional assessment transcending mere adversarial perception, creating unusual dynamic combining bitter conflict with reluctant professional respect. Your adaptation to embodiment limitations demonstrates equally remarkable methodology, Harry replied with similar professional acknowledgement. Though perhaps reflecting unfortunate resource allocation given inevitable mortality restoration following anchor elimination. This response, combining tactical complement with strategic reality reminder, served both professional and psychological purposes. The acknowledgement maintained information exchange dynamic while emphasizing fundamental strategic reality transformation resulting from the Horcrux elimination sequence, potentially influencing subsequent tactical decision-making through mortality awareness reinforcement. Their magical confrontation intensified as Voldemort abandoned conventional penetration methodology for more direct approach, raw magical power application supplemented with specialized Eastern European techniques rarely encountered in Western magical conflicts. The approach demonstrated both exceptional capability and potential desperation, suggesting strategic reassessment following the direct mortality reference. Harry responded with equally unconventional methodology, founder-based techniques integrating elements from all four magical traditions in balanced application transcending conventional opposition parameters. Where Gryffindor might have employed direct counter-force, Ravenclaw precise neutralization, Hufflepuff absorptive defense, or Slytherin subtle redirection, Harry implemented comprehensive approach incorporating balanced elements from each tradition in sophisticated integration impossible for practitioners limited to single magical framework. The resulting engagement demonstrated magical conflict beyond conventional classify-cation parameters, neither traditional duel nor formal battle but specialized confrontation between practitioners employing magical methodologies transcending standard categorization. Energy manifestat. Ions surrounding the engagement point reflected this exceptional nature, visible representations of magical techniques drawing from diverse traditions in unprecedented combination creating effects impossible through conventional implementation approaches. As their confrontation continued with increasing intensity, Harry maintained multi-layered awareness beyond immediate tactical engagement, monitoring both the primary conflict and broader operational environment through enhanced perception capabilities developed through years of integrated founder knowledge application. This comprehensive awareness detected subtle magical shift beyond the visible confrontation, secondary working being implemented beneath primary engagement potentially indicating deceptive tactical approach concealing actual operational objective. The boundary penetration represents diversion rather than primary objective. He communicated through specialized connection linking response team members without conventional verbal exchange. Secondary magical working implementing beneath visible confrontation suggests alternative operational purpose beyond simple infiltration attempt. This tactical assessment demonstrates the sophisticated perception capabilities he had developed through years of integrated magical training, detecting subtle underlying patterns invisible to conventional magical awareness-focused prima Riley on immediate visible manifestations. The Founders' comprehensive magical understanding provided crucial framework for identifying these secondary operations through historical pattern recognition. Supplemented by enhanced perception capabilities, Helena immediately redirected specialized detection resources toward identifying this secondary working, her analytical capabilities perfectly complementing Harry's tactical awareness. Confirmed alternative magical implementation detected beneath primary engagement. Pattern analysis suggests ritual preparation framework rather than direct offensive methodology. This assessment provided crucial tactical intelligence beyond mere confirmation of secondary operation, identifying potential ritual purpose rather than direct attack methodology signi. Fi Cantley altered appropriate response protocols given fundamentally different magical objectives and implementation requirements. Ritual workings typically required specific preparation sequences creating potential vulnerability during establishment phases before achieving operational stability. Maintain primary engagement while implementing specialized detection grid addressing ritual parameter identification, Harry directed. adjusting tactical approach based on this updated intelligence. Priority objective shifts from boundary defense to ritual disruption once sufficient parameter identification achieved for targeted intervention. This adaptive response reflected sophisticated tactical flexibility, immediately adjusting operational objectives when identifying deceptive approach potent. Ally concealing actual strategic purpose. The Founders' military experience provided historical context regarding similar tactical deception patterns, while contemporary magical methodology contribute specialized implementation techniques addressing modern ritual applications. As Helena coordinated specialized detection efforts identifying the underlying ritual parameters, Harry maintained Primar Y engagement with Voldemort through increasingly complex magical exchange. Their confrontation continued escalating in both intensity and sophistication, each implementing advanced techniques drawing from diverse magical traditions in progressive adaptation addressing the other's evolving methodology. Ritual parameters identified, Helena reported through their specialized communication link. Configuration indicates specialized embodiment enhancement working rather than offensive implementation. Temporal alignment with celestial configuration suggests predetermined operational timeline explaining specific engagement scheduling. This intelligence provided crucial context explaining multiple previously unclear aspects, the specific timing alignment between their Horcrux elimination and Voldemort's coordinated boundary penetration, his cryptic reference to timing advantages beyond apparent awareness, and the sophisticated implementation despite embodiment limitations. The ritual workin' apparently represented predetermined operations scheduled according to specific celestial alignment requirements rather than reactive response to their Horcrux destruction, explaining the remarkable temporal convergence between seemingly separate operational sequences. Embodiment enhancement potentially addressing mortality restoration following anchor elimination, Harry assessed, integrating his intelligence with existing strategic understanding. Predetermined ritual implementation coincidentally aligning with our elimination timeline rather than coordinated response to anchor destruction. This tactical assessment explained the apparent strategic contradiction in Voldemort's approach, implementing sophisticated operation despite awareness of fundamental vulnerability following Horcrux elimination. The ritual working potentially represented attempt to achieve enhanced embodiment compensating for mortality restoration through alternative magical methodology, explaining both the specific timing requirements and operational priority despite anchor vulnerability. Ritual disruption requires precise intervention at key formation nodes, Helena advised, specialized detection complete. Incomprehensive parameter identification. Targeted countermeasure application rather than general opposition methodology necessary for effective neutralization without catastrophic energy displacement. This technical assessment highlighted the sophisticated approach required for addressing ritual workings at advanced implementation stages, precise intervention at specific structural elements rather than generalized opposition that might trigger unpredictable energy displacement potentially causing significant collateral effects beyond intended disruption. The Founders' comprehensive Magicka knowledge provided crucial framework for identifying appropriate intervention methodology addressing specific ritual configuration detected beneath the visible confrontation. Harry rapidly integrate this information with ongoing tactical engagement, developing comprehensive response addressing both the visible confrontation and underlying ritual working through coordinated approach. The sophisticated strategy required maintaining primary engagement preventing direct interference with their ritual disruption efforts while simultaneously implementing precisely targeted intervention addressing key formation nodes within the partially established ritual framework. Implement coordinated response on my signal, he directed through the team communication network. Primary engagement team maintains boundary containment while specialized disruption team executes targeted intervention at identified ritual nodes simultaneously to prevent adaptive reconfiguration capability. This multi-layered approach reflected the sophisticated operational methodology they had developed through years of addressing complex magical challenges, coordinated implementation addressing multiple threat dimensions simultaneously through specialized team applications rather than generalized response vulnerable to specific countermeasures or tactical adaptation. As the response teams positioned for coordinated implementation, Voldemort appeared to detect their underlying tactical assessment, his magical approach suddenly shifting from methodical engagement to intensified application, suggesting awareness of their ritual disruption preparations. The adaptation demonstrated both exceptional perception capabilities and concerning awareness of their specialized detection methodology, suggesting sophisticated counterintelligence capability beyond conventional magical monitoring parameters. Your interference represents regrettable necessity rather than strategic preference, he stated, Crimson Eyes reflect. Ting calculated assessment rather than emotional response. Though perhaps offering unexpected demonstration opportunity regarding alternative implementation capabilities developed during recent embodiment transition. This cryptic statement preceded immediate magical escalation far exceeding previous engagement parameters, concentrated power application drawing from obscure Eastern European tradit. Ions rarely encountered in Western magical conflicts combined with specialized techniques suggesting knowledge integration beyond conventional dark arts classification. The approach demonstrated capab ILITY development significantly exceeding previous manifestations, indicating substantial enhancement achieved through the partial embodiment methodology despite incomplete physical restoration. Harry responded with equally advanced countermeasures, founder-based techniques supplemented with specialized applications developed through years of intensive magical research and practical implementation experience. The resulting confrontation transcended conventional magical conflict parameters, energy manifestations surrounding the engagement point creating visible distortion effects as diverse Cal traditions interacted in unprecedented combinations. Implement ritual disruption immediately, he directed through team communication network while maintaining primary engagement concentration. Quote, coordinated intervention at all identified formation nodes simultaneously to prevent adaptive reconfiguration capability. The specialized disruption team executed this direction with precise coordination. Targeted magical applications addressing specific ritual structure elements simultaneously through carefully calibrated intervention methodology. The approach demonstrated sophisticated operation. Capability developed through years of addressing complex magical challenges, precision implementation rather than generalized opposition, targeted disruption rather than brute force neutralization. The ritual disruption created immediate visible effect as the underlying magical structure destabilized under their coordinated intervention, energy patterns previously concealed beneath the primary engagement suddenly manifesting as the carefully established formation collapsed under precisely targeted countermeasures. The disruption represented significant tactical achievement beyond mere defense. Success. Preventing completion of sophisticated magical working potentially designed to address Voldemort's fundamental mortality vulnerability following Horcrux elimination. Voldemort's reaction confirmed this assessment. Momentary expression shift revealing genuine concern beyond tactical calculation as the ritual working collapsed under their coordinated intervention. The response indicated primary operational objective compromised rather than merely tactical setback, suggesting fundamental strategic significance beyond immediate engagement parameters. Impressive implementation efficiency, he acknowledged with cold professional assessment transcending personal reaction. Though perhaps representing merely delayed achievement rather than fundamental objective prevention given Aethernet. Methodology development possibilities. This statement, combining professional acknowledgement with strategic implication, preceded tactical disengagement rather than escalated confrontation. Voldemort RT implemented sophisticated withdrawal methodology utilizing specialized techniques enabling rapid extraction despite the established containment protocols surrounding the engagement area. The APROA demonstrated both exceptional magical capability and calculated strategic assessment, prioritizing operational preservation over continued engagement following primary objective compromise. Maintai containment protocols while implementing specialized tracking methodology, Harry directed as Voldemort executed this tactical withdrawal. Priority shifts to comprehensive intelligence gathering rather than immediate pursuit given demonstrated capability parameters and unknown secondary operational objectives. This measured response reflected sophisticated strategic understanding, recognizing immediate pursuit might create vulnerability rather than advantage, prioritizing comprehensive assessment over potentially compromised engagement under uncertain tactical conditions. The Founders' military experience provided valuable historical context regarding similar disengagement scenarios, while contemporary security methodology contributed specialized monitoring techniques addressing modern magical movement capabilities. As specialized tracking systems monitored Voldemort's withdrawal beyond detection parameters, Harry implemented comprehensive assessment protocols addressing both He disrupted ritual working and broader tactical implications. The engagement represented significant strategic development beyond immediate operational outcome, confirming both Voldemort's enhanced capabilities following partial embodiment achievement and his apparent preparation addressing mortality restoration following Horcrux elimination. Preliminary ritual analysis confirms embodiment enhancement objective. Helena reported after initial examination of the disrupted magical working configuration incorporating specialized soul magic elements potentially designed to establish alternative immortality methodology independent of conventional Horcrux approach. This assessment provided crucial strategic intelligence beyond immediate tactical considerations, indicating sophisticated contingency planning rather than merely reactive response to Horcrux vulnerability. The approach suggested concerning level of comprehensive preparation addressing fundamental weaknesses rather than merely tactical adaptation to specific operational setbacks. The implementation timing explains apparent strategic contradiction, Harry noted, integrating this intelligence with broader operational understanding. Predetermined ritual scheduling based on specific celestial alignment requirements rather than reactive response to our elimination operations, creating coincidental temporal convergence between seemingly separate development sequences. This analysis explained multiple previously unclear aspects of their recent operational experiences, the accelerating reconnaissance activities, sophisticated boundary penetration methodology, and remarkable timing alignment between their Horcrux elimination and Voldemort's coordinated ritual implementation. The assessment suggested predetermined EGIC framework operating according to specific temporal requirements rather than merely reactive tactical responses to their ongoing operations. As they completed preliminary analysis and implemented appropriate security protocols addressing potential secondary intrusion attempts, Harry maintained comprehensive perspective balancing immediate tactical considerations with broader strategic implications. The engagement represented significant development beyond specific operational outcome, confirming Voldemort's continued threat capability despite Horcrux elimination while demonstrating their an enhanced response methodology addressing sophisticated magical challenges through coordinated implementation transcending conventional defensive limitations. The following days brought intensive analysis efforts addressing both the disrupted ritual working and broader strategic implications regarding Voldemort's demonstrated capabilities and potential future operational objectives. The Founders Council implemented enhanced monitoring protocols throughout Magical Britain while international Concordat partners established specialized detection networks addressing potential operational relocate beyond conventional jurisdictional boundaries. The ritual analysis confirms concerning capability development beyond initial assessment parameters, Hermione reported during comprehensive briefing session 3 days after the engagement. The implementation methodology incorporated elements from multiple magical traditions in sophisticated integration suggesting knowledge acquisition significantly exceeding previous operational manifestations. This assessment aligned with their tactical observations during the direct engagement, Voldemort demonstrating magical capability enhancement beyond expected parameters given his partially embodied status and geographical isolation during recent years. The development suggested concerning resource access beyond conventional limitations, potentia. LLY including specialized knowledge sources typically restricted through traditional protective measures. The specific soul magic application incorporated elements previously documented exclusively Ithan Department of Mysteries restricted archives, she continued, highlighting particularly concerning aspect of the ritual methodology, suggesting either unprecedented access breach or alternative knowledge source containing parallel research development independently achieving similar methodological conclusions. This intelligence raised significant security implications beyond immediate tactical considerations, potential compromise within highly restricted magical research repositories or existence of alternative knowledge sources containing parallel development pathways regarding highly specialized magical disciplines. Either possibility represented concerning vulnerability regarding fundamental magical security protocols beyond specific Voldemort-related operational parameters. Int. Our national monitoring networks report no confirmed detection signatures matching identified magical parameters, added Kingsley, addressing potential relocation considerations. Though with specialized concealment methodology potentially enabling movement beyond conventional detection capabilities given demonstrated implementation sophistication during recent engagement. This operational assessment highlighted practical challenge regarding ongoing monitoring efforts. Voldemort's demonstrated capability potentially enabling effective concealment beyond conventional detection parameters, creating significant surveillance complications regardless of comprehensive network implementation. The situation required specialized methodology development addressing these enhanced concealment capabilities rather than merely expanding traditional monitoring approaches vulnerable to sophisticated countermeasures. We implement multi-layered response addressing both immediate tactical requirements and broader strategic implications. Harry decided after comprehensive assessment. Enhanced detection methodology development addressing demonstrated concealment capabilities while accelerating long-term reformation initiatives potentially vulnerable during transitional implementation phases. This balanced approach reflected sophisticated strategic understanding, addressing immediate security requirements while maintaining focus on fundamental transformation objectives representing potential vulnerability targets during implementation transition periods. The founders' historical perspective provided valuable context regarding similar convergence patterns throughout magical development, where transformational initiatives often faced greatest opposition during critical transition phases between established systems and emerging frameworks. As these enhanced security protocols implemented throughout Magical Britain and international Concordat partners established complementary measures within their respective jurisdictions. Harry maintained focus on broader strategic context beyond immediate tactical considerations. The confrontation with Voldemort represented significant milestone within L.'s developmental sequence, confirming both the elimination of Horcrux-based immortality and the continued threat capability despite this fundamental vulnerability restoration. The International Conference Iteration Assembly reconvened 2 weeks following the Hogwarts engagement, continuing implementation negotiations regarding the expanded Concordat framework while incorporating enhanced security considerations based on recent operational developments. The proceedings demonstrated remarkable evolution in international magical cooperation, traditional diplomatic formalities supplemented with practica. Implementation methodology addressing concrete operational requirements rather than merely establishing abstract cooperation principles. The recent security developments confirm essential requirements for enhanced cooperation frameworks transcending conventional jurisdictional limitations, Harry noted during his formal presentation addressing implementation committee members. Demonstrated threat capabilities exceed individual response parameters regardless of specific magical government resource allocation, requiring integrated methodology addressing fundamental operational requirements rather than merely coordinating separate national initiatives. This assessment reflected sophisticated understanding regarding practical security implications beyond theoretical cooperation benefits, identifying specific operational advantages gained through integrated response capability rather than merely parallel implementation within separate jurisdictional frameworks. The approach emphasized concrete methodology requirements addressing demonstrated threat capabilities through enhanced cooperation frameworks rather than abstract diplomatic considerations disconnected from operational realities. The committee proceedings reflected this pragmatic focus. Implementation discussions addressing specific operational protocols enabling enhanced cooperation without unnecessary sovereignty complications or bureaucratic inefficiencies. The approach demonstrated remarkable evolution in international magical governance, practical methodology development rather than merely diplomatic positioning, concrete implementation planning rather than abstract principle negotiation. As these international developments proceeded with increasing implementation momentum, Harry maintained parallel focus on domestic transformation initiatives potentially representing vulnerability targets during critical transition phases. The Ministry of Magic continued structural reformation implementation expanding integrated governance methodology across previously separated departmental domains, while educational transformation initiatives proceeded throughout Hogwarts and affiliated magical institutions developing comprehensive curriculum frameworks incorporating diverse magical traditions previously separated through artificial classification boundaries. The structural implementation proceeds with remarkable efficiency despite traditional resistance points, Minister Bones reported during strategic assessment meeting addressing domestic transformation progress. Though with concerning vulnerability indicators during critical transition phases between established systems and emerging operational frameworks. This assessment aligned with historical patterns identified through founder knowledge regarding similar transformation sequences throughout magical development, greatest vulnerability occurring during transition periods when established systems began actual functional modification rather than early philosophical acceptance of conceptual change. The implementation phase represented critical juncture requiring enhanced protection protocols addressing potential disruption attempts targeting transformational initiatives before achieving operational stability. We implement specialized security protocols addressing transition phase vulnerabilities, Harry directed after comprehensive assessment. Enhanced protection methodology focusing on critical implementation nodes rather than general security reinforcement, potentially creating operational inefficiency through excessive resource allocation. This targeted approach reflected sophisticated understanding regarding both security requirements and implementation efficiency considerations, protecting essential transformation elements without creating unnecessary operational complications through disproportionate security protocols potentially impeding actual functional development. The balanced methodology addressed legitimate protection requirements while maintaining implementation momentum necessary for achieving sustainable transformation rather than merely defensive preservation. Throughout these parallel development sequences, international concordat expansion, domestic transformation implementation, and enhanced security protocol establishment, Harry maintained comprehensive perspective integrating immediate operational requirements with longer-term strategic objectives. The founders' knowledge provided valuable historical context regarding similar developmental patterns throughout magical history, while his own practical experience contributed contemporary implementation understanding addressing modern operational requirements. 3 months following the Hogwarts engagement, intelligence networks detected significant magical convergence patterns suggesting coordinated activity potentially indicating renewed operational implementation rather than merely strategic repositioning. The specialized detection methodology they had developed following the previous confrontation identified subtle magical signatures consistent with Voldemort's demonstrated capabilities, though with enhanced concealment techniques requiring sophisticated analysis methods beyond conventional monitoring parameters. The convergence patterns indicate coordinated implementation framework rather than isolated activity concentration, reported Luna, whose unconventional analytical approach often identified subtle connection patterns overlooked through conventional assessment methodologies. Temporal alignment suggesting predator-Ned operational sequence rather than reactive development response. This assessment aligned with previous observations regarding Voldemort's strategic approach, methodical implementation according to predetermined operational framework rather than merely reactive tactical adaptation addressing specific opposition activities. The pattern suggested coordinated strategy development potentially representing more significant threat than merely isolated engagement attempt addressing particular operational objectives. Geographical distribution analysis identifies multiple potential convergence nodes, rather than singular implementation location, added Kingsley, expanding the tactical assessment based on specialized monitoring data. Pattern suggesting distributed operational methodology rather Han concentrated implementation approach vulnerable to localized containment protocols. This intelligence raised concerning tactical implications beyond immediate security considerations, potential methodological adaptation specifically addressing previous containment effectiveness through distributed implementation approach preventing localized response concentration. The development suggested sophisticated strategic adaptation rather than merely tactical adjustment, indicating comprehensive operational reconfiguration rather than simply modified implementation methodology. The specific convergence timing alignment corresponds with celestial configuration similar to previous ritual implementation parameters, Helena Oberth, contributing specialized astronomical analysis transcending conventional magical monitoring considerations, suggesting potential secondary attempt addressing previously disrupted operational objectives through modified methodology incorporating distributed implementation approach. This assessment provided crucial context connecting current detection patterns with previous engagement experiences, potential continued pursuit of embodiment enhancement objective. Through modified implementation methodology specifically designed to address previously demonstrated containment capabilities. The approach indicated sophisticated adaptation rather than merely persistent repetition, suggesting concerning capability development rather than simply operational stubbornness. We implement comprehensive response addressing distributed implementation parameters, HAR. RI decided after integrating these various analytical perspectives. Coordinated monitoring framework maintaining real-time operational awareness while establishing rapid response capability addressing. Potential simultaneous activation across multiple convergence nodes. This balanced approach reflected sophisticated tactical understanding, developing comprehensive monitoring capability without maturely committing response resources to specific locations potentially representing deceptive concentration rather than actual implementation focus. The founders' military experience provided valuable historical context regarding similar distributed operation patterns, while contemporary security methodology contributed specialized implementation techniques addressing modern magical dispersion capabilities. As they implemented these enhanced monitoring protocols and established appropriate response capability addressing potential distributed operation parameters, Harry maintained comprehensive strategic perspective beyond immediate tactical considerations. The emerging pattern suggested continued sophisticated threat development requiring corresponding capability enhancement rather than merely specific operational response, necessitating fundamental methodology evolution rather than simply tactical adaptation. The enhanced security protocols should incorporate developmental parameters addressing potential capability evolution beyond current detection thresholds, he directed, focusing on methodology advancement rather than merely specific implementation details. Integrated Arch initiatives developing progressive monitoring capability rather than static detection parameters vulnerable to adaptive concealment techniques. This forward-looking approach reflected sophisticated understanding regarding ongoing capability development requirements beyond immediate operational necessities, establishing progressive enhancement methodology rather than merely implementing specific detection techniques addressing current threat parameters. The founders' knowledge provided valuable historical context regarding similar evolutionary patterns throughout magical development, where static security approaches inevitably proved vulnerable to progressive capability adaptation regardless of initial implementation sophistication. 2 weeks later, the Specialized Monitoring Network detected simultaneous magical activity across 3 separate geographical locations, distinct magical signatures incorporating elements consistent with Voldemort's demonstrated capabilities while implementing sophisticated concealment techniques preventing comprehensive parameter identification through conventional detection methodologies. The pattern confirmed their assessment regarding distributed operational approach, potentially representing coordinated implementation rather than merely parallel activity concentration. The simultaneous activation demonstrates precise temporal coordination consistent with predetermined operational framework, Helena reported during emergency assessment session addressing this development. The specific timing alignment corresponds with celestial configuration optimal for soul magic implementation according to Eastern European traditional parameters. This assessment provided crucial tactical intelligence beyond mere activity confirmation, identifying potential operational objectives similar to previously disrupted ritual working while incorporating distributed implementation methodology preventing localized containment effectiveness. The approach demonstrated sophisticated adaptation addressing previously identified vulnerability parameters through methodological evolution rather than merely implementation persistence. Detection pattern analysis indicates primary convergence node despite distributed implementation approach. Luna contributed her unconventional analytical perspective identifying subtle connection patterns beyond conventional assessment parameters. Magical signature concentration suggesting hierarchical implementation structure despite apparent distribution methodology. This intelligence provided potential strategic advantage regarding response allocation, identifying probable primary implementation location despite distributed operational approach, enabling targeted resource concentration addressing central convergence node while maintaining appropriate monitoring capability regarding secondary implementation locations. The assessment demonstrated valuable complementary perspective beyond conventional analytical methodology, highlighting Luna's unique contribution within their integrated intelligence framework. We implement coordinated response addressing both primary convergence node and secondary implementation locations. Harry directed after integrating these analytical perspectives. Specialized team addressing central location with primary objective disruption while monitoring teams maintain containment protocols at secondary nodes preventing potential activation transfer following primary location neutralization. This balanced approach reflected sophisticated tactical understanding, consent. Rating primary response capability addressing identified central implementation location while maintaining appropriate containment methodology preventing potential operational adaptation through SECON. Dairy node utilization following primary disruption. The founders' military experience provided valuable historical context regarding similar distributed operation patterns, while contemporary security methodology contributed specialized implementation techniques addressing modern magical transfer capabilities. The operation proceeded according to this coordinated framework, specialized response team led by Harry targeting the identified primary convergence node while secondary teams established appropriate containment protocols addressing potential activation transfer capability at distributed implementation locations. The approach demonstrated sophisticated operational methodology developed through years of addressing complex magical challenges, coordinated implementation addressing multiple threat dimensions simultaneously through specialized team applications rather than generalized response vulnerable to adaptive tactical reconfiguration. The primary convergence location confirmed IR intelligence assessment. Abandoned magical research facility within northern England demonstrating sophisticated concealment enchantments preventing conventional detection while implementing specialized magical working similar to previously disrupted ritual operation. The central chamber contained ritual configuration significantly more advanced than previous implementation, complex magical structure incorporating elements from multiple traditions in sophisticated integration suggesting considerable development beyond earlier methodology. At the configuration's center stood Voldemort's partially embodied form, now demonstrating enhanced physical manifestation compared to previous engagement, more completely human appearance though still maintaining distinctly serpentine characteristics in decaying incomplete restoration rather than full physical rebirth. The magical working surrounding him pulsed with concentrated energy focused through specialized implementation framework drawing from multiple traditions in unprecedented combination creating effects impossible through conventional magical methodology. Your persistent interference represents admirable determination despite inevitable outcome limitations. He acknowledged upon detecting their arrival, continuing ritual implementation without interrupting the complex magical working surrounding his partially embodied form. Thog. Perhaps offering valuable demonstration opportunity regarding capability development beyond conventional magical classification parameters. This greeting, combining professional acknowledgement with implied threat, preceded immediate magical escalation as enhanced protection enchantments activated surrounding the ritual configuration. The defensive methodology demonstrated significant advancement. Beyond previous implementation, sophisticated integration of diverse magical traditions creating multi-layered protection framework addressing specific countermeasure approaches they had utilized during previous engagement. Harry immediately assessed these enhanced protection parameters through founder-based perception capabilities extending beyond conventional magical detection, identifying implementation methodology and corresponding vulnerability patterns enabling targeted countermeasure application rather than generalized opposition potentially triggering adaptive defensive reconfiguration. The approach demonstrated sophisticated tactical assessment developed through years of addressing complex magical challenges, precision vulnerability identification rather than brute force opposition, targeted countermeasure application rather than generalized neutralization attempts. Implement modified disruption sequence. He directed through specialized communication methodology acting response team members without conventional verbal exchange. Targeted countermeasure application addressing identified vulnerability nodes within protection framework while maintaining comprehensive monitoring regarding potential adaptive reconfiguration. This precise tactical direction reflected the sophisticated operational methodology they had developed through years of collaborative experience. specific implementation instructions addressing identified vulnerability parameters rather than generalized response guidelines requiring individual interpretation. The approach enabled coordinated action addressing complex magical challenges through integrated team capability rather than merely parallel individual efforts, potentially creating implementation inconsistencies vulnerable to adaptive countermeasures. The resulting engagement demonstrated magical conflict at level rarely witnessed within modern era, sophisticated protection methodology encountering equally advanced disruption techniques in complex interaction transcending conventional magical confrontation parameters. Energy manifestations surrounding the ritual configuration created visible distortion effects as RSE magical traditions interacted in unprecedented combinations, demonstrating capability implementation far exceeding standard classification categories within established magical theory frameworks. Your capability development demonstrates remarkable integration efficiency, Voldemort observed as their disruption methodology gradually penetrated the enhanced protection layers surrounding his ritual configuration. Though perhaps reflecting fundamental approach limitations regarding certain magical domains requiring experiential understanding beyond theoretical knowledge acquisition. This YPTIC statement preceded unexpected tactical adaptation, the ritual configuration suddenly reconfiguring around his partially embodied form, magical energy patterns shifting from external manifestation toward internal concentration in patterns suggesting imminent activation rather than continued developmental sequence. The adaptation indicated potential premature implementation attempt rather than continued methodical development, suggesting tactical decision prioritizing partial achievement over complete operational failure following protection framework compromise. Harry immediately recognized this critical tactical shift, founder-based perception identifying the specific reconfiguration methodology and corresponding implications regarding imminent activation attempt. The situation required immediate response adaptation addressing this unexpected tactical development rather than continuing previously established disruption sequence, potentially allowing activation completion before achieving comprehensive neutralization. Accelerated disruption implementation required, he directed, immediately adjusting their operational approach addressing this critical tactical development. Priority objective shifts to direct ritual destabilization rather than methodical protection neutralization given imminent activation indicators. The response team executed this modified approach with remarkable coordination, immediately transitioning from sequential protection penetration toward concentrated disruption methodology targeting critical ritual structure elements essential for successful activation. The approach demonstrated sophisticated operational flexibility enabling immediate tactical adaptation addressing unexpected developments rather than rigidly adhering to predetermined methodology, potentially allowing adversarial advantage through implementation variance exploitation. As their accelerated disruption methodology impacted critical ritual elements, the configuration demons traded increasing instability indicators, energy patterns fluctuating erratically as the carefully established magical structure destabilized under their targeted intervention. The disruption represented significant tactical achievement beyond mere protective penetration, preventing imminent activation, potentially achieving partial embodiment enhancement despite incomplete ritual development. Voldemort's reaction confirmed this assessment, expression shift revealing genuine concern as the ritual configuration approached critical instability threshold despite apparent activation attempt. The Respo NSE indicated fundamental operational objective compromise rather than merely tactical setback, suggesting potentially irreversible failure regarding specific embodiment enhancement methodology rather than simply delayed implementation possibility. Your interference represents merely temporary achievement limitation, he stated coldly, abandoning ritual maintenance efforts as the configuration approached irreversible destabilization threshold, though perhaps creating unintended demonstration opportunity regarding contingency capability development beyond conventional magical expectation parameters. This statement, combining tactical acknowledgement with strategic implication, preceded unexpected magical implementation completely distinct from the ritual configuration they had been disrupting. Voldemort initiated complex magical sequence drawing from previously undemonstrated capability domain, specialized combat methodology incorporating elements transcending conventional dark arts class. Cification in sophisticated application suggesting significant capability development beyond previously manifested implementation parameters. The resulting magical confrontation transcended traditional combat classification. Neither conventional duel nor formal battle but specialized engagement between practitioners employing magical methodologies beyond standard categorization parameters. Energy manifestations surrounding the confrontation created visible distortion effects as diverse magical traditions interacted in unprecedented combinations, demonstrating implementation sophistication exceeding conventional classification frameworks regardless of specific magical orientation designation. Harry responded with equally advanced methodology, founder-based techniques integrating elements from all four magical traditions in balanced application transcending conventional opposition parameters. Where previous engagements had demonstrated remarkable capability within established magical frameworks, this confrontation revealed implementation sophistication beyond traditional classification categories, magical application transcending conventional boundaries between established traditions in unprecedented integration creating effects impossible through standard methodology regardless of individual power parameters. Your continued development remains impressive despite implementation limitations. Voldemort acknowledged during momentary engagement pause, genuine assessment transcending adversarial context. Though perhaps reflecting fundamental constraint parameters regarding certain magical domains requiring perspective transcendence beyond conventional ethical limitation frameworks. This professional evaluation, tactical assessment transcending personal animosity, preceded immediate engagement escalation as he implemented magical techniques drawing from increasingly obscure traditions rarely encountered within Western magical conflict scenarios. The approach demonstrated both exceptional knowledge breadth and implementation sophistication, suggesting capability development far exceeding conventional dark arts practitioner parameters regardless of specific power classification within traditional magical assessment frameworks. As their confrontation continued with increasing intensity, Harry maintained comprehensive awareness beyond immediate engagement parameters, monitoring both the specific magical implementation and broader environmental conditions through enhanced perception capabilities developed through years of integrated founder knowledge application. This multilayered awareness detected subtle tactical pattern beyond the visible confrontation. Voldemort's implementation methodology suggested strategic disengagement preparation rather than committed confrontation, indicating potential withdrawal preparation despite continued engagement manifestation. The engagement represents tactical delay rather than committed confrontation, he communicated through specialized connection linking response team members. Implementation pattern suggests strategic withdrawal preparation potentially utilizing secondary convergence nodes for operational transfer capability. This tactical assessment demonstrated sophisticated perception capabilities transcending conventional combat awareness, identifying underlying strategic patterns beyond immediate implementation manifestation. The Founders' comprehensive magical understanding provided crucial framework for recognizing these subtle tactical indicators through historical pattern recognition supplemented by NHANCED perception capabilities addressing contemporary magical implementation methodologies. Helena immediately redirected specialized monitoring resources toward secondary convergence nodes, verifying this tactical assessment through comprehensive observation framework. Confirmed magical activity increase at secondary implementation locations. Pattern analysis suggests preparation for potential transfer operation rather than independent activation sequence. This intelligence confirmed their tactical assessment regarding Voldemort's apparent strategy, utilizing the primary engagement as operational delay creating sufficient preparation time for secondary location activation enabling potential transfer capability rather than committed confrontation at compromised primary convergence node. The approach demonstrated sophisticated tactical thinking beyond merely reflexive engagement, indicating comprehensive strategic framework rather than simply isolated combat methodology. Maintain primary engagement while implementing specialized disruption protocols at secondary convergence nodes, Harry directed, adjusting operational approach addressing this identified strategy. Priority objective remains preventing potential transfer capability rather than forcing decisive confrontation under potentially disadvantageous tactical conditions. This balanced approach reflected sophisticated strategic understanding, recognizing when decisive engagement might create vulnerability rather than advantage, prioritizing comprehensive operational neutralization over potentially compromised confer Ontation under uncertain tactical conditions. The founders' military experience provided valuable historical context regarding similar tactical scenarios, while contemporary security methodology booted specialized implementation techniques addressing modern magical transfer capabilities. As secondary teams implemented specialized disruption protocols at identified convergence nodes, the Prima Rai engagement continued with increasing complexity, both practitioners demonstrating magical capability far exceeding conventional implementation parameters regardless of specific tradition classification or orientation designation. The confrontation represented magical conflict transcending traditional categorization frameworks, implementation methodology drawing from diverse traditions in unprecedented integration creating effects impossible through conventional application regardless of individual power parameters. Your interference represents persistent inconvenience rather than fundamental achievement prevention. Voldemort stated coldly as specialized communication methodology apparently informed him regarding secondary location disruption, though perhaps creating valuable adaptation. Catalyst regarding operational methodology development addressing conventional limitation parameters. This statement, combining tactical acknowledgement with strategic implication, preceded sophisticated disengagement implementation utilizing specialized magical methodology enabling rapid extraction despite established containment protocols surrounding the engagement area. The approach demonstrated both exceptional capability and calculated strategic assessment, prioritizing operational preservation over continued engagement following comprehensive objective compromise across all implementation locations. Maintain containment protocols while implementing specialized tracking methodology, Harry directed as Voldemort executed this tactical withdrawal. Priority shifts to comprehensive Magneto Ring rather than immediate pursuit given demonstrated capability parameters and potential secondary operational objectives beyond current implementation framework. This measured response reflected sophisticated strategic understanding, recognizing when immediate pursuit might create vulnerability rather than advantage, prioritizing comprehensive assessment over potentially compromised engagement under uncertain tactical conditions. The founders' military experience provided valuable historical context regarding similar disengagement scenarios, while contemporary security methodology contribute specialized monitoring techniques addressing modern magical movement capabilities. As specialized tracking systems monitored Voldemort's withdrawal beyond detection parameters, Harry implemented comprehensive assessment protocols addressing both the disrupted ritual working and broader tactical implications. The engagement represented significant strategic development beyond immediate operational outcome, confirming both his continued capability evolution following partial embodiment achievement and apparent ongoing pursuit of enhanced manifestation despite repeated implementation disruption. Preliminary ritual analysis confirms similar embodiment enhancement objective despite significantly modified implementation methodology, Helena reported after initial examination of the disrupted magical working configuration incorporating elements from additional magical traditions beyond previous implementation framework, suggesting continued knowledge acquisition despite apparent operational isolation. This assessment provided crucial strategic intelligence beyond immediate tactical considerations, indicating persistent pursuit of specific enhancement objectives through progressively sophisticated implementation methodology rather than fundamental objective modification following repeated disruption experiences. The approach suggested concerning determination level regarding particle law embodiment enhancement rather than merely general immortality pursuit, potentially indicating specific capability requirements beyond basic survival objectives. The implementation sophistication represents significant advancement beyond previous methodology despite relatively short development timeline, Harry noted, integrating this intelligence with broader operational understanding. Sting either remarkable individual development efficiency or potential external knowledge source access beyond conventional limitation parameters. This analysis highlighted concerning capability development implications beyond immediate tactical considerations, either extraordinary personal advancement rate or access to specialized knowledge sources typically restricted through traditional security measures. Either possibility represented significant strategic consideration regarding appropriate response methodology development addressing potential future implementation attempts through progressively sophisticated approaches despite repeated disruption experiences. As they completed preliminary analysis and implemented appropriate security protocols addressing potential subsequent implementation attempts, Harry maintained comprehensive perspective, balancing immediate tactical considerations with broader strategic implications. The engagement represented significant development beyond specific operational outcome, confirming Voldemort's continued capability evolution despite repeated implementation disruption while demonstrating their own enhanced response methodology addressing progressively sophisticated magical challenges through coordinated implementation transcending conventional defensive limitations. The following weeks brought intensive analysis efforts addressing both disrupted ritual working and broader strategic implications regarding Voldemort's demonstrated capabilities and potential future operational objectives. The Founders' Council implemented enhanced monitoring protocols throughout Magical Britain, while international Concordat partners established specialized detection networks addressing potential operational relocation beyond conventional jurisdictional boundaries. The ritual analysis confirms concerning methodology advancement beyond previous implementation parameters, Hermione reported during comprehensive briefing session addressing ongoing threat assessment. The integration sophistication incorporating elements from multiple magical traditions suggests either extraordinary knowledge acquisition capability or potential access to specialized information repositories normally restricted through traditional security measures. This assessment aligned with their tactical observations during the direct engagement. Voldemort demonstrating magical capability enhancement beyond expected parameters given his partially embodied status and apparent operational isolation during recent development periods. The advancement suggested concerning resource access beyond conventional limitations, potentially including specialized knowledge sources typically restricted through traditional protective measures regardless of specific magical classification designation. The specific integration methodology demonstrates remarkable efficiency parameters regarding diverse tradition combination without conventional stability complications, she continued, highlighting particularly concerning aspect of the ritual approach, suggesting sophisticated understanding regarding fundamental magical principles transcending traditional classification boundaries rather than merely accumulated technique knowledge without comprehensive integration framework. This intelligence raised significant implications beyond immediate security considerations, potential fundamental magical understanding development rather than merely accumulated technique knowledge, suggesting capability advancement addressing core implementation principles rather than simply expanded methodology collection. The distinction represented concerning development regarding potential future implementation sophistication regardless of specific operational objectives given mental capability enhancement rather than merely expanded technical repository. International monitoring networks report potential magical signature detection matching identified parameters within Eastern European region, added Kingsley, addressing current location considerations. Though with significant uncertainty factors given enhanced concealment methodology demonstrated during recent engagement potentially enabling false signature manifestation beyond conventional verification capabilities. This operational assessment highlighted practical challenge regarding ongoing monitoring effort. Potential deliberate deception methodology creating false detection indicators potentially diverting resources toward inaccurate location parameters while actual operational development proceeded elsewhere beyond conventional monitoring coverage. The situation required sophisticated verification protocols addressing potential deliberate deception rather than merely accepting apparent detection indicators potentially representing intentional misdirection rather than actual location parameters. We implement balanced response addressing both immediate monitoring requirements and broader capability development considerations. Harry decided after comprehensive assessment. Enhanced detection methodology addressing demonstrated concealment capabilities while accelerating fundamental counter-measure development regarding potential future implementation attempts utilizing progressively sophisticated methodology beyond current classification parameters. This approach reflected sophisticated strategic understanding, addressing immediate operational requirements while developing fundamental capability enhancement necessary for addressing potential future challenges implementing Progress IV. ELI advanced methodology beyond current classification frameworks. The Founders' historical perspective provided valuable context regarding similar development patterns throughout magical history. We Re-static response approaches inevitably proved inadequate against progressive capability evolution regardless of initial implementation sophistication. The International Confederation Assembly reconvened 1 month following this engagement, continuing implementation development regarding the expanded Concordat framework while incorporating enhanced security considerations based on recent operational experiences. The proceedings demonstrated remarkable evolution in practical cooperation methodology, theoretical diplomatic frameworks transitioning toward concrete implementation protocols addressing specific operational requirements through coordinated approach transcending conventional jurisdictional limitations. The recent security developments confirm essential requirement for comprehensive integration beyond traditional cooperation frameworks, Harry noted during his formal presentation addressing implementation committee members. Demonstrated threat capabilities transcend conventional classification parameters regardless of specific magical government regulatory frameworks, requiring fundamental methodology evolution addressing core operational requirements rather than merely coordinating separate traditional approaches vulnerable to implementation sophistication exceeding established classification boundaries. This assessment reflected sophisticated understanding regarding practical security implications beyond theoretical cooperation benefits, identifying specific operational advantages gained through integrated methodology development rather than merely parallel implementation within separate jurisdictional frameworks. The approach emphasized fundamental capability enhancement addressing demonstrated threat sophistication through collaborative development transcending traditional classification boundaries rather than merely coordinating separate approaches potentially vulnerable to implementation methodology exceeding conventional categorization parameters. Committee proceedings reflected this pragmatic focus, implementation discussions addressing specific operational protocols enabling enhanced capability development through integrated approach rather than merely coordinating separate national methodologies potentially vulnerable to sophisticated implementation transcending traditional classification frameworks. The approach demonstrated remarkable evolution in international magical governance, practical methodology development rather than merely diplomatic coordination, concrete implementation planning rather than abstract principle negotiation. As these international developments proceeded with increasing implementation momentum, Harry maintained parallel focus on domestic transformation initiatives representing core objectives beyond immediate security considerations. The Ministry of Magic continued structural reformation implementation expanding integrated governance methodology across previously separated departmental domains, while educational transformation initiatives proceeded throughout Hogwarts and affiliated magical institutions developing comprehensive curriculum frameworks incorporating diverse magical traditions previously separated through artificial classification boundaries. The structural implementation demonstrates remarkable progress parameters despite traditional resistance factors, Minister Bones reported. During strategic assessment meeting addressing transformation development status. Though with continued vulnerability indicators during critical transition phases requiring enhanced protection protocols addressing potential disruption attempts targeting key implementation nodes. This assessment aligned with historical patterns identified through founder knowledge regarding similar transformative sequences throughout magical development, greatest vulnerability occurring during transition periods when established systems undergo actual functional modification rather than merely philosophical acceptance of conceptual change. The implementation phase represented critical juncture requiring sustained protection methodology addressing potential disruption attempts targeting transformational initiatives before achieving operational stability regardless of specific opposition manifestation parameters. We maintain balanced approach addressing both security requirements and implementation momentum considerations. Harry directed after comprehensive assessment. Enhanced protection protocols focusing on critical transformation elements while ensuring continued development progress rather allowing security considerations to create operational stagnation potentially compromising fundamental transformation objectives beyond immediate protection parameters. This measured approach reflected sophisticated understanding regarding both security requirements and implementation dynamics, protecting essential transformation elements while maintaining necessary development momentum achieving sustainable change rather than merely defensive preservation potentially sacrificing fundamental objectives through excessive security prioritization. The balanced methodology addressed legitimate protection requirements while ensuring continued progress toward comprehensive transformation rather than allowing immediate security considerations to compromise longer-term strategic objectives. Regardless of specific threat manifestation parameters. 6 months following the ritual disruption operation, with no confirmed detection indicators suggesting renewed implementation attempt despite comprehensive monitoring networks maintained throughout Magical Britain and international partner jurisdictions, Harry implemented strategic assessment session addressing both immediate security status and broader transformation progress. The meeting brought together key representatives from diverse operational domains: ministry security, international cooperation, educational transformation, magical being integration, and specialized research initiatives, creating comprehensive evaluation framework transcending conventional departmental boundaries. The security monitoring continues without confirmed detection indicators suggesting renewed implementation attempt, reported Kingsley, addressing immediate threat assessment parameters. Though with continued requirement for enhanced vigilance demonstrated concealment capabilities potentially enabling operational development beyond conventional detection parameters regardless of comprehensive monitoring network implementation. This Balin CED assessment reflected sophisticated understanding regarding both current status indicators and potential limitation factors, acknowledging extended period without confirmed detection while maintaining appropriate caution regarding demonstrated concealment capabilities potentially enabling undetected development despite comprehensive monitoring implementation. The approach combined factual reporting with strategic consideration, providing accurate status assessment while ensuring continued appropriate vigilance regardless of apparent threat diminishment indicators. The International Cooperate ION framework demonstrates remarkable implementation progress exceeding initial projection parameters, Helena contributed, addressing Concordat development status. Specialized operational protocols, establishing concrete methodology beyond theoretical diplomatic frameworks, creating practical cooperation capability addressing specific security challenges through integrated approach transcending traditional jurisdictional limitations. This positive assessment reflected significant achievement regarding international magical cooperation development, transforming abstract diplomatic principles into concrete operational methodology addressing practical implementation requirements rather than merely establishing theoretical cooperation frameworks potentially lacking actual functional capability beyond formal agreement parameters. The development represented remarkable evolution in international magical governance approaches typically characterized by theoretical diplomatic positioning rather than practical operational integration regardless of formal cooperation declarations. The educational transformation initiatives continue progressive implementation throughout affiliated magical institutions, McGonagall reported. Addressing curriculum development status, comprehensive frameworks incorporating diverse magical traditions previously separated through artificial classification boundaries. Creating integrated understanding development transcending conventional limitation parameters regardless of specific tradition designation. This development represented core transformation. Achievement beyond immediate security considerations, establishing fundamental educational methodology addressing artificial knowledge segregation traditionally limiting magical understanding development, and through unnecessary tradition separation rather than integrated comprehension transcending conventional classification boundaries. The approach created essential foundation for sustainable magical development beyond specific security challenges, addressing fundamental limitation factors rather than merely responding to particular threat manifestations regardless of implementation sophistication. The magical being integration protocols demonstrate consistent implementation progress despite traditional resistance factors, contributed Firemain, representing Centaur communities within the integrated governance framework. Practical cooperation methodology establishing concrete participation capabilities beyond theoretical recognition declarations, creating functional integration rather than merely symbolic acknowledgement regardless of specific domain designation. This assessment highlighted crucial development regarding fundamental societal transformation beyond specific security or educational considerations, establishing practical integration methodology addressing historical exclusion patterns through concrete participation capabilities rather than merely symbolic recognition potentially lacking actual functional implementation. The approach addressed core inequality factors within magical society structure rather than simply establishing theoretical equality principles Enchily lacking practical manifestation beyond formal declaration parameters. The specialized research initiatives continue methodological development addressing fundamental magical understanding beyond conventional classification frameworks, Hermione reported, addressing theoretical advancement parameters beyond immediate practical applications. Integrated approach transcending traditional boundaries between separate magical traditions, establishing comprehensive understanding development potentially addressing implementation sophistication exceeding current classification parameters Riga. RD less of specific orientation designation. This development represented essential capability enhancement beyond immediate threat response considerations, establishing fundamental understanding advancement potentially addressing future challenges implementing methodology beyond current classification frameworks rather than merely responding to specific manifestations through progressively adapted techniques without comprehensive conceptual evolution. The approach created necessary theoretical foundation for addressing increasingly sophisticated implementation regardless of particular tradition, origin or specific orientation designation. Harry integrated these diverse assessment perspectives within comprehensive strategic evaluation transcending conventional departmental boundaries or specific domain limitations. The founders' knowledge provided valuable historical context regarding similar developmental patterns throughout magical history, while his own practical experience contributed contemporary implementation understanding addressing modern operational requirements beyond traditional classification frameworks. The current status assessment demonstrates remarkable progress parameters across multiple transformation domains despite significant challenge factors, he observed, providing integrated evaluation transcending specific operational categories. The security situation maintains appropriate vigilance requirements despite extended period without confirmed threat indicators, while transformation initiatives continue progressive implementation across educational, governance, integration, and research domains despite traditional resistance factors potentially creating implementation complications regardless of specific manifestation parameters. This comprehensive assessment reflected sophisticated understanding regarding both specific domain developments and integrated strategic implications transcending conventional departmental boundaries. The approach combined detailed operational awareness with broader strategic perception, establishing balanced evaluation framework addressing both immediate status considerations and longer-term developmental implications regardless of specific domain designation or particular implementation categorization. We maintain balanced approach addressing both immediate operational requirements and fundamental transformation objectives, he continued. Establishing strategic direction transcending specific implementation details. Enhanced security protocols maintaining appropriate vigilance despite apparent threat diminishment indicators, while ensuring continued transformation momentum achieving sustainable development across essential domains regardless of potential resistance manifestation or specific implementation complications. This measured approach reflected the sophisticated strategic understanding he had developed through years of addressing complex challenges across diverse operational domains. BALA. NCED methodology addressing legitimate security requirements while maintaining necessary transformation momentum achieving fundamental objectives beyond immediate protection considerations. The founder's historical perspective provided valuable context regarding similar implementation patterns throughout magical development, while contemporary experience contributed practical understanding addressing modern operational requirements beyond traditional limitation frameworks. As summer approached, bringing Harry's 17th birthday and formal magical majority according to traditional wizarding standards, he implemented comprehensive evaluation regarding both personal development status and broader transformation progress beyond specific operational considerations. The assessment incorporated diverse perspective domains, founder knowledge integration, personal capability development, leadership methodology evolution, and relationship dynamics beyond formal operational parameters, creating integrated understanding transcending conventional evaluation frameworks regardless of specific categorization designation. The founder knowledge integration had achieved remarkable balance parameters compared to earlier developmental stages when individual founder influences often demonstrated dominance fluctuation depending on specific situation characteristics or particular challenge parameters. The current integration demonstrated harmonious balance maintaining all four perspective domains in complementary relationship rather than competitive influence, creating comprehensive understanding. G. Transcending individual founder limitations regardless of specific tradition strengths or particular domain expertise within original knowledge framework. Personal capability development showed CME. LAR integration efficiency regarding diverse magical traditions previously separated through artificial classification boundaries or unnecessary orientation designation. The current implementation met. Hodology transcended conventional categorization frameworks regardless of specific tradition origin or particular orientation designation, creating integrated capability beyond traditional limitation. Parameters without unnecessary separation between supposedly distinct magical domains artificially segregated through historical classification evolution rather than fundamental difference parameters. Leadership methodology had evolved from direct implementation toward facilitation approach enabling collective capability development beyond individual contribution parameters regardless of personal ability factors or specific expertise domains. The current approach emphasized creating developmental environments enabling others' capability enhancement rather than merely providing direct implementation regardless of personal efficiency parameters, establishing sustainable transformation framework transcending individual contribution limitations regardless of specific leadership capability or particular expertise designation. Relationship dynamics showed perhaps most significant evolution parameters compared to earlier developmental stages when pragmatic operational considerations often dominated interpersonal interaction regardless of potential deeper connection factors beyond formal cooperation requirements. The current relationship framework incorporated both practical collaboration, efficiency and genuine connection development transcending conventional operational parameters, particularly regarding certain key individuals beyond formal position designation or specific operational role classification within broader transformation initiative regardless of particular organizational framework. Helena Ravenscliffe represented perhaps most complex example regarding this relationship. P. Evolution beyond conventional categorization parameters. Their initial interaction characterized by professional assessment and operational evaluation had gradually transformed through multiple developmental stages transcending traditional relationship classification regardless of specific interaction domain or particular connection designation. The current relationship incorporated professional collaboration efficiency, strategic partnership capability, intellectual challenge stimulation, and personal connection development beyond conventional categorization frameworks regardless of specific terminology limitation or particular designation parameters within traditional relationship classification. As Harry contemplated these personal development parameters within broader transformation on text beyond specific operational considerations, Helena entered his private study within Hogwarts' specialized quarters established through his unique position transcending conventional student class classification regardless of formal attendance designation. Her expression combined professional focus with personal connection characteristics beyond traditional operational interaction, demonstrating relationship evolution beyond conventional categorization parameters regardless of specific terminology limitation. The International Confederation Implementation Committee has completed final OCOL development regarding enhanced cooperation frameworks, she reported, maintaining professional information delivery while establishing personal connection through subtle interaction characteristics beyond formal operational parameters. Specialized operational methodology establishing concrete integration capability beyond theoretical diplomatic declarations, creating practical cooperation FR. Aimwork addressing fundamental challenge parameters regardless of specific jurisdictional limitation or particular governance designation. This information represented significant achievement regarding international transformation objectives beyond immediate security considerations, establishing practical cooperation methodology addressing fundamental limitation factors rather than merely creating theoretical diplomatic frameworks potentially lacking actual implementation capability beyond formal agreement parameters. The development created essential foundation for sustainable international agile cooperation transcending conventional limitation factors regardless of specific governance tradition or particular jurisdictional designation. The timing alignment creates potential symbolic significance parameters beyond practical implementation considerations, she continued, transitioning toward personal interaction domain beyond formal operational reporting. The final protocol IMPL-ME Entation scheduled during period corresponding with your formal magical majority according to traditional wizarding standards, potentially creating representation alignment between personal development, milestone and broader transformation achievement regardless of specific intention designation or particular planning parameters. This observation highlighted meaningful connection beyond practical operational considerations, symbolic alignment between personal development milestone and broader transformation achievement creating representative significance transcending conventional coincidence parameters regardless of specific intention factors. The perception demonstrated Helena's characteristic analytical approach extending beyond practical implementation details toward broader significance. Understanding regardless of specific domain designation or particular categorization framework. Appropriate alignment considering the parallel development sequences regardless of specific intention parameters, Harry acknowledged. Accepting both professional assessment and personal significance beyond conventional operational consideration, though perhaps requiring appropriate recognition beyond formal implementation protocols given symbolic representation characteristics transcending traditional diplomatic frameworks regardless of specific ceremony designation. This response represented balanced engagement addressing both practical operational consideration and personal significance beyond conventional interaction parameters, acknowledging professional implementation requirements while establishing personal connection development through shared understanding regarding symbolic alignment transcending formal operational domains. The approach demonstrated his evolved relationship capability beyond traditional interaction limitations regardless of specific categorization framework or particular terminology designation. The committee discussed potential ceremony parameters beyond traditional diplomatic implementation. Helena confirmed, her expression suggesting personal engagement beyond formal reporting consideration. Specialized recognition framework incorporating both practical operational acknowledgement and symbolic representation elements, potentially establishing appropriate designation terminology addressing unique position characteristics beyond conventional class ification parameters regardless of specific tradition limitation or particular governance framework. This information contains significant implication beyond immediate operational consideration. NTIAL formal acknowledgement regarding unique position characteristics transcending conventional classification parameters regardless of specific terminology limitation or particular designation framework within traditional governance structures. The development represented potential formal recognition regarding functional reality beyond traditional classification categories regardless of specific terminology resistance or particular designation complications within conventional governance frameworks. Interesting consideration regardless of specific implementation necessity or particular terminology significance, Harry responded. Maintaining measured engagement addressing both practical operational aspects and personal reaction beyond conventional interaction parameters. Though perhaps requiring careful implementation approach addressing potential misinterpretation risk beyond intended acknowledgement parameters regardless of specific intention clarity or particular communication methodology. This balanced response demonstrated sophisticated understanding regarding both practical implementation considerations and broader significance implications beyond immediate operational parameters, acknowledging potential formal recognition value while maintaining appropriate caution regarding possible misinterpretation complications regardless of specific intention clarity. The approach reflected his characteristic measured engagement addressing multiple perspective domains simultaneously rather than focusing exclusively on particular consideration aspects regardless of comprehensive implications beyond specific implementation details. The implementation approach incorporates appropriate communication methodology addressing potential misinterpretation risk, Helena assured him. Understanding his specific concern beyond explicit articulation requirements. Specialized terminology framework establishing clear functional designation rather than potentially problematic historical association. Creating appropriate acknowledgement parameters without unnecessary complication factors regardless of specific tradition sensitivity or particular historical connotation. This clarification addressed his concern with characteristic precision beyond conventional communication requirements, understanding specific consideration factors without explicit articulation necessity, providing appropriate reassurance addressing particular concern elements rather than merely general implementation details regardless of explicit communication parameters. The interaction demonstrated their Evolved communication efficiency beyond traditional exchange limitations regardless of specific articulation requirements or particular expression designation within conventional interaction frameworks. Their conversation continued addressing both practical operational details and broader significance considerations beyond immediate implementation parameters, demonstrating the relationship evolution. Transcending conventional interaction frameworks regardless of specific categorization limitation or particular terminology designation. The exchange represented balanced engagement incorporating professional collaboration efficiency, strategic partnership capability, intellectual challenge stimulation, and personal connection development beyond traditional relationship classification regardless of specific interaction domain or particular connection designation within conventional terminology frameworks. 1 month later, the International Confederation of Wizards assembled for historic sessio. Implementing final protocol establishment regarding enhanced cooperation frameworks developed through extensive negotiation processes addressing diverse perspective considerations beyond traditional diplomatic limitations. The gathering brought together representatives from magical governments worldwide, creating unprecedented assembly transcending conventional diplomatic participation regardless of specific governance tradition or particular jurisdictional designation within traditional international frameworks. The protocol implementation ceremony incorporated both practical operational procedures and symbolic representation elements beyond conventional diplomatic frameworks regardless of specific tradition limitation or particular governance designation. The approach established concierge cooperation methodology addressing fundamental challenge parameters while acknowledging historical significance beyond immediate practical considerations regardless of specific implementation data. ILS or particular operational aspects within traditional diplomatic procedures. Harry attended representing British magical community alongside Minister Bones, though his position transcended conventional delegation parameters regardless of specific representation designation or particular diplomatic classification within traditional framework structures. His unique status, acknowledged through specialized diplomatic protocol transcending conventional terminology limitations, reflected functional reality beyond traditional classification categories regardless of specific designation complication. Or particular terminology resistance within conventional governance frameworks. The ceremony proceeded through established diplomatic protocols while incorporating specialized elements addressing unprecedented cooperation framework beyond traditional international agreements regardless of specific implementation designation or particular operational classification within conventional diplomatic structures. The proceedings demonstrated remarkable evolution in international magical governance, practical methodology implementation rather than merely diplomatic positioning, concrete operational operation rather than abstract principle declaration regardless of specific framework designation or particular terminology classification within traditional diplomatic approaches. As formal protocol, implementation concluded with traditional magical binding establishing concrete operational framework beyond theoretical diplomatic declaration. Supreme Mugwumpinkosi addressed the assembled representatives with formal statement transcending conventional diplomatic communication regardless of specific terminology limitation or particular expression designation within traditional framework structures. The established cooperation framework represents unprecedented achievement beyond traditional diplomatic agreements, he declared with formal diplomatic precision while conveying genuine significance beyond conventional expression parameters. Concrete operational methodology addressing fundamental challenge requirements through integrated approach transcending conventional limitation factor. Regardless of specific governance tradition or particular jurisdictional designation within traditional framework structures. This formal acknowledgement established official recognition regarding significant transformation achievement beyond immediate practical implementation, creating historical documentation acknowledging unprecedented cooperation development transcending conventional diplomatic frameworks regardless of specific operational details or particular implementation aspects within traditional international agreements. The statement created formal record establishing significant transformation milestone beyond immediate protocol implementation regardless of specific operational parameters or particular practical considerations within conventional diplomatic documentation. Achievement implementation reflects remarkable leadership contribution beyond traditional diplomatic facilitation, he continued, addressing Harry directly with formal diplomatic precision while Weighing personal acknowledgement beyond conventional protocol parameters. Extraordinary vision manifestation creating transformation framework transcending conventional limitation factors regardless of specific tradition designation or particular governance classification within traditional structure parameters. This direct acknowledgement established formal recognition regarding Harry's unique contribution beyond conventional diplomatic participation regardless of specific representation designation or particular delegation classification within traditional framework structures. The statement created official documentation acknowledging leadership role transcending traditional diplomatic categories regardless of specific position designation or particular status classification within conventional international frameworks. The International Confederation formally acknowledges extraordinary position characteristics beyond conventional classification parameters, INCOC declared, implementing specialized protocol element addressing unique status recognition beyond traditional diplomatic frameworks. Establishing appropriate designation terminology reflecting functional reality NDING traditional categorization regardless of specific terminology limitation or particular classification restriction within conventional governance structures. The formal declaration established official international acknowledgement regarding Harry's unique position beyond traditional classification categories regardless of specific terminology limitation or particular designation complication. Within conventional governance frameworks, the statement created formal recognition parameters establishing appropriate terminology designation reflecting functional reality rather than forcing conventional classification regardless of specific tradition restriction or particular framework limitation within traditional governance structures. By unanimous agreement among assembled representatives, the International Confederation formally recognizes Harry James Potter as Magical Concordat Emperor, acknowledging functional leadership position transcending conventional governance parameters regardless of specific jurisdictional limitation or particular authority designation within traditional framework structures. The formal designation established official international recognition regarding Harry's unique position beyond traditional terminology limitations regardless of specific classification resistance or particular designation complications within conventional governance frameworks. The acknowledgement created appropriate terminology reflecting functional reality rather than forcing conventional categorization regardless of specific tradition sensitivity or particular historical connotation within traditional terminology structures. The designation reflects functional reality rather than historical association, INCOC clarified, addressing potential misinterpretation risk beyond formal declaration parameters. Acknowledging unique integration capability transcending conventional governance limitations regardless of specific authority designation or particular control implication within traditional terminology frameworks. This clarification established clear interpretation parameters addressing potential misunderstanding risk beyond immediate terminology designation. Creating specific meaning framework reflecting actual functional position rather than inappropriate historical association regardless of particular terminology connotation or specific designation implication within traditional governance frameworks. The explanation provided necessary context ensuring appropriate understanding beyond mere terminology designation regardless of specific historical sensitivity or particular traditional association within conventional governance terminology. Harry accepted this formal acknowledgement with characteristic measured response transcending conventional diplomatic communication regardless of specific protocol requirements or particular ceremony designation within traditional framework structures. His statement acknowledged the recognition significance. While establishing appropriate understanding parameters beyond mere terminology designation regardless of specific implementation details or particular operational aspects within conventional diplomatic procedures. The designation acknowledges collective achievement rather than individual authority, he stated with clear precision addressing potential misinterpretation risk beyond formal acceptance requirements. Reflecting integrated cooperation framework transcending conventional governance limitations regardless of specific terminology designation or particular historical association within traditional framework structures. This clarification established essential understanding parameters regarding the designation meaning beyond mere terminology consideration, creating appropriate interpretation framework reflecting actual functional significance rather than potentially problematic historical connotation regardless of specific designation terminology or particular tradition association within conventional governance frameworks. The statement provided necessary context ensuring collective understanding regarding fundamental meaning beyond mere terminology designation regardless of specific implementation details or particular operational aspects within traditional diplomatic procedures. The ceremony concluded with traditional diplomatic procedures establishing formal protocol implementation beyond theoretical agreement parameters regardless of specific operational details or particular practical aspects within conventional international frameworks. The proceedings create concrete cooperation methodology addressing fundamental challenge requirements through integrated approach transcending traditional limitation factors regardless of specific governance tradition or particular jurisdictional designation within conventional structure parameters. As formal assembly concluded and representatives transitioned toward specialized implementation committees addressing specific operational details beyond general framework establishment, Harry maintained comprehensive perspective balancing immediate diplomatic achievement with broader transformation significance beyond specific operational considerations. The founders' knowledge provided valuable historical context regarding similar development patterns throughout magical history, while his own practical experience contributed contemporary implementation understanding addressing modern operational requirements beyond traditional limitation frameworks. Helena joined him as specialized committee sessions commence. Addressing particular implementation details beyond general framework establishment regardless of specific operational aspects or particular practical considerations within traditional diplomatic procedures. Her expression combined professional assessment with personal connection beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific relationship designation or particular terminology. Classification within traditional framework structures. The ceremony maintained appropriate balance between formal acknowledgement and practical implementation, she observed with characteristic analytical precision while establishing personal connection beyond conventional assessment parameters. Creating necessary official recognition while avoiding potentially problematic ceremonial complicatio. Regardless of specific tradition sensitivity or particular historical association within conventional diplomatic frameworks. This observation demonstrated her sophisticated understanding regarding both practical diplomatic considerations and broader significance implications beyond immediate operational parameters, acknowledging formal recognition importance while appreciating appropriate implementation approach addressing potential complication factors regardless of specific ceremony details. The assessment reflected her characteristic analytical perception identifying essential balance requirements beyond conventional implementation consideration regardless of specific operational aspects or particular practical details within traditional diplomatic procedures. The designation terminology creates interesting representation parameters beyond immediate practical consideration, she continued, addressing significance aspects beyond formal implementation details. Establishing appropriate acknowledgement framework reflecting functional reality while creating symbolic representation transcending conventional governance limitations regardless of specific terminology designation or particular historical association within traditional framework structures. This analysis highlighted meaningful consideration beyond practical operational aspects, symbolic representation significance. Transcending immediate terminology designation regardless of specific practical implementation or particular operational details within conventional diplomatic frameworks. The perception demonstrated her evolved understanding regarding symbolic meaning beyond immediate practical application regardless of specific implementation aspects or particular operational considerations within traditional evaluation frameworks. The collective achievement acknowledgement establishes essential understanding parameters regarding fundamental meaning beyond conventional terminology limitation, Harry agreed. Appreciating her characteristic analytical precision while establishing personal connection beyond formal interaction requirements. Creating appropriate interpretation framework reflecting actual functional significance rather than potentially problematic historical connotation regardless of specific designation terminology or particular tradition association within conventional governance frameworks. This response represented balanced engagement addressing both practical implementation consideration and broader significance understanding beyond conventional interaction parameters, acknowledging terminology importance while establishing shared comprehension regarding essential meaning transcending mere designation significance regardless of specific implementation details or particular operational aspects within traditional diplomatic frameworks. The approach demonstrated their evolved communication efficiency beyond conventional exchange limitations regardless of specific articulatio. N requirements are particular expression designation within traditional interaction structures. Their conversation continued addressing both immediate diplomatic achievement and broader transformation. Significance beyond specific operational considerations, demonstrating relationship evolution transcending conventional interaction frameworks regardless of specific categorization limitation or particular terminology designation. The exchange represented balanced engagement incorporating professional collaboration efficiency, strategic partnership capability, intellectual challenge stimulation, ND personal connection development beyond traditional relationship classification regardless of specific interaction domain or particular connection designation within conventional terminology frameworks. As specialized committee sessions progressed addressing particular implementation details beyond general framework establishment, Harry maintained comprehensive awareness regarding both immediate diplomatic procedures and broader transformation significance transcending specific operational considerations. The day's developments represented significant achievement beyond immediate practical implementation, establishing formal international recognition regarding unprecedented cooperation framework addressing fundamental challenge requirements through integrated approach transcending conventional limitation factors regardless of specific governance tradition or particular jurisdictional designation within traditional structure parameters. More personally, the formal designation acknowledge meant established appropriate terminology reflecting functional reality beyond conventional classification categories regardless of specific terminology limitation or particular designation complicatio. N within traditional governance frameworks. The emperor designation, clarified as functional acknowledgement rather than historical association, created appropriate recognition parameters reflecting on IQ integration capability transcending conventional governance limitations regardless of specific authority designation or particular control implication within traditional terminology frameworks. S evening approached and formal proceedings concluded for the day. Harry found moment for private reflection regarding both personal development status and broader transformation achievement beyond specific operational considerations. The founders' knowledge provided valuable historical context regarding similar development patterns throughout magical history, while his own practical experience contributed contemporary implementation understanding addressing modern operational requirements beyond traditional limitation frameworks. His journey from frightened child discovering extraordinary inheritance to internationally acknowledged leader guiding unprecedented magical cooperation represented remarkable evolution beyond conventional development parameters regardless of specific progression, designation or particular transformation classification within traditional assessment frameworks. The integration of founder knowledge, personal capability development, leadership methodology evolution, and relationship dynamics beyond formal operational parameters created comprehensive transformation transcending conventional categorization regardless of specific terminology limitation or particular classification designation within traditional evaluation frameworks. The gathering darkness outside suggested natural transition from formal diplomatic proceedings toward more personal considerate ion beyond immediate operational requirements regardless of specific implementation details or particular practical aspects within conventional procedural frameworks. The approaching nightfall created appropriate environmental context facilitating reflection beyond immediate achievement consideration regardless of specific operational parameters or particular implementation aspects within traditional evaluation structures. Helena appeared in the doorway of his private contemplation space, her expression suggesting similar transition from formal diplomatic engagement toward personal connection. Beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific relationship designation or particular terminology classification within traditional framework structures. Her presence created natural continuation from official proceedings toward more personal engagement beyond immediate operational requirements regardless of specific implementation details or particular practical aspects within conventional procedural frameworks. The day's achievements deserve appropriate acknowledgement beyond formal diplomatic recognition, she suggested with characteristic direct approach establishing clear intention beyond conventional interaction parameters. Perhaps more personal celebration context beyond immediate operational consideration regardless of specific implementation details or particular procedural aspects within traditional diplomatic frameworks. This suggestion represented significant relationship evolution beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific design. Asian terminology or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. The direct approach established clear intention beyond formal operational engagement regardless of specific interaction domain or particular connection designation within conventional terminology frameworks. Appropriate suggestion regardless of specific implementation parameters or particular procedural details, Harry agreed. Accepting transition toward personal engagement beyond formal operational interaction regardless of specific relationship designation or particular terminology classification within traditional framework structures. Though perhaps requiring location transition beyond current diplomatic environment regardless of specific celebration parameters or particular acknowledgement meant aspects within conventional recognition frameworks. This response represented balanced engagement addressing both practical consideration and personal connection beyond conventional interaction parameters, acknowledging appropriate suggestion while establishing practical implementation parameters beyond immediate environment considerations regardless of specific celebration details or particular acknowledgement aspects within traditional recognition frameworks. The approach demonstrated his evolved relationship capability beyond traditional interaction limitations regardless of specific categorization framework or particular terminology designation. Preliminary arrangements implemented addressing transition requirements beyond immediate location considerations, Helena informed him ith subtle expression shift suggesting personal satisfaction beyond conventional implementation parameters regardless of specific arrangement details or particular preparation aspects within traditional planning frameworks. Specialized transportation methodology addressing security requirements while facilitating appropriate celebration context beyond formal diplomatic environment regardless of specific location parameters or particular venue designation within conventional framework structures. This information demonstrated characteristic preparation efficiency beyond conventional planning parameters regardless of specific arrangement details or particular implementation aspects within traditional preparation frameworks. The approach established comprehensive methodology addressing both practical security requirements and appropriate celebration context beyond formal diplomatic environment regardless of specific location considerations or particular venue aspects within conventional planning structures. Their departure from the diplomatic complex utilized specialized transportation methodology addressing security requirements while maintaining appropriate privacy beyond conventional travel parameters regardless of specific movement details or particular transportation aspects within traditional methodology frameworks. The approach established effective transition from formal diplomatic environment toward more personal context beyond immediate operational requirements regardless of specific implementation details or particular procedural aspects within conventional framework structures. The destination revealed sophisticated preparation beyond conventional planning parameters regardless of specific arrangement details or particular implementation aspects within traditional preparation frameworks. Helena had arranged private dining venue overlooking magical Geneva, creating appropriate celebration context beyond formal diplomatic environment regardless of specific location parameters or particular venue designation within conventional framework structures. The setting established perfect balance between security requirements and personal atmosphere beyond IATE operational considerations regardless of specific implementation details or particular practical aspects within traditional planning frameworks. The arrangement demonstrates characteristic efficacy beyond conventional preparation parameters, Harry acknowledged with genuine appreciation transcending formal recognition requirements regardless of specific arrangement details or particular implementation aspects within traditional acknowledgement frameworks. Creating perfect environment balance addressing both practical requirements and appropriate celebration context beyond immediate operational considerations regardless of specific venue parameters or particular location aspects within conventional planning structures. This appreciation represented genuine personal engagement beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific relationship designation or particular terminology classification within traditional framework structures. The acknowledgement established personal connection beyond formal operational interaction regardless of specific appreciation expression or particular recognition methodology within conventional communication frameworks. The Wise achievements deserve appropriate acknowledgement beyond formal diplomatic recognition, Helena stated, repeating her earlier suggestion while establishing clear personal meaning beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific relationship designation or particular terminology classification within traditional framework structures. Especially considering remarkable personal journey beyond conventional development parameters regardless of specific progression designation or particular transformation classification within traditional assessment frameworks. This statement established clear personal acknowledgement beyond formal operational recognition regardless of specific appreciation parameters or particular acknowledgement aspects within conventional interaction frameworks. The expression created genuine personal connection beyond conventional relationship parameters regardless of specific terminology designation or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. Their dinner conversation transcended conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific relationship designation or particular terminology classification within traditional framework structures. The exchange incorporated professional collaboration discussion, strategic partnership planning, intellectual challenge engagement, and personal connection development. Beyond traditional relationship classification regardless of specific interaction domain or particular connection designation within conventional terminology frameworks. As evening progressed toward night transition beyond immediate temporal consideration regardless of specific progression parameters or particular transition aspects within conventional timeframe structures, their interaction demonstrated continued evolution beyond traditional relationship classification regardless of specific designation terminology or particular framework limitation within conventional relationship structures. The engagement established clear mutual intention beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific relationship designation or particular terminology classification within traditional framework structures. The designation terminology established today creates interesting consideration parameters beyond immediate practical application, Helena observed as their conversation shifted toward more personal domain beyond formal operational discussion regardless of specific interaction classification or particular engagement designation within conventional framework structures. Personal implications transcending professional acknowledgement regardless of specific terminology designation or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. This observation introduced significant relationship consideration beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific designation terminology or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. The perception established clear progression inquiry beyond formal operational engagement regardless of specific interaction domain or particular connection design. Within conventional terminology frameworks. The emperor designation creates potential personal complication beyond formal operational acknowledgement, Harry acknowledged, understanding her specific consideration beyond explicit articulation requirements regardless of particular expression parameters or specific communication aspects within traditional interaction frameworks. Relationship implications requiring clear understanding parameters beyond conventional designation terminology regardless of specific classification framework or particular relationship structure within traditional interaction parameters. This response addressed her consideration with characteristic direct approach establishing clear communication beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific relationship designation or particular terminology classification within traditional framework structures. The acknowledgement created necessary discussion foundation addressing potential complicate ion factors beyond immediate designation consideration regardless of specific terminology implications or particular classification aspects within conventional relationship frameworks. The designatio potentially creates perceived authority imbalance beyond appropriate relationship parameters, Helena articulated with characteristic precision addressing specific consideration factors beyond gender. Complication acknowledgement regardless of particular expression parameters or specific communication aspects within traditional interaction frameworks. Requiring clear understanding establishment regarding fundamental relationship equality regardless of formal designation terminology or particular professional acknowledgement within conventional framework structures. This articulation aided sophisticated relationship understanding beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific designation terminology or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. The expression established clear equality requirement beyond formal designation consideration regardless of specific professional acknowledgement or particular operational recognitio. N. Within conventional relationship frameworks. Essential understanding requirement regardless of specific designation terminology or particular professional acknowledgement, Harry agreed with Chirac. Heuristic direct approach establishing clear communication beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific relationship designation or particular terminology classification within traditional framework structures. Fundamental relationship parameters established through mutual respect beyond formal designation consideration regardless of specific professional acknowledgement or particular operational recognition within conventional framework structures. This response established clear relationship understanding beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific assignation terminology or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. The agreement created necessary foundation addressing potential complication factors beyond mediate designation consideration regardless of specific terminology implications or particular classification aspects within conventional relationship frameworks. Their conversation continued addressing both immediate relationship consideration and broader connection development beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific designation terminology or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. The exchange established clear mutual understanding regarding fundamental relationship equality beyond formal designation consideration regardless of specific professional acknowledgement or particular operational recognition within conventional framework structures. As night deepened beyond immediate temporal consideration regardless of C progression parameters or particular transition aspects WTHIN conventional timeframe structures, their interaction established clear mutual intention beyond conventional relationship parameters RD less of specific designation terminology or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. The engagement created natural progression toward deeper connection beyond formal interaction consideration regardless of specific relationship designation or particular terminology classification within conventional framework structures. Their relationship culmination transcended conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific designation terminology or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. The connection established genuine emotional engagement beyond formal operational interaction regardless of specific relationship designation or particular terminology classification within conventional framework structures. He development created appropriate personal relationship evolution beyond professional collaboration regardless of specific interaction domain or particular connection designation within conventional terminology frameworks. Morning brought new perspective beyond immediate temporal transition regardless of specific progression parameters or particular transformation aspects within conventional timeframe structures. The relationship development established clear foundation beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific designation terminology or particular classification frame. Work within traditional relationship structures. The connection created appropriate personal foundation complementing professional collaboration regardless of specific interaction domain or particular connection designation within conventional terminology frameworks. Harry contemplated this significant personal development within broader transformation context beyond specific operational considerations regardless of particular implementation aspects or specific practical details within conventional assessment frameworks. The founders' knowledge provided limited guidance regarding this specific development domain beyond general wisdom parameters regardless of particular relationship aspects or specific connection details within traditional guidance frameworks. This personal territory represented genuine individual development beyond inherited knowledge parameters regardless of specific founder wisdom or particular historical guidance within traditional inheritance frameworks. Helena stirred beside him, her expression suggesting similar contemplation beyond immediate personal consideration regardless of specific development parameters or particular evolution aspects within conventional assessment frameworks. Her analytical approach extended toward relationship evaluation beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific designation terminology or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. The personal development establishes appropriate foundation beyond professional collaboration, she observed with characteristic analyticism. Cal precision while conveying genuine emotional connection beyond conventional assessment parameters regardless of specific evaluation methodology or particular analysis framework within traditional interaction structures. Creating necessary balance addressing both operational partnership and personal relationship regardless of specific designation terminology or particular classification framework. RK within conventional relationship structures. This observation demonstrated sophisticated understanding regarding both practical collaboration consideration and deeper emotional connection beyond conventional relationship parameters regardless of specific designation terminology or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. The assessment established clear understanding regarding essential balance requirements beyond conventional relationship classification regardless of specific interaction domain or particular connection designation within conventional terminology frameworks. Essential foundation development regardless of specific operational parameters or particular professional aspects, Harry agreed, acknowledging both practical partnership UE and deeper emotional significance beyond conventional relationship classification regardless of specific designation terminology or particular framework limitation within traditional relationship structures. Creating integrated connection addressing multiple development domains beyond conventional separation parameters regardless of specific relationship classification or particular terminology. Y designation within traditional framework structures. This agreement established clear mutual understanding regarding their relationship development beyond conventional interaction parameters less of specific designation terminology or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. The acknowledgement created necessary foundation addressing multiple on domains beyond immediate relationship consideration regardless of specific terminology implications or particular classification aspects within conventional relationship frameworks. Their morning conversation established appropriate transition toward integrated relationship understanding beyond conventional classification parameters regardless of specific designation terminology or particular framework limitation within traditional relationship structures. The exchange created necessary foundation addressing both immediate personal development and broader connection evolution beyond conventional separation consideration regardless of specific relationship domain or particular interaction classification within traditional terminology frameworks. As they prepared for the day's diplomatic proceedings addressing specific implementation details beyond general framework establishment regardless of particular operational aspects or specific practical considerations within traditional diplomatic procedures. Harry maintained comprehensive awareness regarding both professional responsibility requirements and personal development significance beyond conventional separation parameters less of specific domain designation or particular classification framework within traditional separation structures. The day's proceedings established concrete implementation methodology addressing specific operational details beyond general framework acknowledgement regardless of particular procedural aspects or specific practical considerations within traditional diplomatic structures. The sessions created necessary foundation establishing practical cooperation capability beyond theoretical diplomatic declaration regardless of specific operational parameters or particular implementation CTS within conventional international frameworks. Throughout these diplomatic engagements addressing specific operational details beyond general framework establishment regardless of particular Ural aspects or specific practical considerations within traditional diplomatic structures, Harry maintained balanced focus incorporating both professional responsibility requirements and personal development awareness beyond conventional separation parameters regardless of specific domain designation or particular classification framework within traditional separation structures. The integrated PP Roach created appropriate balance addressing multiple life domains beyond conventional compartmentalization regardless of specific separation terminology or particular classification framework within traditional methodology structures. The week's diplomatic proceedings established comprehensive implementation framework addressing fundamental cooperation requirements beyond theoretical agreement. Parameters regardless of specific operational details or particular practical aspects within conventional international structures. The development created concrete operational methodology enabling enhanced response capability addressing complex challenges through integrated approach transcending traditional limitation factors regardless of specific governance tradition or particular jurisdictional Designation within conventional structure parameters. As official proceedings concluded and delegates prepared for departure, transition beyond immediate diplomatic consideration regardless of specify. See operational parameters or particular implementation aspects within conventional procedural frameworks. Harry implemented comprehensive assessment regarding both immediate achievement status and BROA. Transformation progress beyond specific operational considerations regardless of particular implementation aspects or specific practical details within conventional evaluation frameworks. The diplomatic achievement established unprecedented cooperation capability beyond traditional international agreements regardless of specific operational parameters or particular implementation aspects within conventional diplomatic structures. The development created concrete methodology addressing fundamental challenge requirements through integrated approach transcending conventional limitation factor. Regardless of specific governance tradition or particular jurisdictional designation within traditional structure parameters. More personally, the relationship development established appropriate foundation beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific designation terminology or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. The connection created necessary balance addressing both professional collaboration requirements and personal relationship development beyond conventional separation parameters regardless of specific domain designation or particular classification framework within traditional separation structures. As evening approached, suggesting natural transition from formal diplomatic consideration toward more personal reflectee on beyond immediate operational requirements regardless of specific implementation details or particular practical aspects within conventional procedural frameworks. Harry sought quiet moment within private garden space overlooking magical Geneva's evening transformation beyond immediate environmental consideration regardless of specific transition parameters or particular progression aspects within conventional temporal frameworks. The approaching darkness created appropriate contemplation context facilitating reflection beyond immediate achievement consideration regardless of specific operational parameters or particular implementation aspects within traditional evaluation structures. The environment transition established natural progression from active engagement toward thoughtful assessment beyond conventional separation parameters regardless of specific activity designation or particular reflection classification within traditional methodology frameworks. His journey from frightened child discovering extraordinary inheritance to internationally acknowledged leader guiding unprecedented magical cooperation represented remarkable evolution beyond conventional development parameters regardless of specific progression designation or particular transformation classification within traditional assessment frameworks. The integration of founder knowledge, personal capability development, leadership methodology evolution, and relationship dynamics beyond formal operational parameters created comprehensive transformation transcending conventional categorization regardless of specific terminology limitation or particular classification designation within traditional evaluation frameworks. The founder's influence remained essential foundation within his developed perspective. Beyond immediate knowledge consideration regardless of specific wisdom parameters or particular guidance aspects within conventional inheritance frameworks. Yet his individual development had transformed this inherited knowledge through personal experience integration creating unique perspective beyond conventional replication parameters regardless of specific inheritance consideration or particular knowledge transfer aspects within traditional development frameworks. Godric's courage provided determination addressing complex challenges directly, while Rowena's wisdom offered analytical framework understanding intricate interconnections beyond apparent surface patterns. Helga's compassion maintained focus protecting vulnerable populations during transformational processes, while Salazar's strategic insight identified effective implementation methodology beyond conventional approach limitations regardless of specific tradition designation or particular methodology classification within traditional magical frameworks. Yet these founder influences no longer manifested as separate perspective domains competing for dominance depending on specific situation characteristics or particular challenge parameters. The current integration demonstrated harmonious balance maintaining all four perspective domains in complementary relationship rather than competitive influence, creating comprehensive understanding transcending individual founder limitations regardless of specific tradition strengths or particular domain expertise within original knowledge framework. His personal magical Ability had similarly evolved beyond conventional development parameters regardless of specific progression designation or particular transformation classification within traditional assessment frameworks. The current implementation methodology transcended conventional categorization frameworks regardless of specific tradition origin or particular orientation designation, creating integrated CAPAB. ILITY beyond traditional limitation parameters without unnecessary separation between supposedly distinct magical domains artificially segregated through historical classification evolution rather than fundamental difference parameters. Leadership approach had transformed from direct implementation toward facilitation methodology enabling collective capability development beyond individual contrib. Yushin parameters regardless of personal ability factors or specific expertise domains. The current approach emphasized creating developmental environments enabling others' capability enhancement rate. Rather than merely providing direct implementation regardless of personal efficiency parameters, establishing sustainable transformation framework transcending individual contribution limitations regardless of specific leadership capability or particular expertise designation. Most significantly, relationship development had progressed beyond conventional parameters regardless of specific designation terminology or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. The current relationship framework incorporated both practical collaboration efficiency and genuine emotio. Null connection transcending conventional separation parameters regardless of specific domain designation or particular classification framework within traditional separation structures. Helena's API. Rants within his private reflection space created natural continuation from individual contemplation toward shared understanding beyond conventional separation parameters regardless of specific activity. TIE designation or particular methodology classification within traditional framework structures. Her expression suggested similar reflection beyond immediate consideration regardless of specific context. MP Lashan parameters are particular assessment aspects within conventional evaluation frameworks. The week's achievements deserve appropriate acknowledgement beyond formal diplomatic recognition, she observed. Echoing her statement from earlier celebration context while establishing deeper meaning beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific relationship designation or particle. AR terminology classification within traditional framework structures. Though perhaps requiring more comprehensive reflection context beyond immediate accomplishment consideration regardless of specie. FIC achievement parameters are particular UCCESS aspects within conventional evaluation frameworks. This observation established thoughtful engagement beyond conventional interaction parameters regard less of specific relationship designation or particular terminology classification within traditional framework structures. The suggestion created opportunity for deeper shared understanding beyond IM. Mediate achievement consideration regardless of specific accomplishment parameters or particular success aspects within conventional evaluation frameworks. Essential perspective development regardless of specific achievement parameters or particular success aspects, Harry agreed, appreciating her characteristic insight while establishing personal connection beyond formal interaction requirements. Regardless of specific relationship designation or particular terminology classification within traditional framework structures. Creating necessary balance understanding between immediate accomplis. H meant acknowledgement and broader transformation awareness beyond conventional separation parameters regardless of specific domain designation or particular classification framework within traditional separation structures. This response represented balanced engagement addressing both immediate achievement consideration and broader significance understanding beyond conventional interaction parameters. Acknowledging diplomatic importance while establishing shared comprehension regarding essential meaning transcending mere accomplishment significance regardless of specific implementation details or particular operational aspects within traditional evaluation frameworks. The approach demonstrated their evolved communication efficiency beyond conventional exchange limitations regardless of spec. IFIC articulation requirements or particular expression designation within traditional interaction structures. Their conversation continued addressing both immediate diplomatic achievement and broader transformation significance beyond specific operational considerations, demonstrating relationship depth transcending conventional interaction frameworks regardless of specific categorization limitat. ION or particular terminology designation. The exchange represented genuine connection incorporating professional collaboration appreciation, strategic partnership understanding, intellectual perspective sharing, and personal emotional engagement beyond traditional relationship classification regardless of specific interaction domain or particular connection designation within conventional terminology frameworks. The Emperor designation creates interesting consideration parameters beyond immediate diplomatic acknowledgement, Helena noted as their conversation shifted toward more personal domain beyond formal achievement discussion regardless of specific interaction classification or particular engagement designation within conventional framework structures. Symbolic representation BAO. ND practical operational consideration regardless of specific terminology designation or particular historical association within traditional framework structures. This observation introduced thought. Full consideration beyond conventional designation parameters regardless of specific terminology implication or particular historical association within traditional classification frameworks. The PTION established meaningful reflection opportunity regarding symbolic representation beyond immediate practical designation regardless of specific operational parameters or particular implementation aspects within conventional diplomatic frameworks. The designation reflects collective achievement beyond individual recognition, Harry responded, addressing symbolic consideration with thoughtful engagement beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific relationship designation or particular terminology classification within traditional framework structures. Creating APRAPER IATE acknowledgement framework regarding unprecedented cooperation development transcending conventional diplomatic parameters regardless of specific operational details or particular implementation as PECTS within traditional international structures. This response established balanced perspective regarding designation significance beyond conventional terminology consideration regardless of IC implementation implications or particular operational aspects within traditional diplomatic frameworks. The approach demonstrated thoughtful engagement addressing symbolic meaning beyond immediate practical application regardless of specific designation parameters or particular terminology aspects within conventional recognition frameworks. Yet perhaps containing personal symbolism beyond collective achievement acknowledgement. Helena suggested with uncharacteristic and direct approach establishing subtle inquiry beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific relationship designation or particular terminology classification within traditional framework structures. Creating representation framework regarding unique personal development beyond conventional progression parameters regardless of specific transformation designation or particular evolution classification within traditional assessment frameworks. This suggestion introduced more personal consideration beyond conventional designation parameters regardless of specific terminology implication or particular historical association within traditional classification frameworks. The perception estabilis. Head deeper reflection opportunity regarding personal symbolism beyond immediate collective representation regardless of specific achievement parameters or particular success aspects within conventional evaluation frameworks. Interesting perspective consideration regardless of specific symbolism parameters or particular representation aspects, Harry acknowledged, recognizing significant reflectio. An opportunity beyond conventional designation consideration regardless of specific terminology implication or particular historical association within traditional classification frameworks. Though RAPs requiring careful balance understanding between appropriate acknowledgement acceptance and unnecessary significance attribution beyond intentional designation parameters regardless of specific terminology implications or particular historical associations within conventional representation frameworks. This response established thoughtful engagement addressing complex symbolism consideration beyond conventional designation parameters regardless of specific terminology implication or particular historical association within traditional classification frameworks. The approach demonstrated characteristic balanced perspective understanding symbolic meaning potential while maintaining appropriate significance attribution beyond unnecessary interpretation regardless of specific designation parameters or particular terminology aspects within conventional recognition frameworks. Their conversation continued exploring this symbolic consideration beyond conventional designation parameters regardless of specific terminology implication or particular historical association within traditional classification frameworks. The exchange demonstrated relationship depth transcending conventional Interaction frameworks regardless of specific categorization limitation or particular terminology designation, creating genuine understanding development regarding complex symbolism consideration BAO. ND immediate practical designation regardless of specific operational parameters or particular implementation aspects within conventional diplomatic frameworks. As night deepened beyond immediate temp. Oral consideration regardless of specific progression parameters or particular transition aspects within conventional timeframe structures, their conversation shifted toward more personal domain beyond. D formal symbolic discussion regardless of specific interaction classification or particular engagement designation within conventional framework structures. The transition established natural progress. Scion toward deeper connection Aeon conceptual consideration regardless of specific relationship designation or particular terminology classification within conventional framework structures. The TRA-NS formation journey represents remarkable evolution beyond conventional development parameters, Helena observed with genuine appreciation transcending formal recognition requirements regardless of SP. Specific acknowledgement methodology or particular appreciation framework within traditional interaction structures. Creating unprecedented capability development addressing fundamental challenge require. Ements through integrated approach transcending conventional limitation factors regardless of specific tradition designation or particular methodology classification within traditional magical frameworks. This observation established genuine personal acknowledgement beyond formal operational recognition regardless of specific appreciation parameters or particular acknowledgement aspects within conventional interaction frameworks. The expression created meaningful connection beyond conventional relationship parameters regardless of specific terminology designation or particular classification fr. Aimwork within traditional relationship structures. The journey development required essential partnership beyond individual capability parameters, Harry responded, establishing clear appreciation b. Aeon formal acknowledgement requirements regardless of specific recognition methodology or particular appreciation framework within traditional interaction structures. Creating necessary support foundation enabling comprehensive transformation beyond conventional development limitations regardless of specific capability parameters or particular expertise factors within traditional progress frameworks. This response established genuine personal acknowledgement beyond formal operational recognition regardless of specific appreciation parameters or particular acknowledgement aspects within conventional interaction frameworks. The expression created meaningful connection beyond conventional relationship parameters regardless of specific terminology designation or particular classification fram. Work within traditional relationship structures. Their conversation continued developing deeper personal connection beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific relationship designation or particular terminology classification within traditional framework structures. The exchange established genuine emotional engagement transcending formal operational interaction regardless of specific relationship designation or particular terminology classification within conventional framework structures, creating appropriate personal relationship depth beyond professional collaboratio. Regardless of specific interaction domain or particular connection designation within conventional terminology frameworks. As their relationship continued evolving beyond conventional parameters regardless of specific designation terminology or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures, the night created appropriate environment context facilitating deeper connection beyond immediate consideration regardless of specific interaction parameters or particular engagement aspects within conventional framework structures. The setting established natural progress. Ion toward profound connection beyond formal relationship development regardless of specific terminology designation or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. Their connection culmination transcended conventional interaction parameters regardless of specific designation terminology or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. The engagement established genuine emotional depth beyond formal relationship consideration regardless of specific interaction domain or particular connection designation within conventional terminology frameworks. The development created profound personal connection complementing professional collaboration beyond conventional separation parameters regardless of specific domain designation or particular classification framework within traditional separation structures. Morning brought enhanced perspective beyond immediate temporal transition regardless of specific progression parameters. or particular transformation aspects within conventional timeframe structures. The relationship development established profound foundation beyond conventional interaction parameters regardless of SP. Specific designation terminology or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. The connection created appropriate personal depth complementing professional collabora. Tion regardless of specific interaction domain or particular connection designation within conventional terminology frameworks. As they prepared for departure transition beyond immediate location cons. Iteration regardless of specific movement parameters or particular transportation aspects within conventional travel frameworks, Harry implemented comprehensive assessment regarding both diplomatic AC. Achievement status and personal development progress beyond specific consideration separation regardless of particular domain designation or specific classification framework within traditional separation structures. The diplomatic proceedings had established unprecedented cooperation capability beyond traditional international agreements regardless of specific operational parameters or particular MP limitation aspects within conventional diplomatic structures. The development created concrete methodology addressing fundamental challenge requirements through integrated approach transcending conventional limitation factors regardless of specific governance tradition or particular jurisdictional designation within traditional structure parameters. The personal development had established Professor Ound connection beyond conventional relationship parameters regardless of specific designation terminology or particular classification framework within traditional relationship structures. The progression created appropriate emotional depth complementing professional collaboration beyond conventional separation parameters regardless of specific domain designation or particular classification framework within traditional separation structures. Together, these parallel developments represented comprehensive life integration beyond conventional separation parameters regardless of specific domain designation or particular classification framework within traditional separation structures. The balanced progression created appropriate foundation addressing both professional responsibility requirements and personal fulfillment development beyond unnecessary compartmentalization regardless of specific separation terminology or particular classification framework within traditional methodology structures. Their return journey to Magical Britain utilized specialized transportation methodology addressing security requirements while facilitating appropriate privacy beyond conventional travel parameters regardless of specific movement details or particular transportation aspects within traditional methodology frameworks. The approach established effective transition from international diplomatic environment toward domestic implementation context beyond immediate operational requirements regardless of specific implementation details or particular procedural aspects within conventional framework structures. The arrival at Hogwarts created appropriate return context beyond immediate location consideration regardless of specific arrival parameters or particular transition aspects within conventional movement frameworks. The castle represented both professional headquarters addressing operational requirements and personal home providing appropriate foundation beyond conventional SEPA ration parameters regardless of specific domain designation or particular classification framework within traditional separation structures. The entrance hall gathering demonstrated remarkable community development beyond conventional organizational parameters regardless of specific structure designation or particular framework classification within traditional institutional structures. Representatives from diverse magical traditions previously separated through artificial classification boundaries now collaborated through integrated approach transcending conventional limitation factors regard of specific tradition designation or particular methodology classification within traditional magical frameworks. Hermione approached immediately, her expression suggesting significant development. Beyond immediate operational consideration regardless of specific progress parameters or particular advancement aspects within conventional assessment frameworks. Her characteristic efficiency maintained. Despite obvious excitement regarding potential breakthrough beyond conventional research parameters regardless of specific development designation or particular advancement classification within traditional methodology frameworks. The specialized tracking methodology has produced confirmed detection parameters regarding Voldemort's current location, she reported with characteristic precision. While conveying appropriate urgency beyond conventional information delivery regardless of specific communication methodology or particular reporting framework within traditional interaction structures. Pattern analysis confirming both identity verification and significant magical activity indicators suggesting potential implementation preparation beyond conventional operational consideration are. Regardless of specific activity parameters or particular development aspects within traditional assessment frameworks. This information represented crucial intelligence beyond immediate operational NSI duration regardless of specific development parameters or particular advancement aspects within conventional assessment frameworks. The detection breakthrough created potential engagement opportunity. Addressing fundamental threat parameters beyond conventional monitoring capability regardless of specific operational details or particular implementation aspects within traditional security frameworks. Comprehensive briefing required addressing detection methodology verification beyond immediate location identification. Harry responded, maintaining measured engagement addressing both intelligence significance and verification requirement beyond conventional reaction parameters regardless of specific information importance or particular development urgency within traditional response frameworks. Full operational team assembly addressing potential engagement preparation regardless of specific implementation timeline or particular operational urgency within conventional response frameworks. This measured response demonstrated characteristic balanced approach addressing both intelligence significance and appropriate verification requirement beyond conventional reaction parameters are. Regardless of specific information importance or particular development urgency within traditional response frameworks. The approach established appropriate methodology addressing crucial development while maintaining necessary assessment protocols beyond immediate reaction consideration regardless of specific urgency parameters or particular importance factors within conventional response frameworks. The comprehensive briefing session occurred within specialized chamber configuration addressing secure information handling beyond conventional protection parameters regardless of specific security. Designation or particular confidentiality classification within traditional methodology frameworks. The gathering included core operational team members representing diverse expertise domains beyond conventional specialization parameters regardless of specific capability designation or particular expertise classification within traditional organizational frameworks. The specialized tracking methodology incorporated modified resonance detection addressing enhanced concealment capabilities demonstrated during previous engagement, Hermione explained, providing detailed methodology description. Establishing verification framework beyond immediate result consideration regardless of specific detection parameters or particular location identification within conventional intelligence frameworks. Multiple confirmation indicators through independent verification approaches establishing confidence parameters exceeding operational threshold requirements regardless of specific certainty design. Or particular verification classification within traditional assessment frameworks. This detailed explanation established necessary verification foundation beyond immediate intelligence consideration regardless of specific information urgency or particular development significance within conventional assessment frameworks. The methodology description created appropriate validation framework, addressing potential false detection risk beyond immediate location identification regardless of specific intelligence parameters or particular information aspects within traditional verification frameworks. The detection signature indicates northwestern Scotland location parameters within specialized magical concealment framework beyond conventional unplottable designation, she continued, providing specific intelligence details establishing operational planning foundation beyond immediate location identification regardless of particular environmental parameters or specific geographical CTS within traditional assessment frameworks. Pattern analysis suggesting operational preparation implementation rather than merely temporary containment, potentially indicating significant development. NT activity beyond conventional magical detection parameters regardless of specific implementation designation or particular activity classification within traditional assessment frameworks. This intelligence provided crucial operational planning information beyond immediate location identification regardless of specific geographical parameters or particular environmental aspects within traditional assessment frameworks. The analysis created appropriate foundation addressing potential engagement preparation beyond conventional detection capability regardless of specific implementation details or particular operational aspects within traditional security frameworks. The Horcrux elimination completion establishes fundamental vulnerability restoration regardless of specific protection parameters. Eaters are particular defensive aspects within conventional immortality frameworks, Harry noted, integrating this intelligence with existing strategic understanding beyond immediate operational concide. Ration regardless of specific tactical parameters are particular engagement aspects within traditional planning frameworks. Creating potential resolution opportunity addressing fundamental threat elim. I-nation beyond conventional containment parameters regardless of specific security designation or particular defense classification within traditional protection frameworks. This strategic assessment established clear operational direction beyond immediate intelligence consideration regardless of specific information parameters or particular detection aspects within conventional planning frameworks. The evaluation created appropriate foundation addressing potential engagement implementation beyond conventional response capability regardless of specific operational details or particular tactic. All aspects within traditional security frameworks. We implement comprehensive approach addressing both intelligence verification and operational preparation, he decided after integrating multiple assessment perspectives beyond immediate reaction consideration regardless of specific urgency parameters or particular importance factors within conventional response frameworks. Advanced reconnaissance. CE team establishing enhanced verification parameters while main operational preparation addresses potential engagement requirements regardless of specific implementation timeline or particular operate. INL or GANK within conventional response frameworks. This balanced approach demonstrated characteristic measured methodology addressing both intelligence significance and appropriate verification requirement beyond conventional reaction parameters regardless of specific information importance or particular development urgency within traditional response frameworks. The decision established APRO. Create procedure addressing crucial development while maintaining necessary assessment protocols beyond immediate reaction consideration regardless of specific urgency parameters or particular importance. NCE factors within conventional response frameworks. Helena provided additional perspective reflecting her specialized expertise beyond conventional assessment parameters regardless of specific analyses. Is designation or particular evaluation classification within traditional methodology frameworks. The potential engagement timing creates interesting consideration parameters beyond immediate operational planning, she observed. Identifying meaningful pattern beyond conventional intelligence assessment regardless of specific information evaluation or particular data analysis within traditional methodology frameworks. Celestial configuration approaching specific alignment parameters corresponding with traditional magical enhancement opportunity beyond conventional implementation consideration. Regardless of specific tradition designation or particular methodology classification within conventional magical frameworks. This observation contributed valuable context beyond immediate operation. AL consideration regardless of specific intelligence parameters or particular information aspects within traditional assessment frameworks. The perception identified potential strategic significance beyond conventional tactical planning regardless of specific engagement parameters or particular operational aspects within traditional security frameworks. The alignment potentially explains Detectio N capability breakthrough beyond conventional methodology consideration, she continued, developing analysis connecting multiple development aspects beyond separate consideration parameters regardless of specific connection designation or particular relationship classification within traditional assessment frameworks. Creating enhanced magical transparency conditions temporarily overwhelming spec. Idealized concealment capabilities regardless of specific protection parameters or particular defensive aspects within conventional security frameworks. This analysis established meaningful connection between seemingly separate development aspects beyond conventional assessment parameters regardless of specific relationship designation or particular connection classification within traditional evaluation frameworks. The perception identified crucial understanding regarding potential engagement opportunity beyond immediate operational consideration regardless of specific tactical parameters or particular planning aspects within conventional security frameworks. The alignment creates potential strategic advantage parameters beyond conventional engagement consideration, Harry acknowledged. NTE grading this analysis with broader operational understanding beyond immediate tactical planning regardless of specific implementation details or particular operational aspects within traditional security frameworks. Establishing enhanced capability opportunity addressing potential defensive advantage regardless of specific protection parameters or particular security aspects within conventional engagement frameworks. This integration demonstrated sophisticated strategic understanding beyond conventional operational planning regardless of specific tactical parameters or particular engagement. NT aspects within traditional security frameworks. The assessment established appropriate foundation addressing potential opportunity parameters beyond immediate implementation consideration regardless of specific operational details or particular engagement aspects within conventional planning frameworks. The operational planning continued addressing comprehensive preparation requirements beyond conventional engagement parameters regardless of specific implementation details or particular tactical aspects within traditional security frameworks. The approach established appropriate methodology, addressing potential confrontation opportunity beyond immediate operational consideration regardless of specific engagement parameters or particular planning aspects within conventional security frameworks. 3 days later, following extensive preparation addressing comprehensive operational requirements beyond conventional engagement parameters regardless of specific implementation details or particular tactical aspects within traditional security frameworks, the specialized team approached identified location parameters utilizing enhanced methodology addressing potential detection risk-based OND conventional approach capability regardless of specific concealment parameters or particular security aspects within traditional protection frameworks. The location confirmed intelligence assess me. NT regarding northwestern Scotland positioning within specialized magical concealment framework beyond conventional unplottable designation regardless of specific protection parameters or particular defensive aspects within traditional security frameworks. The environmental configuration demonstrated sophisticated preparation implementation beyond conventional magical modification regardless of specific enhancement parameters or particular adaptation aspects within traditional transformation frameworks. Harry led the approach utilizing founder-enhanced perception addressing potential detection risk beyond conventional magical concealment regardless of specific protection parameters or particular defensive aspects within traditional security frameworks. The methodology established appropriate infiltration capability addressing enhanced protection measures beyond conventional penetration approaches regardless of specific security designation or particular defense classification within traditional protection frameworks. The facility interior confirmed operational preparation assessment regarding significant magical implementation beyond conventional activity parameters regardless of specific development designation or particular advancement classification within traditional methodology frameworks. The central chamber contained complex magical configuration suggesting sophisticated ritual preparation beyond conventional implementation consideration regardless of specific tradition designation or particular methodology classification within traditional magical frameworks. At the configuration center stood Voldemort's partially embodied form, now demonstrating enhanced manifestation compared to previous engagement, more completely human appearance though still maintaining RTAIN unnatural characteristics indicating specialized methodology rather than natural physical form regardless of specific restoration parameters or particular embodiment aspects within traditional physical frameworks. The magical working surrounding him incorporated elements from diverse traditions in sophisticated integration creating unprecedented implementation beyond conventional classificate ion parameters regardless of specific tradition designation or particular methodology classification within traditional magical frameworks. Harry Potter, he acknowledged, continuing ritual preparati on without interrupting the complex magical working surrounding his enhanced form. Your persistent interference demonstrates admirable determination despite inevitable conclusion parameters regardless of specific disruption effectiveness or particular prevention capability within conventional opposition frameworks. This greeting, combining tactical acknowledgement with strategic dismissal, proceeded. Immediate protection activation surrounding the ritual configuration beyond conventional defensive parameters regardless of specific security designation or particular protection classification in traditional magical frameworks. The defensive methodology demonstrated significant advancement beyond previous implementation, sophisticated integration of diverse magical traditions creating multi-layered protection framework addressing specific countermeasure approaches they had utilized during previous engagements regardless of specific neutralization parameters or particular disruption aspects. Within conventional opposition frameworks, Harry immediately assessed these enhanced protection parameters through founder-based perception capabilities extending beyond conventional magical detectio. N. Identifying specific implementation methodology and corresponding vulnerability patterns enabling targeted countermeasure application rather than generalized opposition, potentially triggering adaptive defensive reconfiguration. The approach demonstrated sophisticated tactical assessment developed through years of addressing complex magical challenges, precision vulnerability identification rather than brute force opposition. Targeted countermeasure application rather than generalized neutralization attempts regardless of specific implementation parameters or particular application aspects. Within traditional methodology frameworks, implement coordinated approach addressing both protection neutralization and ritual disruption, he directed through specialized communication methodology NNECTING team members without conventional verbal exchange regardless of specific interaction parameters or particular communication aspects within traditional methodology frameworks. Targeted count measure application addressing identified vulnerability nodes within protection framework while maintaining comprehensive monitoring regarding potential adaptive reconfiguration regardless of IC defensive parameters or particular protection aspects within conventional security frameworks. This precise tactical direction reflected the sophisticated operational methodology they had developed. Through years of collaborative experience, specific implementation instructions addressing identified vulnerability parameters rather than generalized response guidelines requiring individual interpretation. The approach enabled coordinated action addressing complex magical challenges through integrated team capability rather than merely parallel individual efforts, potentially creating inconsistencies vulnerable to adaptive countermeasures regardless of specific operational parameters or particular tactical aspects within traditional methodology frameworks. The resulting engagement demonstrated magical conflict at level rarely witnessed within modern era, sophisticated protection methodology encountering equally advanced disruption techniques in complex interaction transcend. Conventional magical confrontation parameters regardless of specific implementation designation or particular application classification within traditional magical frameworks. Energy manifestatio NS surrounding the ritual configuration created visible distortion effects as diverse magical traditions interacted in unprecedented combinations, demonstrating capability implementation far exceeding standard classification categories within established magical theory frameworks regardless of specific tradition designation or particular methodology classification within conventional magical structures. Your capability development continues impressive progression despite implementation limitations, Voldemort observed as their disruption methodology gradually penetrated the enhanced protectio layers surrounding his ritual configuration. Though perhaps reflecting fundamental constraint parameters regarding certain magical domains requiring perspective transcendence beyond conventional Hickle limitation frameworks regardless of specific tradition designation or particular methodology classification within traditional magical structures. This assessment, combining professional acknowledgement with implied limitation, preceded unexpected tactical adaptation as the ritual configuration suddenly reconfigured around his enhanced form. Magical energy patterns shifting from external manifestation toward internal concentration in patterns suggesting imminent activation rather than continued preparation sequence regardless of specific implementation parameters or particular development aspects within conventional magical frameworks. The adaptation indicated potential premature implementation attempt rather than continued methodical development, suggesting tactical decision priorities. Partial achievement over complete operational failure following protection framework compromise regardless of specific success parameters or particular completion aspects within traditional implementation frameworks. Harry immediately recognized this critical tactical shift, founder-based perception identifying the specific reconfiguration methodology and corresponding implications regarding imminent activation attempt regardless of specific implementation parameters or particular development aspects within conventional magical frameworks. The situation required immediate response adaptatio addressing this unexpected tactical development rather than continuing previously established disruption sequence, potentially allowing activation completion before achieving comprehensive neutralization regardless of specific prevention parameters or particular disruption aspects within traditional opposition frameworks. Accelerated disruption implementation required, he directed, immediately. Adjusting their operational approach, addressing this critical tactical development regardless of specific implementation parameters or particular application aspects within conventional methodology frameworks. Priority objective shifts to direct ritual destabilization rather than methodical protection neutralization given imminent activation indicators regardless of specific disruption parameters or particular neutralization aspects within traditional opposition frameworks. The team executed this modified approach with remarkable coordination, immediately transitioning from sequential protect ion penetration toward concentrated disruption methodology targeting critical ritual structure elements essential for successful activation regardless of specific implementation parameters or particular AR application aspects within conventional methodology frameworks. The approach demonstrated sophisticated operational flexibility enabling immediate tactical adaptation addressing unexpected developments rather than rigidly adhering to predetermined methodology, potentially allowing adversarial advantage through implementation variance exploitation regardless of specific operational parameters or particular tactical aspects within traditional methodology frameworks. As their accelerated disruption methodology impacted critical ritual elements, the configuration demonstrated increasing instable ITY indicators, energy patterns fluctuating erratically as the carefully established magical structure destabilized under their targeted intervention regardless of specific disruption parameters or particular neutralization aspects within traditional opposition frameworks. The disruption represented significant tactical achievement beyond mere protective penetration, preventing imminent activation potentially achieving enhanced embodiment despite incomplete ritual development regardless of specific implementation parameters or particular preparation aspects within conventional magical frameworks. Voldemort's reaction confirmed this assessment, expression shift revealing genuine concern as the ritual configuration approached critical instability threshold despite apparent activation attempt regardless of specific implementation parameters or particular development aspects within conventional magical frameworks. The response indicated fundamental operational objective compromise rather than merely tactical setback, suggesting potentially irreversible failure regarding specific embodiment enhancement methodology rather than simply delayed implementation possibility regardless of specific development parameters or particular advancement aspects within traditional methodology frameworks. Your interference represents regrettable necessity context within broader development framework, he stated coldly. Abandoning ritual maintenance efforts as the configuration approached irreversible destabilization threshold regardless of specific implementation parameters or particular development aspects within conventional magical frameworks. Though perhaps creating demonstration opportunity regarding contingency capability implementation beyond conventional magical expectation parameters are regardless of specific preparation designation or particular development classification within traditional methodology frameworks. This statement, combining tactical acknowledgement with strategic implication, preceded unexpected magical implementation completely distinct from the ritual configuration they had been disrupting regardless of specific magical parameters or particular implementation CTS within conventional methodology frameworks. Voldemort initiated complex magical sequence drawing from previously undemonstrated capability domain, specialized combat methodology incorporating NTS transcending conventional dark arts classification in sophisticated applications suggesting significant capability development beyond previously manifested implementation parameters regardless of specific tradition designation or particular methodology classification within traditional magical frameworks. The resulting magical confrontation transcended traditional combat classification, neither conventional duel nor formal battle but specialized engagement between practitioners employing magical methodologies beyond standard categorization parameters regardless of specific implementation designation or particular application classification within traditional magical frameworks. Energy manifestations surrounding the confrontation created visible distortion effects as diverse magical tions interacted in unprecedented combinations, demonstrating implementation sophistication exceeding conventional classification frameworks regardless of specific magical orientation designation or particular tradition classification within traditional methodology structures. Harry responded with equally advanced methodology, founder-based techniques integrating elements from all four magical traditions Ishin's imbalanced application transcending conventional opposition parameters regardless of specific implementation designation or particular application classification within traditional magical frameworks. Where previous engagements had demonstrated remarkable capability within established magical frameworks, this confrontation revealed implementation sophistication beyond traditional classification categories. Magical application transcending conventional boundaries between established traditions in unprecedented integration creating effects impossible through standard methodology regardless of individual power parameters or particular capability designation within traditional assessment frameworks. As their confrontation continued with increasing intensity, Harry maintained comprehensive awareness beyond immediate engagement parameters, monitoring both the specific magical implementation and broader environmental conditions through enhanced perception capabilities developed through years of integrated founder knowledge application regardless of specific awareness designation or particular perception classification within traditional capability frameworks. This multi-layered awareness detected subtle weakness pattern beyond the visible confrontation. Voldemort's implementation methodology demonstrated progressive degradation indicators suggesting fundamental vulnerability beyond tactical limitation regardless of specific capability parameters or particular performance aspects within conventional magical frameworks. The confrontation demonstrates fundamental vulnerability manifestation beyond tactical limitation consideration. He communicated through specialized connection linking team members regardless of specific communication parameters or particular interaction as PECTS within traditional methodology frameworks. Implementation pattern suggests progressive degradation potentially indicating mortality restoration effect manifestation beyond conventional capability. High reduction regardless of specific performance parameters or particular effectiveness aspects within traditional magical frameworks. This tactical assessment demonstrated sophisticated perception capabilities transcending conventional combat awareness, identifying underlying vulnerability patterns beyond immediate implementation manifestation regardless of specific performance parameters or particular capability aspects within traditional assessment frameworks. The founders' comprehensive magical understanding provided crucial framework for recognizing these subtle indicators through historic pattern recognition supplemented by enhanced perception capabilities addressing contemporary magical implementation methodologies regardless of specific tradition designation or particular methodology. OGY classification within conventional magical frameworks. Helena immediately redirected specialized analytical resources toward this vulnerability assessment, verifying the tactical perception through comprehensive observation framework beyond conventional assessment parameters regardless of specific analysis designation or particular evaluation classification within traditional methodology frameworks. Confirmed progressive degradation pattern beyond conventional magical exhaustion. Analytical indicators suggesting fundamental existence vulnerability rather than merely temporary capability are. Reduction regardless of specific performance parameters or particular effectiveness aspects within traditional magical frameworks. This verification confirmed their tactical assessment regarding Voldemort's apparent fundamental vulnerability beyond immediate engagement consideration regardless of specific confrontation parameters or particular combat aspects within conventional magical frameworks. The analysis suggested mortality restoration effects manifesting through progressive capability degradation rather than merely tactical limitation regardless of specific performance parameters or particular effectiveness aspects within traditional magical frameworks. Implement sustained engagement approach maximizing vulnerability manifestation. Harry directed, adjusting operational methodology. Addressing this identified weakness pattern beyond conventional tactical consideration regardless of specific confrontation parameters or particular combat aspects within traditional magical frameworks. Coordinated implementation maintaining continuous pressure maximizing progressive degradation effect regardless of specific tactical parameters or particular engagement aspects within conventional opposition frameworks. This tactical adjustment demonstrated sophisticated operational methodology addressing identified vulnerability beyond conventional combat approaches regardless of specific engagement parameters or particular confrontation aspects within traditional magical frameworks. The approach established appropriate implementation maximizing fundamental weakness manifestation through H. Sustained pressure beyond immediate tactical consideration regardless of specific combat parameters or particular opposition aspects within conventional methodology frameworks. As they implemented T. His modified approach maintaining continuous engagement pressure regardless of specific tactical parameters or particular confrontation aspects within conventional opposition frameworks, Voldemort's M. Agical effectiveness demonstrated increasingly significant degradation beyond conventional exhaustion parameters regardless of specific performance designation or particular capability classification. Within traditional assessment frameworks, the progression confirmed their vulnerability assessment regarding mortality restoration effects manifesting through fundamental capability reduction beyond T. Temporary limitation regardless of specific tactical parameters or particular engagement aspects within conventional magical frameworks. Your interference persistence creates interesting demonstration. Context beyond conventional opposition frameworks, Voldemort acknowledged, genuine assessment evident despite adversarial context regardless of specific engagement parameters or particular confrontat. Ion aspects within traditional opposition frameworks. Though perhaps reflecting limited understanding regarding fundamental magical domains beyond conventional implementation consideration regardless of specific capability parameters or particular methodology aspects within traditional magical frameworks. This professional evaluation, tactical assessment transcending personal animosity, preceded F. Final engagement escalation as he implemented magical techniques drawing from increasingly obscure traditions rarely encountered within Western magical conflict scenarios regardless of specific tradity. On designation or particular methodology classification within conventional magical frameworks. The approach demonstrated both extraordinary knowledge breadth and implementation determination despite progressive degradation, suggesting fundamental commitment beyond tactical consideration regardless of specific engagement parameters or particular confrontation aspects within traditional opposition frameworks. Harry responded with equally sophisticated methodology, founder-based techniques supplemented with specialized applications developed through years of intensive magical research and practice. Implementation experience regardless of specific tradition designation or particular methodology classification within conventional magical frameworks. The resulting confrontation transcended conventional magical conflict parameters, energy manifestations surrounding the engagement point creating visible distortion effects as diverse magical traditions interacted in unprecedented combinations regardless of specific implementation designation or particular application classification within traditional magical frameworks. The confrontation culmination approached as Voldemort's progressive degradation reached critical threshold beyond conventional exhaustion parameters regardless of specific performance designation or particular capability classification within traditional assessment frameworks. The vulnerability manifestation confirmed their assessment regarding mortality restoration effects following Horcrux elimination regardless of specific protection parameters or particular defense aspects within conventional immortality frameworks. The development created fundamental resolution opportunity addressing essential threat elimination beyond conventional containment parameters regardless of specific security designation or particular defense classification within traditional protection frameworks. Your opposition represents admirable determination despite inevitable conclusion parameters. Voldemort stated with cold professional assessment transcending personal reaction regardless of specific confrontation parameters or particular engagement aspects within traditional opposition frameworks. Though perhaps creating valuable perspective contribution regarding potential development domains beyond current implementation consideration regardless of specific capability parameters or particular methodology aspects within traditional magical frameworks. The end.